But before she could say anything, she saw Ruanruan already standing where Xiao Chunjin had been, smiling and thanking him. "Chunjin, thank you. You're so kind." Xiao Chunjin waved his hands quickly. "No need. It's nothing. Nothing, my foot." Granny Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to say something. With so many people from the production team around, if she said the wrong thing, all sorts of rumors might start flying. That really wouldn't be worth it. Very quickly, Granny Chen put on a smile again. "Chunjin, the sun is so hot today. Go find a cool spot to rest." Xiao Chunjin looked up at the blazing sun, but instead said to Granny Chen, "Granny Chen, you should go rest. I'll keep an eye on Ruanruan here." "Don't worry." Granny Chen nearly choked. Don't worry? How could she not worry? Just seeing Xiao Chunjin now made her uneasy. But Ruanruan also smiled and chimed in, "That's right, Grandma. You should go rest. I can wait in line myself." As soon as Ruanruan finished speaking, the woman standing behind her added, "She's right, Aunt Chen. Go take a break. It's scorching out here. Ruanruan's grown up now, you can enjoy life." At this moment, Granny Chen felt all kinds of complicated emotions, but there was nothing she could say. She could only give Xiao Chunjin a long, searching look before turning and walking to a shady spot. No sooner had she settled there than Luo Yufeng came over. "Sister-in-law Chen, Ruanruan's waiting in line for you. You really are enjoying life now. That girl is so capable and filial." Hearing Luo Yufeng praise Ruanruan, Granny Chen's face broke into a wide smile. She was just about to say something modest when she noticed the hair tie on Luo Yufeng's head. A bright red hair tie, brand new, clearly just bought. If it were just a red hair tie, it wouldn't be anything special. But why did it have a little red flower on it? No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like something a young girl would wear. Luo Yufeng noticed Granny Chen staring and grinned even wider. "Sister-in-law Chen, isn't my hair tie pretty? Chunjin bought it for me. I mean, at my age, what am I doing wearing something like this? But since Chunjin gave it to me, I'd feel bad not wearing it." Granny Chen hesitated, her expression complicated. She thought she probably knew where that hair tie had come from. But even if she did know, she couldn't say it out loud. It wasn't that it mattered so much, but this also involved her own safety. Granny Chen pressed her lips together and stayed silent. In Luo Yufeng's eyes, this just meant Granny Chen was a little upset. Luo Yufeng quickly guessed the reason for Granny Chen's unhappiness and tried to comfort her, saying, "Softy is still young, and she's so filial. She even earns work points now. If she didn't buy you one, it's probably just because she didn't think of it. Just remind her next time and she'll understand. Don't really get angry at the child over something like this. It's not worth it." Hearing Luo Yufeng say all this, Granny Chen was taken aback. How did Luo Yufeng even notice she was upset? Besides, even if her softa really did buy her hair tie like that, she'd still wear it. After all, it's the thought that counts. Luckily, her softa was considerate and obedient and wouldn't buy her something like that. As time passed, more and more people gathered in front of the grain storehouse. Xiao Dashan finally finished checking the work points and sat down behind the table to start distributing the grain. The first person in line stepped forward, listening as Xiao Dashan read out their family's total work points and the amount of grain they could exchange for. Once everything was confirmed, they signed and pressed their fingerprint, then weighed and bagged their grain. The brigade cadres were all busy at the front, working smoothly and efficiently as they were used to. Soon, it was Su Softa's turn. There were only two people in the Su family, Su Softy and Granny Chen. Their work points were easy to calculate, so Xiao Dashan quickly gave them their total and told them how much grain they'd get. Su Softa had already done the math herself, and when she heard Xiao Dashan's number matched hers exactly, she signed without hesitation. With just the two of them, Granny Chen only earned 6 work points a day, and Su Softa had only started working a little over 2 months ago. Together, they only got a little over 100 jin of grain. Both sacks Su Softa brought were only half full. Compared to the families ahead of them, it was pitifully little. Looking at the 2 half-filled sacks, Su Softa felt even more emotional. All these years, Granny Chin had raised her, never letting her go hungry or suffer. How hard that must have been. But things would get better from now on. Su Softe quickly pulled herself together, grabbed a sack of grain in each hand, and called to Granny Chin, who was standing in the shade, "Granny, let's go home." With the new grain divided up, they'd definitely have a good meal tonight. Granny Chin agreed, said goodbye to Luo Yufeng, and hurried over to Su Softe. "Softe, let me carry one of the bags." "No need." Su Softe tossed both sacks over her shoulders with a smooth, easy motion. "This is nothing." Standing behind Su Softe, Xiao Qingjin had just been about to step forward and help with the sack, but after seeing this, he quietly stepped back. As Su Softe and Granny Chin walked away, Li Weigua, who had been watching them in the crowd, finally looked away. Beside him, Wang Aijuan had noticed Li Weigua's actions, but didn't say anything. She just hadn't expected Li Weigua to suddenly ask her a question. "This grain they're giving out, it has to last until next year's autumn harvest, right?" "That's right." "Then Su Softe's family only got a little over 100 jin. Is that enough to eat?" When she heard this, Wang Aijuan's face fell. What did Li Weigua mean by that? Was he worried that Su Ruanruan wouldn't have enough to eat? Did he actually want to give his own grain to Su Ruanruan? At this thought, Wang Aijuan showed a mocking smile for the first time. But the smile appeared and disappeared quickly. Li Weigua didn't notice it at all. He waited a while without hearing Wang Aijuan's answer and frowned, looking over at her. Wang Aijuan glanced at him and said softly, "Granny Chin gets her pension every month. She'll buy grain." Hearing this, Li Weigua said nothing more. Distributing the grain actually went pretty quickly. Everyone was orderly. In just over an hour, every household in the production team had received their share. Only the 6 educated youths were left. Xiao Dashan called the 6 of them over and said, "You've only been here 2 months and each of you earns at most 5 work points a day. You should know yourselves how much grain that gets you. Of course, we can't just let you starve. From now on, each of you will get 28 jin of grain per month. If your work points aren't enough, you can pay them back slowly in the future. After all, there's a long road ahead." Xiao Dashan had a good relationship with the commune leaders, so he knew a bit more than others. These were the first batch of educated youths assigned here, but they definitely wouldn't be the last. As for when they could leave, well, that would be at least 8 or 10 years. With that much time, they'd surely be able to pay back what they owed in work points. When the educated youths heard Xiao Dashan's words, their joy was written all over their faces. Although 28 jin of grain wasn't much, and most of it was coarse grains that didn't fill you up, it was still better than starving. They'd already calculated how much grain their work points would get them, and the result had left them cold, thinking they'd soon starve to death. Who would have thought? The team leader was actually pretty decent. Xiao Dashan had no idea what the educated youths were thinking. If he did, he'd probably just scoff. Was he being nice? He had no choice. He couldn't just watch them starve to death, could he? Once the educated youths had received their grain, Xiao Dashan and the other team cadres were about to leave. Just as they were packing up, Wang Aijuan hurried over, anxiously asking, "Team leader, why didn't I get any grain?" Xiao Dashan paused, looked up at Wang Aijuan, and his expression was even more exasperated than hers. "Didn't someone from the Wang family already collect your grain?" Wang Aijuan exploded at that. "Why should someone from the Wang family collect my grain? If the Wang family took her share, what was she supposed to eat?" She'd been eating at the educated youth's quarters lately, and even then, she barely got enough to eat. She'd only been allowed to eat there because she promised to pay them back once the grain was distributed. Otherwise, the educated youths wouldn't have let her eat at all. Now her grain had been taken. What was she supposed to do? The more Wang Aijuan thought about it, the more anxious she became, and her tone grew worse. But if her tone was bad, Xiao Dashan's was even worse. "Isn't your name on the Wang family's household register? All your family's work points are counted together, so of course your grain is divided together too. What's the problem? When did you ever tell me you wanted your grain separately?" Faced with Xiao Dashan's questions, Wang Aijuan was left speechless. She really hadn't said anything. There had just been too much going on, and she'd completely forgotten. Wang Aijuan was, after all, just a 15-year-old girl. Once panic set in, she couldn't help but burst into tears. My rations were taken away. What am I supposed to eat? She thought of how, for more than 2 months, she'd been getting up at the crack of dawn to work hard every day, in such filthy, stinking conditions. She'd finally looked forward to getting her share of food, only for it to be taken by someone else. The more she thought about it, the sadder and more hopeless she felt, and the louder she cried. Seeing her face covered in tears and snot, Li Weiguo wrinkled his nose in disgust and moved several steps away. In the end, it was Xiao Dashan who couldn't bear to watch any longer. What's the use of standing here crying? Isn't your mother pretty good to you? Go talk to her. Everyone in the whole production team knew that Lu Xiaoli was good to Wang Aijuan. Maybe she didn't dote on her like she did Wang Aishue, but she'd never just let Wang Aijuan starve to death, right? Hearing Xiao Dashan's words, Wang Aijuan immediately stopped crying. That's right. She could go find her mother. Her mother was always the best to her. She'd definitely help. With renewed hope, Wang Aijuan ran off, and Li Weiguo didn't pay her any mind. Actually, if Wang Aijuan couldn't get her rations back, that would be great. He'd have a reason to send her back to the Wang family. But if she did manage to get her food back, that wouldn't be bad either. With how much Wang Aijuan liked him, he'd get a few extra bites at every meal. Thinking of this, Li Weiguo let out a deep sigh. He'd only been here 2 months, and he'd already lost 7 or 8 gene. He hadn't been fat to begin with, and now he was even thinner. If his parents saw him like this, they'd probably cry from heartbreak. Wang Aijuan ran all the way to the Wang house. As luck would have it, just as she reached the gate, she saw Lu Xiaoli coming out of the yard carrying a wooden basin. The moment she saw her mother, Wang Aijuan's eyes lit up. Mom, perfect timing, I need to talk to you. Lu Xiaoli frowned slightly. What is it? Mom, did our family take my rations? Can you give them back to me? Otherwise, what am I going to eat? No. Lu Xiaoli didn't even hesitate before refusing, and Wang Aijuan's eyes instantly reddened. Why? Mom, do you want to see me starve? You always say you care about me. Was that all a lie? Lu Xiaoli shook her head slowly. Of course it wasn't a lie. But all the rations are locked up in your grandma's room. How could I possibly get them for you? Aijuan, listen to me. Come home. Stop following that educated youth. What's so good about him? He can't even feed himself, let alone you. If you two have a child in the future, who's going to take care of it? Lu Xiaoli's words were heartfelt. She was thinking of Wang Aijuan in every way. But Wang Aijuan, blinded by love, couldn't hear any of it. She looked at Lu Xiaoli in disappointment. Mom, how can you say that? Are you even my mother? Of course I'm your mother. I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Everything I do is for your own good. Why won't you listen? For my own good? Wang Aijuan let out a cold laugh. Ruanruan was also your daughter, carried for 10 months, but you threw her out as soon as she was born. Was that for her own good too? Don't think I don't know. She was only picked up by Granny Chen later. If Granny Chen hadn't found her, she might have been eaten by wolves by now. Was that for her own good too? Ai Wan, how could you say something like that? Lu Xiaoli stared at Wang Aijuan in disbelief, unable to believe those words had actually come out of her mouth. She favored her son too, but she could honestly say she'd always treated Wang Aijuan well. In their production brigade, there were pitifully few girls who got to go to school, and even fewer who, like Wang Aijuan, managed to graduate from junior high. Not to mention other families, just look at their own Wang family. Aside from Ruanruan, who was sent away, Wang Aijuan still had 4 sisters. Those 4 didn't even get to junior high. They've grown up now, but they can't even read a single character. She'd treated Wang Aijuan so well, and yet Wang Aijuan would say something like this to her. How is this any different from stabbing her right in the heart? Seeing Lu Xiaoli's look of disbelief, Wang Aijuan felt a twinge of regret in her heart. But very quickly, she pushed that regret aside. She wasn't wrong. Mom, I don't have a home to go back to now. Are you really just going to watch me starve out here? Even though Wang Aijuan's words had hurt Lu Xiuli just now, there was no way Lu Xiuli could really let her starve outside. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiuli tried to keep her voice calm. I told you, come home. As long as you come back and behave yourself, there will always be food for you at home. You won't starve. I'm not going back. Wang Aijuan was angry now, her voice turning shrill. I'll never go back. Go back for what? So that old witch can marry me off to a widower for a bride price? Keep dreaming. Hearing this, Lu Xiuli didn't even have time to be angry. She just stared at Wang Aijuan in shock. Aijuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said we're marrying you off to a widower? Wang Aijuan was only 15. Even if they started looking now, she wouldn't get married for another year or two. Wang Aijuan sneered. Nonsense? I heard that old witch say it with my own ears. Just tell me, are you giving me food or not? No. At that moment, both Wang Aijuan and Lu Xiuli jumped in fright and turned toward the voice, only to see Wang Dafa standing not far away, his face dark. Seeing both of them looking over, Wang Dafa strode over. Lu Xiuli shrank back a step in fear and stammered, Dafa. Aijuan, she. Before Lu Xiuli could finish, Wang Dafa had already reached Wang Aijuan and, raising his arm, slapped her hard across the face. Wang Dafa had spent years working in the fields, earning full work points, always doing heavy labor. He didn't hold back at all with this slap. Wang Aijuan's ears rang, and the side of her face swelled up visibly. It took Wang Aijuan a while to turn her head back, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. Why did you hit me? Wang Aijuan screamed hoarsely. Wang Dafa's face was cold. What did you just say about your grandma? Who taught you to talk like that? Do you have no respect for your elders? Do you know what filial piety is? What did I say that was wrong? She wants to marry me off to a widower. She's an old witch. Smack. The other side of Wang Aijuan's face was hit as well, so hard that she saw stars, her head spinning, nearly unable to stand. It was only because Lu Xiuli rushed forward to support her that she didn't fall. Lu Xiuli looked at Wang Dafa nervously. Dafa, Aijuan didn't mean it. As soon as Lu Xiuli finished speaking, Wang Dafa shot her a vicious glare. That fierce look made Lu Xiuli instantly shut her mouth in fear. Wang Dafa snorted coldly. She didn't do it on purpose? She's spoiled rotten by you. Just a useless girl, a money pit. Why are you so good to her? Look at the 4 girls in the second brother's family. Each one is obedient and sensible. Even at their young age, they earn plenty of work points for their family. And what about Wang Aijuan? Besides spending money, what else can she do? She's been in school for years and hasn't learned a damn thing. Now her wings have hardened, and she dares to turn against her family. As he spoke, Wang Dafa turned to glare at Wang Aijuan. So your wings are hard now, huh? Don't want to stay in the Wang family anymore? Fine. From now on, don't set foot in the Wang household again. If I see you once, I'll beat you once. Your grandma already said it. Either you give the family 1,000 yuan or 1,000 jin of grain. With the little bit of grain you earned from your work points this year, it's only 20 or 30 jin. What good is that? You're nowhere near enough. I'll go find the team leader later. From now on, your work points will still be counted under the Wang family. Only when you've paid off your debt will it be settled. We've raised you all these years, and you think you can just walk away whenever you want? What kind of pipe dream is that? The 4 girls in the second brother's family together haven't cost as much as you alone. Look at how many work points they earn for their family in a year, then look at yourself. And now you come back asking for grain? Where do you get the nerve? Just a money-losing girl. Heartless thing. All those years of schooling were wasted on you. Wang Aijuan stood there in a daze, most of her weight leaning on Lu Xiuli. All her life, she'd never known her own father could talk so much. In her memory, Wang Dafa was always a man of action, not words. She'd thought he just didn't like to talk, or didn't know how. Who would have thought? After being scolded so harshly by Wang Dafa, Wang Aijuan's already sallow face turned deathly pale, and she looked like she might collapse at any moment. Her grandmother favored boys over girls, and so did her father. The only person she could rely on was her mother. Thinking this, Wang Aijuan instinctively clung tightly to Lu Xiuli's arm. Mom. She had just uttered the word when Wang Dafa impatiently cut her off. Calling her mom? Who's your mom? Didn't you want to cut ties with the Wang family? From now on, don't call me dad, and don't call her mom either. The Wang family doesn't want a daughter like you. With that, Wang Dafa turned and walked into the yard. After a few steps, seeing that Lu Xiuli hadn't followed, he turned back to glare at her. Why aren't you hurrying home? If I find out you dare to secretly give her anything, we'll get divorced. You can take her with you. Hearing Wang Dafa threaten divorce, Lu Xiuli trembled in fear. At that moment, she couldn't care about Wang Aijuan anymore. She abruptly let go of Wang Aijuan and hurried after Wang Dafa, following right on his heels into the Wang family's courtyard. Lu Xiuli let go so suddenly that Wang Aijuan, completely unprepared, nearly fell. She barely managed to steady herself, and when she looked up, Wang Dafa and Lu Xiuli were already gone. Staring at the Wang family's main gate, a wave of despair welled up in Wang Aijuan's heart. Why? Why did it have to turn out like this? It wasn't supposed to be this way. Just then, the Wang family's gate creaked open, and someone stepped out. Wang Aijuan looked closely and saw that it was her second aunt, Zhang Qiudi. Zhang Qiudi leaned against the doorframe, her eyes full of mockery as she looked at Wang Aijuan. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Zhang Qiudi had been married into the family for so many years and had given birth to 4 children, all of them girls. Neither old lady Wang nor Wang Urching ever showed her a kind face. Zhang Qiudi, along with her 4 daughters, had absolutely no status in the Wang family. She did the most work, ate the least, and still got scolded every day. Even Wang Aijuan had never treated Zhang Qiudi kindly all these years. Zhang Qiudi lacked confidence and didn't dare put on airs as an elder in front of her niece, Wang Aijuan. This was the first time she'd ever looked at Wang Aijuan with such an expression. Being stared at like that, Wang Aijuan's anger flared up uncontrollably. What are you looking at? But Zhang Qiudi wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and patted her own belly. Aijuan, don't be upset. It's not your fault you're a girl. If you were a boy like Aishue, do you think anyone would treat you like this? You've given birth to 4 girls yourself, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Wang Aijuan scoffed at Zhang Qiudi. She had never respected this second aunt, and even now, after being kicked out of the Wang family, she still didn't take Zhang Qiudi seriously. In the past, whenever she said things like this, Zhang Qiudi would always look crestfallen and heartbroken. But today, after Wang Aijuan finished speaking, Zhang Qiudi actually smiled. I'm about to have a son soon. Wang Aijuan looked at Zhang Qiudi in shock, hardly able to believe her ears. Zhang Qiudi was already in her 30s, and she could still get pregnant. But soon, Wang Aijuan calmed down and sneered, so what if you're pregnant? Who's to say it won't just be another girl? With that, Wang Aijuan stopped looking at Zhang Qiudi and turned to leave. She wasn't stupid. Zhang Qiudi's happiness definitely wasn't fake. Maybe she really was pregnant with a boy. If Zhang Qiudi had a son, then Wang Aishue wouldn't be the only grandson in the Wang family anymore, and he wouldn't be so favored in the future. Wang Aijuan shook her head. Whether Wang Aishue was favored or not had nothing to do with her. If Zhang Qiudi wanted to have kids, let her. Right now, what mattered most was figuring out what to do next. Without any food, she didn't even know where her next meal was coming from. Su Swanswan carried 2 bags of grain home to the Su family with Granny Chen. Most of the grain was coarse, sweet potatoes, sorghum, corn, and a small portion was fine grain, like wheat. Looking at the bags, Su Swanswan asked Granny Chen, "Grandma, what should we eat first?" Granny Chen thought for a moment. There wasn't enough time to grind the wheat into flour, so they couldn't eat that yet. They'd have to start with the sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes couldn't really be the main dish, but while cooking, she picked 2 and buried them in the stove. Before the meal was even ready, the kitchen was already filled with the sweet, rich aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Smelling that sugary scent, Su Swanswan couldn't wait any longer and dug one out. Ignoring how hot it was, she pressed her hand on the sweet potato. It was already soft. The outside was covered in black ash and looked pretty ugly, but once she peeled off the skin and revealed the steaming, bright red flesh inside, it was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Sue Swan didn't eat it herself. Instead, she held the sweet potato up to Granny Chen's mouth. "Grandma, try it. It's so sweet." Granny Chen chuckled. "You haven't even tasted it yet. How do you know it's so sweet?" "I can tell just by looking at it." "Grandma, hurry and try it, see if I'm right." Granny Chen didn't say anything more and took a bite. Since it hadn't been roasted for very long, the sweet potato was cooked but not especially soft. But still, it really was sweet. Granny Chen's eyes crinkled with her smile. Freshly dug sweet potatoes are always the sweetest. This year's harvest had been good. Any family that worked hard got a fair share of grain. If they planned their meals carefully, it would definitely last until next autumn's harvest. Compared to the past 2 years, life was so much better now. Since it was almost time for dinner, Ruanruan and Granny Chen split one sweet potato between them. After dinner and a bit of rest, Ruanruan dug another sweet potato out of the ashes. This one had been roasted much longer, so the outside was already hard and crusty. But when Ruanruan cracked open the tough shell, she saw the inside was perfectly cooked, soft and tender. You could scoop it out with a spoon. The sweet potato melted in her mouth, no chewing needed, with a hint of smoky flavor. Compared to the first one, it had its own unique taste. After the autumn harvest, the production team's literacy class started up again. On the first day after class, Xiao Chenjin came to tell Ruanruan something. "Ruanruan, my grandpa said he's already talked to the commune about building a primary school in our brigade. When that happens, we won't just be literacy class teachers anymore. We'll be official teachers on the payroll." Talking about this, Xiao Chenjin smiled sincerely. Last time he saw Xiao Xiulan, she'd said she'd keep an eye out for him, and if the county factory started hiring, she'd help him get a job there. Even being a temporary worker at the factory would be better than being a temporary teacher for the production team. But now, if the school paperwork goes through, he'll be a full-fledged teacher with a permanent position. While Xiao Xiulan is still just a temp. The more Xiao Chenjin thought about it, the happier he got. After grinning for a while, he noticed Ruanruan hadn't said a word and looked at her in confusion. "Ruanruan, what's wrong?" Ruanruan looked a bit troubled. So much had changed between her past and present lives that she felt caught off guard. Although in her previous life, the production team's literacy class had eventually become a primary school, that wasn't until the second half of next year. By then, the schools in town and the county had already resumed classes. She'd originally planned to teach for a few months and then go back to school herself when classes resumed in the spring. After all, there were educated youths around. Xiao Dashan could pick a few good ones to be teachers. But now, clearly, plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Ruanruan's furrowed brow startled Xiao Chenjin, and he stopped smiling. "Ruanruan, if something's bothering you, just tell me." Hearing this, Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin. "Do you still want to go to high school?" Xiao Chenjin was stunned for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. "Of course I do. But high school classes were suspended now, and even if they resumed next year, how would they get in halfway through?" "I want to go to high school too. So when the junior high in town starts up again, I want to ask if I can take the entrance exam for high school next year." The high school entrance exam was in June. If she could take it directly, that would be best. That way, before high school started in the fall, she could still help teach at the brigade's primary school, giving Xiao Dashan more time to find teachers. Xiao Chenjin looked steadily at Ruanruan. "Then I'll go with you." Hearing Xiao Chenjin's answer, Ruanruan wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, in her previous life, Xiao Chenjin had attended the top high school in the county. Throughout high school, no matter how big or small the exam, he was always ranked first in the school. As someone who had always tied with Xiao Chenjin for first place, why would she be surprised to hear that he was going to high school? "When you get home today, talk to the team leader about this and let him be mentally prepared," Ruanruan reminded Xiao Chenjin. There were still 2 years before the next group of educated youth would arrive. For now, the school could only choose teachers from the current batch of educated youth in the production brigade. Even though she'd lived another life, Ruanruan still didn't know much about the educated youth and couldn't offer any suggestions. All she could do was give Xiao Dashan a heads up, so he'd have time to carefully select someone suitable to be a teacher. Xiao Chenjin nodded. All right, I'll talk to Grandpa as soon as I get home. With everything settled, the two locked up the office and headed out. They had just stepped out of the literacy class courtyard when someone came running toward them at full speed. The sight startled Ruanruan so much that she forgot to even dodge. Luckily, Xiao Chenjin reacted quickly, pulling Ruanruan aside just in time to avoid the person barreling toward them. Once they were safely out of the way, Xiao Chenjin looked at Ruanruan with concern. Ruanruan, are you all right? Ruanruan shook her head. I'm fine. She was just surprised that someone could run so fast. She hadn't actually been frightened. Seeing that Ruanruan looked normal and spoke as usual, Xiao Chenjin finally relaxed. He frowned and turned to see who had just rushed past them. But as soon as he turned around, he was met with an incredibly haggard face. The already small face was now so thin that the cheekbones jutted out sharply. Her complexion was sallow, and her lips were dry and peeling. If it weren't still daylight, Xiao Chenjin would have thought he'd seen a ghost. Who is this? Xiao Chenjin didn't recognize her, but Ruanruan did. Wasn't this Wang Aijuan, whom they hadn't seen for a few days? The last time Ruanruan had seen Wang Aijuan was on the day they distributed food. Although she'd only caught a glimpse of Wang Aijuan in the crowd back then, Ruanruan remembered clearly. At that time, Wang Aijuan was just thin and sallow, not at all like this half-human, half-ghost figure she'd become. It had only been a few days. How had Wang Aijuan ended up like this? Ruanruan couldn't quite understand, but she didn't want to dwell on it. She turned to leave, but Wang Aijuan blocked her way. If she hadn't reacted quickly and stepped back, Wang Aijuan would have grabbed her arm. Since she couldn't get away, Ruanruan could only look coldly at Wang Aijuan. What do you want? She had just asked this when she saw Wang Aijuan's eyes fill with tears. Wang Aijuan's eyelashes trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving two very obvious tracks on her face. Ruanruan. The scene was truly hard to describe. Xiao Chenjin frowned deeply as well. Now that he recognized Wang Aijuan, he was even more reluctant for Ruanruan to talk to her. What if Ruanruan softened at the sight of Wang Aijuan in such a pitiful state? Ruanruan, let's go. Grandma Chen is still waiting for you at home, Xiao Chenjin said softly. Ruanruan was just about to agree when she heard a loud thud. Looking over, she saw that Wang Aijuan had dropped straight to her knees, reaching out to grab the hem of Ruanruan's clothes. Ruanruan frowned deeply at the scene and had no choice but to take another step back. Why did they have to get physical just to talk? Ruanruan, please save me. I'm begging you, please help me. I really can't take it anymore. I'm starving. I'm going to die of hunger. For the sake of us being real sisters, for the sake of us growing up together, Ruanruan, please give me something to eat. Anything will do. I'm not picky. I haven't really eaten anything for days. I'm honestly about to starve to death. Wang Aijuan sobbed as she spoke, tears streaming down her face, looking truly pitiful. But neither Ruanruan nor Xiao Chenjin showed the slightest hint of sympathy. After crying for a long time without getting any response, Wang Aijuan angrily wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. Ruanruan, are you really this heartless? I've treated you well all these years, and now that I've fallen on hard times, you could help me with just a little effort. Why won't you? That was an interesting thing to say. Ruanruan raised her eyebrows. You treated me well? In what way? Wang Aijuan was stunned by Ruanruan's question. In what way had she treated Ruanruan well? Seeing Wang Aijuan's confused expression, Ruanruan let out a cold laugh. You can't even remember yourself, and you dare say you treated me well. Wang Aijuan's mind raced, and she quickly came up with an excuse. I was always sincere to you, and I never expected anything in return, so of course I wouldn't keep track. If you never expected anything in return, then what are you doing now? Twice in a row, Wang Aijuan was left speechless by Su Ruanruan's questions, and she grew angry. Can you see I'm about to starve to death? We're sisters, after all. Your family isn't short on food. What's wrong with helping me out? Su Ruanruan looked at Wang Aijuan with cold, indifferent eyes, her voice devoid of any emotion. Just because I have food, does that mean I have to help you? Have you ever treated me like a real sister, or ever really looked after me? All these years, you've called yourself my big sister, but you've taken countless amounts of food, cloth, and snacks from me. Did you ever think of me as your sister then? As she spoke, Su Ruanruan grew angry. She knew she had never wronged Wang Aijuan, but how had Wang Aijuan treated her? How could Wang Aijuan be so shameless? After doing so many disgraceful things, she still had the nerve to come and ask her for food as if it were only natural. Did she just look like someone easy to bully? Thinking this, Su Ruanruan didn't want to waste another word on Wang Aijuan. She turned to leave. When Wang Aijuan saw Su Ruanruan about to go, she panicked and lunged forward, trying to grab Su Ruanruan's leg. Seeing her rush over, Su Ruanruan was suddenly reminded of the scene before her death in her previous life. Wang Aijuan had also lunged at her so desperately then, swearing she would kill her. In an instant, Su Ruanruan's whole demeanor changed. Before Wang Aijuan could grab her leg, Su Ruanruan kicked her hard in the shoulder. She had wanted to kick Wang Aijuan's face, the face she so deeply despised, but at the last moment, she forced herself to hold back and aimed for Wang Aijuan's shoulder instead. Even though she restrained herself at the end, Su Ruanruan was still furious, and the kick was anything but gentle. As soon as the kick landed, Wang Aijuan fell to the ground, clutching her shoulder and wailing in pain. To be fair, Wang Aijuan was quick-witted. She hadn't been on the ground long before her eyes lit up as she looked at Su Ruanruan. You hurt me. My bone is broken. Compensate me for my food. Otherwise, this isn't over between us. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan almost laughed out of anger. Some people really are shameless to an impressive degree. She'd just been beaten up, and now she was already scheming to extort food out of it. Wang Aijuan really was quick-witted. Xiao Chenjin, standing to the side, was already stunned. This wasn't the first time he'd seen Su Ruanruan hit someone, but he had to admit it was as impressive as ever. Just look at those moves, so crisp and clean, not a bit of hesitation. Then he glanced at Wang Aijuan, who was lying on the ground howling, but with a calculating glint in her eyes. Xiao Chenjin started to get impatient. He stepped forward and planted his foot on Wang Aijuan's shoulder, the one that had just been kicked. Did you break a bone? Let me see how many. As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin pressed down harder with his foot. Tell me, how many pounds of food for each broken bone? However many you want, I'll give you. Wang Aijuan, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Stop stepping on me. If you keep going, it really will break. Didn't you just say it was already broken? Why are you saying it'll really break now? So is it broken or not? As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin's foot twisted on her shoulder, making Wang Aijuan break out in a cold sweat from the pain. The searing, bone-deep pain was more than Wang Aijuan could take, and a trace of regret rose in her heart. Why did she have to run her mouth just now? If her bone really did break, could any amount of food make up for that? Afraid that Xiao Chenjin would actually break her bone, Wang Aijuan didn't dare try to scheme for food anymore. She just kept begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. My bone isn't broken. Really, it's not. You don't need to compensate me with food. Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin grinned, raising his eyebrows. Really not broken? I think it is. 20 pounds of food for each broken bone. How about that? Wang Aijuan shook her head desperately, not caring that her hair was getting covered in dirt. No, no, no. I don't want food. My bone really isn't broken. Nothing happened today. I won't tell anyone. She did want food. 20 pounds was no small amount. But to trade a bone for it? No way. If it didn't heal right, wouldn't she be crippled for life? Just thinking about the possibility made Wang Aijuan tremble all over. If she didn't get food today, there'd be other ways in the future. But if her bone really broke, it'd be too late for regrets. Xiao Chunjin had actually been planning to go home and get food for Wang Aijuan, but he hadn't expected her to chicken out so quickly and admit defeat. Since she'd already said this much, if he really broke her bone, he'd be the one in the wrong. What would Ruanruan think of him then? Left with no choice, Xiao Chunjin reluctantly withdrew his foot. Ruanruan, let's go. They'd wasted so much time, the sun was already about to set. Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chunjin, who was now speaking to her with a gentle smile. Then she thought of the Xiao Chunjin from just moments ago, stepping on Wang Aijuan, and couldn't help but shiver. So this was why Xiao Chunjin had been called the school bully in their previous life. It wasn't for nothing. Thinking back to how she used to believe Xiao Chunjin wasn't like what others said, Ruanruan blushed with embarrassment. But she couldn't really blame herself. After all, Xiao Chunjin had always been gentle, polite, always giving her food, and seemed so easy to talk to. Being stared at like that by Ruanruan, Xiao Chunjin was startled inside. What's going on? Why is Ruanruan looking at him like that? Did she notice something? His heart was in a panic, but his face remained calm. Ruanruan, let's go home, okay? Hearing Xiao Chunjin say this, Ruanruan quickly nodded. Go home, go home. Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin walked side by side, and from beginning to end, neither of them spared Wang Aijuan another glance. Wang Aijuan lay on the ground, watching the two of them walk away, not even daring to breathe loudly. Only when they had disappeared from sight did she finally struggle to her feet with great difficulty. That wretched girl Ruanruan. She really has a heart of stone. She couldn't get any food from Ruanruan, and Li Weiguo wouldn't share with her either. Did that mean she had to go back to the Wang family? But she'd already fallen out with the Wang family. Even if she went back, would they really take her in? Xiao Chunjin walked Ruanruan all the way to the gate of the Su house, but didn't seem in any hurry to leave. Seeing that he wasn't planning to go, Ruanruan hesitated for a moment, then asked uncertainly, do you want to stay for dinner? Xiao Chunjin's eyes lit up at her words. Really? But before Ruanruan could answer, Xiao Chunjin shook his head and refused. I'd better go home to eat. My grandma must have already made dinner. If I don't go back, there'll be leftovers. Then my grandpa will start scolding again. Since he'd already refused, Ruanruan didn't insist. Then you'd better hurry home for dinner. Xiao Chunjin pursed his lips, his hand instinctively slipping into his pocket. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he felt something hard inside. Candy. He'd forgotten when he'd put it in there, but Xiao Chunjin quickly pulled it out and stuffed it into Ruanruan's hand. This is for you. I'm off. With that, he turned and walked away. He was tall and long-legged, so he walked fast. In no time, he was already a dozen meters away. The golden glow of the sunset spilled over him, as if gilding him in light. Watching Xiao Chunjin walk farther and farther away, Ruanruan slowly broke into a smile. Even if he was a school bully, he was a very adorable one. Ruanruan unwrapped the glassy candy in her hand and popped the slightly melted sweet into her mouth. Orange flavor. So sweet. Inside the house, Granny Chen had already been back for a while. Seeing Ruanruan only just returning now, she thought something might have happened. She was about to ask, but then saw Ruanruan's beaming face, so she changed the subject and said something else instead. When I was coming back today, I ran into Old Chi. He gave me something and said it was for you. Old Chi? Ruanruan was puzzled for a moment, then realized who Granny Chen meant, Qianfu. But what would Qianfu give her? Granny Chen turned and went into her room, coming out a moment later with a basket full of dried grass. Ruanruan took the basket and pushed the grass aside, revealing what was inside. A dark brown notebook, and underneath it, something that looked like a piece of cloth. Ruanruan took out the notebook and set it aside, only then seeing that it wasn't just a piece of cloth underneath, but a piece of clothing. When she pulled it out and shook it open, she immediately smiled. It was a blue dress, with a white collar and white cuffs. The dress was long-sleeved and ankle-length. Ruanruan held it up against herself. The hem would reach all the way to her ankles. Seeing the dress, Granny Chen's eyes lit up as well. What a beautiful dress! After her initial excitement, Ruanruan quickly realized that something was off. Making a dress like this would require quite a bit of fabric. Where did Qianfu and Suinghua get so much material? It wasn't that she looked down on them, she was just worried that, for the sake of making her this dress, they might have made their already difficult lives even harder. Grandma, I'm going out for a bit. As soon as Ruanruan finished speaking, she turned to leave, but before she could step outside, Granny Chin grabbed her. Ruanruan, where are you going? I want to go check on Grandpa Chi. It's about the dress, isn't it? Since Granny Chin had already guessed, Ruanruan didn't bother to hide it. Yes, I'm worried. You don't need to worry. When old Chi gave me the basket, he said that everything in the notebook was written by him, and the dress was made by altering some of his wife's old clothes. He told you to just make do with it. What Granny Chin didn't say was that, when she heard Qianfu say the dress was made from Suinghua's old clothes, she was actually a little reluctant. She'd never met Suinghua, but just by looking at Qianfu, she could guess that Suinghua must be about her age. At their age, the clothes they wore were either black, dark blue, or dark gray, hardly suitable for a young girl. But Qianfu meant well, and Granny Chin couldn't just turn him down to his face, so she accepted the things. Now, seeing the dress, Granny Chin finally felt at ease. Although the dress was blue, it wasn't such a dark shade, and on Ruanruan, it made her skin look even fairer. Even though the dress was made from old clothes, whether it was the quality of the fabric, the color, the style, or the sewing, there was nothing to complain about. Even if she'd had it custom-made at the tailor's shop in town, it probably wouldn't have turned out any better. Granny Chin had finished speaking for a while, but Ruanruan was still standing there in a daze, so she picked up the dress on the table and showed it to her, amused. Would Grandma ever lie to you? Look closely at the fabric, you can tell it's old. And here, at the hem, there are lots of places where blue thread has been used to embroider flowers. I suppose it's to cover something up. Ruanruan had learned needlework from Granny Chin for many years, but just now, she'd been too worried to notice. Now, listening to Granny Chin and looking carefully at the dress, she could really see it. It was indeed made from old clothes. The large skirt had probably been pieced together in many places, but Suinghua had covered all the seams with embroidery. Seeing this, Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But after thinking for a moment, she said, Grandma, since they made me a dress, shouldn't we give them something in return? Granny Chin had raised Ruanruan for so many years. How could she not know what the girl was thinking? She chuckled and tapped Ruanruan on the head. All our things are right there. Whatever you want to give, just pick it. But even if you want to send something, eat dinner first. We'll talk about it after we eat. Okay. After dinner, Ruanruan discussed it with Granny Chin for a while. In the end, she found 2 bags, one with 2 jin of rice and the other with 2 jin of fine dried noodles. Compared to flour, dried noodles were much more convenient, easier to store, and easier to cook. Granny Chin was never a stingy person. When others were good to her, she always tried to repay them tenfold. So giving away so much didn't make her feel the least bit reluctant. After packing everything into the bamboo basket and covering it tightly with dry grass, Ruanruan finally turned to Granny Chin and said, Grandma, I'm off now. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. It was already completely dark outside, but luckily there was a bright moon in the sky, making it possible to see the road a little. Even so, Ruanruan didn't let Granny Chin come with her. First, because it was already dark, even with the moonlight, it couldn't compare to daylight. And Granny Chin was getting on in years, so it wasn't suitable for her to go out at night. Second, Ruanruan was planning to secretly take a few more things out from her treasure space to give to Qianfu and Suinghua, so she definitely couldn't let Granny Chin tag along. Fortunately, the Su family's house wasn't far from the cowshed. For Ruanruan, going there and back would only take 10 or 20 minutes, so Granny Chin didn't insist on going with her. Carrying the basket, Ruanruan left the Su family's gate and headed straight for the cowshed. There really wasn't any entertainment in the production team after dark. Besides, lighting lamps or candles cost money, so most families would finish dinner before it got dark, and as soon as night fell, they'd blow out the lamps and go to bed. As a result, Ruanruan saw hardly any houses with lights on as she walked. Accompanied by the sounds of insects and frogs, she arrived at the cowshed. Seeing a faint glow of firelight from inside, Ruanruan knew that Chi Anfu and Suinghua must still be awake. She quickened her pace, and just as she reached the door and was about to knock, she heard Chi Anfu's voice from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me," Ruanruan replied softly. Worried he wouldn't recognize her voice, she added, "It's Ruanruan." The moment the words left her mouth, the door swung open. Chi Anfu stood there smiling. "What brings you here at this hour?" "Come on in." "Grandpa Chi, I won't come in. I really love the notebook you gave me and the clothes Grandma Su gave me. My grandma asked me to bring you some things. Now that I've delivered them, I'll head back. Otherwise, my grandma will worry." She rattled off her words without stopping, put the basket down on the ground, and turned to run. The night was dark, and she moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chi Anfu could no longer see her figure. Seeing this, Chi Anfu had no choice but to bend down and pick up the basket. As soon as he lifted it, he realized it was heavy. Thinking it might be his imagination, Chi Anfu gave it a shake. After shaking it, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. The basket really was heavy. Carrying the weighty basket inside, Chi Anfu said to Suinghua with a hint of helplessness, "Ruanruan brought this over." "That girl." Not knowing what else to say, he just shook his head. Suinghua didn't reply. Instead, she took the basket, removed the dry grass on top, and looked inside. 2 jin of rice, 2 jin of fine noodles, and a jar of walnut powder. "Old Chi, come look at this." Hearing Suinghua's exclamation, Chi Anfu hurried over. When he saw it was a jar of walnut powder, he immediately became anxious. "That girl. She gives everything away. No, I have to return this to her." As he spoke, Chi Anfu made to leave, but Suinghua stopped him firmly. "It's already dark. If someone sees you going to find Ruanruan, wouldn't that bring trouble upon her?" Hearing this, Chi Anfu had no choice but to stop. But looking at that jar of walnut powder, Chi Anfu still felt uneasy. This wasn't as simple as 2 jin of rice or 2 jin of noodles. Walnut powder was a nutritional supplement, something that was valuable and hard to come by. Even in his better days, it wasn't something he could just get whenever he wanted. Besides, walnut powder was different from malted milk. Walnut powder was good for both adults and children, and everyone benefited from drinking it. Most of the time, even if you had the money, there was nowhere to buy it. Ruanruan was just a little girl, yet she dared to give him something like this. He couldn't just accept it so easily. Seeing how anxious Chi Anfu was almost scratching his head in frustration, Suinghua couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you acting more and more like a child? You're a grown man, yet you're making such a fuss. Anyway, Aunt Chen comes by every day. Just find a chance to give it back to her, problem solved." Hearing this, Chi Anfu's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled sheepishly. He really had been too flustered just now, he'd even forgotten something so simple. Ruanruan, of course, had no idea that Chi Anfu and Suinghua had already decided to return the walnut powder to Granny Chen. If she'd known this would happen, she definitely wouldn't have given it to them in the first place. Unfortunately, Ruanruan didn't know anything about this. She was just walking away, glancing back with every step. After running out from the cowshed, Ruanruan slowed her pace, feeling quite cheerful as she made her way back to the Su family home. But as she walked, she started to feel that something was off. Why did it feel like someone was following her? The moment this thought popped into her head, Ruanruan's heart started pounding wildly, as if it was about to leap out of her throat. She turned around to look. Under the hazy moonlight, the 3rd Production Brigade was quiet. Aside from the areas illuminated by the moon, everything else was shrouded in darkness. It felt like someone could be hiding anywhere, yet at the same time, it seemed completely empty. Ruanruan stared for a long while, but saw nothing, so she turned back and continued on her way. This time, she picked up her pace. But after just a few steps, she felt again that someone was following her. She had no choice but to stop and look behind her once more. Still nothing. Ruanruan was terrified. Could it be a ghost? In her previous life, she hadn't believed in ghosts or spirits. But things were different now. She'd already been given a second chance at life, so maybe ghosts really did exist. But why would a ghost follow her? She hadn't done anything bad. Ruanruan's heart was pounding, and she quickened her steps even more, but she couldn't help glancing back every couple of steps. Walk forward, look back. Walk forward, look back. Walk forward, look back, ah. Suddenly, right in front of her, someone appeared out of nowhere. Before she even had a chance to see who it was, Ruanruan started swinging her arms, hitting out wildly. Her small, slightly chubby hands flailed back and forth, moving so fast they almost left after images in the air. In that moment, Ruanruan completely forgot how strong she was. It wasn't until she realized she wasn't hitting anything anymore that she paused in confusion. Looking closely, she saw that the person had already been knocked to the ground by her blows. Hearing the person groan, Ruanruan's wildly beating heart finally began to settle down. If they could feel pain and groan, they definitely weren't a ghost. Since it wasn't a ghost, Ruanruan wasn't scared anymore. She shifted to the side a little, letting the moonlight fully illuminate the person's face so she could get a good look at who it was. As Ruanruan moved aside, the moonlight fell across the face of the person lying on the ground. Ruanruan leaned over to take a look, only to realize she didn't know this person at all. Her first thought was, he's not from the 3rd Production Brigade. After all, she'd lived in the 3rd Production Brigade for decades. She might not know everyone well, but she'd never mistake a familiar face. She'd never seen this man before. He definitely wasn't one of theirs. If he wasn't from their brigade, why was he here at this hour? And sneaking around, following her? Clearly, he was up to no good. Ruanruan's mind raced, and she quickly figured out what to do with him. Of course, hand him over to the brigade leader. What else could she do? Not bothering to check how badly he'd been beaten, she walked over to his feet, grabbed one of his legs, and started dragging him forward. She'd barely taken a few steps when the man started howling in pain. The paths in the production brigade were all dirt roads, but there were always some stones or hard bumps along the way. As Ruanruan dragged him, his back scraped against the ground. It wasn't cold yet, and the man was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. In just those few steps, his back was already burning with pain. Hearing his miserable cries, Ruanruan stopped. She let go of his foot, walked to his head, grabbed his sleeve, and said, "Get up and walk yourself, or I'll just keep dragging you by the leg." I'll walk. The man shakily got to his feet. He was a whole head taller than Ruanruan, but right now he was trembling all over. Seeing how he was practically trying to curl himself into a ball, Ruanruan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. With guts like that, and you're trying to follow someone. Ridiculous. Dragging the man along, she headed back to the Sioux house. Before they even got close, Granny Chin came out to meet them. Ruanruan had left alone, but now she was coming back with a strange man. Granny Chin was so startled she almost jumped. But before she could ask anything, Ruanruan hurriedly said, "Granny, this guy was following me. I caught him. Quick, go get some rope and tie him up." Hearing that someone had been following Ruanruan, Granny Chen's legs nearly gave out from fright. Even so, she did as Ruanruan said, turning back into the yard and soon returning with a length of hemp rope. Together, Ruanruan and Granny Chen tied the man up tight, with Ruanruan holding onto one end of the rope just in case he tried to run. Only then did Granny Chen finally have a chance to ask what had happened. Ruanruan gave her a quick rundown, but it still left Granny Chen pale with shock. "Granny, don't worry, I'm fine, aren't I? We'll hand him over to the brigade leader right away. Following a miner with bad intentions, he's going to end up in jail for this." Granny Chen gritted her teeth. "Jail? That's not enough. He needs a good beating." Su Lao-san, who'd been listening to the whole exchange between grandmother and granddaughter, nearly collapsed his knees when he heard Granny Chen's last words. Heavens above! He was just starving and couldn't take it anymore. He'd heard the 3rd Production Brigade had a bumper harvest this year, so he thought he'd sneak over after dark to see if he could scrounge up a little grain to take home. How did things end up like this? When Su Ruanruan was tying the man up, she also stuffed a rag into his mouth. No matter how much he whimpered and struggled, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen dragged him off to the Xiao family's house. Before they even reached the Xiao house, they could see from a distance that the courtyard was still lit up. Someone in the Xiao family must still be awake. That was just as well. After all, it wouldn't be good to wake someone from their bed in the middle of the night. Granny Chen knocked loudly on the door. It wasn't long before the door opened from the inside. It was Xiao Chenjin who answered. In the moonlight, he could easily see who was standing outside. Granny Chen. Ruanruan. What are you doing here at this hour? Before either of them could answer, Xiao Chenjin noticed the man tied up beside Su Ruanruan. Who's this? Why is he tied up? Granny Chen, bristling with anger, replied, Who knows which production brigade he's from? He snuck into our brigade in the dead of night and followed Ruanruan. If she hadn't been alert and strong. Chenjin, where's your grandpa? Go get him out here and see what we should do about this. Before Granny Chen finished speaking, Xiao Chenjin's eyes were already red with rage. He dared to secretly follow Su Ruanruan. Clenching his fists, Xiao Chenjin strode over to Su Lao-san, raised his arm, and punched him, knocking him straight to the ground. Su Lao-san's upper body was tightly bound with rope, leaving him no way to resist. He lay on the ground, unable to get up, staring at Xiao Chenjin in terror, his legs kicking desperately in an attempt to get away. Unfortunately for him, that wish was never going to come true. Xiao Chenjin walked up to Su Lao-san step by step, raising his foot to deliver a fatal kick. Su Lao-san was so terrified he squeezed his eyes shut, nearly fainting from fear. At that critical moment, Xiao Dashan came out of the courtyard, still in his nightclothes. Seeing the scene before him, he barked, Xiao Chenjin. What do you think you're doing? At the sound of that familiar angry voice, Xiao Chenjin's foot froze in midair, his heart full of regret. So close. Lying on the ground with his eyes squeezed shut, Su Lao-san let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Struggling, Su Lao-san turned his head to look at Xiao Dashan, who had just come out, as if seeing his savior. MMPH. MMPH. Hearing his muffled cries, Xiao Chenjin took the opportunity to give him a kick in the leg. Be quiet. What are you yelling for? After the kick, Xiao Chenjin felt a lot better. Even if he didn't get to kick where he wanted, at least he got a kick in. Su Lao-san still couldn't escape that kick. Xiao Dashan shot Xiao Chenjin a glare but didn't scold him further. Instead, he turned to Granny Chen. Sister-in-law Chen, what on earth is going on? Granny Chen recounted what had happened. Ruanruan forgot something at the literacy class and went back to get it. Who knew this guy would follow her on the way back? If Ruanruan wasn't capable tonight. Well, what should we do about this, Captain? Xiao Dashan was also badly shaken. To think something like this could happen. Chenjin, take the rag out of his mouth and ask him which production brigade he's from. We'll send him to the station first thing in the morning and notify his brigade leader. Got it. Xiao Chenjin replied and yanked the rag out of Su Lao-san's mouth. After having the rag stuffed in his mouth for so long, Su Lao-san's jaw was sore and aching, but at this point, he couldn't care less. See, Captain, I'm from the 8th production team. I really wasn't following her on purpose. You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth. Su Lao-san's voice was full of emotion, and he was almost in tears. But Xiao Dashan didn't believe a word he said. You weren't following her? Then what were you doing sneaking around in the dark, tailing a young girl? Seeing that he was hesitating and unwilling to explain, Xiao Dashan let out a cold laugh. Still doesn't know his place. If you can't give a reason, then you were following her. Chenjin, get the cloth. I'll talk. Su Laosen hurriedly interrupted Xiao Dashan, swallowing hard several times before stammering out his explanation. I was just hungry. I heard your production team had a bumper harvest this year, and every household got a good share of grain. So I just wanted to come and take a look. Just a look. While I was looking around, I saw her walking ahead of me. I thought it was strange, a little girl out so late at night. What if something happened to her? So I thought I'd follow her and make sure she got home safely. Who knew she'd just attack me without even asking what was going on? Captain, look at my face, she hit me. Su Laosen probably thought this story would turn the tables in his favor, but as soon as he finished, he realized the other 4 people were all looking at him with dark expressions. Instantly, Su Laosen started stammering again. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? I swear, I'm telling the truth. Ruanruan was the first to laugh, her clear, crisp laughter ringing out in the quiet night. But to Su Laosen, it was terrifying. He broke out in a cold sweat. So, by your logic, I should be thanking you for your kindness? Since I hit you, should I compensate you or something? Ruanruan's voice was soft and gentle, making it impossible for anyone to be on guard against her. The spot where Ruanruan had hit him still hurt, but Su Laosen, as if possessed, kept following her lead. If you really want to, Ayao. Why did you kick me again? Ow! Before Su Laosen could finish, his mouth was stuffed with a wad of rag again, leaving him to glare helplessly at Xiao Chengjin. Xiao Chengjin patted his face lightly. You sure know how to take advantage, huh? Want compensation? How about a firecracker or 2? With that, Xiao Chengjin stood up and said seriously to Xiao Dashan, Grandpa, we absolutely can't let this guy go so easily. He followed Ruanruan and tried to steal our team's grain. If we let him go, he'll be trouble for sure. We should lock him up and let him reflect on his actions, make an example out of him. Xiao Dashan was a little surprised to hear Xiao Chengjin say this, but his eyes were full of pride. Chengjin, you've grown up. You're right, people like this can't be tolerated. Our production team is in the spotlight right now. Dealing with him will show the other teams we're not to be messed with. That'll keep any other troublemakers away. Sister Chen, don't worry, we'll keep him at my place tonight, and I'll take him to the authorities first thing in the morning. With Xiao Dashan handling things, Granny Chen was naturally reassured. All right, I'll leave him to you, Captain. We'll head back now. Hearing this, Xiao Chengjin stepped forward. Granny Chen, it's not safe in the dark. Let me walk you home. Granny Chen wanted to refuse. With her and Ruanruan walking together, what could possibly happen? Besides, the same thing is unlikely to happen twice in one night, right? But before she could say anything, Xiao Dashan chimed in, just let Chengjin walk you home. That way I'll feel at ease. Since Xiao Dashan had already said so, Granny Chen couldn't bring herself to refuse. Xiao Dashan wasn't the least bit worried about Xiao Chengjin's safety. After all, who would know his own grandson better than he did? On the way to the Su house, Xiao Chengjin kept sneaking glances at Ruanruan. He really wanted to ask her exactly what had happened earlier, and whether she'd been scared, but every time he caught sight of Granny Chen out of the corner of his eye, the words died on his lips. No rush. No rush. He could always ask her tomorrow when they met again. The 3 of them walked in silence and soon arrived at the Su family's front gate. Granny Chen unlocked the door and said to Xiao Chengjin, All right, Chengjin, you'd better head back now. Be careful on your way home. Ruanruan echoed, Be careful on your way back. Xiao Chengjin grinned so wide his smile nearly reached his ears. I'll be careful. Definitely. Once Xiao Chengjin had gone, Granny Chen leaned over and whispered in Ruanruan's ear, He usually seems like such a smart boy. How come he looked so silly today? Ruanruan was momentarily confused. Really? She didn't think so. Xiao Chengjin was always like this around her. Granny Chen was just making a casual remark and didn't dwell on it. She pulled Ruanruan inside, still a bit worried. Ruanruan, you weren't scared just now, were you? It's my fault. I was too careless. How could I let a young girl like you go out so late at night? From now on, you absolutely can't go out after dark. Ruanruan agreed cheerfully, All right. I'll listen to you, Grandma. Granny Chen chatted with Su Ruanruan for a while longer, and only after making sure she really wasn't frightened did she let her go to bed. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Granny Chen got up early to make breakfast. After eating with Su Ruanruan, there was still some time before work, so the two of them headed straight to the Xiao house. The Xiao family had just finished breakfast as well. When Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan arrived, Luo Yufeng was the first to greet them. She looked Su Ruanruan up and down, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She took Su Ruanruan's hand and patted it. Good girl. You weren't scared, were you? From now on, you mustn't go out at night. What could possibly be so urgent that you have to fetch it after dark? Su Ruanruan replied with a smile. I won't go out at night anymore. Xiao Chenjin, who had just come out of the house, heard this and nearly tripped. What the heck? He'd been hoping for some moonlit strolls with her. And now she's saying she won't go out at night anymore? While Luo Yufeng and Granny Chen started chatting, Su Ruanruan's gaze drifted aside and she spotted Xiao Chenjin standing not far away. She waved at him. Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin looked over when he heard her, tossing all his messy thoughts aside. Ruanruan. After saying that, he walked right up to Su Ruanruan. My grandpa's about to take some people to escort Su Laosen to the station. He's the one they caught last night. That's great. Su Ruanruan smiled. Shouldn't you let the team know about this too? My grandpa said that when he gets back, we'll have a big meeting tonight. This year, only our production team and the two neighboring teams had decent harvests. The other teams all suffered from disasters to some extent. But we still have to hand in the state grain quota, and after that, every household is worse off than before the autumn harvest. There's been no new word from above, so it's inevitable that some people will start having bad ideas. We should hold a meeting for our production team and let everyone know about this, just to be safe. Otherwise, if someone really does steal grain, it'll be too late to cry about it. We should also give the two neighboring teams a heads up. Xiao Chenjin told Su Ruanruan everything he knew. After listening, Su Ruanruan just kept it to herself. These weren't things she could do anything about. She'd already done all she could. She couldn't sacrifice herself for everyone, could she? She was just a small person, after all. There was only so much she could change. Once she saw Xiao Dashan lead a group of people away with Su Laosen in custody, Granny Chen finally felt at ease and went to the sheep pen. Su Ruanruan went to the literacy class with Xiao Chenjin. After parting ways with Granny Chen at the fork in the road, Xiao Chenjin couldn't wait to ask, Ruanruan, you weren't scared yesterday, were you? Of course not. Well, actually she was. She'd nearly died of fright. She'd thought she was being haunted by a ghost. But how could she admit something so embarrassing? After all, she'd lived for decades. She couldn't lose face in front of a teenager like Xiao Chenjin. Thinking of Su Laosen, who'd just been taken away, his face and upper body covered in bruises, Xiao Chenjin figured Su Ruanruan must have hit him pretty hard. She probably really wasn't scared. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang had said that if a girl got scared, all she'd do was scream. She wouldn't think to fight back. When Granny Chen got to the sheep pen, she found Qi Anfu already tidying up. She greeted him. Qi Anfu had been waiting for Granny Chen for a while. As soon as she arrived, he hurried to the corner, pulled a basket out from a pile of hay, and handed it to her. Seeing the basket, Granny Chen didn't take it. Hadn't she just given them a notebook and a skirt yesterday? Why were they giving her something again today? Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua didn't have it easy. How could she keep accepting things from them? Seeing that Granny Chen wouldn't take it, Qi Anfu got anxious. Sister-in-law Chen, please take it. This walnut powder is really valuable. We can't accept it. You should take it back. Either you or Ruanruan can eat it. Ruanruan is such a kind kid, always good to us, but we can't keep taking advantage of you. Listening to Qi Anfu, Granny Chen felt her mind turning to mush. What did he mean? What walnut powder? What did he mean she gave it? Could she really be getting so old and muddle-headed that she couldn't even remember what she'd asked Su Ruanruan to deliver last night? Granny Chen thought hard, but she was sure she hadn't asked Su Ruanruan to give anyone walnut powder. So where did this jar of walnut powder come from? Qianfu couldn't possibly be making up an excuse to give her the walnut powder. If she asked Su Ruanruan, the lie would be exposed right away. But then, where did Su Ruanruan get a whole jar of walnut powder? Granny Chen's thoughts were spinning, but she didn't show any of it on her face. She reached out and took the basket, smiling at Qianfu. I'll talk to Ruanruan about it when I get back. After school at noon, Su Ruanruan packed up her things and was about to head home when she was stopped by Xiao Chunjin. Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chunjin with a hint of confusion. What's up? Ruanruan, wait for me. I'll pack up and walk you home. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan immediately understood what Xiao Chunjin meant. But it's broad daylight. How could anyone possibly be following her? But seeing Xiao Chunjin's determined expression, she could only go along with him. The two of them walked side by side, and before long, they arrived at the Su family home. Xiao Chunjin watched as Su Ruanruan walked through the front door and closed it behind her from the inside. Only then did he turn and head home himself. Su Ruanruan walked into the kitchen and saw Granny Chen sitting at the square table. On the table in front of her was a jar of walnut powder. For some reason, the sight of that jar of walnut powder felt strangely familiar to Su Ruanruan. After staring at it for a while, she finally realized it was the same jar she'd given to Grandpa Qi and Su Yinghua the night before. So why was it here now? Granny Chen had already heard Su Ruanruan come in. Seeing her staring at the walnut powder, she immediately understood. This jar must have been brought by Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, where did this walnut powder come from? Su Ruanruan pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment between lying and telling the truth. In the end, she chose honesty. They say that telling one lie leads to 1,000 more. Life is long, and if she wanted to keep this from Granny Chen, she'd have to keep lying, and eventually, she'd get caught. Rather than wait until then and hurt Granny Chen even more, she might as well tell the truth now. Having thought it through, Su Ruanruan took a deep breath and sat down across from Granny Chen. Granny, I gave that walnut powder to Grandpa Qi. And all those things our family had before, I took them out too, but used Grandpa's name. I'm sorry. Granny Chen was stunned by this sudden confession. All morning, she'd been racking her brain trying to figure out where Su Ruanruan could have gotten the walnut powder. But before she could even figure out the source of the walnut powder, she was hit with an even more shocking revelation. Ruanruan. Even though Granny Chen had lived most of her life, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She had 1,000 questions in her heart, but didn't know where to start. Su Ruanruan didn't know where to begin either. She got up, walked over to Granny Chen, and took her hand. Granny, let me try to take you somewhere. Once you see it, you'll understand. Granny Chen blinked in confusion. Where are we going? Su Ruanruan didn't answer. Instead, she focused on entering her treasure space. In the next second, the scenery around Su Ruanruan changed. She turned her head, and sure enough, Granny Chen was standing right beside her. At this moment, Granny Chen looked like a child who had never seen the world, her face full of shock. This. Where are we? It looked like a department store. But she'd been to the department store in town before, and none of them were this grand. Now that they were inside, Su Ruanruan could explain everything. Granny, do you remember that heavy wooden box we used to have at home? Granny Chen didn't know why Su Ruanruan was suddenly bringing up the box, but of course she remembered it. She couldn't even recall when it first appeared at home, just that it was heavy and clearly different from ordinary wooden boxes, so she'd kept it. Last time, she had absent-mindedly picked up that wooden box and noticed how light it felt, just like any ordinary box. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but now, hearing Su Ruanruan mention the box, she realized it must be something special after all. As she was thinking this, Su Ruanruan continued, Before, Wang Aijuan hit me on the head with that box, and that's when I discovered this place. The box suddenly became really light, and there was a piece of paper inside. It said this was a treasure space, and that it belonged to whoever was fated to find it. Before I could take a closer look, the paper just disappeared on its own. When I first found this place, I was a little scared. Worried it might be something bad, so I didn't dare tell you. Later, when I realized everything in here was real, I thought I could take some things out to improve our lives. But I didn't know how to explain it to you, so I made up those stories before. Grandma, you're not mad, are you? Granny Chin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So all those feelings she'd had before, thinking Su Aimin's death had made her granddaughter more thoughtful, had just been her own wild imagination. Luckily, she hadn't said any of that in front of Su Ruanruan, or she would have lost face in front of her granddaughter. She glanced over and saw Su Ruanruan looking at her nervously. Granny Chin smiled. How could I be mad at you? If you hadn't taken those things out, the two of us would still be going hungry. Seeing that Granny Chin really wasn't angry, Su Ruanruan finally let out a sigh of relief. Grandma, let me show you around. Granny Chin was curious about this place too, so she agreed right away. Su Ruanruan already knew this place inside and out, so showing Granny Chin around was no problem at all. As they walked, Su Ruanruan talked nonstop, until her mouth was almost cramping. Grandma, with all this food here, we'll never have to go hungry again. Along the way, Granny Chin went from being shocked at first to now feeling completely calm. With so much food, they really wouldn't have to worry about hunger anymore. After walking for a while, the two of them started to feel tired, so they stopped to rest. Granny Chin stood in place, but her eyes kept scanning left and right. When she spotted a familiar large sack, her eyes widened instantly. She hurried over to look at the writing on the bag. Fertilizer. When Su Ruanruan saw Granny Chen's reaction, she followed her gaze. The moment she saw the fertilizer, Su Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. But then she relaxed. It's fine. It was bound to be discovered sooner or later. Better to explain everything at once and not keep any more secrets. Granny Chen stared at the fertilizer for a long while, then turned to Su Ruanruan with a serious expression. Ruanruan, were you the one who took out those bags of fertilizer before? This girl. She's got some nerve. Taking out a little food or daily necessities was one thing no one outside would know if they used them up. But so much fertilizer, if anyone found out, what would she do? At the time, she'd been happy, thinking the production team could really increase their yield with that batch of fertilizer. But now, she just felt a lingering fear. Su Ruanruan could tell Granny Chen was upset, so she didn't dare act playful. She lowered her head and walked over to Granny Chen. Grandma, I just wanted our production team to have a better harvest. Leaving all that fertilizer here would be such a waste. Seeing her like this, Granny Chen let out a deep sigh. Grandma knows you have a soft heart and a kind soul. You never hesitate to help others when you can, but we still have to act within our means and, more importantly, keep ourselves safe. It's just you and me, depending on each other. If anything happened to you, what would I do all alone? So, if you want to help someone in the future, you must discuss it with me first. Let's come up with a safer plan before you act, okay? Okay. Su Ruanruan agreed without hesitation, her voice crisp and clear. As long as Granny Chen wasn't mad at her, she'd agree to anything. Granny Chen patted Su Ruanruan's head and smiled too. Soon, Granny Chen thought of something else. Since you were the one who took out the fertilizer, what about that 1,000 yuan? I have it right here. Su Ruanruan quickly replied. Come on, Grandma, I'll show you. Su Ruanruan led Granny Chen back to a shelf she had tidied up. This shelf was cluttered with all sorts of things, unlike the other neatly organized shelves. Su Ruanruan took down a box from the shelf and, together with Granny Chen, exited the treasure space. To Granny Chen, it felt like she'd only blinked, and suddenly she was back in her own kitchen, sitting exactly where she'd been before. If it weren't for the wooden box in Su Ruanruan's arms, she'd have thought she'd just dreamed it all. Su Ruanruan sat down beside Granny Chen, opened the wooden box, and took out a neat stack of 100 yuan bills to show her. Look, Grandma, this is the 1,000 yuan from selling the fertilizer. Granny Chen took the money and immediately broke into a smile. It really was that 1,000 yuan. It was still wrapped in the cloth strips she'd used, not changed at all. Clearly, Su Ruanruan hadn't even opened it after taking it. After looking at the 1,000 yuan in her hands, Granny Chen glanced at the rest of the box. The box was a mess, filled with all kinds of money, 1 yuan notes, 50-cent coins, even 1, 2, and 5-cent coins, plus a bunch of colorful ration tickets. Granny Chen rummaged through it and even found a gold ring inside. She recognized the gold ring. It must have been given by Qianfu. But at that time, Ruanruan had said she'd gone to the black market. So, she hadn't gone to buy food, but to sell it? Did she get all this money and these tickets from the black market? Seeing Granny Chen staring at the contents of the box, Ruanruan grew nervous again. Granny Chen hadn't said a word. She must have guessed where all this came from. Was Granny Chen angry with her now? Angry that she'd gone to the black market alone and put herself in danger? Ruanruan grew anxious, her hands twisting together unconsciously. Grandma, Before she could finish, she saw Granny Chen looking at her with teary eyes. Ruanruan. Grandma, why are you crying? Don't cry. I won't go to the black market anymore. In both her past and present lives, Ruanruan had rarely seen Granny Chen cry. Now, seeing her in tears, she panicked. Granny Chen grabbed Ruanruan's hand and took a deep breath, forcing down her sobs. Ruanruan, it's all because your grandma is useless. That's why you had to risk yourself like this. Hearing Granny Chen's words, Ruanruan's anxious heart suddenly calmed. Grandma, you're not mad at me? Why would I be mad at you? I'm only mad at myself. If I were more capable, you wouldn't have had to. Who says Grandma isn't capable? Ruanruan interrupted Granny Chen. You're the most capable person there is. Otherwise, how could you have raised me so well? Look at all the girls in our production brigade. Who else lives as happily as I do? It's all because you're so capable, Grandma. That's why I've been able to keep going to school and don't have to do any chores. Even now, you're still amazing. If I hadn't happened to get this treasure space by chance, I wouldn't have been able to help you at all. So you're still the most capable one, Grandma. Ruanruan rattled off this long string of words, then glanced at Granny Chen, a little nervously. Seeing her like this, Granny Chen wiped away her tears and smiled. Ruanruan, why are you so sweet and thoughtful? That's all because you raised me so well, Grandma. The grandmother and granddaughter hugged each other, crying and laughing, exchanging lots of affectionate words. Once Granny Chen had calmed down, Ruanruan told her everything she'd done since she got the treasure space. When Granny Chen found out that the well-digging team was also secretly arranged by Ruanruan, she was left speechless. The child she'd always doted on had quietly done so much. This child. She really knows how to keep her cool. If it were any other teenage girl, after doing so much, even if she could keep quiet, she'd probably show off a little or act proud. But thinking back, Ruanruan had never let anything slip. She's really grown up. After sighing with emotion, Granny Chen stood up. Ruanruan, you sit. I'll make you something to eat. They'd been talking for so long, if she didn't start cooking now, it'd be too late, and Ruanruan still had class in the afternoon. Ruanruan stood up too. I'll help you, Grandma. Granny Chen was the person she was closest to. Having no secrets between them felt so relaxing. She loved this feeling. That afternoon, the moment Xiao Chengjin saw Ruanruan, he immediately noticed she was in a great mood. Not just good, she was positively beaming. Seeing Ruanruan's radiant smile, Xiao Chengjin couldn't help but ask, Ruanruan, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? Ruanruan just smiled brightly at him. Nope. Even if something did, she couldn't tell him. Xiao Chengjin didn't say anything, but he felt a little down inside. Ruanruan was clearly happy about something, but she wouldn't tell him. Before he could dwell on it for long, Ruanruan came over holding an aluminum lunchbox. My grandma made this meat pie for lunch and told me to bring it for you, to thank you for walking me home. Even though the lid was still on, Xiao Chengjin could smell the aroma of meat. So she got to eat meat. No wonder she was so happy. Eating meat really was something to be happy about. Even though his grandpa was the brigade leader and his parents and sister were all workers, meat wasn't something they could eat whenever they wanted. I'll pass. You take it back and share it with Granny Chen, Xiao Chengjin said, handing the lunchbox back to Ruanruan. He was a grown man. How could he take meat from a little girl? But Ruanruan shoved the lunchbox right back into his arms, pretending to scold him. I told you to eat, so just eat. Why are you talking so much? Xiao Chijin. Ruanruan is so good to me. Xiao Dashan didn't return with his men until dusk, and as soon as he got back, he organized a big meeting. By this time, every household had already finished dinner. As soon as they heard there was going to be a meeting, everyone grabbed their benches and stools and headed to the threshing ground. When Ruanruan and Granny Chen arrived, there were already a lot of people gathered at the threshing ground. Xiao Dashan was there too, waiting for everyone to arrive. It didn't take long before the whole crowd had assembled. Xiao Dashan stepped up onto the stage and got straight to the point, wasting no time on small talk. Last night, Su Laosan from the 8th Production Brigade sneaked into our brigade. He was caught by Ruanruan, subdued, and handed over to me. This morning, I took some men and sent Su Laosan to the authorities. According to his own confession, he came over because he saw our brigade's harvest was good and wanted to have a look around. As for what he was really here for, I think everyone has a pretty good idea, don't you? We caught Su Laosan today, but who knows how many more like him there might be in the future. From now on, everyone needs to be extra vigilant at night. If your grain really does get stolen and you come crying to me, there's nothing I can do about it. At first, everyone just stared at Xiao Dashan. When they heard someone had been caught, they didn't think much of it. After all, the thief had already been caught, and besides, who's to say he was really here to steal grain? But when they heard Xiao Dashan's last sentence, people started to get restless. How could that be okay? What if someone else came in the future? They couldn't possibly stay up all night, every night, just to guard against thieves who might or might not show up, could they? Captain, this won't do. We can't just wait for things to happen. Why don't you come up with a solution for us? Yeah, that's right. Captain, think of something. Preferably a once-and-for-all solution. Listening to the crowd chattering away, Xiao Dashan's face darkened. You all have so many ideas, why don't you come up with a solution yourselves? Seeing everyone fall silent, Xiao Dashan softened his tone. I've thought of a plan. Listen and see if it'll work, it all depends on you. In our production brigade, every household sends one able-bodied person. We'll form a militia company, split into 10 squads, 6 people per squad. Each night, 2 squads will patrol the brigade. What do you think? Everyone was in favor of this idea. With people patrolling, they could finally get a good night's sleep. Seeing that no one objected, Xiao Dashan continued, those who join the militia will earn work points for every patrol, and each person will get 2 flatbreads every night. If a household doesn't have an able-bodied person, then each month they'll contribute some grain, which will be used to make the flatbreads for the militia. If you're willing to send a person, send a person. If you'd rather contribute grain, then contribute grain. If you don't want to do either, then the militia won't patrol near your house, and if anything gets stolen, you'll have to deal with it yourselves. As soon as he said this, even those who had been thinking of shirking their responsibility didn't dare to try anything. Since no one has any objections, go home tonight and discuss it. Tomorrow, come report to me. If you're not sending a person, get your grain ready. It doesn't have to be much, just 1 gene per household. The militia needed 60 people. If each family sent one, the rest could contribute a gene of grain each, which would be more than enough for extra rations for a month. After Xiao Dashan announced the meeting was over, everyone got up and hurried home. This was a big deal after all, they needed to go home and talk it over. Ruanruan carried 2 folding stools in one hand and supported Granny Chen with the other as the 2 of them walked slowly together. Glancing at the people around them, Granny Chen whispered to Ruanruan, since we can't contribute labor, let's just provide a gene of grain. It was only 1 gene per month, not much at all. Even without Ruanruan's treasure space, Granny Chen felt they could afford it. Let alone now, with Ruanruan's magical storage. Ruanruan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. In truth, she really wanted to join the militia. Whether it was strength or courage, she was no worse than any man. But judging from Granny Chen's attitude, she definitely wouldn't agree. So in the end, Ruanruan accepted Granny Chen's suggestion. As they were walking, someone came running up behind them, calling Ruanruan's name. Both Ruanruan and Granny Chen stopped and turned around, only to see Xiao Chenjin, panting heavily. As soon as he saw them, Xiao Chenjin grinned. Granny Chen, Ruanruan, I told my grandpa. I want to join the militia. When it's my turn to patrol, I'll keep watch near the Su family. Let's see who dares to mess with them. Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin with envy. It's so nice to be a boy. If only she could be a boy too. The next day, Granny Chen took a jean of grain to see Xiao Dashan. Xiao Dashan had already expected this, and he recorded the grain Granny Chen brought in his ledger. Once he'd finished, Granny Chen was about to leave when Xiao Dashan called her back. Sister-in-law Chen, Changjin told me that both he and Ruanruan want to go to high school. Did you know about this? Granny Chen actually didn't. Ruanruan hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. But Granny Chen didn't think it was a big deal. Since Ruanruan wanted to go to high school, then let her go. It's not like they couldn't afford it. Xiao Dashan's question made his meaning clear. After all, high school was in the county town. It was impossible for them to come home every day. That would be too exhausting and there wouldn't be enough time. But if they stayed at school, the monthly food expenses, accommodation, books, and living costs would add up to a significant sum. Although Granny Chen had a pension, supporting a high school student would still be a challenge. Xiao Dashan was worried Granny Chen wouldn't be able to manage it alone and might wear herself out. Granny Chen understood his concern and smiled. I've saved up quite a bit over the years. I can afford it. If Ruanruan wants to go, let her go. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan couldn't say anything more. After all, this was the Su family's private matter. Even as the brigade leader, he couldn't interfere too much. After Granny Chen left, others came one after another. Some came to sign up for the militia, others brought grain for the food supply, nothing out of the ordinary. But when he heard what Old Lady Wang said, Xiao Dashan's face darkened. Old Lady Wang hadn't come alone, Wang Aijuan was with her. After making a huge scene with the Wang family, Wang Aijuan had finally slunk back home with her tail between her legs. She had no choice. The Wang family refused to give her food, and Li Weigui didn't care whether she lived or died. She couldn't just starve herself. When she returned to the Wang family, she was harshly humiliated by them, but Wang Aijuan endured it all in silence. Compared to dying, what did this matter? Even when Old Lady Wang told her to join the militia as a girl, Wang Aijuan agreed. She had no choice. Old Lady Wang really would let her starve to death if she refused. Although Wang Aijuan agreed, Xiao Dashan was unwilling to give his consent. He had made it clear yesterday, every household must send one able-bodied laborer. Other families were sending strong young men in their teens or 20s. Even those without suitable candidates had contributed grain instead. So why was the Wang family making such a fuss? Letting a 15-year-old girl join the militia, wasn't that just nonsense? If Wang Aijuan had Su Swan's strength and courage, letting her join the militia would be fine. But Wang Aijuan couldn't carry anything heavy or lift a thing. Wouldn't she just be a burden to the team? Even if she didn't drag everyone down, it would still be taking advantage of the production brigade. Xiao Dashan's face darkened as he refused, but Old Lady Wang immediately sat down on the ground, kicked out her legs, and started rubbing her hair with both hands until it looked like a bird's nest. She slapped her thighs and wailed, "Didn't you say every family had to send someone? Is the one we're sending not a person or what? Why isn't it good enough? Are you bullying me because I'm an old woman? I can't live like this. We don't have many able-bodied people at home, and the rations we get aren't even enough to feed our family. How can we give anything extra? Why isn't it okay for us to send someone?" Seeing Old Lady Wang like this, Xiao Dashan's face grew even darker. This was her usual trick, crying and making a scene. If he didn't give in, she'd probably threaten to hang herself next. Since the Wang family didn't care about their own daughter, letting a young girl patrol at night with the men, why should he, as the brigade leader, worry so much? Young girls had their advantages too. they were energetic and less likely to doze off. As long as she wasn't a frail old lady, it should be fine. Thinking this, Xiao Dashan finally agreed. Fine. As soon as she heard his answer, old lady Wang jumped up from the ground and stopped crying. No point in crying anymore. But Xiao Dashan sneered, Wang Aijuan is just a girl. Her work points can't be the same as an able-bodied laborer's. Old lady Wang didn't care about this at all. To her, Wang Aijuan's reputation was already ruined. Who knew if she'd ever get married in the future? But she couldn't let Wang Aijuan just eat for free at home either. Every extra work point was something, after all. She couldn't raise this granddaughter for nothing. Once Xiao Dashan finished registering her and Wang Aijuan signed and put her fingerprint on the form, old lady Wang took her away. On the way home, old lady Wang didn't forget to remind Wang Aijuan, from now on, any biscuits the brigade gives you, don't eat them. Bring them home for Aishue. You're just a money-losing girl. What do you need biscuits for? Be happy if you get a couple of cornbread buns. Wang Aijuan walked behind her with her head down, silent. After waiting a while with no response, old lady Wang turned around and slapped Wang Aijuan hard on the back. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Did you hear me? Wang Aijuan's back stung with pain, but she could only grit her teeth and say, I heard you. The militia registration was finished in a single day, and that very night, 2 squads started their patrols. The biscuits were made by the 2 best cooks in the village, so they could keep an eye on each other. Once the biscuits were ready, each person got 2. Everyone who got a biscuit was all smiles. Some had prepared ahead of time, wrapped up their biscuits, and carried them on their backs, ready to eat them when they got hungry at night. Others, when their patrol route passed by their own house, would call out and hand a biscuit in through the door. At least one person had to stay behind, otherwise they wouldn't be able to make it through the night. Everyone sent out for patrols tonight, if not the main breadwinner of the family, then at least a strong laborer. Their families all cared about them, telling them to eat their fill and not to worry about saving food for home. After all, this year's grain rations were plentiful enough to last until next autumn's harvest. Still, there were those who worried about their families and tried to save a portion to bring home. As the patrol went on into the middle of the night, everyone started to feel exhausted. They took out their flatbreads to eat, only to notice a small figure hiding in the shadow of a wall, eating faster than anyone else. Tonight's moon was bright, and by its light, everyone finally saw clearly who was crouched in the corner. Wasn't that the only woman in the militia, Wang Aijuan from the Wang family? Even though the group was all men, they all had womenfolk at home. The words old lady Wang had said to Wang Aijuan on the road had been overheard by passers-by and quickly spread throughout the entire production brigade. Naturally, these men had heard about it too. At the time, they'd all sighed inwardly, thinking that this poor young girl would have to go hungry while on patrol. But looking at her now, that clearly wasn't the case. In the corner, Wang Aijuan paid no attention to the looks others were giving her. At this moment, all she cared about were the 2 flatbreads in her hands. After so long, the breads had cooled, but they were still soft. They weren't made from white flour, but from a mix of sweet potato flour, cornmeal, and sorghum flour. There was no other way. Every household had brought different grains, so they could only make mixed grain flatbreads. Even so, it was still good stuff. Back before the autumn harvest, when hunger was at its worst, it was common to eat flatbreads mixed with bran. Those were the real throat scratchers, hard to digest and not filling at all. Wang Aijuan couldn't even remember the last time she'd eaten such soft mixed grain bread, but now that she had the chance, she wasn't going to let it slip by. As for old lady Wang's instructions to bring some back for Wang Aishue, Wang Aijuan let out a cold laugh. Dream on. Family, my foot. Only what goes into your own stomach is real. Covered water bottles were a rare thing. Hardly any families in the whole brigade had one. Naturally, none of these people had brought water, so they just choked down the dry bread as best they could. Luckily, no one was fussy. They all just ate and got on with it. When Wang Aijuan swallowed the last bite of her bread, she let out a long, satisfied breath. Both flatbreads had been hefty. She was completely full. The feeling of being full was just wonderful. The night's patrol ended peacefully. No troublemakers like Su Laosan showed up. After a long, tiring night, both patrol teams were exhausted. They checked in with Xiao Dashan, then headed home. Their families had already prepared food and were waiting for them. After eating and a quick wash, they could go straight to bed. Wang Aijuan was also heading back to the Wang house, but her steps were unusually slow. But the road was only so long. No matter how slowly she walked, she eventually arrived. As soon as she stepped through the door, Wang Aishue came rushing out from the main room. "You're back? Where's my bread?" Wang Aijuan's hands were empty, and she didn't look like she was hiding anything on her. Old Lady Wang also came out at the sound, her face turning cold when she saw Wang Aijuan like that. "Where's the bread I told you to bring back?" Wang Aijuan's lips moved. She spoke softly, "I ate it." "You ate it?" Old Lady Wang's voice shot up several octaves, and she grabbed the broom by the wall, chasing after Wang Aijuan. Wang Posey wielded her broom like a raging storm, raining blows down on Wang Aijuan. Wang Aijuan yelped and dodged left and right, but she didn't dare run out of the yard. Wang Posey had made it clear, if she tried to run again, the Wang family would never take her back. The Wang family's yard was fairly spacious, but not huge. No matter how much Wang Aijuan darted around, she still got her fair share of hits. But Wang Posey wasn't young anymore. After chasing Wang Aijuan for a while, she stopped, panting for breath. "Today, you're not getting any food. If you dare eat all the flatbreads again, you can just stay hungry." With that harsh warning, Wang Posey turned and walked away. All the commotion had drawn the rest of the Wang family out to the main room's doorway to watch the spectacle. Now that the show was over, they didn't even need Wang Posey to tell them. They all turned around and went back inside. The excitement was over, but breakfast still hadn't been eaten. Better hurry up and eat before anything else happens. Once everyone had left, Wang Aijuan hugged her arm and headed toward the woodshed. There were quite a few people in the Wang family, but not many rooms. Before, she'd always shared a room with the four sisters Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong. The Kong bed was big enough for all 5 girls to sleep comfortably. But this time when she came back, Zhang Qiudi refused to let her sleep there, saying her reputation was bad and she was unclean. She might corrupt her 4 daughters. Wang Posey agreed that Zhang Qiudi had a point, so she went along with it. Since she couldn't stay with the 4 sisters, Wang Aijuan had no choice but to sleep in the woodshed. There was no king bed in the woodshed. Lu Xiuli had given her a tattered quilt to lay over the straw, just to make do. The weather was still warm, so it wasn't too bad for now. But once winter came, if she had to keep sleeping like this, she'd probably freeze to death. Wang Aijuan sat on her makeshift bed, her face dark and grim. She had to find a way out before winter came. That night, it was Xiao Chengjin's squad's turn to patrol. After dinner, Xiao Chengjin joined his squad to collect his 2 flatbreads, then started making rounds through the 3rd Production Brigade. Each night, 2 squads patrolled, following pre-planned, crisscrossing routes. This way, every household in the brigade was well protected. Xiao Chengjin kept a blank expression as they walked through the other areas. But as they neared the Su family's house, he suddenly perked up. By now, the moon was high in the sky, around 10 o'clock. The whole production brigade was quiet, every household deep in sleep. Other than the faint moonlight, there wasn't a single light on anywhere. Even so, Xiao Chengjin could easily spot the Su house. Aside from his own home and the literacy class, the Su family's place was where he visited most. There was no way he'd mistake it. He stared at the Su house, lost in thought, and ended up bumping into the person walking in front of him. That person was none other than Zhang Cheng. When Zhang Cheng and Zhao Gang heard Xiao Chengjin had joined the militia, they eagerly signed up too. Xiao Dashan knew the 3 of them were close, and since they weren't causing trouble anymore, he simply put them all in the same squad. Zhang Cheng turned around and, by the moonlight, peered at Xiao Chengjin's face. "Chengjin, what are you thinking about? You're not even watching where you're going. Good thing you bumped into me. If you'd tripped and taken a nasty spill, your face would be a mess." Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Xiao Chunjin instinctively touched his own face, then immediately put on a stern look. Can you watch your mouth? Seriously, can you? How could I possibly fall flat on my face like that? He was just a little dazed, not stupid. Would he really let himself fall like that? Zhao Gang, who was walking ahead, overheard their conversation and turned back, chiming in at Zhang Chang exactly. Can you watch your mouth? Even if Chunjin did fall flat on his face, he'd still be the most handsome guy in our production brigade. Xiao Chunjin squinted his eyes with a smile. You're right, wait, Zhao Gang, who are you calling a guy? Zhao Gang was about to retort, but the squad leader at the front stopped and turned around, scolding them in a low voice. What are you all chatting about? What if you wake someone up? Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang didn't care at all. After working so hard all day, who doesn't just collapse onto the Kang and fall dead asleep? They were speaking so quietly, and they were out on the road, not even near the Kang. How could they possibly wake anyone up? Zhao Gang pouted. Enough. Xiao Chunjin cut him off. Zhao Gang looked at Xiao Chunjin in surprise. What? Wait, Chunjin, what do you mean? Xiao Chunjin put on a serious face. The squad leader's right. Stop talking. What if we really do wake someone up? Zhao Gang pointed at his own face, incredulous. Me? I'm the one waking people up? Me? At this point, Zhao Gang didn't even know what to say anymore. Weren't they just standing on the road, whispering a few words? Since when did Xiao Chunjin get so timid? When did his good buddy become like this? Zhao Gang wanted to say a couple more things, but Xiao Chunjin had already turned his head and was looking elsewhere. Seeing this, Zhao Gang turned his head too. In that direction, the courtyard that had just been pitch dark now had a faint light shining from within. Before long, the courtyard gate creaked open. Zhao Gang was just about to say something when he saw Xiao Chunjin suddenly take off running toward that direction. By the time Xiao Chunjin reached the Su family's gate, Su Ruanruan had just stepped outside. Seeing Xiao Chunjin, Su Ruanruan smiled. I thought I heard your voice just now. Turns out it really was you. So, how's patrol duty? Having fun? Xiao Chunjin grinned. Yeah, it's fun. He wondered how many times he'd get to walk past the Su house tonight. The only thing was, he wouldn't be able to talk, or else Su Ruanruan wouldn't get any sleep. Su Ruanruan glanced in the direction Xiao Chunjin had come from and vaguely made out a few figures, but they were too far away to see clearly. Knowing that Xiao Chunjin and the others still had places to go, Su Ruanruan didn't say much. She just handed him the military canteen she was holding. My grandma found this and told me to give it to you. I forgot during the day, but giving it to you now is just as good. There's boiled water inside, so you'll have something to drink if you get thirsty tonight. A military canteen. Xiao Qingjin's eyes lit up. What boy at this time didn't dream of being a soldier? Anything related to the military was practically priceless. He'd always wanted a military canteen, but with no one in the family in the army, there was nowhere to get one, even if he wanted it. And now Su Ruanruan was actually giving him one. Xiao Qingjin's heart was pounding with excitement, but he still refused. I don't need it. You keep it for yourself. Something this good, how could she just give it away like that? After all this time, this little girl was still so generous. But when he thought about how Su Ruanruan only let her guard down around him, Xiao Chunjin couldn't help but want to laugh. Su Ruanruan didn't want to keep arguing with Xiao Chunjin. There were still people waiting for him to continue patrolling. She shoved the canteen into Xiao Chunjin's arms and quickly said, I still have another one. Then she slammed the door shut. Xiao Chunjin stood there, holding the canteen, staring blankly at the door that had just closed in front of him. Even through the door, he could still hear Su Ruanruan's voice. I'm going to sleep now. You should hurry up and go too. Unconsciously, Xiao Chunjin grinned. All right, Ruanruan, you go to sleep. I'll head out now. The canteen had a long strap, so he could just sling it across his body without it getting in the way at all. When Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang saw Xiao Chunjin come back, they opened their mouths to say something, but Xiao Chunjin just gave each of them a pat on the shoulder. Let's go. We've already woken people up. Hearing this, the five of them immediately understood. So it was their talking just now that woke up someone from the Su family, which was why she came out to check. Patrolling was one thing, but they still needed to avoid disturbing the people in the production team while they slept. So, for the rest of the patrol, no one said another word. When Ruanruan handed the canteen to Xiao Chunjin earlier, it was dark and they were far away, so none of the five noticed. Now, Xiao Chunjin was walking at the back of the group, and even though he kept reaching to touch the canteen from time to time, no one noticed. They patrolled until midnight, then found an empty house nearby to take a break, eat something, and rest for a bit. Everyone took out their cold flatbreads and stuffed them into their mouths. The bread was so dry it was hard to swallow, but they could only crane their necks and force it down. Since there was no one around to disturb, Zhao Gang and Zhang Chang started chatting quietly. These flatbreads are alright, but they're so hard when they're cold. If only we had some water to wash them down. Zhang Chang mumbled, his mouth still full of bread. Zhao Gang nodded vigorously. You're telling me. Chungjin, don't you think? Wait, what the hell, Chungjin, what's that in your hand? Zhao Gang's last words were a bit loud, drawing everyone's attention to Xiao Chunjin. When they saw Xiao Chunjin eating bread and taking sips of water, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Zhang Chang was shocked. Chunjin, when did you bring water? How come I didn't know? Wait a minute, where did you get that canteen? Let me see. As he spoke, Zhang Chang moved closer, and Zhao Gang wasn't about to be left behind. The two of them leaned in and, by the light of the moon, finally saw what Xiao Chunjin was holding. A military canteen. And it looked brand new. How did they know? The moonlight was reflecting off the canteen, and the paint was completely intact. It was definitely new. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang were stunned for a long moment before they finally spoke again. Chunjin, that's not cool. You've got something this nice and didn't even tell us. At least let us have a look. Who wouldn't want a military canteen like that? Even if they couldn't own one, just borrowing it for a bit would be great. Given how close they were with Xiao Chunjin, there was no way he wouldn't let them borrow it. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang grinned. Chunjin, let us have a sip too. We're about to choke to death here. Xiao Chunjin frowned slightly, looked at the canteen in his hand, then at his two good buddies. After a long pause, he finally said, You can drink, but don't put your mouth on it. What if Ruanruan had used this canteen before? Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang, what do you mean by that? Ruanruan slept soundly through the night and woke up the next morning without any dreams. As soon as she opened her eyes, she caught the aroma of steamed buns wafting through the air. She didn't even need to go out to know, it had to be Granny Chen making breakfast. Ever since Granny Chen found out about Ruanruan's treasure space, she'd been much more generous with the good grains when cooking. As Granny Chen put it, Ruanruan, you're still growing. You need to eat and sleep well at this age, or you'll never get any taller. Ruanruan was still not quite 15, and only about 1.55 meters tall. That was a bit on the short side. Thinking back to her previous life, Ruanruan remembered she hadn't eaten well then either, since most of the food had gone to Wang Aijuan and Lu Xiuli. By the time she was fully grown, she'd only reached 1.6 meters. If she could grow a bit taller in this life, that would be wonderful. Anyway, now that every household in their production brigade had enough to eat, it wasn't a big deal if she and Granny Chen ate a little better than the rest. No one would think much of it. After all, Granny Chen still had her pension to buy food. Ruanruan got dressed and went to the kitchen, and sure enough, found Granny Chen busy at work. When Granny Chen saw her, she smiled and said, Ruanruan, what were you doing opening the door last night? I thought I heard Chung Jin's voice. Ruanruan hadn't planned to hide it from Granny Chen, so she replied honestly, I heard they only had cold flatbread to eat last night, not even a sip of water, so I gave him a military canteen. Grandma, you're not mad at me, are you? There were plenty of military canteens in her treasure space, and they were sturdy enough to last decades. She and Granny Chen each used one, and the rest were just sitting there unused. She wouldn't give them to just anyone, but Xiao Chunjin. He'd helped her a lot and treated her well, so giving him a canteen was only right. Granny Chen certainly wasn't upset. Qingjin's a good kid. Giving him one is no big deal. Besides, it's not like we're short on money. If we ever were, we could sell a few of them. Things like that were always in high demand. Whether you traded them for grain or cash, someone would want them. Ruanruan had thought before about selling some of the things from her treasure space, but she was still young and didn't have much freedom. Even if she wanted to sell them, she might not find a buyer, so she'd let the idea drop. But now, hearing Granny Chen mention it, Ruanruan was tempted again. Grandma, why don't I take out a few and you can sell them? We'll save up more money and buy a house in the county town. This wasn't just a sudden whim. Ever since she'd told Granny Chen about the treasure space, she'd had this idea. Once she started high school, Granny Chen would be home alone, and Ruanruan would worry about her. If they could buy a courtyard house in the county town, Granny Chen could move there, and Ruanruan wouldn't have to live in the school dormitory, crammed in with everyone else. In her previous life, she'd boarded at school during high school. The dorms were crowded and there was no privacy at all. Back then, she didn't have the means to be picky. But now that she had the chance to change things, she wasn't going to let it slip by. When Granny Chen heard Ruanruan wanted to buy a house in the county town, she was startled. Buy a house? Is that even possible? Granny Chen had lived in the production brigade for most of her life. Although she'd gone to the county town plenty of times over the years, the idea of actually buying a house there had never crossed her mind. Seeing the hesitation in Granny Chen's eyes, Ruanruan smiled and said, "Why not? As long as we have enough money, what kind of courtyard couldn't we buy?" Hearing this, Granny Chen nodded in agreement. Money really is a good thing. Whether or not they could actually buy it was another matter, but saving up more money could only be beneficial. After breakfast, since it wasn't time to go to work yet, Granny Chen had Ruanruan take her into the treasure space. The two of them picked through things for a while and actually managed to gather quite a bit. 2 enamel wash basins, 2 enamel mugs, 2 military canteens, 2 thermos flasks, 2 bright red pillowcases, and 2 large pieces of red floral fabric. It sounded like a lot, but it all fit neatly into a small basket. Ruanruan looked at the pile and felt it wasn't quite enough. "Grandma, should we take a bit more?" Whether it was shampoo, toothpaste and toothbrushes, or soap, these were all things in short supply in the countryside. There'd definitely be buyers. But Granny Chen shook her head. "Those things don't fetch a good price, and besides, if we take too much, it'll attract attention. These things can stay in my room for now. Tomorrow, I'll ask for a day off and take them to the county town. Once I'm back, I'll look for buyers." Hearing this, Ruanruan immediately understood Granny Chen's meaning. She wanted these goods to have a legitimate source. Sure enough, with age comes thoroughness in handling things. Having spent a bit of time on this, the two didn't dare linger any longer or they'd be late. They left the treasure space, grabbed their things, and headed out. Ruanruan arrived at the literacy class just in time for lessons to start. Fortunately, the students were all very self-disciplined, and with Xiao Chenjin helping to keep an eye on things, everyone was already seated and doing self-study. Xiao Chenjin had been on patrol last night and hadn't even gone home to sleep. He'd come straight over. It was only because he was young and healthy. If he were any older, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. As it was, his eyes were a bit red, but his spirits were high. When he saw Ruanruan arrive, Xiao Chenjin perked up even more. But Ruanruan just nodded at him before hurrying into the classroom to start teaching. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin had no choice but to head to his own classroom and begin his lesson. The morning passed quickly. After the students left at the end of class, Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the office. She plopped down on a chair, let out a long breath, and took a sip from her thermos. Her thermos was filled with honey water. After sitting all morning, the boiling water had cooled to a pleasant warmth, just right for drinking. Xiao Chenjin, carrying some things, arrived at the office door just in time to see Ruanruan drinking from her thermos. He glanced at the thermos in her hand, then at his own identical one, and his mood instantly improved. In the whole production brigade, Only the two of them had thermoses, and they were exactly the same. It almost looked like a matching pair. Ruanruan took a few sips before stopping. Just as she was about to turn around, she caught sight of Xiao Chenjin out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him standing in the doorway without coming in, Ruanruan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you standing at the door? Why don't you come in?" As she spoke, she noticed Xiao Chenjin's gaze seemed to be fixed on the thermos in her hand. Suddenly, she realized, "Are you out of water? Do you want me to pour you some?" Xiao Chenjin, "No need, I still have some." Seeing that Ruanruan had already turned around, showing him the back of her head, Xiao Chenjin took a deep breath and stepped into the office. Looking at the thermos in his hand, Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but want to say something about returning it. After all, a thermos wasn't as simple as just a bit of food. However, before he could speak, Ruanruan looked over with a bright smile. "Isn't the thermos convenient to use? Even though it's still hot during the day, the weather here can turn cold in an instant. It's always good to have a thermos handy for a drink of water." Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin pressed his lips together and swallowed the words he'd been about to say. He'd better go back and think about what he could give Ruanruan in return. Since they both had to go home for lunch, they didn't linger long. After exchanging a few more words, they left the literacy class courtyard together. Just like before, Xiao Chenjin walked Ruanruan back to the Su family's house before turning to head home himself. After Xiao Chenjin left, Li Weigua peeked out from around a corner not far away. Li Weigua was a bit troubled. Xiao Chenjin came to walk Ruanruan home every day, making it hard for him to find a chance to talk to her. But he couldn't just not talk to Ruanruan. He'd already heard that after the new year, the literacy class might be converted into a primary school, and teachers would be chosen from among the educated youth. He also heard that Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin both planned to keep studying and even take the high school entrance exam. Since the teachers would be chosen from the educated youth, Li Weigua naturally wanted one of those spots for himself. Out of the 6 educated youth, he had the highest level of education. He was the only one who had finished high school. If he wasn't chosen to be a teacher, who else would be qualified? However, Xiao Dashan didn't have a good impression of him. In fact, he didn't think much of any of the educated youth. Otherwise, how could such an important matter as choosing teachers have dragged on so long without even a hint of news? They were definitely being secretly observed. Li Weigua didn't know what his chances were of being selected, but sitting around and waiting was not his style. He had to take the initiative. If he could persuade Ruanruan to put in a good word for him with Xiao Dashan, then getting the teaching job would be a sure thing. Li Weigua clenched his fists and gave himself a pep talk. "Go for it, Li Weigua. For the sake of becoming a teacher. You absolutely can't chicken out." After psyching himself up, Li Weigua took a step forward. But after 2 steps, he found he couldn't move. Looking down, he realized his feet were off the ground, kicking helplessly in the air. At the same time, Li Weigua finally noticed something else was wrong. He was having trouble breathing, his neck was being squeezed painfully tight. "Who's there?" Li Weigua grabbed at his collar with both hands, struggling. With a ripping sound, his shirt tore open. The moment his shirt ripped, he finally dropped to the ground, landing hard on his backside. Ignoring the pain, Li Weigua clutched his neck, gasping for breath. It took a while for the redness in his face to fade. Only then did he have the presence of mind to look up. What he saw gave him another shock. Xiao Chenjin was standing there, looking at him with a cold, mocking smile. That chilling smile, even under the blazing midday sun, made Li Weigua feel a chill run through his whole body, along with a whiff of something foul. He seemed to smell pig manure again. "Xiao Chenjin, what are you doing?" I'm going to tell the team leader." Xiao Chenjin raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling up again. "Go ahead. Or do you want me to take you to my house myself?" "And no, that's not necessary." Li Weigua stammered, his body instinctively retreating as he tried to put as much distance between himself and Xiao Chenjin as possible. He knows everything. It must have been Xiao Chenjin who forced him to eat pig slop that time. but he had no proof. As Li Wei was stared at Xiao Chunjin stared right back at him. At the same time, Xiao Chunjin was reminded of what happened last time by the pigsty. Back then, seeing how cowardly Li Weiguo was, Xiao Chunjin had found it boring and simply walked away. But this time, he had no intention of letting things go so easily. Xiao Chunjin slowly bent down, inching closer and closer to Li Weiguo, watching as the fear on Li Weiguo's face grew more and more obvious. Only then did he curl his lips coldly and say, "Li Weiguo, haven't I told you before? Behave yourself. Do your work properly, and when you're not working, stay at the Educated Youth Center. Don't go wandering around." Li Weiguo instinctively wanted to agree. But just as the words reached his lips, he realized something was wrong. Why should he agree? Why should he listen to Xiao Chunjin? Even if Xiao Chunjin's grandfather was the production brigade leader, that didn't mean Xiao Chunjin could do whatever he wanted. Why shouldn't I go wherever I want?" he retorted. Xiao Chunjin raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that Li Weiguo dared to talk back, but soon smiled again. "I'm not stopping you. I'm just concerned for you. You haven't been here long and aren't familiar with the production brigade yet. If you accidentally wander into the mountains and roll down a slope, break your leg, well, then no one will be able to help you, no matter how loud you scream." At these words, Li Weiguo's face instantly turned pale. Xiao Chunjin was threatening him. And the worst part was, Li Weiguo was actually afraid of his threats. After all, he was new here and didn't know anyone, while Xiao Chunjin was a local through and through. Li Weiguo couldn't understand it. Weren't country folk supposed to be honest, simple, easy to fool, and easy to push around? Why was Ruanruan so hard to trick, and why did Xiao Chunjin act like such a bully? No matter what he thought, Li Weiguo ended up agreeing and slunk away, tail between his legs. He ran all the way back to the Educated Youth Center, ignoring the surprised looks from the other educated youths, and went straight to his own room. He tore off his already ripped white shirt and threw it on the floor, glaring at it for a while before stomping on it a few times in frustration. Why did he have to put up with this? Li Weiguo's eyes grew colder. He refused to believe that no one in the entire production brigade could stand up to Xiao Chunjin. He finally understood. As long as Xiao Chunjin was around, he'd never get close to Ruanruan. If he wanted things to change, he'd have to deal with Xiao Chunjin first. Luckily, there were still a few months until next spring. He still had time. Li Weiguo had considered trying to get on Xiao Chunjin's good side, maybe even persuading him to put in a good word with Xiao Dashan. But with Xiao Chunjin's attitude, he might as well be dreaming. The next day, Granny Chen took a day off and headed to the county town with a basket on her back. To make it look convincing, Granny Chen didn't return until late afternoon, after the brigade had finished work. As she entered the production brigade, she ran into some team members who had just finished for the day. A few who were close to her came up to greet her. "Sister-in-law Chen, did you go to the county town? What good things did you bring back this time?" The woman speaking was Su Xiaoying. Her house was just east of the Su families, about 200 meters away. Because the two families lived so close and Su Xiaoying was about the same age as Granny Chen, with similar personalities, they got along quite well. In the winter, when there wasn't much to do, the two of them would often visit each other, sitting together to mend clothes and chat about daily life. During the busy farming season, they didn't have time to sit and gossip, but whenever they ran into each other, they'd always exchange a few playful words. Su Xiaoying's comment just now was exactly that, a bit of teasing between friends. In the past, whenever Granny Chen heard this, she would just smile and say nothing or change the subject. But today, Granny Chen looked around, pulled Su Xiaoying over and whispered, "Come to my house after dinner, I'll show you something good." Now it was Su Xiaoying's turn to be surprised. "Show me what? Something good?" But seeing how mysterious Granny Chen was acting, and noticing the heavy-looking basket on her back, Su Xiaoying figured there really must be something special. So she didn't ask any more questions. "All right, I'll come find you after dinner." Su Xiaoying knew Granny Chen well. After all, Several of Su Aimin's old army buddies had settled in the county after retiring, so Granny Chen had quite a few connections and could get her hands on rare things. She figured Granny Chen must have gotten hold of something unusual this time. With this on her mind, as soon as dinner was over, Su Xiaoying hurried over to the Su family's house. Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan had already finished eating and were just waiting for Su Xiaoying to arrive. When she heard the knock at the door, Su Ruanruan was the first to stand up. "Grandma, you sit. I'll go open the door." It wasn't dark yet outside, and the whole courtyard was bathed in the glow of the evening sun. It looked beautiful. Su Ruanruan ran to the door, opened it, and greeted Su Xiaoying with a bright smile. "Granny Su, you're here. My grandma's inside." Su Xiaoying was a regular visitor and knew her way around the Su house. She exchanged a few words with Su Ruanruan and headed straight for Granny Chen's room. As soon as she walked in, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Old sister, what good stuff do you have? You're being so mysterious, insisting I come over before you'll say anything." Granny Chen didn't answer, just waved her over. "Come and see." The basket was still beside Granny Chen, but the dried grass that had been covering it was now gone. Su Xiaoying walked over with a smile, but when she peeked inside, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. This. Oh my, these really were treasures. No wonder Granny Chen had acted so secretive. Granny Chen took the items out of the basket one by one and laid them out on the king. Su Xiaoying picked up each one and examined it carefully. By the time she'd finished looking at everything, her mouth was dry from all the exclaiming. Su Ruanruan, ever attentive, brought over a bowl of warm water and handed it to Su Xiaoying. "Granny Su, have some water." "Ah, thank you, Ruanruan." Su Xiaoying took the bowl and drank it all in one go, then turned back to Granny Chen. "Old sister, tell me the truth. Where did you get all these old things?" Granny Chen had already thought about what to say. She replied, "We've known each other for so many years. I won't hide it from you. Someone brought these to me. I won't say who, but they needed money urgently and managed to get these things together, asking me to help sell them for cash. Just money, no ration tickets. Since we're close, you're the first person I thought of. Take a look and see which ones you want. Price is negotiable." "Really?" Su Xiaoying was so happy she didn't know what to say. Which one did she want? She wanted them all. Su Xiaoying looked at this, touched that, and wanted everything she saw. "This thermos is nice. The weather's getting cold soon, so it'll be convenient to have hot water to drink. This kettle is good too. I can take it with me when I go out to work, just unscrew the lid and drink whenever I'm thirsty. These bright red pillowcases are so pretty. These 2 pieces of fabric are beautiful too, so festive. My youngest son is about to get engaged, and this would be perfect for making a new quilt." The more Su Xiaoying talked, the more excited she got. Everything looked good to her, and she wanted it all. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money. Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan just sat to the side, listening to Su Xiaoying go on. Su Xiaoying smacked her lips, reluctantly touched each item on the king one more time, and finally made up her mind. "I'll take these 2 bright red pillowcases and these 2 pieces of red fabric. I want them all. Everything else could wait, but these 2 things couldn't." Su Xiaoying's youngest son, Qian Chunlei, was already 22 this year, which made him an older youth in the production brigade. Year after year went by, and he still hadn't found a wife. Just thinking about it made Su Xiaoying so anxious she couldn't eat or sleep. Actually, 2 years ago, Su Xiaoying had planned to arrange a marriage for Qian Chunlei, but that was right when the famine hit. When you can't even fill your stomach, who has the means to get married? Families with daughters treated them like cash cows back then, and when it came to bride price, they really opened their mouths wide. Su Xiaoying did feel bad for Qian Chunlei, but there was a whole family to feed. She couldn't let everyone starve just to get him a wife, could she? She'd thought waiting a year wouldn't matter, but who knew it would drag on for 2 years? Now things were better. This year, their production brigade had a good harvest, and her family had plenty of labor, so they got a decent share of grain. If she gritted her teeth, She could finally find a wife for Qian Chunlei. Still, Su Xiaoying felt she'd let Qian Chunlei down. She couldn't get her hands on enough cotton to make a new quilt, but at least she could get new quilt covers. Granny Chen wasn't surprised at all by Su Xiaoying's choices. She'd known Su Xiaoying for years and was well aware of her family's situation. These two things were prepared especially for Su Xiaoying. Su Xiaoying hadn't brought money with her, so after making her decision, she said she'd go home to get it. There weren't that many things, so it was best to get them early for peace of mind. When she reached the door, Su Xiaoying stopped again. "Old sister, can you get your hands on any cotton?" Granny Chen smiled at that. "You want cotton? How much do you need?" "It would take at least 10 jean of cotton for 2 quilts, that's not cheap." Hearing this, Su Xiaoying knew there was hope and said immediately, "I need 12 jean. Don't worry about the price. I'm not worried about you. Go home and get your money. The things are in Ruanruan's room." As she spoke, Granny Chen glanced at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan understood and got up to head to her own room. Once inside, Su Ruanruan pretended to open the Kong cabinet, but actually took out a big bundle of cotton from her treasure space. She didn't have a scale, so she wasn't sure how much it weighed, but there wasn't much time, so this would have to do. Just as she finished putting the cotton on the kang, Granny Chen brought Su Xiaoying in. When Su Xiaoying saw that big bundle of cotton, her eyes lit up. "Old sister, you're something else. You had all this cotton hidden away. If I hadn't asked, were you not going to mention it at all?" After Su Xiaoying left, Su Ruanruan walked over to Granny Chen, looking at her with admiration. "Grandma, you're amazing." They'd barely exchanged a few words, and Granny Chen had already sold the pillowcases and fabric, and even managed to throw in 12 jean of cotton. This was so much safer than going to the black market. If she went to the black market, there was no way she could carry so much stuff around without drawing attention and risking trouble. But here at home, selling to someone she trusted, she could make money easily and without any risk. Granny Chen patted Su Ruanruan's head and smiled, but didn't say anything. Selling things wasn't really that easy. It was only because it was Su Xiaoying, her lifelong friend whom she trusted completely, who happened to have money and needed these things, that the sale went so smoothly. Who knew if it would go this smoothly next time? Besides, you still had to be careful. If someone wrote an anonymous report accusing them of speculation or profiteering, it could be dangerous. With her age and experience, Granny Chen naturally thought about these things more. But seeing how happy Su Ruanruan was, she didn't say any of this out loud. Even though Su Ruanruan would find out the truth sooner or later, if she could let her be happy for a while, then so be it. Su Xiaoying soon came back, this time bringing her younger son, Qian Chunlei. After all, 12 jean of cotton was no small amount, and it was already dark outside. It would be hard for Su Xiaoying to carry it all home by herself. Qian Chunlei was of average build, with a square face and tanned skin. When he smiled, he looked honest and simple, a truly down-to-earth young man. In both her past and present lives, Su Ruanruan hadn't spoken much with Qian Chunlei, so she wasn't very familiar with him. She just greeted him with a smile and then stood quietly to the side. In town, you needed ration tickets to buy these things, but now, not only did Su Xiaoying not need tickets, the quality was excellent too. So even though the price was a bit higher than at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Xiaoying didn't haggle. She simply counted out the money and handed it to Granny Chen. Before leaving, Su Xiaoying glanced at the things on the kang again and couldn't help but say, "Old sister, don't be in a rush to sell the rest." She wanted to see if she could scrape together enough money at home to buy a couple more items. Granny Chen wasn't in a hurry at all. "All right, I'll be waiting for your message." After Su Xiaoying and Qian Chunlei left, Granny Chen carefully put away the remaining items, locked them in the kang cabinet, and handed the money to Su Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, keep it in your money box and save it up." Su Ruanruan didn't refuse and took it directly. There was no need to distinguish between her and Granny Chen. Whoever kept it, it was all the same. After the autumn harvest, Xiao Dashan reassigned the team's work, and they began planting cold-resistant crops like radishes and cabbage. Growing vegetables was much easier and less stressful than growing grain, and there was less work each day, so everyone gradually had more free time. With more leisure, people naturally gathered to chat or visited each other's homes. One day, Luo Yufeng went to Su Xiaoying's house. She wasn't there just to chat, but to help Su Xiaoying make quilts. The custom here was that before a wedding, the family would pick an auspicious day, and all the sisters-in-law or close friends would gather to make quilts for the newlyweds together. Looking at the bright red fabric and the soft, white cotton, Luo Yufeng couldn't help but be captivated by them. After the quilt was finished, Luo Yufeng didn't rush to leave. Instead, she waited until everyone else had gone before approaching Su Xiaoying to talk. "Xiaoying, you've really got some skills. Where did you get such good stuff?" Neither the Qian family nor Su Xiaoying's own family had ever been well off. Going back 8 generations, they were all poor farmers, and none of them worked in the county town. So saving up ration coupons to buy these things at the supply and marketing cooperative? Impossible. Seeing that Su Xiaoying didn't answer, Luo Yufeng plucked up her courage and guessed, "You didn't go to the black market, did you?" If she really bought it from the black market, that would have cost a fortune. At least double the price of the supply co-op, if not more. Did the Qian family strike it rich? Although Luo Yufeng didn't say this out loud, her expression made it obvious. Seeing this, Su Xiaoying quickly waved her hands. "What are you thinking? She didn't have the guts to go to the black market. Even if she did, she didn't have the money." In fact, Su Xiaoying and Luo Yufeng had been friends for decades. Luo Yufeng was a good person, otherwise, Su Xiaoying wouldn't have asked her to help make a wedding quilt for her son. But Luo Yufeng's husband was the brigade leader. No matter how you put it, exchanging things for money sounded nice, but in reality, it was speculation and profiteering. And Xiao Dashan was a stickler for the rules if word got out. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoying couldn't stop shaking her head. No way. She couldn't let Luo Yufeng know about this. Seeing Su Xiaoying just shaking her head and staying silent, Luo Yufeng grew even more anxious. "Come on, tell me. After all these years, you're not going to tell me? Honestly, I want to get some cotton and fabric too, to make a couple of new cotton-padded jackets for my Chongjin." Even though his parents are both workers, you know how it is, they only get a few feet of cloth coupons a year. What can you do with that? Chongjin's growing so fast, he shot up a whole head this year. Last year's jackets don't fit anymore, and I just want to help out a bit, but I don't have the materials. Talking about this made Luo Yufeng even more worried. Xiao Chongjin was only 15 this year, and it looked like he was still going to grow. What was she supposed to do? Honestly, it's enough to make you cry. Why does he have to grow so tall? It's one thing to eat more than other kids, but he also needs more fabric for clothes. Sigh. Su Xiaoying looked at Luo Yufeng, not knowing what to say. After a long moment, she finally replied, "If I didn't see you were truly worried, I'd think you were just here to brag about your grandson." With things at this point, Su Xiaoying finally made Luo Yufeng promise to go home, get the money, and come find her that evening. Su Xiaoying had made up her mind. She would just take Luo Yufeng to the Su family directly. That way, Luo Yufeng would be in on it too. Even if she went and told Xiao Dashan, it wouldn't matter, and she herself couldn't wash her hands clean either. Look at you, being all mysterious. Even as she said this, Luo Yufeng stood up quickly. "I'll head home now. As soon as it gets dark, I'll come find you." After Luo Yufeng left, Su Xiaoying hurried out the door to go into the mountains to find Granny Chen. Granny Chen was cutting grass for her sheep. Seeing Su Xiaoying suddenly show up, she was a bit surprised. But after hearing what Su Xiaoying had to say, Granny Chen laughed. "What a coincidence. I just went to the county town the day before yesterday and brought back quite a bit of fabric." She really had gone to the county town 2 days ago, specifically to restock her supplies. She hadn't expected that as soon as she did, a buyer would show up. After literacy class let out, Ruanruan walked home with a spring in her step, side by side with Xiao Chongjin. These days, not only did Xiao Chongjin walk her home every day, he also waited for her at her door every morning so they could go to class together. The Xiao family, the Su family, and the literacy class were each at a point of a triangle, so what Xiao Chengjin was doing was basically taking a big detour every day. But Xiao Chengjin didn't mind at all. Su Ruanruan tried to talk him out of it twice, but it was no use, so she stopped bringing it up. Whenever she didn't eat the delicious food that Granny Chen made for her to improve her diet, she would pack up whatever she could carry and bring a portion for Xiao Chengjin as a thank you for walking her home every day. When they reached the Su family's gate, Su Ruanruan waved at Xiao Chengjin. "You should hurry home too." It was already mid-September. The weather had cooled down a lot, and it was getting dark earlier. Even though it was still light out now, it could get dark in the blink of an eye. After Su Ruanruan hurried him twice, Xiao Chengjin finally turned to leave, looking back at her every few steps. Only after watching Xiao Chengjin walk off into the distance did Su Ruanruan head into the yard. Granny Chen was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard Su Ruanruan come in, she called out, "Ruanruan, go pick out a few pieces of fabric, ones suitable for boys. Pick a few more and make sure to include some light-colored ones too. If they only chose boyish colors, it might make people suspicious. How could it be such a coincidence that they were all for boys? A mix of colors was more natural." Su Ruanruan was a bit puzzled. "Grandma, what do you need the fabric for?" Granny Chen kept stirring her food as she replied, "Your Granny Luo will be coming over soon. She wants to buy some fabric and cotton to make Chengjin a padded jacket. Hurry up and pick some out, and we'll eat after you're done." So that's what it was. Su Ruanruan nodded and went into her treasure space. Standing in front of the fabric shelves, she looked over the rolls one by one, imagining how Xiao Chengjin would look wearing each one. After thinking about it for a while, Su Ruanruan realized that Xiao Chengjin would look good in any color. Who could blame him? He was tall, good-looking, and had a great figure. But when she saw the green fabric, she cut a little extra. Xiao Chengjin liked that army canteen so much, he must really like green. If she made him a padded jacket in a military style, he'd definitely love it. Not long after dinner, Su Xiaoying arrived with Luo Yufeng. Luo Yufeng was only surprised for a moment before breaking into a smile. She should have guessed, it had to be Granny Chen. Who else in the whole third production team could get their hands on things like this? Without much small talk, everyone went straight to picking out fabric. Seeing the 6 or 7 neatly arranged pieces on the Kang bed, Luo Yufeng and Su Xiaoying were both stunned. After a while, Luo Yufeng chose the green one. She'd originally wanted to pick 2, but when she unfolded the green fabric, she realized there was enough to make 2 sets of clothes, so she just went with that. She'd seen Xiao Chengjin carrying that army canteen every day lately, so she figured he must really like green. Why not just make him 2 green outfits? With the leftover scraps, she could even make 2 pairs of cotton shoes. If she pieced together the smaller bits, she could sew a cotton hat too, no need to worry about the cold this winter. Luo Yufeng brought the fabric and cotton home, put them away in her room, and then went to find Xiao Chengjin. "Chengjin, come here. Grandma needs to take your measurements." Xiao Chengjin was a little puzzled. "Grandma, what are you measuring me for? Didn't all your clothes from last year get too short? I'm going to make you a couple of new ones." "I just bought some cotton and fabric," Luo Yufeng replied, her hands busy as she spoke. Xiao Chengjin raised his eyebrows. "Did my parents send them back through someone? How could they?" Luo Yufeng sighed. "The fabric and cotton coupons your parents send once a year aren't even enough for a single new piece of clothing for you. I managed to get these myself, so don't ask anymore." It wasn't that Luo Yufeng didn't trust Xiao Chengjin, but she was worried that, being young and impulsive, he might accidentally let something slip outside. Xiao Chengjin understood. His grandma wasn't a muddle-headed old lady, so he didn't insist on asking where she got the materials. He was just curious about the stuff, so he followed Luo Yufeng to take a look. When he saw the military green fabric, Xiao Chengjin couldn't take his eyes off it. He really did like that color. But as soon as he saw the fabric, he couldn't help but imagine how good it would look if Su Ruanruan wore clothes made from it. He pressed his lips together, but in the end, didn't say anything. Usually, if he gave Su Ruanruan some treats, Luo Yufeng wouldn't mind. But if he wanted to give her fabric or cotton, Luo Yufeng would definitely disapprove. Even if she agreed, he wouldn't do it. He couldn't take what his grandma had worked so hard to get for him and use it to curry favor. Pulling his gaze back, Xiao Chenjin looked at Luo Yufeng and urged, "Grandma, it's getting late. Don't tire yourself out, go to bed." "All right. I'll listen to you. You should get to sleep too." The next day, when Su Ruanruan saw Xiao Chenjin, she smiled and asked, "So? Do you like the color of the fabric?" For a moment, Xiao Chenjin was caught off guard. "You? What do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, it was Su Ruanruan's turn to be surprised. "You didn't know? Your grandma came to my house last night to buy fabric and cotton. She said she was going to make you new clothes. I thought that green piece was perfect for you." As she spoke, Su Ruanruan even winked at him. Xiao Chenjin stared at Su Ruanruan for a while, feeling all sorts of emotions. At first, he was surprised. But after the surprise passed, it all made sense. In the 3rd Production Brigade, the only one who could get her hands on these things was Granny Chen. Soon, Xiao Chenjin thought of something else. "Did Granny Chen leave you a couple pieces of fabric for clothes too?" "Of course." Su Ruanruan nodded with a smile. "They're green too. I like that color." Granny Chen had actually wanted her to wear red, since it was festive. But Su Ruanruan didn't want that. Red was too eye-catching. Green looked more pleasing and could be worn for a long time. As long as it didn't get worn out, she could wear it for years. After all, when she died in her previous life, everyone's favorite was still the green military uniform. If a family had a green military coat, the whole production brigade would come to take a look. When Xiao Chenjin heard that Su Ruanruan's new clothes would also be military green, he instantly cheered up. Great! Now they could wear matching clothes again. After autumn set in, it rained every few days. The rain was never heavy, usually stopping by morning. But it was just right, watering the fields without delaying the next day's work. Even Su Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh. Heaven, after all, never really pushes people to the brink. As long as there's enough rain, the harvest will be good. Even if the autumn crops are just some vegetables, once there's a big yield, they'll have plenty to eat. Once October arrived, the weather turned cold almost overnight. If you got up early in the morning, you could see a thin mist drifting outside, and a layer of frost had formed on the tree branches and withered grass. Su Ruanruan leaned against the window to watch for a while, then quickly shut it tight and put on her newly made light jacket. It hadn't snowed yet, and the temperature wasn't that low, so it wasn't time for thick cotton coats. These light jackets were just right. Comfortable and warm. A green jacket, green pants, green shoes, and even a green hat. Even her shoulder bag was a new green one. Dressed like this, she was truly a picture of vibrant green. Granny Chen's eyes crinkled with laughter when she saw Su Ruanruan. "You look lovely. Really lovely." "You look lovely too, Granny." Granny Chen was also wearing new clothes today. In previous years, Granny Chen was reluctant to make new clothes. She would always take apart her old clothes, wash and dry the fabric, and then keep wearing them. But things were different this year. With the Baibao space, there was no need to be so hard on herself anymore. Still, Granny Chen was cautious and wore an old jacket over her new clothes. Older people don't handle the cold as well, so this way, Granny Chen was dressed just right. A hot bowl of porridge in the morning, with freshly steamed rice cakes, there was nothing more comforting. The rice flour was found in the Baibao space, canned and especially fragrant, with some milk powder mixed in. The filling was red bean paste, making the rice cakes both fragrant and sweet. Granny Chen was generous when she cooked. Each rice cake was as big as Su Ruanruan's palm. Su Ruanruan ate 4 pieces in one go. Just as she finished eating, she heard Xiao Chenjin calling for her outside. Su Ruanruan answered, grabbed 2 pieces of rice cake from the steamer, slung her bag over her shoulder, and ran out. Before, whenever Xiao Chenjin came, he would always wait at the gate until Su Ruanruan came out herself. Even now that the weather was cold, he still did the same. Once, Su Ruanruan was delayed a bit, and when she finally came out, she saw that Xiao Chenjin's nose was red from the cold. Su Ruanruan told him then that he should come into the yard when he arrived. But Xiao Chengjin refused. Su Ruanruan had no choice but to compromise and told him to at least call for her when he got there. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him walk her to and from school anymore. So, every time she heard Xiao Chengjin calling her, Su Ruanruan would bring some breakfast out for him to eat on the way. Today was no exception. Watching Xiao Chengjin eat the rice cakes, bite after bite, Su Ruanruan smiled. Is it good? Xiao Chengjin nodded vigorously. Delicious. Really delicious. The rice cakes were still warm, steaming, and a bite would even burn your tongue a little. Even so, Xiao Chengjin couldn't bear to spit them out. After all, Su Ruanruan had given them to him. But with these extra snacks every day, he'd already put on some weight. Luckily, it didn't show on his face. The little bit of soft flesh was just on his belly, where no one could see. Starting today, he'd have to run and jump around in his room at night. Otherwise, when the weather warmed up next year and he took off his thick clothes, wouldn't his figure be exposed? Just thinking about that scene made Xiao Chengjin shudder. As for Su Ruanruan, even though she could eat her fill, she was clearly lacking in oil and fat otherwise. How could she not gain any weight at all? Even now, wearing her jacket, her slender figure was still obvious. It just so happened there was no school tomorrow. He'd go into the mountains for a bit. Maybe he could catch a wild chicken or rabbit. The next day was Sunday, so there were no classes for the literacy program. Su Ruanruan had already told Granny Chen the night before that she planned to go into the mountains today. She wanted to gather some firewood and, if she was lucky, maybe catch some wild game. She had plenty of meat stored in her treasure space, but wild game always had a special flavor of its own. Still, Su Ruanruan's main goal for going into the mountains was to collect firewood. The weather was getting colder by the day, and once it started snowing, who would want to trek into the mountains to gather firewood? While the weather was still decent and she had the advantage of her treasure space, she figured she'd stock up on as much as she could. It would be much more convenient to have a good supply ready for later. After all, no outsiders ever went into their backyard, so piling up a couple extra stacks of firewood wouldn't be a problem. With a basket on her back, Su Ruanruan walked through the mountains, all the while keeping an eye out for anything useful on the ground. Their production brigade had a rule: you couldn't cut large branches, only dead ones, or pick up dry wood from the ground. That was just for the outskirts, though if you dared to go deeper into the mountains, no one would stop you. After all, the mountain range stretched on for miles, and there were plenty of branches deep in the forest. Su Ruanruan was heading further in, hoping to find a few dead trees. If she found any, she could chop them up with her axe while no one was around and stash them in the corridor of her treasure space to bring home. Maybe it was just good luck, or maybe it was because few people ventured this deep, but Su Ruanruan actually found a dead tree. It wasn't very thick, only about as wide as her hand, but even a skinny mosquito is still meat, as the saying goes. Su Ruanruan didn't mind at all. She gave it a few chops with her axe and put it straight into her treasure space. She didn't come across any more dead trees after that, but there were plenty of dry branches along the way. Su Ruanruan picked them up as she walked, and, before long, her treasure space was full, and her basket was stuffed to the brim. She didn't manage to catch any wild animals, which was a bit disappointing, but she didn't dwell on it. Just as she was heading back, she heard someone shouting in the distance. It was too far away to make out what they were saying. Su Ruanruan hesitated for a moment, then headed in the direction of the voices. After about 10 minutes, she finally saw what was going on. At the edge of a patch of brambles, 3 little wild boars were huddled together, trembling with fear. They were really small, probably just a month old. Surrounding the piglets were 4 people: Li Weigua, Cheng Yanhong, Wang Aijuan, and Zhang Chongqun. Each of them was holding a stick, poking at the piglets over and over. Every time Cheng Yanhong poked one, she let out a shrill scream. The shouting Su Ruanruan had heard earlier had come from her. The 4 of them seemed to want to kill the piglets, but didn't have the guts to do it, so they just kept poking at them with sticks. But this method was honestly pretty stupid. With those flimsy sticks, all they could do was make the piglets grunt. When would they ever manage to kill them that way? At this rate, the piglets would still be alive by the time the mother boar showed up. Before they're fully grown, piglets always stay with their mother. If these 3 little ones were here, the mother couldn't be far away. She might even be watching them right now. Ruanruan glanced around but didn't see the mother boar, so she decided to leave. As tasty as roast piglet might be, she really didn't want to get involved with those 4 people. Better to just go. But just as Ruanruan turned to go, she saw a huge wild boar less than 5 meters away from her. The boar's curved tusks were pointed right at her, the tips gleaming dangerously. Ruanruan was so startled that her heart skipped a beat. The scene had come on too suddenly, and the shock was overwhelming. Over the past few months, she'd been eating and sleeping well, and had grown a bit taller, but she hadn't put on any weight. With her small frame, she probably didn't even weigh a third as much as the wild boar in front of her. The difference in size between her and her opponent was just too great. Sweat broke out on Ruanruan's palms and back. The wild boar's beady little eyes stared unblinkingly at Ruanruan, as if it would charge at her and run her through the moment she dared to move. Ruanruan didn't dare move, only rolling her eyes as she said, "I didn't poke your piglet." She really hadn't. She had to make that clear. The wild boar didn't budge, but a low growl rumbled in its throat, as if it was about to charge. Seeing this, Ruanruan took out the long-handled axe she'd just used to chop firewood from her treasure space. "So you won't drink the wine offered in peace, but want the wine of punishment instead." Even a wild boar knows to pick on the weak. She had to teach this wild boar a lesson today. Ruanruan gripped the axe tighter, and the moment the boar charged at her, she swung the axe down hard on its head. She used every bit of her strength in that blow. The wild boar was sent flying, crashed into a big tree, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ruanruan let out a long breath and finally looked carefully. Did she just blow its head open? Not far away, Xiao Chenjin glanced at the huge wild boar lying on the ground, barely breathing, then at the 2 wild chickens still flapping in his hands. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his brows furrowed deeply. He'd come over after hearing a scream, and had arrived just in time to see Ruanruan smash the wild boar's head in. He had to admit, it was quite a shock. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang had followed right behind Xiao Chenjin and saw the whole thing too. Xiao Chenjin didn't hear a peep out of the 2 for a long while. When he turned to look, they were gone. Where did they go? Looking down, he saw Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang kneeling on the ground, groping around. Xiao Chenjin frowned. "What are you 2 doing?" "Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang, looking for our eyeballs that got scared out of our heads." Xiao Chenjin. On the other side, the sound of the wild boar hitting the ground had caught the attention of Li Weigua, Wang Aijuan, and the other 2. The 4 of them looked over at the same time and saw the wild boar lying on the ground, and Ruanruan standing there gripping the axe. The axe was stained with fresh blood, which was dripping onto the ground. Zhang Changchun swallowed hard. So much meat. As soon as he said that, the other 3 rolled their eyes at him. Was that really the point? Cheng Yanhong was the first to look away, muttering under her breath, "Gross." She hadn't even finished speaking when she suddenly shrieked, "Quick, quick, quick. The 3 piglets are running away." The little wild boars, on their 4 short legs, could actually run pretty fast. Li Weigua and the other 2 heard her shout and hurried to chase after them, but how could they possibly catch up? As luck would have it, the piglets were running straight towards Xiao Chenjin and the other 2. Xiao Chenjin, Zhang Chang, and Zhao Gang had all grown up running wild in the mountains. If they could catch nimble wild chickens, catching these wingless piglets was a piece of cake. Each of the 3 grabbed a piglet and killed it on the spot. Not with their bare hands, but with rocks they picked up nearby. Just then, Li Weigua and the other 3 arrived. Qing Yanhong tried to get in first. "Give us the piglets. We found them first." At her words, Xiao Chenjin looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Yours? These belong to the commune. They belong to the people." Chang Yanhong thought that Xiao Chenjin might fight them for those little wild boars, but she never expected Xiao Chenjin to say something like that. What did he mean? These belong to the collective, to the people. They were clearly the ones who found these little wild boars. How did they suddenly become collective property? Seeing the look of indignation on Chang Yanhong's face, Xiao Chenjin said coolly, "What? You want to undermine socialism? Hog all the socialist wild boars for yourself." Hearing this, Chang Yanhong almost choked on her own breath and fainted on the spot. What kind of nonsense was this? With hands trembling in anger, she pointed at Ruanruan. What about her? She killed a big wild boar. She shouldn't get to keep it all for herself either. Of course I won't keep it all for myself. Suddenly hearing Ruanruan's voice, Chang Yanhong quickly turned around, only to see Ruanruan dragging a wild boar by its hind leg, already standing behind her without her noticing. Ruanruan didn't stop, but walked right past her and headed straight for Xiao Chenjin, stopping in front of him. Looking at the 3 little wild boars on the ground, then at the big wild boar she'd brought over, Ruanruan nodded in satisfaction. A family should stick together. Xiao Chenjin wholeheartedly agreed. Ruanruan's right, a family should always stick together. Let's head back. I'll have my grandpa organize people to butcher the pigs and divide up the meat. Ruanruan, since you killed a big wild boar, you'll definitely get a big share. Even if it was wild boar, meat was meat, it would be good for Ruanruan's health. Not to mention, he still had those 2 wild chickens he'd caught. All 4 wild boars would be handed over to the production team, and since the chickens didn't have much meat and couldn't really be divided, he might as well keep them for himself and make chicken soup to help Ruanruan recover. And so, the 4 of them headed down the mountain with the 4 wild boars, leaving Wang Aijuan and the others staring after them, faces full of unwillingness. It wasn't until Ruanruan and her group had gone far off that Chang Yanhong finally spat on the ground. What are they so smug about? Then she turned to the others, getting even angrier. What, are you all mute? Not a word out of any of you. Those were 3 little wild boars. Do you know how many dozens of pounds of meat that is? If we'd kept them, how long could we have eaten for? Li Weiguo looked at Chang Yanhong like she was an idiot. Do you know how to butcher a pig? Where would you put the meat? How would you eat it? You think everyone in the production team is stupid? The mountain belongs to the collective, and so does everything on it. You're not even allowed to cut branches at will, and you want to secretly hide a few wild boars. Has she gone crazy just thinking about eating meat? From the moment he saw the wild boars, Li Weiguo never thought about keeping them all for himself. He just wanted to be the one to bring the wild boars down the mountain, so maybe he could get a bigger share of the meat. Now look. Never mind getting more, it's a question whether he'll even get as much as the others. Li Weiguo left in a huff, and Zhang Chongqun didn't linger either, following after him. Seeing them both leave, Chang Yanhong, no matter how unwilling, could only follow. But after a few steps, she stopped and turned to Wang Aijuan. Aren't you the one who feeds the pigs? How come you didn't even dare to catch a piglet? What good are you? No wonder Li Weiguo doesn't like you. I heard you and Ruanruan are real sisters? You sure don't look it. After venting all that, Chang Yanhong felt much better and hurried down the mountain. Wang Aijuan stood alone where she was, watching as everyone gradually walked away. Only then did her expression finally change a little. She and Ruanruan never looked alike to begin with. But why did she have to look like Ruanruan anyway? And then there was Chang Yanhong. Some little tramp who didn't even know her own place, yet dared to mock her. Wang Aijuan stared venomously in the direction Chang Yanhong had left, a new idea slowly forming in her mind. After Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin, Zhang Cheng, and Zhao Gang brought 4 wild boars down the mountain, they were immediately spotted by someone with sharp eyes. People hurried over to see what was going on, crowding around and asking questions one after another. Some just glanced from afar before sprinting off to find Xiao Dashan. Something this big had to be handled by the team leader as soon as possible. Seeing someone run off to report, Ruanruan and the others stopped and waited for Xiao Dashan. Xiao Dashan arrived quickly, with quite a few people trailing behind him. When he saw the wild boars in front of Ruanruan and the others, his eyes widened in shock. Ruanruan, Chunjin, what happened? Did you run into wild boars? Is anyone hurt? Hearing Xiao Dashan's concerned questions, Ruanruan smiled and shook her head. Team leader, we're all fine. Didn't we just kill the wild boars? Xiao Chunjin grinned as well. Grandpa, we're all okay. We weren't the ones who found the wild boars, it was Li Weigua and his group. When we got there, the 4 of them were poking at these little wild boars with sticks, and that's when the big one showed up. If Ruanruan hadn't been so strong and brave, and swung her axe right at the wild boar charging at us, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly today. Being able to slaughter a pig and share the meat was definitely something to celebrate, but responsibility needed to be made clear. If it hadn't been for Ruanruan's strength and courage and her accurate swing, who knows what might have happened today. Even though nothing bad actually happened, just thinking about the possibility made Xiao Chunjin furious. People always say you should only take on what you can handle. Li Weigua and his friends could cause trouble, but couldn't clean up after themselves. If they didn't learn a lesson, who knew what kind of mess they'd make next time? Xiao Dashan had never liked Li Weigua, and after hearing Xiao Chunjin's account, he was even angrier. He glanced up the mountain, but didn't see any sign of Li Weigua and his group, so he didn't bother waiting. Instead, he told someone nearby, wait here. When Li Weigua and the others come down, bring them to the threshing ground. We'll take the boars there first, boil water, slaughter the pigs, and divide up the meat. Ruanruan handed the meat over to someone else and followed along at ease. She didn't think the wild boar was that heavy, but a pretty girl like her dragging a big wild boar around just wouldn't look right. Xiao Chunjin walked beside her with his basket on his back. Seeing that everyone's attention was on the wild boars ahead, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, I caught 2 wild pheasants. When I walk you home later, I'll give you one to make soup with. He knew that if he gave both to Ruanruan, she'd definitely refuse, so he'd just give her one. If he could catch wild pheasants today, he was sure he could catch more in the future. Ruanruan had been a little disappointed at not catching any pheasants or rabbits today, but when she heard what Xiao Chunjin said, she immediately smiled. All right. Thank you, Chunjin. The butchering and dividing of pork was usually done before the new year in previous years. Now, with more than 2 months left until the new year, everyone was thrilled to be able to eat meat early. Smiles were everywhere, and everyone's cheeks were glowing with happiness. There's strength in numbers. In no time, the wild boar was cleaned and processed. Wild boar skin is quite thick, and the hair is hard to remove, so they just skinned it in one piece and set it aside. Ruanruan, as the big hero this time, got 10 jin of pork all to herself. There was fatty meat, lean meat, and ribs. She could eat it however she liked. Carrying her 10 jin of pork, Ruanruan grinned, showing off her pearly white teeth. Aside from Ruanruan, anyone else in the production team who wanted pork had to exchange it for work points. Each household exchanged for a different amount, but every family got some. There were so few chances to eat meat in a year, and who knew when the next opportunity would come. So everyone exchanged as much as they could. At least it was a way to give their families a little extra nutrition. Once everyone had finished exchanging, someone brought Li Weigua and the other 3 over. As soon as Xiao Dashan saw the 4 of them, the smile disappeared from his face. What were you 4 doing up in the mountains? Why did you have to mess with a wild piglet? Don't you know mother boars are the most protective of their young? If Ruanruan and the others hadn't happened to run into you today, what were you planning to do? Become wild boar food? Don't think that just because you're from the city you can ignore everything. With your scrawny frames, you can't even handle farm work, and you still want to take on wild boars? Dream on. If someone else had run into you today, they'd have gotten into trouble too. Could you take responsibility for that? Huh. Useless at everything, always eating but never satisfied, can't see reality for what it is, have no idea what's going on, and still think so highly of yourselves. If you're so capable, why don't you just fly to the sky? Just then, Xiao Chunjin had finished escorting Ruanruan back and saw Xiao Dashan scolding the 4. He walked over and repeated what Cheng Yanhong had said earlier. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan got even angrier. So you even wanted to undermine socialism and claim a socialist wild boar for yourselves? All of you. Write a self-criticism. 1,000 words. Tomorrow afternoon, at the big meeting, each of you will go up and read your self-criticism out loud. As soon as he heard they had to write a self-criticism, Li Weigua couldn't hold back anymore. He'd always been the teacher's pet. When had he ever had to write a self-criticism? Captain, we really didn't mean it. Can't you just let it go this time? We promise. It'll never happen again. Xiao Dashan's eyebrows shot up. You're still thinking about it next time? Don't want to write a self-criticism? Fine. I'll send you to the commune and report everything you did and said. Then whatever happens, happens, I won't care. And what would happen then? Li Weigua didn't even have to think to know what the consequences would be. I'll write. I'll go back and write the self-criticism right now. Before leaving, Li Weigua shot a fierce glare at Cheng Yanhong. That brainless fool, this was all her fault. Seeing this, Cheng Yanhong glared right back at Li Weigua. Hindsight hero. When she was saying those things, he hadn't tried to stop her, he just wanted to reap the benefits. Zhang Chongqun and Wang Aijuan didn't say a word, just nodded silently. No one knew what they were thinking. Cheng Yanhong wasn't in a hurry to leave. She noticed the meat was being divided over there. Captain, we were the ones who found this wild boar in the first place. Don't you think we should get a share? Xiao Dashan glanced at Cheng Yanhong, then looked over at the meat distribution area. Seeing that all the meat had already been divided up and only a few pieces of pig skin and a couple of pigtails were left, he said, So, do you want pig skin or pigtail? I can give you a bit of a discount on the work points. Cheng Yanhong stared at Xiao Dashan in disbelief. All that's left is pig skin and pigtail? And you still want work points for that? I'm not eating that. Xiao Dashan glared at her. If you're not eating, then go home and write a self-criticism. Troublemaker. She still owes the production team grain, and she wants a share of the pork? Dream on. When Ruanruan got home carrying the pork, Granny Chen hadn't returned yet. She checked her watch. It was only 11 in the morning. After the autumn rains, the temperature hadn't dropped too much, and all sorts of wild grasses and vegetables had sprung up in the mountains. The 3 goats had been eating well lately. But Granny Chen would always bring the goats back around 11:30, have lunch at home, and then head back to the mountains. Ruanruan washed the meat, put the rest away in her magical storage space, and decided to make a pot of mountain chicken and pork rib soup. Stewing wild chicken and wild boar together was sure to be delicious. There were all kinds of ingredients for stews and soups in her magical space. Ruanruan carefully picked out the best ones and started making the soup. The farmhouse stove burned hot, and the water in the pot quickly came to a boil. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the air. When Granny Chen came home, she could smell the strong scent of meat before she even stepped inside. Standing at the door, Granny Chen was momentarily stunned. She and Ruanruan had cooked meat and stews before, but they were always extremely careful not to let the production team catch on. The doors and windows would be tightly shut, and they'd even stuff cloth in the cracks to keep the smell from escaping. So, what was going on today? Granny Chen knew Ruanruan well. She wasn't the careless type. Thinking this, Granny Chen didn't linger at the door any longer and hurried inside. After settling the 3 goats, she rushed into the kitchen. The aroma was even stronger inside. Ruanruan, what's going on? Ruanruan knew that Granny Chen had probably spent the morning somewhere up in the mountains and hadn't run into anyone from the production team, so she hadn't heard about what happened earlier. That was actually better, at least Granny Chen wouldn't have to worry unnecessarily after hearing it from someone else. Ruanruan tried to keep her tone light as she recounted what had happened that morning, but Granny Chen still broke out in a cold sweat listening. You silly girl. How can you be so bold? Instead of running away from a wild boar, she actually stood her ground and faced it head-on. Too reckless. Ruanruan was helpless. Granny, even if I wanted to run, there's no way I could outrun a wild boar on 4 legs. At that, Granny Chen realized she was right. Exactly. Wild boars are so fast, how could a person possibly outrun one? Especially in the mountains, where it's hard enough just to walk, let alone run. In the end, it was all Li Weigua and his gang's fault. No skills, but always looking for trouble. She'd never seen such a bunch of troublemakers. Didn't Wang Aijuan fall out with Li Weigua? How come they're mixed up together again? Granny Chin was puzzled. Su Ruanruan frowned at that too. So much had happened that morning, she hadn't had time to think about it. Now that she did, it did seem a bit strange. Su Ruanruan thought about it for a while, but couldn't make any sense of it, so she pushed the matter out of her mind. The meat in the pot was already stewed to perfection, its rich aroma so tempting it made her mouth water. In the big pot, the meat was simmering. In the small pot, rice was steaming. When it was time to eat, a bite of meat and a mouthful of rice, nothing could be more delicious. Su Ruanruan even ladled some broth over her rice, mixed it up a bit, and took a spoonful. The taste was even better. After this lunch, both Su Ruanruan and Granny Chin were completely satisfied. They even had some tea afterward to help with digestion. Not long after eating, Granny Chin took the 3 goats up the mountain, while Su Ruanruan found a big bowl, filled it to the brim with meat, covered it with a plate, and put it in a basket. When she left the house with the basket, there was no one outside. She figured everyone was probably at home eating meat at this hour. No one would be wandering around. She made her way smoothly to the cowshed and handed the basket to Qianfu. Grandpa Qi, Grandma Su, this is some of the meat we stewed for lunch. My grandma asked me to bring you some. It's still hot, so eat it while it's warm. Seeing that the two of them were about to refuse, Su Ruanruan quickly added, it's broad daylight and there are lots of people around, so I'll be off now. Just leave the basket here and give it back to my grandma later. With that, Su Ruanruan turned and ran off. Her quick and breezy manner left Qianfu and Su Yinghua both amused and helpless. But since Su Ruanruan had said so, it meant that Granny Chin knew about and approved of giving them the meat. Qianfu and Su Yinghua both thought Su Ruanruan was just a kind-hearted and soft girl, afraid she pitted them and brought food from her own home. Now that they knew Granny Chin had agreed, they could at least accept it without feeling uneasy. As for repaying the favor, as long as the two of them could live well, there would come a day when they'd be able to repay Su Ruanruan and her grandmother. Su Yinghua pushed aside the straw in the basket and felt that the plate and bowl were still warm. She took them out and opened them. The meat inside was still steaming. Neither of them had eaten meat in a long time. Seeing this fragrant bowl of meat, they were both moved to tears. Even though they were craving it, they knew their stomachs weren't used to greasy food after so long, so they restrained themselves and only ate 2 pieces before stopping. Luckily, the weather was cold now, so keeping the meat in a cool corner of the house would make it last a couple of days. After leaving the cowshed, Su Ruanruan didn't hurry home. There were no classes today, the weather was nice, and she'd already gathered enough firewood. She really had nothing else to do, so she decided to wander around the production brigade. Ever since her rebirth, Su Ruanruan had been preoccupied with all sorts of worries, pushing herself to move forward faster. Only now could she finally breathe a little easier. She wandered aimlessly around the brigade, and suddenly someone grabbed her hand. The suddenness startled Su Ruanruan. Before she could react, she heard Luo Yufeng's voice. Ruanruan, you're here. Come, sit down. Are you here to see Chengjin? That rascal, he ran off right after lunch and still hasn't come back. Who knows where he's gone off to have fun. AI, that boy is nothing like you girls, so much trouble. If he were half as sensible as you, I don't know how much less I'd have to worry. Luo Yufeng's voice kept chattering in Su Ruanruan's ear, but to her, it sounded distant. The clearest sound she could hear right now was her own pounding heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Su Ruanruan was genuinely terrified. Just a little more, she was just a hair's breadth away. If Luo Yufeng hadn't called out in time, if she hadn't recognized her voice, she would have thrown her over her shoulder right then and there. Luo Yufeng was about the same age as Granny Chen. If Su Ruanruan had really tossed her like that. Su Ruanruan covered her face, not daring to imagine what the consequences would have been. From now on, she told herself, she absolutely couldn't let her mind wander while walking. What if something happened? Fortunately, Su Wanruan quickly calmed herself down and let Luo Yufeng lead her into the Xiao family's courtyard, where she sat obediently on a small stool. Farmhouse courtyards were all pretty much the same. Whatever the Su family's courtyard had, the Xiao family's had too. Luo Yufeng was a diligent woman. The courtyard was tidy and spotless, the ground swept clean. The weather was nice today. Luo Yufeng was sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun, working on a half-finished shoe sole. Seeing the thimble on Luo Yufeng's finger and the small pliers and other tools beside her, Su Wanruan pursed her lips, but finally spoke up. "Granny Luo, let me help you with that." "You want to help me?" Luo Yufeng looked at Su Wanruan in surprise, but then quickly smiled. "How could I let a young girl like you do this? You don't have the strength for it. You know, Chungjin wears out shoes fast, so these soles have to be twice as thick as normal, or they won't last long." After hearing her explanation, Su Wanruan finally understood why Luo Yufeng was making the soles so thick. Thinking of how Xiao Chungjin picked her up and dropped her off every day, and even brought her a wild pheasant today, she felt it was only right to help make him a shoe sole. Leaning forward slightly, Su Wanruan reached out her hand to Luo Yufeng. "Granny Luo, let me give it a try. I often help my grandma make shoe soles at home." Seeing how insistent she was, Luo Yufeng didn't refuse any further and handed her the shoe sole and thimble. Su Wanruan put on the thimble, adjusted it a bit, and picked up the needle. The needle for making shoe soles was much thicker than a regular sewing needle, and the thread wasn't ordinary cotton thread, but fine hemp twine. When stitching the soles, the stitches had to be tight and even, round after round, as if measured with a ruler. Only then would the finished sole be smooth and comfortable. Otherwise, the sole would end up lumpy and hurt your feet. Su Wanruan pressed down lightly and pushed the needle through the sole. The tip emerged on the other side. Luo Yufeng was just about to hand her the pliers when she saw more and more of the needle coming through, and then Su Wanruan pinched the tip with her fingers and, without much effort, pulled it right out. Just like that, one stitch was done. That was so fast. While Luo Yufeng was still marveling, Su Wanruan had already finished 2 more stitches. It had taken Luo Yufeng the whole morning just to finish half a sole, but Su Wanruan finished the remaining 1.5 soles in just an hour. Turning the finished soles over and over in her hands, Luo Yufeng's eyes crinkled into slits from smiling. "Ruanruan, you really have a gift for this. Whoever marries you will be truly blessed." Su Wanruan blushed at her words. Checking the time, she figured Granny Chin would be back soon, so she stood up and said, "Granny Luo, I'm heading home now." When Su Wanruan said she was leaving, Luo Yufeng wanted to persuade her to stay. But Su Wanruan explained that Granny Chin would be home soon, and she needed to go back and finish cooking. That was a legitimate reason, so Luo Yufeng really couldn't stop her. As soon as she let go, Su Wanruan hurried out, and in no time, her figure had disappeared. Only then did Luo Yufeng realize she should have given Su Wanruan something to eat or drink. Su Wanruan had been sitting there for ages, helping her with such a big task, and she hadn't even offered her a glass of water. Just as she was feeling regretful, Xiao Chungjin strode in. Even before he entered the courtyard, Xiao Chungjin saw Luo Yufeng standing in the middle of it. But what surprised him was that, even after he walked into the courtyard, Luo Yufeng still hadn't noticed him. That wasn't like her. Usually, even when he was still far from home, his grandmother would already be calling out to him. While he was still puzzling over this, Luo Yufeng finally looked his way. Xiao Chungjin started to speak, "Grandma you?" But before he could finish, Luo Yufeng cut him off. "You what? Where have you been all afternoon? Just look at yourself. And look at Ruanruan, she's younger than you, but so much more sensible." Xiao Chungjin was completely baffled. "What about Ruanruan? What about her?" Luo Yufeng raised her eyebrows. "Ruanruan came looking for you, but you weren't home, so she sat here and helped me make shoe soles. Look, she did even better than I did. So quick and so neat. Ruanruan's not only pretty and kind, she's polite, hardworking, and sensible. She's good at both studying and chores. Such a wonderful girl. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to marry her." Xiao Chenjin swallowed. Grandma, You what? Don't even think about it. If you dare, I'd be too embarrassed to even bring it up. With that, Luo Yufeng shot him a glare and turned to go inside. Xiao Chenjin stood there, dumbfounded, watching her disappear into the house. What on earth was going on? He'd only been out for an afternoon. How had everything changed when he got back? Of course, none of that really mattered. What he really wanted to know was, what did his grandma mean by that last remark? Before he could figure it out, Luo Yufeng came back out, holding a paper packet in her hand. Take this to Ruanruan. Xiao Chenjin took the packet and instinctively asked, Grandma, what is this? Brown sugar. No one in our family eats it these days, so it's perfect to give to Ruanruan. Young girls should drink more brown sugar water, it's good for them. Xiao Chenjin was more than happy to deliver something to Su Ruanruan. But his grandma's earlier words were still echoing in his mind. He wanted to ask her more, but Luo Yufeng had already turned and headed for the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin could only swallow his questions and head out with the brown sugar. Su Ruanruan had just gotten home and was about to wash the rice and start the fire for porridge when she heard Xiao Chenjin calling her from outside. She stopped what she was doing, shook the water off her hands, and went out. Opening the door, she found herself face to face with Xiao Chenjin. He handed her the paper packet. Ruanruan, my grandma asked me to bring this to you. It's brown sugar. Su Ruanruan knew Luo Yufeng was sending the brown sugar because of earlier, and she wanted to refuse. But then she remembered Luo Yufeng's temperament. If Xiao Chenjin brought it back, Luo Yufeng would probably come over herself. Besides, a gift from an elder cannot be refused. So Su Ruanruan accepted it. Thank you. Please thank Grandma Luo for me. Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan looked up at Xiao Chenjin, a hint of confusion in her round eyes. What is it? Xiao Chenjin wanted to ask her what had happened that afternoon, what his grandmother had said to her, and why she was helping him make shoesoles. But when the words reached his lips, he just couldn't say them. It's nothing. You're about to cook, right? Go on then. I'll head back too. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Su Ruanruan nodded and replied with a smile, okay. After seeing Xiao Chenjin off, Su Ruanruan couldn't stop thinking about the look on his face just now. Like he wanted to say something but held back, even as she cooked. She had lived for decades, counting both her previous and current lives. Even if she'd never been in love, she wasn't clueless. She might not have eaten pork, but she'd certainly seen pigs run. These days, aside from Granny Chin and her students, the person she spent the most time with was Xiao Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin was tall, well-built, and handsome, top of the line. Not just in their production brigade, but even compared to the educated youths from the big city, he was far superior. A boy like him, sunny, cheerful, smart, hardworking. Sometimes adorably clueless, sometimes decisive and bold. No matter what happened, he was always on her side, always the first to step up and help her. With someone like that by her side, unless she was a fool or completely heartless, how could she not have feelings? She could tell that Xiao Chenjin definitely had feelings for her too. Otherwise, with so many girls their age in the brigade, why was he only good to her? But Su Ruanruan didn't dare make things clear, nor did she want Xiao Chenjin to confess right now. People here married young, engaged at 15 or 16, married by 17 or 18 was common. If they made things clear, what if Xiao Chenjin started planning for marriage? Even if Xiao Chenjin didn't say anything, Granny Chin and the rest of the Xiao family would. But she didn't want to get married so early. She didn't even want to get married at all. Granny Chin only had her. If she got married, Granny Chin would be left all alone. Even though the Xiao and Su families were in the same brigade, once she married into the Xiao family, she couldn't just spend all her time at her old home. People would gossip. How lonely would Granny Chin be then? She'd worked so hard to get a second chance at life, to finally be able to make it up to Granny Chin, to be good to her. She couldn't let anything get in the way and leave Granny Chin alone again. Su Ruanruan pressed her lips together, her heart growing heavier. She wouldn't spell things out, but she wouldn't deliberately avoid him either. She'd just let things take their natural course. After all, she was planning to go to school next year and take Granny Chen with her to the county. High school graduation was still years away. Whatever happened then, she'd deal with it when the time came. She and Xiao Chengjin were both still young. Who knew what they'd be thinking in a few years? The more Ruanruan thought about it, the more at ease she felt. She was able to let it go, but Xiao Chengjin walked home with a heavy heart. On the way, he thought about everything and finally realized where he'd gone wrong. He shouldn't have gone out this afternoon. He shouldn't have listened to Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang about hanging out with the guys. All they did was sit around, fish, and chat. They didn't catch any fish, didn't have any good conversation, and he missed out on Ruanruan. Xiao Chengjin was filled with regret. He should have stayed home chopping wood and cleaning the yard, or at least helped his grandma make shoe soles. Maybe he could have sat face-to-face with Ruanruan, making shoe soles together. On an October night, in the south, it might just be that the cool breeze has started to blow. But in the north, the nights are already bone-chillingly cold. Gusts of wind sweep by, the chill seeping right into your bones. It was just past 8 o'clock, yet the entire third production team was already shrouded in darkness. Now that the weather had turned cold, every household went to bed even earlier. Tonight, there was no moon, not even a single star in the sky. Looking up, all you could see was pitch blackness. Qing Yanhong stood at a fork in a small path, hugging her arms tightly, cursing Wang Aijuan for the 10,000th time in her heart. It was her turn to fetch water and gather firewood today. In the afternoon, before it got dark, she'd gone out to collect firewood, and on her way back, she ran into Wang Aijuan. Wang Aijuan apologized to her first, then offered to make it up to her by sneaking some meat from home, telling her to wait here after dark. Ever since Cheng Yanhong had come down to the countryside, she hadn't eaten meat for months. Back when she couldn't see or smell meat, she didn't crave it that much. But today, she'd watched so much meat slip right past her eyes. Every household in the production team was stewing meat, and the whole place was filled with the rich aroma. Her cravings had been churning in her stomach all day, impossible to calm. So when she heard Wang Aijuan's offer, she agreed without a second thought. Wang Aijuan owed her compensation anyway. If Wang Aijuan, the pig keeper, hadn't been such a coward, how could the four of them have failed to handle 3 little wild boars? Even if they couldn't hide all of them, they could have roasted some up in the mountains and had a feast. At least Wang Aijuan knew what was right. Cheng Yanhong hadn't even gone looking for her, and she'd come to apologize herself. Just as she was thinking this, a cold wind blew by, making Cheng Yanhong shiver uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. At that moment, she finally heard footsteps approaching. Before she even saw who it was, Cheng Yanhong started complaining. "What took you so long? Do you know I'm about to freeze to death out here? Tell me, did you do this on purpose?" "You." Before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Her body went limp, and then she knew nothing more. Cheng Yanhong lay unconscious on the ground, while Wang Aijuan stood behind her, holding a wooden stick. Looking at Cheng Yanhong lying there, Wang Aijuan curled her lips into a cold smile. "Meat? Keep dreaming." Wang Aijuan turned and left, but soon came back, this time pushing the cart she used to haul pig manure. Tonight, the cart was unusually clean, no manure inside, not even a trace of the usual stench. Instead, it was filled with straw. Wang Aijuan parked the cart, walked over to Cheng Yanhong, and bent down to pick her up. Cheng Yanhong wasn't very tall, only about 1.6 meters, and she was quite thin. After months of pushing pig manure, Wang Aijuan had built up her strength, so lifting Cheng Yanhong was no trouble at all. She placed Cheng Yanhong in the cart and wheeled her away from the scene. Ruanruan was woken by the sound of people talking outside. Hearing the commotion, she quickly got dressed and went out, only to see Xiao Chengjin talking with Granny Chen. Seeing Xiao Chengjin, Ruanruan was a little surprised. "Chengjin? What are you doing here at this hour?" Ruanruan wasn't one to sleep in. Even if Granny Chen didn't call her, she usually got up around 6. She'd glanced at her watch before coming out. It was just 6 o'clock now. Normally, Xiao Chenjin would come over around 7:30. The two of them would walk to the literacy class together, get things ready, tidy up a bit, and it would be just about time for class to start. But today, Xiao Chenjin had come way too early. Seeing that Ruanruan was still a bit groggy, Xiao Chenjin realized that his conversation with Granny Chen had woken her up. He looked a little embarrassed. "Did I wake you?" "No." Ruanruan quickly waved her hands. "I should be getting up anyway. But why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Is something wrong?" Ruanruan was sure something important must have happened. Otherwise, Xiao Chenjin would never show up this early. Sure enough, after hearing her questions, Xiao Chenjin's expression turned serious. "Ruanruan, from now on, don't go out at night, no matter what. Even if you absolutely have to, make sure you go with Granny Chen. Actually, it's better if you just don't go out at all. Once it's dark, stay home. No matter how important it is, wait until morning." Hearing Xiao Chenjin's string of warnings, Ruanruan was even more convinced that something big had happened. Something serious must have happened. Otherwise, Xiao Chenjin wouldn't be acting like this. What exactly happened? Xiao Chenjin hesitated, clearly unsure whether to say it or not. Granny Chen sighed. That educated youth, Cheng Yanhong, something happened to her. What happened? Ruanruan was even more puzzled. Granny Chen glanced at Xiao Chenjin before continuing. Early this morning, just as it was getting light, someone went to fetch water and found her lying by the well, with no clothes on. Xiao Chenjin hurriedly added, "Well, not completely naked, just." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Not completely naked, but probably not wearing much. A young woman, barely dressed, lying by the well all night, discovered by someone coming to fetch water in the morning. It wasn't hard to guess what people would think happened. Ruanruan's jaw dropped in shock. What? How could this be? She might not remember every detail from her previous life, but she definitely remembered the big events. And anything involving the educated youths was always news. Everyone liked to talk about it, so she naturally knew all about it. If something like this had happened in her previous life, she would have heard about it for sure. But she remembered very clearly nothing like this ever happened before. But soon, Ruanruan calmed herself. There were already so many things in this life that were different from her previous one. She'd been working hard to change certain things, so it was only natural that new things would happen that hadn't happened before. Still, Ruanruan couldn't understand how something like this could happen out of nowhere. After all, their production team had patrols now. Didn't the patrol notice anything last night? At her question, Xiao Chenjin frowned deeply. That's the strange part. The two patrol teams on duty last night, neither of them saw her. They said they passed by the well several times, but never saw Cheng Yanhong. And no outsiders came to our production brigade. Ruanruan frowned, thinking for a moment. When was the last time they passed by the well? My grandpa asked them that too, Xiao Chenjin replied. They said the last time they passed by was a little after 4 in the morning. After that, it was about time to go home. Cheng Yanhong must have gone to the well after the patrol team had already left, or someone took her there, Xiao Chenjin said, pursing his lips. My grandma said she's fine, probably just got chilled and might catch a cold or a fever, but otherwise there's nothing wrong. Hearing this, Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin's face and saw that his cheeks were a little red. He was speaking in a roundabout way, but both Ruanruan and Granny Chen understood what he meant. Nothing happened to Cheng Yanhong in that way. Someone just knocked her out, took off her outer clothes, and dumped her by the well. Most likely, it was just to humiliate her. As for physical harm, aside from possibly catching a cold or fever, there really wasn't anything else. But what about everything else? From Xiao Chenjin's words, it sounded like quite a few people had seen Cheng Yanhong like that. Gossip like this always spreads the fastest. By the time everyone goes to work, the whole production brigade will probably know. Something so unpleasant, Xiao Dashan would definitely tell the team members not to talk about it privately, and certainly not to spread it outside. But where there's oppression, there's resistance. How could you possibly keep everyone's mouth shut about something like this? Even if nothing actually happened to Chung Yanhong, her reputation was truly ruined. Not to mention, Chung Yanhong is only 17. Who knows if she can handle something like this? Su Wanruan frowned deeply, not saying a word, which startled Xiao Changjin. He thought Su Wanruan was worried, that she was scared. Wanruan, you don't need to worry. My grandpa said from now on, all 3 teams will patrol together at night. Nothing like this will happen again. Just don't go out at night anymore. Hearing this, Su Wanruan realized Xiao Changjin had misunderstood her, so she smiled at him. I'm fine. Am I the kind of person who could get knocked out so easily? Seeing Xiao Changjin frown again, Su Wanruan quickly added, from now on, as soon as it gets dark, I won't go anywhere. I'll just stay at home. If I really need to go out, I'll go with my grandma. Don't worry. Su Wanruan always meant what she said, so Xiao Changjin finally relaxed. He'd only just heard about this from his grandma that morning. As soon as he heard, he rushed out of the house, and before he knew it, he was already standing in front of Granny Chen. Since he was already here, he had to say what needed to be said. As soon as he finished, Su Wanruan got up. Now that everything had been said, and he'd gotten the answers he wanted, Xiao Changjin was ready to go home. Seeing this, Su Wanruan said, "Why don't you stay and eat with us?" Xiao Changjin smiled. I didn't tell my grandma I was coming out. If I don't go back soon, she'll start to worry. Besides, I haven't picked up my textbooks yet. He'd have to go home sooner or later anyway, so he might as well go early. Hearing this, Su Wanruan didn't try to persuade him to stay, but walked him to the gate. After seeing Xiao Changjin off, Su Wanruan finally returned to the kitchen. As soon as she walked in, Granny Chen grabbed her hand. Wanruan, Changjin is right. You can't just rely on your own strength and ignore what he said. From now on, you absolutely can't go out at night, understand? When Granny Chen heard what Xiao Changjin said, she'd broken out in a cold sweat. Only now, holding Su Wanruan's hand, did she feel a little more at ease. Su Wanruan knew exactly what Granny Chen was worried about. She nodded solemnly. Granny, I understand. If I promise something, I'll definitely do it. She knew she was strong and had some ability to protect herself. But she wasn't arrogant enough to think she could handle anything that came her way. Only after Su Wanruan repeatedly reassured her did Granny Chen finally go back to cooking. Both grandmother and granddaughter wore furrowed brows, so breakfast was a simple, quiet affair. No sooner had they finished eating than Xiao Changjin arrived again. Granny Chen watched with her own eyes as Su Wanruan left with Xiao Changjin before locking the door and heading off toward the pigsty. On the way, Granny Chen was still thinking, Xiao Changjin really is a good boy. It's just that the 2 kids are still so young, so there's no rush. But then again, that won't do either. Xiao Changjin may only be 15, but what if someone else takes a liking to him early on? She needed to find a time to talk to Luo Yufeng. This matter would be better settled sooner rather than later. Even if they didn't make it official, at least both families would know where things stood, and there'd be less chance of anything unexpected happening in the future. She was getting older every year and had to find someone reliable for Su Wanruan. Otherwise, if something happened to her one day, what would become of Su Wanruan all alone? She'd been watching Changjin with a critical eye, and he truly was a good kid. Wanruan was lucky to have met him so early on. Otherwise, she really would have been worried. Thinking about all this, Granny Chen's expression gradually relaxed, and the frown she'd worn since morning finally eased. Su Wanruan had no idea what Granny Chen was planning. She and Xiao Changjin walked side by side toward the literacy class. Along the way, they ran into many people from their production team, all heading off to work. As they walked, everyone chatted animatedly about the recent incident with Cheng Yanhong. Listening to everyone talk, half-truths, half-gossip, with plenty of winks and dramatic gestures, Su Wanruan knew this matter wouldn't die down for at least 10 days to half a month. After all, aside from working, there really wasn't much entertainment around here. The last time things had been this lively in the production team was when Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua had their incident. That was so long ago now that people had almost forgotten about it, and now the focus had shifted to Chung Yan-hong. Su Wanwan knew that sooner or later, people would forget about this too. But whether the person involved could ever forget, that was another matter. Chung Yan-hong was arrogant, rude, willful, and completely out of touch with reality, with a sharp tongue to boot. But she'd only been in the production team for a few months. She hadn't really made any enemies yet. She was just a young girl, a bit mean with her words, but could she really be worse than the women in the team who were notorious for their street brawling? If it really came to a shouting match, who knew who'd come out on top? So who could possibly hate Chung Yan-hong so much that they'd want to ruin her entire life? The first person Su Wanwan thought of was Wang Ijuan. It wasn't prejudice, it was instinct. Whether it was the sheep-in wolf's clothing Wang Ijuan from her previous life, or the sharp-fanged Wang Ijuan of this one, she was always vicious at heart. She'd even dared to kill before. Ruining a young girl's reputation would be nothing to her. But this was just Su Wanwan's suspicion. Without any evidence, who could she tell? Xiao Chunjin noticed Su Ruanruan had been silent the whole way. Once they got to the office, he gently asked, "Ruanruan, are you scared?" After something so frightening happened, would Ruanruan be scared to tears? "I'm fine," Su Ruanruan said, meeting Xiao Chunjin's eyes. She noticed a complicated look in his gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "You." Xiao Chunjin hesitated for a moment. "Ruanruan, are you scared?" "You don't have to be afraid, I will protect you." Su Wanruan raised her eyebrows slightly. "Scared? Scared of what?" Xiao Chunjin was taken aback. The words he'd been struggling to say just moments before vanished from his mind. "You're not scared." "Of course not," Su Wanruan replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "If anyone dares to mess with me, who knows who'll end up stripped and thrown out in the end." Actually, there was no who knows about it. The other person would definitely be the one getting stripped and tossed out. But saying that out loud would sound a bit too cocky, so Su Wanwan thought better of it and kept it to herself. Not that it really made much difference whether she said it or not. Xiao Chunjin was already remembering how Su Laosan had ended up last time, beaten black and blue. Thinking of how miserable Su Laosan had looked, Xiao Chunjin understood. Su Ruanruan wasn't someone who'd get scared. If anyone was foolish enough to target Su Ruanruan, their fate wouldn't be any better than Su Laosan's. With that realization, Xiao Chunjin felt a bit conflicted inside. He was glad Su Ruanruan could protect herself and even him, but he also felt a little useless. He was a teenager, full of youthful energy, and yet right now he was exuding a faint air of melancholy. As a sensitive girl, Su Ruanruan immediately picked up on Xiao Chunjin's shift in mood. "Chunjin, what's wrong?" After thinking for a moment, Su Ruanruan guessed what was on his mind. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Are you a little scared?" "It's okay. If you're scared, just say so. After all, you're still young. It's perfectly normal to be afraid when something like this happens. Don't be embarrassed. I'll protect you." Hearing this, Xiao Chunjin was happy at first. Su Ruanruan actually said she'd protect him. Didn't that mean she really cared about him? But soon, Xiao Chunjin couldn't keep smiling. What did she mean he was scared? Was he really scared? The students are almost here, Chunjin. I'm heading to the classroom. You should hurry too." Su Ruanruan picked up her textbook and headed out. At the door, she paused, turned around, and gave Xiao Chunjin a reassuring smile. "It's broad daylight and there are so many people in the literacy class. Nothing's going to happen. You don't have to be afraid. Hurry up and get to class." With that, Su Ruanruan strode off toward the classroom, leaving Xiao Chunjin staring at her retreating figure. He stood there in a daze for a long moment before letting out a heavy sigh. Him scared? But soon, Xiao Chunjin calmed down. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely he'd ever get the chance to protect Su Ruanruan. Well, being protected by Su Ruanruan didn't sound so bad either. After all, it was just words. Thinking this, Xiao Chunjin smiled, grabbed the book from the desk, and walked out of the office with a spring in his step. At the educated youth spot, Qing Yanhong lay on the king, covered with a thick quilt, her face still as pale as paper. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no light in them. It was hard to tell whether she was staring at the ceiling or looking at something far beyond it. Sitting by the heated brick bed were the other two female, educated youths, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan. When they drew lots to assign rooms, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan ended up sharing one, while Qing Yanhong had a room to herself. Because of this, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan were a bit closer to each other. But since there were only 3 female, educated youths in total, all 3 of them got along well, just that Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan, sharing a room, were a little more intimate. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan were sitting face to face, occasionally exchanging glances. Both wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. After what happened this morning, Xiao Dashan had given the 2 of them the day off. They didn't have to go work in the fields. Their only task was to keep an eye on Qing Yanhong. What they were supposed to watch for was obvious. At 17, a girl is just like a flower bud, and to suddenly go through something like this. It was no different than the sky falling down. What if Qing Yanhong couldn't take it and tried to end her life? Even just to be safe, Xiao Dashan had to make sure someone was watching her at all times. At first, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan thought today would be unbearably difficult. What if Qing Yanhong broke down crying? What if she tried to hurt herself? How were they supposed to comfort her or stop her? But none of the things they'd imagined actually happened. After Qing Yanhong came back, she dug some clothes out of the cabinet and wrapped herself up tightly, then crawled into bed. She said she was cold. Qing Yanhong stayed silent the whole time. Even if Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan wanted to comfort her, they didn't know how to start. As a result, even though there were 3 people in the room, it was completely silent. Time seemed to pass especially quickly without them noticing. The educated youth compound, which had been quiet all day, soon filled with footsteps and low voices after the production brigade's end-of-work bell rang. The 3 male educated youths must have come back. Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan exchanged a glance, then both turned to Qing Yanhong. "Yanhong, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? We can make you something." As they spoke, they both noticed how bloodshot Qing Yanhong's eyes had become. But it wasn't from crying. It was because she'd been staring at the ceiling for so long. Anyone would have trouble keeping their eyes open that long, let alone staring unblinking at the ceiling all morning like Qing Yanhong had. Qing Yanhong ignored their questions, still staring at the ceiling. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhu Xiujuan both sighed. Zhao Xiaoyan stood up. "Xiujuan, you stay here and watch her. I'll go make something to eat and bring it over in a bit." In the yard, Li Weigua and the other 2 male educated youths were standing together, chatting in low voices. The sudden sound of the door opening made all 3 fall silent. When they saw it was Zhao Xiaoyan coming out, Li Weigua stepped forward first. "How is she?" Zhao Xiaoyan shook her head. "It's been all morning. She hasn't said a word, hasn't slept, just lying there with her eyes open. I really don't know who could be so heartless to actually..." She couldn't finish her sentence. She wasn't just angry, she was scared. Would something like this happen again? Who would be the next one to have her clothes stripped off and be thrown outside? At that thought, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but shiver. After school in the afternoon, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin walked home together. They headed north, the setting sun in the west casting its golden light on their profiles, gilding their faces in a warm glow. Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but steal glances at Ruanruan. Bathed in the golden sunlight, even the fine fuzz on Ruanruan's face was clearly visible, making her so beautiful that he couldn't look away. Ruanruan was well aware of Xiao Chenjin's gaze. After all, his eyes were so intense, their heat surpassing even the warmth of the sun on her face. But she didn't know what to say, or even if she should say anything at all. So she simply pressed her lips together and kept walking forward, step by step. Neither of them spoke, but the silence between them was peaceful and lovely. Unfortunately, this beautiful moment didn't last long before someone interrupted it. Su Wanwan frowned slightly as she looked at Qing Yanhong, who had blocked their path. Do you need something? Qing Yanhong's face was stiff. Yes, I do. Then say it. But instead of answering, Qing Yanhong looked at Xiao Chunjin. I only want to talk to you. Su Wanwan smiled. There's nothing that can't be said in front of others. Go ahead. She wasn't close to Qing Yanhong, and Qing Yanhong had taken jabs at her more than once before. Su Wanwan had no interest in speaking to her alone. Qing Yanhong clearly hadn't expected Su Wanwan to respond like this and was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly recovered and said, I want to talk to you about Wang Aijuan. Wang Aijuan was Su Wanwan's older sister. This was obviously a private matter. Surely Su Ruanruan wouldn't want others to hear, right? Unfortunately for Qing Yanhong, she guessed wrong again. When Su Ruanruan heard that it was about Wang Aijuan, she was even less inclined to talk privately. If you have something to say it now. If not, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Qing Yanhong had no choice but to speak. Yesterday afternoon, Wang Aijuan told me to wait for her at the small crossroads after dark. She said she'd bring me some meat to eat. Su Ruanruan looked at Qing Yanhong in surprise. And you went. She actually believed Wang Aijuan would bring her meat? Was Qing Yanhong out of her mind? The disbelief in Su Ruanruan's eyes was so obvious that Qing Yanhong couldn't ignore it even if she tried. Thinking about how foolish she'd been to trust Wang Aijuan, Qing Yanhong wanted to slap herself. But she held back. She sounded so sincere, so I thought I'd give her a chance and went. But I waited a long time, and she never showed up. It was especially dark last night, no moon, no stars. I was about to leave when I heard footsteps. But before I could see her, she knocked me out. When I woke up, it was already this morning. Su Ruanruan listened quietly to Qing Yanhong's story and offered a straightforward suggestion. You should tell the brigade leader about this. What was the point of telling her? She wasn't a brigade official or the police. She couldn't get justice for Qing Yanhong. But I have no proof. If she denies it, there's nothing I can do. The brigade leader can't help either, Qing Yanhong replied. Before Su Ruanruan could say anything, Qing Yanhong continued, so I want your help. When Wang Aijuan lived at the educated youth spot, she said a lot of bad things about you and ruined your reputation everywhere. Actually, Li Weiguo liked you, but Wang Aijuan badmouthed you in front of him, which is why he misunderstood you. Don't you want to teach Wang Aijuan a lesson? Let's work together. After listening to what Qing Yanhong had to say, Su Ruanruan finally understood why she had come looking for her. So, she wanted to team up against Wang Aijuan. But how exactly were they supposed to deal with her? Su Ruanruan looked Qing Yanhong up and down, then let out a light laugh. It's fine, just let her talk. If I don't hear it, it's no big deal. But if I do hear it, I'll knock her teeth out. As for Li Weiguo, if he didn't come looking for her, Su Ruanruan would be over the moon. Once again, Su Ruanruan's response caught Qing Yanhong off guard. How can you just pretend you didn't hear it? You. Why can't I? Su Ruanruan quickly cut her off. People have mouths. They can say whatever they want. I can't control that. As long as she doesn't say it in front of me, what do I care? But if I do hear it, I don't need anyone's help, I'll knock her teeth out myself. If you suspect her, then tell the team leader. He's not as useless as you think. After saying this, Su Ruanruan turned to Xiao Chunjin. Shall we go? Xiao Chunjin nodded eagerly. Let's go, let's go. He didn't really want to admit it, but he had to. Su Ruanruan was getting more and more decisive these days. He was starting to feel a bit inferior in comparison. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin walked off together. Their backs, as they left, looked so warm and well-matched that Qing Yanhong stood there in a daze for quite a while. But she quickly snapped out of it. Su Ruanruan was just sharp-tongued. She made it sound nice, but wasn't she just afraid of trouble? Su Ruanruan might be scared, but she wasn't. She had nothing left to be afraid of now. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin had just reached the entrance of the Su house when the front door opened from the inside. Granny Chen came out, carrying a basket. Seeing Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin standing at the door, Granny Chen smiled. You're back? Perfect timing. Let's go to Qingjin's house together. To my house? Xiao Chunjin asked. Granny Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, I already told your grandma we'd be having lunch at your place today. Come on. As she spoke, she handed the basket to Su Ruanruan and turned to lock the door behind her. Just like that, Su Ruanruan didn't even get to step into her own house before she was swept along to the Xiao family's place with Granny Chen. As soon as the three of them entered the Xiao family courtyard, Luo Yufeng came out to greet them with a big smile. You're here. Come in, come in. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin exchanged a glance, both a little confused about what was going on. They followed her into the main room. Su Ruanruan didn't notice anything unusual, but Xiao Chunjin immediately realized that the house was especially clean and tidy today. There were even a few plates on the table: peanuts, sunflower seeds, candies, a plate of glutinous rice sticks, and a plate of sponge cakes. Even during the new year, guests didn't get this kind of treatment. What was so special about today? Luo Yufeng invited everyone to sit down, then picked up the teapot and poured a bowl of water each for Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen. Smelling the sweet aroma, Xiao Chunjin knew it had to be brown sugar water. Hadn't all the brown sugar in the house already been given to Su Ruanruan? Xiao Chunjin was so surprised that he couldn't stop staring at Luo Yufeng. Luo Yufeng shot him a glance, secretly calling him a fool in her heart, then smiled at Granny Chen. Let them be busy. Let's go make lunch. Granny Chen stood up with a beaming smile. All right. The two of them chatted away like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, arm in arm as they headed to the kitchen. Xiao Chunjin's gaze followed Granny Chen and Luo Yufeng closely until the two of them left the house and went into the kitchen, disappearing from sight. Only then did he finally look away. He turned to look at Su Ruanruan, only to see her picking up a glutinous rice stick, eating and smiling at the same time. Noticing Xiao Chunjin looking over, Su Ruanruan's eyes curved with her smile. It's really sweet. Do you want to try one? Hearing this, Xiao Chunjin nodded eagerly. Yes, forget it. Even if something feels off, it can't be anything bad. In the kitchen, Granny Chen and Luo Yufeng leaned on the doorframe, peeking outside. When they saw Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin laughing and eating together in the main room, they both nodded in satisfaction. Luo Yufeng patted Granny Chen's hand. Sister-in-law, I really didn't expect it. That you take a liking to our Chunjin. Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh at Luo Yufeng's words. Of course, one should be modest, but this was a bit too humble. Seeing the look on Granny Chen's face, Luo Yufeng guessed what she was thinking. Sister-in-law, I'm really not just being modest. Look, it's been so long since they graduated from middle school, and not a single person has come to propose a match for Chunjin. If he weren't still young, I'd be so worried I couldn't eat or sleep. But now it's all good. I don't have to worry anymore. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. I watched Ruanruan grow up. She's just like my own granddaughter. If Chunjin ever dares bully her, I'll be the first to object. Granny Chen nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not worried at all. She'd been observing Xiao Chunjin for so long, how could she not be at ease? If she really wasn't, she wouldn't have come today. It's just that today is really just for us to meet and talk things over. We still need to discuss this with Chunjin's parents, Granny Chen said. Although Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan were Chunjin's grandparents, his parents were still around. When it came to such an important matter in Chunjin's life, of course they had to be informed. Luo Yufeng agreed, of course, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go to the county and talk to Chunjin's parents, ask them to take some time off and come home. Our two families can sit down together for a meal and talk things over. After the two of them finished discussing everything, they started talking about Xiao Chunjin and Su Ruanruan. After dinner, let's tell them about this. We can't wait until everything is settled before saying anything. What if they're not willing? We're talking about joining families, not making enemies, Granny Chen said. No way. Luo Yufeng laughed. If Chunjin can marry Ruanruan, that boy is truly blessed. How could he not be willing? But, sister-in-law, you really should talk to Ruanruan when you get home. Luo Yufeng wasn't worried about anything else, just that Su Ruanruan might not be happy about it. She'd been watching carefully, and Su Ruanruan didn't seem to have that kind of intention. But as for that silly boy Xiao Chenjin, the affection in his eyes was impossible to hide. Both Granny Jin and Luo Yufeng were excellent cooks, and they wanted to make a proper meal. Plus, there was still plenty of wild boar meat left from before, and Granny Chen had brought 2 more jean of white flour. That night's dinner was especially sumptuous, and everyone ate to their heart's content. After dinner, Granny Chen took Ruanruan home. When Xiao Chenjin heard, he immediately stood up and walked them all the way to the Su family's gate. When they got home, Granny Chen pulled Ruanruan into her room. Ruanruan. Granny Chen called her name, but didn't continue, instead just staring intently at Ruanruan's face. Ruanruan blinked in confusion. She waited a long time, but Granny Chen didn't say anything more, so she had to ask herself, "Granny, what's wrong? Is today some special day? Or did something happen?" Right now, every household was short on food. Except for holidays, no one would go to someone else's house for a meal. Even though Granny Chen had brought food to the Xiao family today, Ruanruan felt there must be something more to it. Otherwise, knowing Granny Chen's character, she would never have taken her to eat at someone else's house. Granny Chen pinched Ruanruan's cheek. "Ruanruan, you're so clever. There really is something going on today. What is it?" Granny Chen smiled. "Silly girl, of course it's about you." "About me?" Ruanruan was a bit lost. "What about me?" "You girl. I just said you were clever and now you're acting silly? What else could it be?" "It's about you and Chengjin." "Me and Chengjin." "Granny?" Ruanruan was stunned. She thought she'd hidden things well and hadn't shown anything in front of Granny Chen. How did Granny Chen suddenly bring this up? While her mind was still reeling, Granny Chen continued, "That Chengjin boy, I didn't know him well before, but after watching these past few months, I can see he's really good to you. He's good-looking, does well in school, and now you're both teaching at the literacy class. Next year, you'll both go to high school together. You have a lot in common. Our 2 families are in the same production team. I've known the team leader and your Granny Luo for half my life, and even Chengjin's father, I watched him grow up. Our families know each other well, and you and Chengjin are both good kids. No matter if it's me or the Xiao family, we'd all be at ease with you 2 together. I don't know about other families, but Chengjin's parents are both workers and graduated from junior high. They're educated and easy to get along with. In the future, even if you get married, you might not have to live with them, so there shouldn't be any conflicts. I really think this is the best match we could hope for right now." Every word from Granny Chen was heartfelt and sincere, all for Ruanruan's sake. After she finished, Granny Chen waited a while, but Ruanruan still didn't say anything. Finally, she asked softly, "Ruanruan, what do you really think?" What could Ruanruan think? She was still wondering why Granny Chen had suddenly brought this up. After thinking for a long time, Ruanruan finally voiced her question, "Granny, I'm still young. Why are you suddenly talking about this?" Granny Chen raised her hand and gently patted Ruanruan's head. "You're still young. But Ruanruan, when we find someone good, we should settle things early. It's fine to wait a few years to get married. But if Chengjin gets engaged to someone else later, you'll have nowhere to cry even if you regret it. I really think you and Chengjin are a good match. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked to your Granny Luo about it." Listening to Granny Chen, Ruanruan gradually calmed down. She realized she'd misunderstood earlier. Even though everyone talked about free love these days, in the production team, it was still mostly arranged matches. When the children in the family reach a certain age, the parents simply find a matchmaker to help look for a suitable match. Or, if the child has taken a liking to someone, they can go to the other family themselves, or ask a matchmaker to approach them. Only after both families have come to an agreement do they arrange for the children to meet. As long as there aren't any major issues, the engagement is set. Whether the 2 actually like or understand each other isn't even something the parents consider. Who cares about liking or not liking? Aren't you embarrassed to talk about that? What the elders care about is whether the 2 can live a good life together in the future. After all, this is how it's been done for generations, so of course their own children will follow the same path. Although Granny Chen dearly loves Su Ruanruan, her mindset and experience are what they are, so naturally she's thinking about helping Su Ruanruan find a good boy to marry, not telling her to pursue free love and bring home any son-in-law she wants. For Granny Chen to have said what she just did already makes her a pretty open-minded parent. If it were someone else, they might have simply told Su Ruanruan that the two families had already settled everything, and they were just waiting for Xiao Qingjin's parents to come back and finalize the engagement. Who would bother to ask what Su Ruanruan thought? After thinking it through, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating. She'd been thinking she didn't want to make things clear with Xiao Qingjin, nor did she want him to confess to her. But in just a few days, they were already talking about marriage. Things were moving way too fast. Su Ruanruan felt like she just couldn't keep up. But when she looked up at Granny Chen, she saw the old lady's face full of hope, clearly waiting for her answer. Su Ruanruan knew that if she really refused today, Granny Chen would respect her wishes. But was that really necessary? Su Ruanruan pressed her lips together and voiced her biggest worry. But Grandma, if I get married, you'll be all alone at home. I can't stop worrying about you. I can't bear to leave you. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan hugged Granny Chen's arm, so sad she was almost in tears. Granny Chen had been waiting a while for Su Ruanruan's answer, thinking maybe Su Ruanruan really didn't like Xiao Qingjin. She hadn't expected that all this time, Su Ruanruan was worrying about this. Granny Chen wanted to laugh, but was also deeply moved. Silly girl. Do you really think you can stay with me your whole life? Su Ruanruan pouted. Why couldn't she? But before she could say anything, Granny Chen continued, even if you really wanted to stay with me forever, I wouldn't dare let you. If you really didn't get married, it'd be like stabbing me in the heart. I raised you all these years, not so you could stay home and look after me until the end. All I want is for my Ruanruan to find someone she likes, get married, have a few kids, and live a happy life. Besides, this is just an engagement for now. You're both still young. You'll have to wait until you're 18 or 19 to actually get married. Even if you wanted to get married right now, I wouldn't agree. Su Ruanruan blushed at Granny Chen's last words, and as she blinked, tears slid down her cheeks. Grandma, I'll listen to you. Hearing Su Ruanruan's voice all choked up, Granny Chen knew she was crying. How old are you now? Still crying like a baby. It's all right, don't cry. Grandma's going to live a long, long time. When you have kids, I'll help you raise them. After sending Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen home, Xiao Qingjin turned around and hurried back to his own house. He walked quickly all the way and went straight to the main hall as soon as he got home. The oil lamp was lit in the hall. Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan were sitting on opposite sides of the table. When they saw Xiao Qingjin come in, Luo Yufeng waved at him. Qingjin, you're back. Come, sit down. Xiao Qingjin did as he was told and sat down. Grandma, about Granny Chen coming over today. Before he could finish, Luo Yufeng raised her hand and gave him a hard slap on the shoulder. You rascal. Not bad. You didn't embarrass your grandma. With that, Luo Yufeng burst out laughing. Seeing this, Xiao Dashan coughed. What are you doing? Luo Yufeng shot him a glance. What? I can't even laugh when I'm happy? Aren't you glad our Qingjin found such a good wife? She pursed her lips. I don't even know who it was that used to worry so much they couldn't sleep, afraid Qingjin wouldn't be able to find a wife. Now he's finally getting married, and to such a good girl, and you're not happy? I'm not like you. You act all serious, but inside you're as sweet as honey. Luo Yufeng rattled off her words like firecrackers, not giving Xiao Qingjin any time to process. Why would anyone worry he couldn't find a wife? Was he the type who couldn't get married? That wasn't important. What mattered was he was getting a wife. How come he didn't know about it himself? Who was the wife? Questions flashed through Xiao Qingjin's mind like lightning. When he got to the last one, his eyes suddenly widened. Grandma, you mean Ruanruan is going to be my wife? Happiness came so suddenly. Xiao Qingjin felt a little dizzy. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Luo Yufeng started to worry. Thank goodness Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan had already left. If they saw him looking like this, Would the engagement still go through? Chenjin. Luo Yufeng looked at him earnestly. It's not easy for you to finally get a wife, so you have to do your best and not mess it up, understand? At this moment, Xiao Chenjin was so happy he could fly. Even when his grandma teased him, he didn't mind at all. Grandma, you're not joking, right? Ruanruan and I are really getting engaged. He still couldn't quite believe it and had to confirm again. Seeing this, Luo Yufeng sighed. Maybe this is what they mean by fortune favors the foolish. Yes, your Granny Chin has taken a liking to you and wants you as her grandson-in-law. I've already discussed it with her. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county to talk to your parents and have them take a day off and come home. Our two families will have a meal together and settle the engagement. Great. Great. Xiao Chenjin nodded repeatedly. Grandma, how are you getting to the county tomorrow? Should I take the day off and go with you? What time should we get up? Grandma, you should go to bed early so you can get up tomorrow. Get back to your room and sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Luo Yufeng woke up. After so many years, she was used to getting up at this hour every day. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she heard the sound of sweeping. It was close, right in the courtyard. Who was sweeping so early in the morning? Could it be Xiao Xilan was back? Luo Yufeng was lost in thought and couldn't stay in bed any longer. She got up, put on her clothes, and headed outside. Is Xilan back? She called out as she stepped out, but the words had barely left her mouth when she froze in place. In the courtyard, sweeping the ground with a broom, was none other than Xiao Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin heard her question and paused, turning around to look at her. Grandma, my sister isn't back yet. Are you missing her? Why don't we head out now? If we leave for the county town, we'll still have time to visit her. His smile was genuine, and his tone sincere, but after listening to him, Luo Yufeng just walked away with a blank expression. Thank goodness he's my grandson and not my son. Otherwise, I'd be so angry I'd probably keel over. For the rest of the morning, no matter what Luo Yufeng did, Xiao Chenjin was right there, enthusiastically offering to help, and, to his credit, he wasn't actually making things worse. Watching how eager he was, Luo Yufeng couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Chenjin, I know you're not a girl, but there are times when a young man should show a bit of restraint. If others saw this, they'd probably think the Xiao family's grandson was so desperate he couldn't find a wife. But Xiao Chenjin didn't care at all. Restraint? What's that? Can you eat it? Can it help you get a wife? If not, then what's the point? After breakfast, Luo Yufeng headed out alone. Her family was the only one in the production brigade with a bicycle, and Luo Yufeng knew how to ride it. I can ride by myself, I don't need you to take me. Hurry up and go pick up Ruanruan and get to the literacy class. There are only 2 teachers there now. If you just up and leave without a word, what's Ruanruan supposed to do? She'll be so busy she won't know which way is up. That definitely wouldn't do. Only then did Xiao Chenjin remember he couldn't get away from his duties at the literacy class. Left with no choice, he could only watch Luo Yufeng pedal away, his eyes full of anticipation. Grandma, come back early. Remember, your grandson is waiting for you at home. Luo Yufeng, already a ways down the road, nearly toppled off her bike when she heard that. This little rascal. He's never been this enthusiastic before. Once Luo Yufeng's figure had completely disappeared, Xiao Chenjin reluctantly tore his gaze away and hurried toward the Su family's house. It was just past 7 when he arrived. To his surprise, Su Ruanruan was already waiting for him at the gate. As soon as she saw him, she flashed a big smile. You're here. Have you eaten? My grandma made red bean buns, want one? She opened the lunchbox in her arms, revealing red bean buns that looked a bit like hedgehogs. Xiao Chenjin was momentarily taken aback. These buns today. They didn't look like the ones Granny Chen usually made. But he wasn't sure, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he reached out, took a bun, and bit off nearly half in one go. The red bean paste was handmade, not as smooth as store-bought, but just the right amount of sweetness. In a few bites, Xiao Chenjin had finished the whole bun. So sweet. Delicious. He grinned, eyes crinkling in delight, as if he'd just tasted honey. Seeing him like this, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile too. These hedgehog-shaped red bean buns were her handiwork. Granny Chin would never make such girlish-looking buns. The two of them walked side by side along the road, the distance between them seeming just a little closer than it had been yesterday. They didn't speak the whole way, not until they were almost at the literacy class. Only then did Xiao Qingjin softly ask Ruanruan you. He wanted to ask Ruanruan if she already knew about what happened yesterday and how she felt about it. But when he met Ruanruan's clear, black and white eyes, he suddenly couldn't get a single word out. Xiao Qingjin felt a little flustered. This won't do. When did he become so timid? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qingjin mustered his courage and asked the question weighing on his heart, his voice steady and resolute. Ruanruan, did Granny Chin talk to you? We're going to get engaged. I just wanted to ask, are you willing? As long as you nod, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. He blurted it all out in one breath, then didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. His eyes were fixed on Ruanruan, waiting for her answer. Ruanruan looked at Xiao Qingjin too. After a long moment, she finally said, "What if I'm not willing?" Huh? In an instant, Xiao Qingjin deflated like a steamed bun gone cold. Gone was his earlier confidence, and he seemed a little wrinkled and stiff. If you're not willing, I'll wait. I'll wait until you are. Ruanruan nodded. Then, I'm willing. Xiao Qingjin was still rambling on. If you never agree, then I'll just keep waiting. What did you say? I said, I'm willing. As Ruanruan spoke, she looked straight at Xiao Qingjin, her eyes unblinking, her face full of smiles, her eyes brimming with laughter. She had always been willing. She'd only asked that question to see what Xiao Qingjin really thought. Although she hadn't been able to experience a completely free romance, being able to get engaged to someone she liked, who also liked her, and spending the rest of their lives together, that was already a very happy thing. Xiao Qingjin was stunned at first, then delighted, and then overjoyed. He lifted his hand, wanting to hug Ruanruan, but just as he was about to touch her, he awkwardly stopped himself. There weren't many people near the literacy class, but it wasn't completely deserted. It was time for people to go to work, and there were kids coming to class. There were still quite a few people on the road. If he really hugged Ruanruan, it wouldn't be long before all sorts of rumors spread throughout the whole production team. Better wait a little longer. Wait until his grandma came back, his parents came back, and the engagement was officially settled. This wasn't cowardice. He just didn't want Ruanruan to suffer any gossip. Even if they were about to get engaged, and those words would just be teasing by then, it still wasn't right. He wanted to do everything he could to treat her well. How could he let anyone's words hurt her, even a little? In the end, Xiao Qingjin just gently patted Ruanruan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Ruanruan looked at the serious-faced Xiao Qingjin, then at his big hand on her shoulder, and couldn't help but feel like he was saying, Brother, don't worry, I've got your back. Is this what socialist affection is? At noon, after school, Xiao Qingjin walked Ruanruan home, then ran all the way back to the Xiao house. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the bicycle and heard voices coming from the main room. His parents were back. Xiao Qingjin's face lit up with joy, and he hurried into the main room. The people inside stopped talking the moment they saw Xiao Qingjin rush in. With several pairs of eyes fixed on him, Xiao Qingjin's excitement was temporarily subdued. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Sis. Sitting here with his whole family staring at him, why did he feel like he'd done something wrong? Luo Yufeng was the first to look away, picking up the conversation where she'd left off. I think it's pretty good. What do you think? Qian Aiju glanced at Xiao Qingjin, thinking to herself, her son is practically bursting with joy. What else could she say? After a moment's thought, Qian Aiju said, I haven't seen Ruanruan in a long time either. Why don't we all have dinner together tonight? Great. Luo Yufeng agreed immediately. Qingjin, when you see Ruanruan this afternoon, let her know to bring her grandma over for dinner tonight. Will do. Sitting next to Xiao Qingjin, Xiao Xiulan's ears were left ringing from his loud reply. She couldn't help but cover her ears, taking a while to recover. Xiao Chunjin, do you have nowhere else to put all that energy? Why are you shouting like that just to talk? Xiao Chunjin grinned at her. I didn't mean to. Really, I didn't. Sis, are you okay? Xiao Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Are you okay? I've only been away from home for a little while and you're already getting engaged. How old are you anyway? Xiao Chunjin pretended not to notice her eye roll. Sis, are you upset because I'm getting engaged before you? If you're unhappy, just say so. What kind of guy do you want? Tell me, and I'll definitely help you find someone you'll be satisfied with. What's that supposed to mean, Xiao Chunjin? If I really wanted to get married, would I need you to find someone for me? So you mean someone's already chasing after you? Who is it? Someone from our production team? Or one of your classmates? Or someone from your textile factory? What's his name? Where's his family from? What does he look like? Is he taller than me? What's his personality like? Is he a full-time worker? How many people in his family? Where does he rank among his siblings? Does he? Xiao Chunjin, are you interrogating me or something? How is this an interrogation? Even the census takers aren't as thorough as me. Sis, I'm just concerned about you. Listen, you can't find someone shorter than me, or how am I supposed to call him brother-in-law in the future? And you can't find someone who earns less than you, or people will say he's living off you. Best if he doesn't have too many siblings, otherwise there'll be too much drama for you to handle. Listening to Xiao Chunjin ramble on endlessly, Xiao Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. So, are you the one getting engaged or am I? I haven't even started questioning you, and you've already got a truckload of questions for me. Sis, if you want to ask anything, just ask. I'll tell you everything, no secrets. Xiao Xiaolan opened her mouth, but realized she didn't have anything to ask. Ask what, exactly? She'd grown up in the production team too. She hadn't interacted much with Ruanruan before, but she knew a bit about her. She was a well-behaved, sensible girl. And everyone in the production brigade knew about her family situation. What else was there to ask? Xiao Xiaolan sighed. I'm going back to my room. The four of them had come home together, but with only one bicycle, they'd mostly walked. She was exhausted. Seeing her get up to leave, Xiao Chunjin wanted to ask more, but Luo Yufeng stopped him. That's enough out of you. At her words, Xiao Chunjin finally grinned. All right, I'll go back to my room too. After he left, Qian Aiju could only shake her head with a wry smile. Why is he like this? Luo Yufeng shook her head. Who knows? She didn't give birth to this child. How could she know why she turned out with this kind of personality? That afternoon, after seeing Ruanruan, Xiao Chunjin told her about having dinner at the Xiao family's house that evening. Ruanruan, my parents, and my sister are back. Why don't you and Granny Chen come over to our house for dinner tonight? Ruanruan was shocked. When did they come back? They just got back this morning. My grandma went to town right after breakfast. In other words, it was Luo Yufeng who called them back. All three of them worked at the factory in the county. Since it wasn't a holiday, coming back meant they had to take time off. And taking time off meant a pay cut. For all three to take leave at the same time, it was obvious what it was about, no need to ask. Ruanruan felt her heart beating faster. She was a little nervous. But there was no way not to be nervous. She'd interacted quite a lot with Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng in both her previous and current lives. Because Xiao Dashan was the production team leader, she'd dealt with him even more. The more you interact, the more you understand, and the less intimidating it becomes. After all, even if there was nothing between her and Xiao Chunjin, Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had always treated her almost like a granddaughter. But Xiao Chunjin's parents were different. They both worked in the county and only came back a handful of times a year. She hadn't seen them more than a couple of times, let alone really talk to them. People always said the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was tricky. What if Xiao Chunjin's mother didn't like her? Ruanruan's mind was running wild, so much so that she forgot to answer Xiao Chunjin. Xiao Chunjin waited a while, but when Ruanruan didn't say anything, he glanced at her and saw her frowning. He quickly asked, Ruanruan, what's wrong? I'm just a little worried. Su Ruanruan didn't intend to hide it from Xiao Chunjin. Other than her rebirth and the treasure space, which she couldn't tell him about yet, there really wasn't anything else she couldn't say. Chunjin, what if your parents don't like me? When Xiao Chunjin realized this was what she was worried about, he burst out laughing. He waved his hand grandly. Impossible. Don't worry. If I like you, my parents will like you too. Seeing how confident Xiao Chunjin was, Su Ruanruan felt a little more at ease. Since he was so sure, she decided to trust him. Even so, she was still distracted several times during class that afternoon. After school, Su Ruanruan hurried home, planning to tell Granny Chen about it. But before she could say anything, Granny Chen spoke first. Ruanruan, you're back? Good, come help me get ready. Your Granny Luo and the others are coming over for dinner soon. Both Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin were stunned. Aren't we supposed to go to Granny Luo's house for dinner? Su Ruanruan asked in a small voice. No. Granny Chen waved her hand. I already told your Granny Luo they should come to our house. We went to their place yesterday. We can't always go to their house for meals, right? Su Ruanruan naturally had no objections. Whatever Granny Chen said was fine by her. Seeing Su Ruanruan nod, Granny Chen turned to Xiao Chunjin. Chunjin, your grandma and the others aren't here yet. Go check on them. But tell them not to rush. Xiao Chunjin still didn't quite understand what was going on, but obediently went home. After he left, Granny Chen said to Su Ruanruan, silly girl. We should let them come to our house. If we keep going to their place, doesn't it look like we're the ones chasing after them? Su Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen and deeply felt that what she said made sense. Although she had never been married or even had a partner in her previous life, she had seen enough to understand one thing very well. Marriage isn't just about two people, it's about two families coming together. Granny Chen would never do anything to harm her, so if Granny Chen insisted on doing things this way, there must be a good reason. Even if she didn't fully understand, all she needed to do was listen to Granny Chen. It was obvious that Granny Chen had been preparing for a long time. There were already quite a few half-finished dishes on the table, and once everyone arrived, they'd just need to do the final touches before eating. Su Ruanruan was quite experienced when it came to kitchen work. By the time she finished helping Granny Chen with the remaining preparations, the Xiao family had arrived. Xiao Dashan, Luo Yufeng, Xiao Aigua, Qian Aiju, Xiao Xiulan, and Xiao Chunjin, 6 people in all. The Su family's yard instantly became lively with their arrival. The Su family's house wasn't as big as the Xiao family's, nor did they have a special main hall for entertaining guests. Usually, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen ate in the kitchen. But the square table in the kitchen was a bit too small for so many people, so Granny Chen simply arranged for everyone to sit in her own room. Fortunately, people around here were used to sitting on the heated brick bed, kang, to chat, sew, and do other things. During the day, the bedding and pillows would be put away, so everyone could sit directly on the kang mat, convenient and spacious. Since the nights were already quite cold, Granny Chen had already heated up the kang. Sitting on the warm kong, there was no need to even wear their heavy coats. Once everyone was seated, Qian Aiju quietly took in the whole room, growing more and more satisfied the longer she looked. On the kong table were sunflower seeds, peanuts, fruit candies, and glutinous rice sticks. On the table below the kang sat a thermos, and next to it were several enamel mugs, each with a different character painted on it. The room was tidy and spotless. Every table and cabinet gleamed, and the floor was smooth and clean, with not a scrap of trash in sight. There was no strange odor in the air, on the contrary, there was a faint sweet and sour fragrance lingering. With a room kept this well, the people living here must be diligent and love cleanliness. Auntie, have some tea. Suddenly, hearing this, Qian Aiju snapped out of her thoughts. Looking up, she saw Su Ruanruan placing an enamel mug in front of her. Not just her, everyone else was holding enamel mugs and sipping tea as well. What kind of tea is this? Qian Aiju asked curiously. There was a sweet aroma of red dates wafting up. It's red date tea with a bit of brown sugar added. Qian Aiju took a sip, and instantly, Her mouth was filled with the sweet fragrance of red dates and the mellow taste of brown sugar. Delicious! That was Qian Aiju's first thought. Though it was sweet, the flavor was much richer than plain brown sugar water, much tastier, too. Her second thought was, the Su family really is doing well. Not to mention in the production brigade. Even at their factory, only women who had just given birth, or those who were sick or frail, would get red dates to nourish themselves. But the Su family could use red dates to make tea for guests. If their life wasn't going well, how could they be so generous? Although she didn't really care whether her future daughter-in-law's family was wealthy or not, having money was always better than not. A daughter-in-law who didn't have to constantly worry about sending things back to her own family would be much easier to get along with. The dinner that Granny Chen prepared tonight was every bit as good as the one Luo Yufeng made yesterday, maybe even more lavish. In addition to the two main dishes, braised pork belly cooked until tender and winter melon pork rib soup, Granny Chen also made braised vegetable meatballs. The meatballs were made by mixing vermicelli, radish, and flour together and deep-frying them. Even though they were completely vegetarian, deep-frying meatballs uses up a lot of oil. Most families in the production brigade were so frugal with oil that they barely used a few drops when stir-frying, let alone deep-frying vegetarian meatballs. So this dish was just as good as any meat dish. There was also scrambled eggs with scallions, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a cold radish salad. 6 dishes in total, plus a steaming basket of freshly made white steamed buns and a pot of thick, fragrant white rice porridge. This was a dinner of the highest standard. The meal was filled with laughter from start to finish, everyone getting along harmoniously. Luo Yufeng and Granny Chen shared funny stories from the brigade or amusing tales from when Su Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin, and Xiao Xiulan were little. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju talked about life in the county town and stories from the food factory. Although no one mentioned the engagement directly, everyone present knew it was settled. All that was left was for the Xiao family to find a matchmaker to formalize things, go through the motions, and notify relatives and friends. These days, old feudal customs were out of fashion. Engagements weren't celebrated with banquets anymore, which conveniently saved both families money and resources. Not that either the Su or Xiao families were stingy, but nothing comes easy, and it's always good to save when you can. Wasn't it better to save those things for Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin? Dinner lasted a full 2 hours. By the time the Xiao family got up to leave, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan walked everyone to the gate, watching them disappear into the distance before heading back inside. On the table by the Kang, every plate and bowl had been cleaned out, so tidying up was quick and easy. Both women were efficient, and it didn't take long before everything was washed and put away. Granny Chen took a watch from her pocket and glanced at it. Seeing it was almost 10, she urged Su Ruanruan to hurry off to bed. Just before Su Ruanruan closed her bedroom door, Granny Chen added with a smile, "Feeling relieved now? Think you'll be able to sleep well tonight?" It was the first time Granny Chen had teased her like this, and Su Ruanruan's face flushed bright red. "Grandma, you should go to bed too." After closing the door, Su Ruanruan's heart was still pounding wildly. She'd always heard that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were hard to get along with, so of course she'd been worried. But after tonight, she truly felt a huge sense of relief. Qian Aiju was straightforward and easy to get along with. She always said what was on her mind and never beat around the bush. Because she was busy with work and hadn't raised Xiao Chenjin herself, she probably felt a bit guilty and indulged him in everything. She was also very satisfied with the person Xiao Chenjin liked, showing no intention of making things difficult for her future daughter-in-law. As for Xiao Aigua, after spending the evening together, it was clear he was a gentle and easygoing person. That was all she could hope for. Now Granny Chen didn't have to worry about her married life in the future either. Thinking about all this, Su Ruanruan's face grew even hotter. What was she thinking? She wouldn't be getting married for several years yet. Why was she worrying about this now? In the production brigade, news always spreads incredibly fast. By noon the next day, When work was over, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were walking side by side down the road, and they could feel all sorts of curious glances being thrown their way. Being stared at by so many people made Su Ruanruan, who was never thick-skinned to begin with, feel even more self-conscious. Her face stayed red the whole way home. Finally, when they reached the Su family's doorstep, Su Ruanruan let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at Xiao Chenjin. You should hurry home too. It wasn't that she didn't want to invite Xiao Chenjin to stay for lunch, but since his parents had finally come back, he should spend more time with them. As for eating together, there would be plenty of chances in the future. Xiao Chenjin agreed verbally, but didn't actually leave right away. He just stood there across from Su Ruanruan, smiling at her without saying a word. Seeing him like this, Su Ruanruan didn't feel like rushing him anymore, so she simply stood there facing him. Just then, Lu Xioli, who had come over after hearing the news, arrived and immediately saw the scene. Lu Xioli curled her lips in disdain, clearly looking down on the two of them. They weren't even officially engaged yet, and here they were, being all lovey-dovey out in public. Shameless. Although she thought this, Lu Xioli didn't say it out loud. Instead, she plastered a big smile on her face and hurried over to Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin. Oh my! Just look at you two. Such a perfect match. Chenjin, you have to treat Ruanruan well in the future. Otherwise, I won't allow it. Both Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan had been so focused on each other that they hadn't noticed anyone else. Suddenly hearing this startled them both. They turned toward the voice and, seeing Lu Xioli standing practically right next to them, were even more surprised. Xiao Chenjin pulled Su Ruanruan back a step, looking at Lu Xioli in confusion. Who are you? What are you going on about? Lu Xioli was stunned. Chenjin, you don't recognize me? I'm Ruanruan's real mother. You two are about to get engaged, how come you didn't tell me? This is such a big deal. If there's no elder to speak for Ruanruan, what will people think? Have you discussed the betrothal gifts yet? At this, Su Ruanruan understood. So all the things Lu Xioli had just said, what she really cared about was that last part. Is there something wrong with your head? Su Ruanruan looked at Lu Xioli seriously. If there is, you should get it checked out. I just talked to you about this a few days ago. Have you forgotten everything already? What do I have to do with you? Who I get engaged to, what the betrothal gifts are, what business is it of yours? You have your own daughter and son, so why do you insist on meddling in my affairs? Lu Xioli stared at Su Ruanruan in shock. She never expected Su Ruanruan to say something like that right in front of Xiao Chenjin. How old was she? She was already denying her own mother and speaking so harshly, with no regard for filial piety. Wasn't she afraid the Xiao family would find out and not want her anymore? Clearly, Su Ruanruan didn't care about that at all. Because she had already turned to Xiao Chenjin and said, Chenjin, when you get home, tell your family not to listen to random people. When it comes to our matters, just talk to my grandma, no one else's opinion counts. Xiao Chenjin nodded obediently. I'll do whatever you say. I'll go tell them right away. You go inside, I'll wait until you close the door before I leave. Su Ruanruan knew Xiao Chenjin was just worried about her, so she didn't argue. She opened the door, went inside, and closed it right in front of him. Seeing that Xiao Chenjin was about to leave, Lu Xioli hurriedly stepped forward to block his way. Chenjin, Ruanruan is a piece of flesh that fell from my own body. She's the daughter I risked my life to give birth to. Now that she's about to get engaged, how could I not be involved? She's still young, stubborn, and always overthinks things. You can't just listen to her. Matters of marriage should be discussed with me, her mother, don't you think? Are you heading home now? Come on, come on. I'll go with you. Your parents are back, right? Perfect, I can have a word with them. With Ruanruan's looks, there's no one in our production team who can compare. People say that even in the whole commune, or even if she married into the county town, she wouldn't have any problem. You all better not treat her unfairly. Lu Xioli chattered on nonstop, her eyes sparkling the whole time, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chenjin's face was growing darker and darker at her words. He himself hadn't grown up with his parents, but even so, His parents had never tried to use him for money or squeeze benefits out of him. But look at Lu Xioli. Living in the same production team, she had never treated Ruanruan well, and after all these years, she was still leeching off her. Now that Ruanruan had finally come to her senses and stayed far away, Lu Xioli was already scheming about her marriage. Listening to her endless stream of nonsense, Xiao Chengjin's hands started to itch again. These past 2 months, the pigs had been eating well and growing fat and producing plenty of manure, enough to give Lu Xioli a good meal. But in the end, Xiao Chengjin managed to restrain himself. He was about to get engaged. He couldn't afford to cause trouble at a time like this. After all, Lu Xioli wasn't like that useless Li Weigua. If he really made her eat pig manure, she'd probably throw a huge tantrum and cause a scene. He had to hold back for now. Everything could wait until after the engagement. With that thought, Xiao Chengjin quickened his pace. Seeing him walk faster and faster, Lu Xioli had to jog to barely keep up with him. And so, the two of them arrived at the Xiao family home, one after the other. Xiao Chengjin walked straight in and slammed the door shut with a bang. If Lu Xioli had been a step slower, her nose would have been caught in the door. Even so, her face turned pale with fright. This little brat. No wonder he's getting engaged to Ruanruan. They really are two of a kind. Lu Xioli gnashed her teeth in anger, but she wasn't willing to just leave like that. If it were any other family, maybe she could let it go, but this was the Xiao family. Xiao Dashan was the production team's leader. If they could become in-laws with the Xiao family, wouldn't that mean all kinds of benefits in the future? Getting Xiao Dashan to assign easy work and full work points to her Wang family, just thinking about it made her want to laugh out loud. In the yard, Xiao Xiulan was sitting under the eaves peeling potatoes. The sudden bang of the door startled her so much she almost cut her hand with the knife. Looking up and seeing Xiao Chengjin come in, she snapped, "What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine or something?" Xiao Chengjin's face was grim. "Sis, where are Mom and Dad?" "They went to Auntie's place." "You're getting engaged, of course they had to tell Auntie. They should be back soon." Speak of the devil and he appears. No sooner had Xiao Xiulan finished speaking than Xiao Chengjin heard Lu Xioli's ingratiating voice from outside the yard. "Oh my. Isn't that Aigua and Aiju? You're finally back." Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju rarely returned to the production brigade throughout the year. Even when they did, it was just to spend some time with their own family. There were quite a few people in the brigade whom they hadn't seen in years. So when they suddenly saw Lu Xioli, they couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju felt a bit embarrassed. Could this be someone they were close to, but had forgotten? That would be really rude. Just as they were thinking this, the woman in front of them spoke up again. "It's me. I'm Ruanruan's mother. Aren't Ruanruan and Chengjin about to get engaged? I came over specifically to discuss this with you. I mean, this is such a big event. How could I, as her mother, just ignore it, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju's embarrassment instantly vanished. So it was Lu Xioli. Xiao Aigua wasn't good at arguing with people, so he simply looked at Qian Aiju. Qian Aiju let out an exaggerated "oh," her smile dripping with sarcasm. "So that's who it is. I was wondering. Turns out it's you. Aunt Shin told me just yesterday, if you come over looking for trouble, you should first hand over 1,000 yuan as back child support for Ruanruan all these years. If a biological mother doesn't raise her child, she should at least pay up, right? But I don't think 1,000 is enough. Now you want to discuss Ruanruan and Chengjin's marriage with us, shouldn't you be preparing a dowry for Ruanruan? We've already agreed that whatever we give as a betrothal gift, Ruanruan's side will match as a dowry. All of it will go to the young couple so they can start their life together happily. As her real mother, you're so proactive now that your daughter's getting engaged. Of course, you want her to have a good life, don't you?" At the food factory, Qian Aiju was a team leader. She was used to giving speeches and pep talks to her subordinates, so her way with words was sharp and quick. She rattled all this off, leaving Lu Xioli completely dumbfounded. After a long silence, when Lu Xioli still didn't respond, Qian Aiju smiled again. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you thinking about how much to give? It's not much, really. We're planning to prepare 6 quilts, 6 sets of new clothes, a bicycle, and a watch for Chungjin. The young couple will need a new house, right? We'll each pay half to build them one. And of course, they'll need furniture, so we'll split that too. What do you think? Lu Xiuli's face stiffened as if it had been plastered over with a thick layer of paste. She couldn't even move her mouth. What did she think? What could she think? She'd been hoping that if Ruanruan married Xiao Chengjin, she could get some benefits out of it. But now, not only was there nothing to gain, she was expected to provide such a hefty dowry. She'd have to be crazy to agree to that. Lu Xiuli even suspected Qian Aiju was lying to her, but just as she shot a suspicious look over, Qian Aiju added, "I just came from Chungjin's aunt's house, and we discussed all this." His aunt agreed too. After all, this is a good match for both families. No one's expecting to profit from it. We just want Chungjin and Ruanruan to have a good life together. At that, the light in Lu Xiuli's eyes went out. She didn't care about Ruanruan having a good life. She just wanted to get something out of it. If there was nothing in it for her, what did it matter to her who Ruanruan married? Well, since Ruanruan's already been given to the Su family and her surname is Su, the dowry is the Su family's business. It has nothing to do with us Wangs. I'm leaving. You carry on, you carry on. Lu Xiuli walked away in a hurry, afraid that Qian Aiju would catch up and continue discussing the dowry for Ruanruan. It wasn't until Lu Xiuli had run far off and was completely out of sight that Qian Aiju waved at Xiao Aigua. Come on, let's go home. As soon as she finished speaking, the Xiao family's front gate swung open from the inside, and Xiao Chunjin stood at the doorway, beaming. Mom, Dad, you're back. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. Hungry? Grandma's already made dinner. I'll bring it right over. Just wait inside. Want to wash your face first? I'll bring you some water. With that, Xiao Chunjin dashed off. A moment later, he returned carrying a basin of water. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju washed their hands and faces, and as soon as they looked up, Xiao Chunjin handed them towels. Once they'd sat down inside, Xiao Chunjin bustled about, serving them tea and water, and then hurried to the kitchen. In no time, he brought out their meal. Watching her son so busy and attentive, Qian Aiju couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. He's grown this big, and this is the first time we've ever enjoyed this kind of treatment. Xiao Aigua nodded in agreement. That's my boy, takes after me. Back when I was engaged to you, I used to wait on my parents just like this. Qian Aiju, who had felt a bit jealous before, immediately broke into a smile, one so sweet it was as if she'd tasted honey. Since Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had limited time off, the very next morning, the Xiao family brought the matchmaker to the Su house. Xiao Chengjin's aunt and uncle came along too. After all, the Su family didn't have many relatives, so the Xiao family's larger group made things feel more festive. The things Qian Aiju had said to Lu Xiuli weren't just for show. She really meant them. Xiao Chengjin was the only grandson in the Xiao family, so of course, they would prepare everything they could for him. But with time being short, it wasn't easy to gather everything at once, so for the engagement today, what they brought most of were big unity bills. Tickets and goods were hard to come by, but the Xiao family had managed to save up quite a bit of money. 15 big unity bills, though not a thick stack, the weight was real. Luo Yufeng's wrinkled face bloomed with joy as she held tightly to Ruanruan's hand. Once we save up enough tickets, we'll buy a bicycle. It'll be so much easier to get around. Ruanruan blushed at this and could only look over at Granny Chen. Granny Chen was all smiles too. As for the bicycle ticket, I'll see what I can do. Everyone in the Xiao family knew that Granny Chen had plenty of connections. Getting a bicycle ticket wouldn't be a problem for her. Still, this was supposed to be part of the Xiao family's betrothal gifts. Was it really appropriate to let Granny Chen handle the bicycle ticket? Qian Aiju spoke up, Aunt Chen, about the ticket. Before she could finish, Granny Chen made the decision. It's settled. This is a good match for both families. You provide the money, we'll provide the ticket, it's all for the kids' sake. What Granny Chen valued was Xiao Chunjin himself, and the fact that the Xiao family was simple and free of drama, not because she wanted to rely on them for a better life. If you want to talk about a good life, who could be better off than they were now? Ruanruan felt the same way, but it wasn't her place to say so. Now that Granny Chen had spoken, it was just right. Seeing Granny Chen so determined, the Xiao family didn't argue further. And in their hearts, they were even more satisfied with Ruanruan. Looking across the entire production brigade, aside from the Su family, who else has the guts to say they can get a bicycle voucher and actually get one? What a marriage! No mistake about this match. Since the engagement couldn't be celebrated in a big way, they naturally didn't invite anyone else from the production team. But the news spread quickly anyway. When Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin went to literacy class together again, some students laughed and asked for wedding candies. These kids were simple-minded. They weren't asking for any other reason. They just wanted something sweet to eat. Ruanruan had already prepared for this. After class, she handed out a fruit candy to each person. It's not that Ruanruan was stingy, but there were dozens of people in the literacy class. Even giving one piece each meant giving away dozens of candies. If the rest of the production brigade found out, they'd definitely gossip that Ruanruan was too free with her money and didn't know how to live frugally. If she gave everyone 2 or 3 pieces, who knows what kind of stories they'd make up about her. She wanted to share her happiness with others, but she didn't want to be laughed at for being foolish and wasteful. The news of Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin's engagement spread throughout the entire production brigade, so of course Wang Aijuan heard about it too. Not only did she hear about it, but Lu Xioli even scolded her right to her face. We're sisters, aren't we? She goes to school, you go to school. She works, you work. Look at her. Without showing off, she's managed to get engaged to the brigade leader's grandson. And you? You just had to go after that so-called educated youth. Shamelessly sharing a bed with him, and now what? He says he doesn't want you, and that's it. No shame, no figure, no chest, no backside, always sulking with a gloomy face. With your ruined reputation, who's going to marry you? If I'd known it'd turn out like this, I might as well have left you up in the mountains back then. The more Lu Xioli spoke, the more regretful and pained she became, as if she was watching a big pile of money fly right out of her hands. If she'd known Ruanruan would turn out to be so capable, how could she have kept Wang Aijuan instead? First daughter? What a joke. She doted on Wang Aijuan for so many years, and in the end, got nothing out of it. This daughter might even end up ruining things for her. The more Lu Xioli thought about it, the angrier she got. She pinched Wang Aijuan's arm hard, then stormed off, swaying her hips. Get to work. Just looking at you makes me mad. Daughters really are little debt collectors. Money losers. The one she sent away brought her trouble, and the one she kept at home brought her trouble too. She was determined to ask around and see if she could marry Wang Aijuan off far away. Wang Aishua was getting older year by year, and in another couple of years, it'd be time for her to marry too. If she kept Wang Aijuan, with her bad reputation, at home, what if no one wanted to marry in? Thinking of this, Lu Xioli felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She couldn't care about anything else and went straight to Granny Wang's house to discuss it. Wang Aijuan stood where she was, head hanging low, biting her lips so hard she nearly drew blood. She wanted to ask Lu Xioli, why didn't you send me away back then? Why wasn't I the one given to Granny Chen? If I had been sent to Granny Chen, wouldn't I be the one engaged to Xiao Chunjin now, the one everyone envied? Why is it Ruanruan? Why does Ruanruan have such good luck? It's not fair. It's not fair. Wang Aijuan lifted her head and gazed off in the direction of the Su family, her eyes growing darker and darker. That night, it was Xiao Chunjin's turn to patrol. Xiao Chunjin carried a military canteen on his back, filled with steaming hot red date tea. He also had a military satchel slung over his shoulder. Besides the 2 flatbreads he'd just been issued, there was also a package wrapped in oiled paper inside, containing rice cakes. The rice cakes had only just come out of the steamer, still piping hot. Their aroma wafted out of the satchel, even through the fabric. Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang walked ahead of Xiao Chenjin, but every so often, they couldn't help glancing back at his satchel. After sneaking a few looks, Zheng Chang finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Chenjin, what do you have in that satchel? Come on, show us." Zhao Gang chimed in, "Yeah, we're all brothers here. Whenever we had something good to eat before, didn't we always share?" Xiao Chenjin clutched his satchel protectively and lifted his chin. That was then, this is now. How can you compare the past to the present? But after a moment's thought, Xiao Chenjin felt he was being a bit harsh. Even though he was engaged now, he couldn't just abandon his brothers for a woman. So, Xiao Chenjin opened his satchel and took out the 2 flatbreads he'd just received, handing one each to Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang. "Don't say your brother doesn't care about you. These flatbreads are yours. As for the rest, don't even think about it. Those were made by his fiancée." Did they really have the nerve to eat them? Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang, "Yes, we do." In the middle of the night, while everyone was eating, Xiao Chenjin enjoyed his rice cake and red date tea, while the others gnawed on their cold flatbreads, eyeing him enviously. Faced with their stares, Xiao Chenjin wasn't the least bit intimidated. "What? Want to come and snatch it from me? If you want to eat, get your own wives to make something for you." As the days grew colder, night fell earlier and dawn came later. At 5 in the morning, the production brigade was still shrouded in darkness. The moon, which had been hanging in the sky, was now hidden behind thick black clouds. The brigade was pitch black and eerily silent. The patrol squad wouldn't be dismissed until 6, but by now, there was no need to make rounds over and over. Each team just strolled around at a leisurely pace. Even though they were young, wandering outside all night was taking its toll. Mostly, it was just too cold at this hour. The chill made them want to curl up somewhere and not move at all. Just then, a small, thin, sneaky figure crept toward the Su family's house. It was none other than Wang Aijuan. She circled around to the back wall of the Su family's courtyard, stacked a few stones together, and peeked over the wall. The back wall wasn't as tall as the front one. If Wang Aijuan were a bit taller, she wouldn't even need the stones. She could just stand on tiptoe and see inside. But it was so dark that she couldn't make out anything in the yard. After thinking for a moment, Wang Aijuan took out a box of matches from her pocket. She'd stolen this box of matches from the Wang family's kitchen and would have to put it back later. If anyone noticed it was missing, she'd get beaten again. The light from a single match was faint and lasted only a moment, but it was enough for Wang Aijuan to see what she wanted. She saw that the Su family's backyard had several piles of firewood. There were thick wooden poles leaning against the wall, neatly stacked split logs, and, under the thatched shed, dried branches and all kinds of crop stalks. The match burned out, the flame extinguished, leaving only a tiny red ember flickering in the darkness. Wang Aijuan stared intently at that red dot, her gaze growing increasingly dark and crazed. After a while, as if she had finally made up her mind, Wang Aijuan carefully climbed down from the rock, bent over to pick it up, and carried it toward the corner where the firewood was stacked. She made 3 trips back and forth before finally moving all the rocks over. Once she had stacked the rocks, Wang Aijuan lifted one foot and stomped on the pile to make sure it wouldn't topple over. Satisfied that the stack was stable, she climbed up, grabbed onto the top of the wall, and peered inside, wanting to see if there really was a pile of firewood below. But just as she poked her head over, a pitch-black head suddenly popped up in front of her. "What are you doing?" Those 3 words, light as a feather, sounded especially eerie in the still, pitch-black night. Wang Aijuan hadn't expected anything like this at all. She screamed in fright and fell straight backward. Thud! Her body hit the hard ground, sending pain shooting through her so sharply she grimaced, feeling as if her bones had come apart. She didn't dare move a muscle. Terrified, she stared at the top of the wall, watching in horror as that dark head slowly rose into view. It was so dark she couldn't make out the person's face, she couldn't even be sure it was a person at all. Just then, there was a click, and a beam of light suddenly shone from the top of the wall. The light shone upward, illuminating a pale, ghastly face. That face was completely expressionless, its eyes staring straight at her. Suddenly, the face opened its mouth wide, stuck out its tongue at her. Wang Aijuan's pupils dilated in terror. She nearly fainted from fright, her scream piercing the night and drawing the attention of all 3 patrol teams in the area. Xiao Chenjin was the first to rush over. He recognized the scream as coming from the Su family's side and, worried that something had happened there, ran as fast as he could. When he arrived, he found the Su family's front gate tightly shut. He was about to knock when he heard someone inside, trembling with fear, say, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Responding immediately, Xiao Chenjin ran around the courtyard wall to the back of the Su house. From several meters away, he saw Su Ruanruan standing behind the wall. She was holding a flashlight, its white beam shining on her face, illuminating even the fine fuzz on her cheeks. Even under such harsh light, Su Ruanruan's face was flawless, not a single blemish. As expected of his Ruanruan, she was just that beautiful. A smile appeared on Xiao Chenjin's face. "Ruanruan, what are you standing on? Be careful not to fall," he reminded her. It was so dark, what if she slipped and got hurt? Su Ruanruan smiled too. "I'm standing on a chair. I won't fall, don't worry." Still lying on the ground, Wang Aijuan nearly exploded with anger when she heard their conversation. She was the one who had fallen, okay? Was Xiao Chenjin blind? He'd been here for so long and hadn't even looked at her once. Xiao Chenjin quickly remembered why he'd come. "Ruanruan, who was screaming just now? What happened?" Su Ruanruan shifted her flashlight, the beam landing squarely on Wang Aijuan's face. "There. It was her." Xiao Chenjin followed the direction of the flashlight and finally saw Wang Aijuan lying on the ground. Xiao Chenjin was a bit surprised. "Why is there someone lying here?" Wang Aijuan was practically fuming with anger. She'd been lying there the whole time, and Xiao Chenjin hadn't noticed her. Now he was acting all surprised. What was that supposed to mean? Did he think she'd just run over and decided to lie down here on the spot? Wang Aijuan glared furiously at Xiao Chenjin but kept her mouth shut. There was no point saying anything. Xiao Chenjin and Su Swanswan were clearly on the same side. She'd wait until the others arrived before speaking up. Since Wang Aijuan stayed silent, Xiao Chenjin couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. He was just about to say a few more words to Su Swanswan when a jumble of footsteps approached. In no time, a dozen or so people came rushing over. They immediately spotted Wang Aijuan lying on the ground. After all, Su Swanswan had been shining her flashlight right at Wang Aijuan. If they still couldn't see her, they'd have to be blind. The moment Wang Aijuan saw so many people arrive, it was as if she'd finally found her support. She raised a hand and pointed at Su Swanswan, accusing, "Su Swanswan pretended to be a ghost to scare me. She scared me so badly I fell off the rocks, and now I can't even get up." Everyone was momentarily stunned by Wang Aijuan's words. Zhao Gang quickly reacted. "Why were you standing outside the Su family's wall? And why were you standing on those rocks?" Zhang Chang glanced at the pile of rocks, then at Wang Aijuan. "You moved all those rocks over here, were you trying to climb the wall? In the dead of night, what were you trying to get in for? Planning to steal something?" Wang Aijuan was left speechless by their questions. She'd clearly said Su Swanswan had scared her by pretending to be a ghost. Why were these two so hung up on the rocks? But soon, Wang Aijuan understood why. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang were good buddies with Xiao Chenjin. The 3 of them used to be inseparable. It was only because they now worked in different places that they didn't hang out all the time. But that didn't change the fact that they were still close friends. Wang Aijuan stubbornly turned her head away, ignoring Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang's questions. Instead, she looked at the others, pitifully saying, "Su Swanswan pretended to be a ghost to scare me, and now I can't even get up." "Everyone, so? And? What's that got to do with us?" No one paid Wang Aijuan any attention. After all, no one here was stupid. This was the Su family's place, not the Wang family's. Why was Wang Aijuan here at this hour? She claimed Su Swanswan scared her by pretending to be a ghost, but why was she climbing the Su family's wall in the middle of the night? Just as everyone stayed silent, Su Swanswan spoke up. As the saying goes, if you've done nothing wrong, you don't fear ghosts knocking at your door. If you have a clear conscience, why would you be afraid of ghosts? And besides, all that talk about ghosts and spirits is just feudal superstition. It's dregs. It's a cancer. You keep going on about ghosts. What's that supposed to mean? You don't believe in the leadership and their guidance? You really think ghosts and spirits exist? What do you mean Wang Ijuan, you graduated from middle school. How can your thinking still be so ignorant and backward? That's not right. We should all strive to be advanced. We should all be positive and progressive. How can you keep talking about ghosts and monsters? Enough with the you already. I'm going to report everything that happened tonight to the team leader and suggest he send you to the commune for some proper study, so you can learn advanced thinking and become a progressive person. Ruanruan's words left Wang Ijuan so angry she could only roll her eyes. She didn't even have the strength to argue back. Not long after, Xiao Dashan arrived. When the argument started, someone had already run off to the Xiao family to tell Xiao Dashan what was happening. Once he arrived, Xiao Dashan quickly got to the bottom of things. This time, Ruanruan didn't exaggerate or try to pin extra blame on Wang Ijuan. She simply recounted exactly what had happened. I'm a light sleeper. Just now, I suddenly heard a faint noise outside and woke up. My room's back window looks out onto the backyard, so I crept over and peeked through the window crack. That's when I saw a flicker of fire on top of the wall. I was startled. After all, there's a lot of firewood stored in the backyard. If it caught fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. So I hurried to get dressed, grabbed a stool, and went to take a closer look at what was going on outside. But as soon as I stood on the stool and looked out, I came face to face with Wang Ijuan. She screamed and fell backward. I didn't even have time to react. Her scream was so loud it made my ears ring. And now she's saying I was pretending to be a ghost to scare her. By the end, Ruanruan's voice was tinged with grievance. Ruanruan was already pretty to begin with, and now, looking so aggrieved, it made people's hearts ache for her even more. Xiao Chunjin didn't know what others thought, but as for himself, he felt nothing but distress for her. Wang Ijuan came here in the middle of the night, climbed the wall, brought matches, and even tried to start a fire. She was clearly trying to commit arson. We have to hand her over to the police, Xiao Chunjin declared. As soon as he finished, Ruanruan shot him an approving look. That's exactly what needed to be said. Wang Ijuan turned as pale as a sheet when she heard Xiao Chunjin's words. I didn't. Don't make things up, she protested. If she really got handed over to the police, wouldn't her whole life be ruined? Who would dare marry her after that? But her protests were useless. Xiao Dashan had never liked Wang Ijuan, who was always stirring up trouble. And after this incident, if Ruanruan hadn't been alert, something truly disastrous might have happened. There was no way he could let it slide. That's enough. Everyone go home and eat. In a bit, I'll take her to the police station myself, Xiao Dashan said, putting his foot down and crushing any hope Wang Ijuan had left. Wang Ijuan collapsed to her knees in despair, so numb she couldn't even feel the pain in her body. Going to the police station? What was the point of living anymore? Her eyes went blank, then gradually filled with a steely resolve. Suddenly, she sprang up from the ground and dashed toward the Su family's courtyard wall. Ruanruan's pupils contracted. She called out in a low voice, "She's trying to bash her head against the wall." Xiao Chunjin reacted even faster, sprinting after her. Just as Wang Ijuan was about to smash headfirst into the wall, he grabbed her tightly by her braided pigtail. Her thin braid was yanked so hard by Xiao Chunjin that her scalp burned with pain, but she couldn't move forward another inch. Xiao Chunjin didn't hold on for long. He quickly yanked her back and flung her to the ground behind him, then shook out his hand in disgust, as if he'd just touched something filthy. Standing on higher ground, Ruanruan saw everything clearly. Watching Xiao Chunjin's actions, she pursed her lips into a smile. "Chunjin, Grandpa Xiao, wait for me a moment. I'll be right out." With that, Ruanruan jumped down from the stool and headed toward the front yard. As she rounded the corner, she saw Granny Chen, already fully dressed. Grandma, you're awake. Granny Chen glanced toward the backyard. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? I thought I heard Cheng-Jin say something about arson. Who's talking about fire prevention? Su Ruanruan hurried over to Granny Chen, took her hand, and led her outside, briefly explaining what had just happened. After hearing the story, Granny Chen's eyebrows shot up. That Wang Aijuan, how can a child be so vicious at such a young age? What kind of parents raised her? As soon as she said this, Granny Chen regretted it a little. After all, Wang Aijuan's parents were also Su Ruanruan's parents. Granny Chen looked at Su Ruanruan worriedly, only to see her deep in thought. After a moment, Su Ruanruan looked up at Granny Chen and said seriously, they must have taught her well. Otherwise, how could the student surpass the master? Granny Chen was taken aback, then nodded. You're right. As the two chatted, they'd already reached the front gate. Just as they were about to close the door and head out, they saw Xiao Dashan come around the corner with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Xiao Chenjin was dragging Wang Aijuan along. As soon as they came out, Xiao Chenjin immediately let go of Wang Aijuan and hurried over to Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, are you okay? Su Ruanruan shook her head. I'm fine. Xiao Dashan went straight to Granny Chen and quietly told her his plan, assuring her that nothing like this would ever happen again. Granny Chen was blunt as ever. Just send her away, and I'll have nothing to worry about. Of course. As they were talking, they suddenly heard someone crying and shouting, running toward them. By now, the sky was already turning pale. Even though the person running over was still far away, and their face couldn't be seen clearly, the voice was unmistakable. It was Lu Xioli. On the production team, even the smallest gossip spread like wildfire, let alone something as serious as attempted arson. If it weren't still so early and most people weren't awake yet, even the neighboring second and fourth production teams would probably know by now. Xiao Dashan looked at the approaching Lu Xioli with a dark expression. He didn't even need to ask to know why she was here. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Lu Xioli arrived, she dropped straight to her knees in front of Su Ruanruan. Lu Xioli knelt stiffly before Su Ruanruan, scaring her so much that she quickly took several steps back. Both Xiao Dashan and Xiao Chenjin were shocked and bewildered. Only Granny Chen, after her initial surprise, strode over in 3 quick steps and slapped Lu Xioli hard across the face several times. The sharp sound of slaps snapped everyone back to their senses. Su Ruanruan hurried forward. Grandma, stop. Be careful not to hurt your hand. She certainly didn't feel sorry for Lu Xioli getting slapped. After 5 or 6 slaps, Granny Chen finally stopped, her face cold as she glared at Lu Xioli. Are you an animal? Even animals are better than you. Kneeling to Ruanruan, what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to ruin her reputation? Or curse her luck and longevity? Let me tell you, Lu Xioli, after all you've done to Ruanruan over the years, she can handle you kneeling to her. Don't think you can use this to manipulate her. Granny Chen was truly furious. Her precious granddaughter, the apple of her eye, how could she let anyone treat her like this? Surprisingly, no matter what Granny Chen said, Lu Xioli didn't talk back. She just kept kneeling there, looking earnestly at Granny Chen, occasionally glancing at Su Ruanruan. Auntie Chen, Ruanruan, I'm kneeling to you. I'm apologizing. From now on, I'll keep a close eye on this wretched girl. As long as you don't send her to the police station, I'll do anything. I'm begging you. As Lu Xioli spoke, she started crying again, her words sincere, her attitude of admitting fault impeccable. Seeing her like this, Su Ruanruan suddenly understood why. If Wang Aijuan was sent to the police station at most, since she was a minor and only attempted arson, she'd get a warning, maybe pay a fine, and then be released. To the police, this was nothing. But it was different in the production brigade. If word got out that the Wang family's daughter had spent a few days at the police station for misbehaving, the family's reputation would be ruined. Not just Wang Aijuan, even the other 4 girls in the family could forget about marrying well. And of course, the Wang family's only precious grandson, Wang Aishue, could also kiss the idea of marrying a good wife goodbye. Lu Xiaoli didn't really care what happened to Wang Aijuan or to the other 4 girls at home. But she couldn't let Wang Aishue be implicated. So, as soon as she heard the news, she rushed over and knelt before Su Ruanruan, hoping she'd show some mercy. Unfortunately, judging by Su Ruanruan's expression, that wasn't going to happen. Lu Xiaoli gritted her teeth. If pleading didn't work, she'd have to try something harsher. She stood up, her eyes darting around the room. Seeing this, Xiao Dashan barked, "Lu Xiaoli, what are you up to?" Lu Xiaoli didn't answer. Instead, she rushed over to Wang Aijuan and kicked her. Wang Aijuan had been sitting on the ground, completely unprepared, and was knocked flat by Lu Xiaoli's kick. Before she could get up, Lu Xiaoli started beating and kicking her, each blow landing with a thud. Anyone with eyes could see she wasn't holding back. She was really beating Wang Aijuan as if to kill her. Xiao Dashan was startled and hurried over to stop her. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to beat her to death or what?" Lu Xiaoli dodged Xiao Dashan's hand and gave Wang Aijuan another hard kick in the back. "I'll beat her to death. Captain, today I'd rather beat her to death than let her be sent to the police station. Our Wang family can't afford that disgrace. She's so sneaky and rotten, sending her to the police won't do any good. Might as well let me beat her to death." Xiao Dashan was nearly driven mad by her words and shouted, "If you really beat her to death, you'll be the one going to the police station today. Killing someone is against the law. Even if you're her own mother, it's not allowed." At that, Lu Xiaoli's raised foot froze in midair, and finally, she reluctantly put it down. "Captain, look, I've beaten her, I've scolded her. Can't we just let this go? I promise I'll keep a close eye on her from now on. I'll find her a husband soon and marry her off far away, so she'll never cause trouble in our brigade again. What do you say?" Xiao Dashan kept a stern face and didn't answer Lu Xiaoli. Instead, he looked at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan watched Lu Xiaoli with great interest. "You've really opened my eyes today." In the past, Su Ruanruan had always thought that Lu Xiaoli didn't care much for her. She only knew how to exploit her, to squeeze whatever benefits she could, simply because Su Ruanruan hadn't grown up by her side. Since Lu Xiaoli had always treated Wang Aijuan so well, Su Ruanruan assumed Lu Xiaoli wasn't the type to favor sons over daughters. But now the truth was clear, Lu Xiaoli was even more biased than Wang Dafa. Wang Dafa ignored and neglected his daughter, but Lu Xiaoli was determined to squeeze every last bit of value out of hers. Before, Lu Xiaoli had been exploiting Su Ruanruan, while Wang Aijuan, who could help her get benefits, was dearly loved. But once Su Ruanruan was no longer useful, Wang Aijuan's value quickly diminished too. Now that Wang Aijuan had her own little schemes, Lu Xiaoli's true colors were fully revealed. Just like now, while trying to preserve the Wang family's reputation, Lu Xiaoli was already plotting to marry Wang Aijuan off far away, making a tidy sum from the bride price in the process. Even if Wang Aijuan wasn't particularly good-looking now, she was still a young, healthy girl with no illnesses or disabilities. She could still fetch a decent price. A proud, arrogant girl who'd always been pampered by her mother had suddenly fallen to the point of being sold off for a bride price. In some ways, that was even worse than being sent to the police. Su Ruanruan nodded. "All right, you can take her away. But this is the last time. If she ends up in my hands again." Lu Xiaoli nodded hurriedly. Don't worry. There absolutely won't be a next time." With that, Lu Xiaoli stepped forward, yanked Wang Aijuan, who was lying on the ground, up. "Still pretending to be dead in front of your mother? Useless at everything, always causing trouble. Every day I have to clean up your messes. Now get your ass home." Lu Xiaoli let go of Wang Aijuan, making her walk on her own, but followed close behind, shoving her from time to time. Wang Aijuan staggered along, nearly falling every time Lu Xiaoli pushed her, which only earned her another round of scolding. Su Ruanruan and the other 3 stood there watching the scene, not feeling the slightest bit of pity or sympathy for Wang Aijuan. Su Ruanruan knew very well, if she hadn't woken up groggy and noticed that faint flicker of fire outside the window, if she hadn't gotten up right away to check it out, the Su family house would have been engulfed in flames by now. It hadn't rained for a while, and the weather was dry. The firewood stacks were right next to each other and pressed up against the house, which was made of wood with a thatched roof. Just a single spark could have set the whole place ablaze in an instant. What would have happened to her and Granny Chin then? Ruanruan didn't want to think about it, didn't dare to think about it. But there was one thing she understood clearly. Whether it was the Wang Aijuan who'd lived for over 30 years in her previous life, or the teenage Wang Aijuan in this life, she was ruthless to the core. Her cruelty was bone deep. Give her even the slightest chance, and she'd pounce without hesitation, baring her fangs and tearing off a chunk of flesh. If Ruanruan had managed to escape Wang Aijuan's schemes, that was her own ability. However pitiful Wang Aijuan looked now, she had brought it all on herself. Xiao Chunjin saw Ruanruan staring at the backs of Wang Aijuan and Lu Xiuli as they left, and thought she was feeling upset. He wanted to say something to comfort her. Xiao Chunjin was still mulling over his words when he saw Ruanruan turn her head and smile at him. Chunjin, where do you think Wang Aijuan will be married off to? Does that mean we won't have to see her anymore? As she spoke, Ruanruan felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. After all, if she really never saw Wang Aijuan again, she wouldn't get to watch her suffer anymore. What a pity. Huh? Xiao Chunjin looked at Ruanruan in surprise, not quite sure how to answer. After thinking it over, he replied seriously, if she really marries far away, maybe you won't see her again. But if you want to know how she's doing, you can always ask around. Oh. Ruanruan's lips curled up. Then we'll just have to keep an ear out for news. Knowing that Wang Aijuan was having a hard time would make her happy. At this point, Xiao Chunjin finally understood what Ruanruan meant. Seeing her smile, he couldn't help but smile too. Then I'll help you keep an eye out for news. After he said that, the two of them exchanged a look and smiled, as if they'd just made a little secret pact. They were standing a bit away from Xiao Dashan and Granny Chin, and were speaking softly, so neither of the elders heard what they were saying. But seeing the smiles on the young couple's faces, both elders felt gratified. Look how well matched these two are. When one is upset, the other knows just how to cheer them up. A couple of days later, Xiao Chunjin brought Ruanruan some news. Lu Xiuli really had married Wang Aijuan off, and she'd married her into the county town. When Ruanruan heard the news, her first thought was that Lu Xiuli must have been planning this for a while. Otherwise, there's no way she could have arranged the marriage so quickly. Xiao Chunjin sat beside Ruanruan, looking a little frustrated. It's just a shame we don't know what kind of person she married. Seeing his expression, Ruanruan quickly comforted him. Don't worry, we'll find out sooner or later. With Lu Xiuli's big mouth, what secrets could she possibly keep? If she was willing to marry Wang Aijuan off, then the groom must have something to show for himself. With Lu Xiuli's love of bragging, there's no way she'd keep quiet for long. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the whole production brigade was gossiping about it. The reason was simple. Lu Xiuli herself was spreading the news. She claimed she'd found Wang Aijuan a great match, a man with a proper job in the county town, an only son, with a house and a little courtyard in the county. And if that wasn't enough, the bride price alone was a full 50 yuan. There was even more in the way of food, drinks, and rare treats. At first, some people didn't believe it. But when they saw Wang Aijuan snacking all day and strutting around the production brigade, they finally bought it. After hearing all the rumors, Ruanruan became even more curious about Wang Aijuan's husband. If what Lu Xiuli said was true, this man was quite a catch. With those conditions, he wouldn't have any trouble finding a wife in the county, let alone in their production brigade. So why would he settle for a bride from the countryside? If Wang Aijuan were a stunning beauty, you could say he was bewitched by her looks. But that was clearly not the case. Could it be true love? Did this man see past Wang Aijuan's appearance and fall hopelessly in love with her beautiful soul? At the end of October, the first snow of the year fell. The sky had been overcast for days, and it wasn't until after lunch that day that snowflakes finally began to drift down in earnest. Watching the swirling flakes descend from the sky, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile. They say a timely snow promises a good harvest. With snow falling so early this year, perhaps next year there won't be a drought, and it'll be a bountiful year. When the snow first started, it was just a light dusting, but by the time Ruanruan was heading to class, the ground was already blanketed in white. The snowflakes grew larger, falling faster and heavier. Not the gentle fluttering from before, but a hurried descent. Granny Chen dug out the hat she'd made for Ruanruan earlier and carefully placed it on her head. Except for being made of cotton instead of fur, the hat was just like a real winter cap in every other way. It was sewn from green cotton fabric, stuffed thickly with cotton inside. Once on, it covered the top of her head, wrapped around her ears, and shielded most of her face, so warm and cozy. Besides the hat, Granny Chen had also crocheted a scarf and gloves for Ruanruan. Once she put everything on, Ruanruan felt like she'd been bundled up into a bear. She was completely wrapped up, looking much plumper than before. Granny Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's how you stay warm. All right, off you go. And so, Ruanruan stepped out of the house, wrapped in Granny Chen's love. As soon as she walked out the gate, she saw Xiao Chunjin coming toward her through the snow. Like her, Xiao Chunjin was bundled up in a hat, scarf, and gloves. Only their eyes and a bit of their noses were visible, but they both broke into smiles at the sight of each other. Without saying much, they walked side by side toward the literacy class. When they arrived, they first went to the office. There was a brazier in the office, but the fire inside was burning low. Xiao Chunjin took off his gloves and scarf, set them on the table, and poked at the coals with fire tongs. He added a few branches, and soon the fire was crackling again, filling the office with warmth. Ruanruan also took off her gloves and scarf and set them aside. When she reached up to remove her hat, Xiao Chunjin stopped her. "Leave your hat on. We'll have to walk to the classroom soon, and you'll just get snow all over your head again." Hearing this, Ruanruan smiled and let her hand drop. "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two of them sat together by the brazier, but Xiao Chunjin kept glancing at the table. Their scarves and gloves lay there, identical in both color and style. Ruanruan's set had been made by Granny Chen. His had been made by Ruanruan herself. When he first received the gloves and scarf, he thought he absolutely couldn't wear them. What if they got dirty or torn? But then, knowing Ruanruan would be wearing the same ones, he took them out and wore them anyway. "Ruanruan, my grandpa said we should come up with some exam questions and put together a test for the kids, a sort of end-of-term exam. Then we'll be ready to let everyone go on break for the year." After all, the literacy class was only a temporary setup. There was no need to wait until the end of the year to start the holiday. Once the semester ended, the weather would be too cold, so it was better for the children to stay home where it was warm, rather than risk getting sick running back and forth. Ruanruan had no objections. Although there'd be no more work points to earn during the break, it was the slack season for farming anyway. She wasn't the only one without points to earn. Besides, now that Granny Chen knew about her treasure space, Ruanruan didn't feel as pressed to earn work points as before. "Sure." "Did Grandpa Xiao say when exactly?" "Today is Tuesday. My grandpa said the exam will be on Friday, and after that, we'll be on break." Xiao Chunjin glanced at Ruanruan with concern. "That only gives us 2 days. Isn't it going to be a bit difficult to put together the test papers?" "Not at all. It's just Chinese exams for grades 1 through 5, right? What's so hard about that? The hardest part is having to handwrite dozens of copies of each test." But then again, this is the last busy stretch of the year, so there's really nothing to complain about. After the two of them discussed it, they informed the students about the exams during class that afternoon. Except for the first graders who were new to school, the rest had all experienced exams before, but none of them seemed to care much. After all, their parents didn't demand any particular scores from them. As long as they could recognize some characters and weren't completely illiterate, it didn't matter whether they did well or not. The students didn't care about their results, but Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin couldn't just slap together a test to get it over with. After school that afternoon, instead of chatting as usual, the two of them went straight home to start working on the test papers. Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin each took responsibility for both the math and Chinese exams for all 5 grades, so naturally, they each had to prepare a 5th grade test as well. Each grade covered different material, the students were different, and the number of test papers needed varied. It really wasn't an easy task. That night, apart from taking a break for dinner, Ruanruan spent the entire evening diligently creating the test papers. It wasn't until nearly midnight that she finally finished all 5. Looking at the 5 neatly handwritten test papers, Ruanruan let out a long sigh of relief. The first step was done. Next, she just needed to copy each test enough times for all the students. It wasn't until Friday morning that Ruanruan finished copying the last test paper. Every single copy was written neatly, without the slightest hint of carelessness. That's just how Ruanruan was. Either she didn't do something, or she gave it her very best. When Ruanruan saw the math test Xiao Chunjin had made, she couldn't help but smile. His test papers were also clean and tidy, with strong, bold handwriting. Clearly, he'd put in a lot of effort. The exams were split into 2 sessions, first Chinese, then math, each taking up 1 class period. By the time they finished, it was only 10:30 in the morning. After the exams, Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin had the older students help clean the classroom, put all the desks and chairs in order, and reminded them to come pick up their report cards on Sunday before sending everyone home. Once the classroom was locked, Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin returned to the office together. They only had a day and a half to grade all the tests, fill out the report cards, and write comments. Time was actually pretty tight. Looking at the brazier in the office, Xiao Chunjin smiled and said, "Good thing we have this fire here. Otherwise, we'd freeze to death grading papers in here." Ruanruan, who was packing up her things, looked at him in surprise. "You're planning to grade the tests here?" Xiao Chunjin was even more surprised. "If not here, then where?" Ruanruan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course at home." "At home? There's a heated brick bed, hot water, and food. It's way more comfortable than the office." Xiao Chunjin understood her logic, but he just wanted to spend a little more time with Ruanruan. After all, once the break started, they wouldn't be coming to the literacy class together every day, and their chances to see each other would drop sharply. When Xiao Chunjin pressed his lips together and stayed silent, Ruanruan quickly guessed why he was acting this way. "Come on, let's go to my house," she said. "Before I left, I already told my grandma to make a pot of red date tea and steam some snacks. After we finish grading the exams, we can have something to eat and recharge." With Ruanruan putting it like that, how could Xiao Chunjin possibly refuse? Without any hesitation, he stood up, packed his things, put out the fire in the brazier, locked the office door, then the main gate, and left for the Su house with Ruanruan. At the Su house, Granny Chen heard the sound of the door opening and immediately guessed that Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin were back. She opened the kitchen door a crack and peeked out. Sure enough, it was them. "Hurry, hurry, come in," she called, opening the kitchen door wide to let them inside. The snow had stopped today, but everything was still blanketed in white. The cold wind howled, making people hunch up against the chill. The moment you stepped outside, you had to wrap yourself up tight, or else the wind would find its way through the tiniest gap and chill you to the bone. Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin stepped into the kitchen, and Granny Chen quickly shut the door behind them, keeping the cold outside. A fire was burning in the stove, filling the kitchen with warmth. Steam rose from the teapot on the small stove, and the sweet scent of red date tea drifted through the air. Ruanruan took a deep breath and walked over to pick up the teapot, but Granny Chen was quicker and stopped her. "You're just going to grab it with your bare hands, without even a cloth? Don't you care about your hands? Go on, you and Chunjin go to your room. I'll bring everything over in a minute." Shuffled out by Granny Chen, Ruanruan didn't protest. She smiled, tugged Xiao Chunjin's sleeve, and led him into her room. The kitchen had doors on 2 walls, leading to both Ruanruan's and Granny Chen's rooms. In summer, The smell of cooking could easily drift into the rooms through the cracks, but in winter, this setup was really convenient. Ruanruan's room was just like everyone else's in the production team. A heated brick bed with a cabinet and a low table on top, a shelf against the wall below, and a big square table between the bed and the shelf. Since the table on the bed was too small, Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin sat at the square table, each taking up half. With the bed heated, the whole room was warm and cozy. Sitting there, they didn't feel cold at all. They had just finished setting out their things when Granny Chen came in, carrying a tray with a pot of tea and a plate of snacks. The rice cakes just came out of the steamer. Eat them while they're hot, work can wait, she said, asking Ruanruan to clear some space on the table. Ruanruan agreed with a smile, moved the exam papers aside, and got up to fetch 3 enamel mugs. Since Xiao Chunjin visited often, Ruanruan had prepared a special enamel mug just for him, with "Labor is most glorious" written on it. Her own mug said, "Women hold up half the sky," while Granny Chen's read, "Unity is strength." Honestly, those slogans were pretty useful. Everyone could spot their own mug at a glance. Red date tea with rice cakes made for a tasty and filling snack. As lunchtime approached, Granny Chen brought out 3 pieces, one for each of them. After eating, everyone went back to their own work. For the next day and a half, Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin sat side by side at the square table, heads down as they graded papers, recorded scores, and wrote comments. In her previous life, Ruanruan hadn't interacted much with her peers on the team, let alone with these younger children. But in this life, after becoming a teacher and spending more time with them, she realized there were actually quite a few talented kids in the production brigade. Unfortunately, luck hadn't been on their side. Many ended up giving up on their studies due to external circumstances. Although she felt a bit regretful, Ruanruan didn't dwell on it for too long. After all, not everyone could be like her, over 30 and still dreaming of going to college. The path of studying was just too hard, requiring too much time, energy, and money. She couldn't expect everyone to be as devoted to learning as she was. Anyway, life would only get better from here on out. As long as she could teach them as much as possible while she had the chance, it would help them in their future lives. That was enough. Ruanruan told herself this in her heart. After the report cards were handed out, the literacy class really had nothing left to do. The doors were locked, and they wouldn't be opened again until spring next year. The day after the literacy class let out for break, Ruanruan went to the commune with Granny Chen. Xiao Dashan, Xiao Chunjin, and a few brigade cadres went along as well. This trip to the commune had only one purpose: to hand over the pigs and sheep they'd raised for nearly a year. Of course, not all of them were for the commune. After handing over the quota pigs and sheep, the rest belonged to their production brigade, to be slaughtered and divided up among the households. Everyone was waiting to get their share of meat for the new year. With no tractor, they had to lead the animals on foot with ropes. The sheep were easy enough. They were already familiar with Granny Chen, and as long as she was nearby, they wouldn't run off even if they weren't tethered. But who could control a pig? They had to tie them up tightly with hemp rope, several people pulling together as they slowly made their way forward. It took almost an hour of walking, but they finally reached the commune. When they'd handed over the 2 sheep and 2 pigs, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was complete. When they got back, they could slaughter the remaining 2 pigs and 1 sheep and divide up the meat. On the way back, Xiao Chunjin and Ruanruan walked side by side at the rear. Xiao Chunjin quietly asked Ruanruan, "What kind of meat do you like?" Ruanruan glanced at him and replied, "Is there any kind of meat you don't like?" Being able to eat meat was such a blessing. Even though she now had her treasure space and never lacked for meat, she still felt that eating meat was one of life's greatest joys. She liked all kinds of meat. Xiao Chunjin waved his hands. "No, it's not that. I just thought, maybe you have a favorite." Although he didn't spell it out, Ruanruan understood what he meant. If she had a particular favorite, Xiao Chunjin would find a way to get it for her. Realizing how much Xiao Chunjin cared for her, Su Ruanruan felt her heart fill with sweetness, as if she'd eaten honey. Never mind not having eaten any meat yet. Even if she did, it couldn't compare to this feeling of contentment. She glanced ahead, then quietly reached out and took Xiao Qingjin's hand. "I'll eat whatever. You don't need to worry about me." But Xiao Qingjin didn't hear a word she said. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one thought: I'm holding Ruanruan's hand. Even though both of them were wearing thick knitted gloves, with layers of cotton stuffed inside, Xiao Qingjin's heart was still pounding with excitement. "She's holding my hand. She's holding my hand. My hand. My hand." This seemed to be the first time the two of them had ever held hands. And their first time holding hands was actually initiated by Su Ruanruan. This won't do. Xiao Qingjin secretly made up his mind. He tightened his arm a little, wanting to properly grasp Su Ruanruan's hand. But just at that moment, Su Ruanruan pulled her hand back. "Let's hurry up. We're falling behind," Su Ruanruan whispered, picking up her pace. Xiao Qingjin didn't speed up right away, so he fell a few steps behind her. Staring at Su Ruanruan's back, Xiao Qingjin silently cursed himself for being an idiot, then quickly sped up to catch up with her. Hearing Xiao Qingjin's footsteps getting closer, Su Ruanruan's face grew even redder. The heat in her cheeks felt like it was about to set her on fire. Thankfully, she was wearing a hat and a big scarf that covered most of her face, so even if she was blushing, no one could see. On the way back, without the pigs and sheep slowing them down, everyone moved much faster. Plus, everyone was eager to get back and divide up the meat, so they rushed home. In less than half an hour, they were back at the third production team. Even though it was freezing outside, the team members weren't staying indoors. Instead, they were gathered in small groups, chatting. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Su Ruanruan and the others returning and immediately shouted out. As soon as he yelled, even those who hadn't noticed Su Ruanruan's group came running over. "The team leader is back. How did it go? Did you turn in the pigs for the task? Can we slaughter the pigs and divide up the meat now? Isn't that obvious?" If they hadn't managed to turn them in, they'd have brought the pigs back. "I'm just worried, so I asked." "Team leader, when are we dividing up the meat?" "Yeah, when are we dividing up the meat?" Everyone was getting anxious, but you couldn't blame them. Except for the last time they had wild boar, for many people, the last time they'd eaten meat was almost a year ago. Besides, wild boar isn't as fatty or as tasty as domestic pork, so of course everyone was eager to slaughter the pigs and share the meat. Xiao Dashan knew exactly what everyone was waiting for. He waved his big hand and said, "Let's slaughter the pigs and divide up the meat. Let's head to the pigsty and catch the pigs." "All right." Everyone responded in unison and followed Xiao Dashan toward the pigsty. At this point, there wasn't much Su Ruanruan could help with. Even though she was strong, with so many able-bodied men in the production team, there was no way they'd let a young girl like her catch pigs. The pigsty was cramped, and the slaughtering and meat dividing would be done at the threshing ground, so Su Ruanruan, Granny Chen, and Xiao Qingjin headed there first. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people at the threshing ground. Everyone had heard about the pig slaughter and meat distribution, so they'd come early to line up. If you lined up at the front, you'd get your meat sooner and maybe even get a better cut, so everyone was eager to squeeze to the front. Only one person per household needed to line up, so Su Ruanruan told Granny Chen to wait off to the side and took her place at the end of the line. Xiao Qingjin followed right behind, standing behind Su Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, I'll wait in line with you, so you won't get bored." When Su Ruanruan heard this, she turned to glance at Xiao Qingjin, her eyes full of laughter. All right. There were a lot of people around, so the two of them couldn't really say anything private. They just exchanged glances from time to time, then smiled at each other. But neither Xiao Qingjin nor Su Ruanruan realized that their little interactions were all being watched by a few people not far away. Those people were none other than the other educated youths. After Wang Aijuan was married off to the county, Li Weiguo finally breathed a huge sigh of relief, because no one would ever link him to Wang Aijuan again. At the same time, Cheng Yanhong also felt relieved. When Wang Aijuan was still in the production team, Cheng Yanhong couldn't help but keep an eye on her, always plotting in her heart how she might get revenge. But she never dared to actually do anything and lived every day in misery. Now that Wang Aijuan was gone, she no longer had to torment herself. But even with Wang Aijuan gone, Ruanruan still made her feel an eyesore. Why was it that she, Cheng Yanhong, was constantly the subject of gossip, while Ruanruan's life was so happy and fulfilling? They were about the same age and education level, and she was even from a big city, so why was her life so much worse than Ruanruan's? Both she and Li Weigua stared unblinkingly at Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin. The other 4 educated youths noticed too, but none of them dared say anything. Both Li Weigua and Cheng Yanhong had become people they were afraid of. Unless absolutely necessary, the 4 of them really didn't want to have much to do with those two. The one who regretted it most was Zhang Chongqun. Every night, when everything was quiet, he would ask himself over and over why he'd let greed cloud his mind and followed Li Weigua and Cheng Yanhong in running away. If he hadn't been involved in that, would Xiao Dashan now be considering letting him teach at the elementary school after the new year? Zhang Chongqun had seen with his own eyes how Xiao Dashan had spoken separately with the other 3. He felt both envious and regretful and kept racking his brain for a way to make up for it. But so far, he hadn't come up with anything useful. At this point, if he got mixed up with Li Weigua and Cheng Yanhong again, he'd really be a fool. Waiting always made time feel especially slow. No one knew how long they'd waited, but Ruanruan's legs were starting to ache from standing when she finally saw Xiao Dashan approaching with a group of people. Behind Xiao Dashan were 2 groups, each carrying a stretcher. One stretcher held an especially fat pig, washed clean and looking so appetizing it made everyone think of fragrant, delicious pork. The other stretcher held a sheep. The sheep hadn't been washed, there was no need, since its skin would be peeled off soon anyway. When it came to slaughtering pigs, not a single person in the production team, old or young, was squeamish. Everyone watched as the pig and the sheep were slaughtered, the hair scraped off, the skins peeled, the carcasses cleaned, and then chopped into big pieces and laid out on the table, waiting for the team members to come up one by one to collect their share. When dividing the meat, everyone got a mix of fat and lean, plus some ribs to keep things fair. Otherwise, if someone said they got too much lean meat, or someone else complained about too little fat, there'd be no peace in the team for a long time. But when it was Ruanruan's turn, the man dividing the meat still gave her a bit more fat. After all, Ruanruan was the future granddaughter-in-law of the team leader. Even though she hadn't officially married in yet, it was only a matter of time. Even if others saw, no one would say a word. Ruanruan took the pork to find Granny Chen, who was chatting with Luo Yufeng at the time. When the 2 women saw Ruanruan approaching, they both stopped talking and turned to her with warm smiles. Luo Yufeng, looking especially pleased, patted Ruanruan on the shoulder. As long as you're bundled up, that's what matters. It's freezing out, don't let yourself catch cold. Don't worry, Granny Luo, I won't get cold, Ruanruan replied. She was already dressed in so many layers. If she still felt cold, then everyone else in the production team would be freezing too. After all, not every family could afford to make new cotton-padded clothes from fresh cotton every year. As they spoke, Xiao Chenjin also walked over carrying his share of pork. Luo Yufeng glanced at the pork in Xiao Chenjin's hand. Chenjin, give that piece of pork belly to Ruanruan. Look how skinny she is, she should eat more meat to build herself up. Hearing this, Ruanruan quickly waved her hands in refusal. I can't accept that, Granny Luo. I'm skinny because I just can't gain weight, not because I don't have enough meat to eat. If you don't believe me, ask my grandma. Granny Chen laughed. That's right. Ruanruan just can't put on weight, it's not that I don't let her eat. You should take your pork belly back. Xiaolan and the others will be home soon, make them some braised pork to nourish them. That girl Xiaolan works alone in the factory, it's not easy for her. As her grandmother, you have to take care of her. How could I not care about her? Every time she comes home, she brings back bags of things. Fine, fine. Since you say so, I'll save it for her. It was nearly lunchtime, so after exchanging a few more polite words, Granny Chin and Luo Yufeng each headed home to prepare lunch. Su Ruanruan winked secretly at Xiao Chenjin, then followed Granny Chin home. Once they got back, Granny Chin said, "When the food's ready, take some over to old Chi and his wife." Okay. Su Ruanruan agreed readily. Even if Granny Chin hadn't mentioned it, she would have brought it up herself. Ever since the snow started, Shi Anfu and Su Inghua's days had gotten even harder. After all, the cowshed was no proper house, the walls were just hastily thrown together, and the north wind whistled right through the gaps. When it snowed, the flakes would blow straight into the cowshed. Su Inghua's health was never very good to begin with, and the cold made her start coughing. If Granny Chin hadn't brought them some cotton so they could make padded jackets to wear, they might have really fallen ill. In weather like this, living in such a place, getting sick was no small matter. But Su Ruanruan and Granny Chin could only do so much. Their ability to help was limited. They didn't dare send too much else, for fear of being discovered or bringing trouble to the two old folks. But they could at least send more food. They'd send a little at a time, just enough for 2 or 3 days, so it would be eaten quickly. After a few days, they'd bring more. At least this way, the two elders could build up their strength to withstand the long, harsh winter. When Granny Chin finished making the braised pork and steaming the rice, Su Ruanruan packed the rice into 2 lunchboxes, topped with braised pork and potatoes soaked in savory meat juices. She wrapped the lunchboxes in cotton cloth, tucked them into a basket filled with dry straw, and set out. It was broad daylight, so Granny Chin didn't worry about Su Ruanruan's safety. It was lunchtime, and every household was at home stewing meat. The aroma of pork drifted over the entire production team, lingering in the air. After delivering the meat, Su Ruanruan didn't dare linger in the cowshed. After all, it was broad daylight and there were too many people around. If someone happened to see her, it would be bad. But even though she was being so careful, she still ran into someone. She had just left the cowshed and turned a corner when she came face to face with Li Weigua. Li Weigua was wearing a dark blue cotton jacket and a matching hat. The clothes didn't quite fit him, making him look a bit comical. Su Ruanruan glanced at him, then looked away, planning to walk around him and continue on her way. But just then, Li Weigua stepped forward and blocked her path with his arms outstretched, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He didn't actually touch her, probably afraid she'd hit him, but he stood in her way all the same. Su Ruanruan frowned at him. "What are you doing?" Li Weigua pursed his lips. "Why are you engaged to Xiao Chenjin?" Su Ruanruan was a little surprised by the question. "What does my engagement have to do with you?" Why was Li Weigua looking at her like she was some heartless traitor? Did they have any kind of relationship? Xiao Chenjin is arrogant and overbearing. He likes to throw his weight around. If you really marry him, what if he bullies you in the future? Li Weigua's tone was full of anguish, as if he was truly worried for her. Su Ruanruan actually found this a little amusing. How come I've never noticed he's that kind of person? I've known him since we were kids, over 10 years now. We grew up together. How long have you known him? And here you are, bad-mouthing him in front of me. Are you just overconfident, or is there something wrong with your head? Li Weigua was taken aback by her words, retreating 2 steps, his face turning pale. "I'm just thinking of what's best for you." "No need." Su Ruanruan cut him off. "I don't need you to look out for me. Stay away from me, and my life will be even better." With that, she lifted her foot to leave. This time, Li Weigua didn't try to stop her. But after Su Ruanruan had walked a few steps, she heard his voice again. "Does Xiao Chenjin know you're bringing food to those 2 in the cowshed?" Su Ruanruan stopped in her tracks the moment she heard that. When she'd first seen Li Weigua, she'd already wondered if he'd seen her go to the cowshed. Now, hearing his words, she knew her guess was right. Still, even if Li Weigua had seen her, she wasn't afraid. It was just some food. As long as Chi Anfu and Su Inghua ate it, even if Li Weigua reported her and brought people to search the cowshed, there'd be nothing left to find. Besides, Li Weigua didn't have a great reputation with Xiao Dashan these days. It wouldn't be easy for him to get a transfer letter and leave the production brigade. Xiao Dashan wasn't one to let troublemakers off easily. If he found out what Li Weiguo was up to, he'd never let him leave. Su Ruanruan slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow. Are you planning to tell him? No. Li Weiguo hurriedly shook his head. I won't tell Xiao Chenjin. Ruanruan, you don't have to worry. I won't report you. I think what you're doing is great. You're amazing. You're doing things I want to do, but don't dare or can't. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them from now on too. I don't have much food or money, but I can help carry water and chop wood. By the end, Li Weiguo was beaming with a bright smile. Seeing Li Weiguo like this, Su Ruanruan felt she more or less understood what he was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity of getting close to Qianfu and Su Yinghua as an excuse to interact with her, didn't he? Did Li Weiguo really think that by doing this, he could get closer to her, change her opinion of him, and then break off her engagement so she'd be with him instead? Even daydreams are more realistic than that. Since Li Weiguo wasn't going to report her, she decided not to bother with him anymore. Let him do whatever he wants. Su Ruanruan didn't say another word. She turned and walked away. Li Weiguo stood where he was, watching Su Ruanruan walk farther and farther away, clenching his fists in secret. Su Ruanruan, I'll show you my sincerity. I'll definitely do better than Xiao Chenjin. Back at home, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen enjoyed a hearty lunch together. After lunch, Su Ruanruan leaned back against the quilt, rubbing her stomach in silence. She'd eaten a bit too much. Seeing her like this, Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh. You're not a child anymore. How do you still manage to eat until you're stuffed? Su Ruanruan smiled sheepishly. That's only because your cooking is just too delicious, Granny. You and that sweet mouth of yours. You've really learned a thing or two from all your time as a teacher. Su Ruanruan wholeheartedly agreed with Granny Chen's words. Being a teacher for so long had its perks. She was much more talkative than before, and a lot more confident too. Ruanruan, if the weather's good tomorrow, let's ask Qingjin to come with us to the county town. What for? Su Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen in surprise. Isn't it a bit early to start preparing for the new year? Hearing this, Granny Chen shot her a look. Who said anything about New Year's shopping? Now that you're on break, it's time we go buy that bicycle. It had been a while since the engagement. If they kept putting off buying the bike, what if the Xiao family started thinking they were trying to pocket the money? To be honest, Granny Chen really didn't care about that 150 yuan. That little money box in Su Ruanruan's treasure space, who knew how much money was in there now? Why would they covet just 150 yuan? But other people didn't know that. So it was better to buy the bicycle sooner rather than later. After all, the bike would be for Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin to use anyway. Su Ruanruan had almost forgotten about the whole thing. Now that Granny Chen brought it up, she was a bit caught off guard. It took her a while to react. Granny, did you get a bicycle ticket? What else? Granny Chen glanced at her with a smile. How are you supposed to buy a bike without a ticket? When did you get it? How did you get it? Su Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen with admiration, waiting for her to explain. Even though she knew Granny Chen must have traded something from the treasure space for the ticket, Su Ruanruan was still amazed. After all, bicycle tickets were really hard to come by. I asked your Uncle Li to help. Gave him 20 jin of fine grain in exchange. Uncle Li? The one who's the deputy director at the food factory. That's right. Who else could I ask? Seeing Granny Chen's wistful expression, Su Ruanruan didn't ask any further. The Uncle Li Granny Chen mentioned was named Li Guohua, deputy director at the food factory, in his 30s. To have reached that position at his age, he must be quite capable. Plus, his father was an old Red Army veteran who'd earned military honors. Li Guohua's father, Li Chenggong, was a comrade in arms of Su Aimin. Li Chenggong has quite a few old injuries. Now retired at home, he spends his days tending to flowers, sipping tea, and playing with his grandchildren, truly enjoying his twilight years. Over the years, Li Chenggong has helped Granny Chen a lot. If it weren't for his help, Granny Chen could never have raised Su Ruanruan so well. As Su Wanwan gradually grew up, Granny Chen stopped troubling the Li family as much. This time, she went to them again for a bicycle ticket, but only because she had no other choice. Thinking about all this, Su Wanwan's brows slowly furrowed. Seeing this, Granny Chen reached out and tapped her on the forehead. "You little girl, why do you love frowning so much at your age? We're not just asking for favors this time, we gave them 30 gene of fine grain, too. Life is long. We'll have plenty of chances to repay their kindness in the future." Hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately smiled. "I'll listen to you, Grandma. That's right. Things are different now." With their treasure space, they no longer need others to look after them all the time. They can even repay the kindness they once received. Since they'd decided to go to the county town tomorrow, she needed to let Xiao Chenjin know in advance. Buying a bicycle was a big deal. Xiao Dashan should probably go with them too. Even though it was the slack season, Xiao Dashan still had to make arrangements before leaving the production brigade. Otherwise, if something came up and no one knew he'd left, it would be a mess. Early the next morning, the sun had already risen. Golden sunlight shone on the pure white snow, giving it a dazzling golden sheen. Bathed in the morning light, the whole production brigade looked peaceful and serene. It was too cold in the morning, and since there was no work, hardly anyone was outside. On the small road through the brigade, only Su Wanwan, Granny Chen, Xiao Chenjin, and Xiao Dashan were walking slowly. The snow on the ground hadn't melted, crunching underfoot, and they had to be careful not to slip. In these conditions, riding a bicycle would be asking for trouble. So the Xiao family didn't even bother bringing theirs out. When they bought the new bicycle, they'd have to push it home too. Riding was out of the question. The road was long and difficult, so they'd already prepared themselves for a tower walk. But luck was on their side. Just as they left the brigade and reached the main road, they saw an ox cart slowly approaching. The cart moved at a snail's pace, with a few people scattered on board. When the old man driving the cart saw Xiao Dashan, he stopped beside them. "Captain Xiao, where are you all headed?" "We're going to the county town for some errands." "Are you headed there too?" "That's right." "Well then, hop on. I'll give you a lift." Hearing this, Su Wanwan and Xiao Chenjin looked eagerly at Xiao Dashan, waiting for his approval to climb aboard. Xiao Dashan chuckled, thanked the old man, and led the way onto the cart. The ox cart really was slow. The old man probably didn't want to risk slipping, so he prioritized safety over speed. In this leisurely fashion, it took them more than 2 hours to finally reach the county town. Although it took just as long as walking, at least they didn't have to trudge through the snow themselves, saving a lot of energy. But it was also freezing. The cart had no shelter at all, and the wind whipped at them from all directions with nowhere to hide. When Su Wanwan got off, her hands and legs felt completely stiff from the cold. Frozen. The first thing she did after stepping onto the ground was move her hands and feet, hopping up and down until she finally felt a little warmer. After saying goodbye to the old man, the group headed straight to the department store. On the second floor of the department store, where the bicycles were sold, there were only a dozen or so bikes on display. Each one was brand new, so shiny that if you got close enough, you could see your own reflection. Although everyone who came up to the second floor would stop by to look at the bikes, most were just looking. Very few actually bought one. When Su Softy and the others arrived, the sales clerk didn't even glance at them, probably assuming they were just window shopping like everyone else. They all knew what sales clerks were like these days, so they didn't expect anyone to warmly introduce the bikes to them. They just had to look for themselves. Xiao Dashan had bought a bike before, so he knew a thing or two about them. There were 3 brands for sale here: Flying Pigeon, Red Flag, and Phoenix. Each brand had both women's and men's models. Honestly, they didn't look all that different, except the women's bikes were a bit smaller and looked more nimble. Xiao Dashan shared what he knew, then said, "Since we're buying it for Softy, we should get a women's bike, right?" Xiao Chijin nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's get a women's bike." The women's bikes didn't have that big crossbar in front, and they looked a lot nicer. Su Softa looked at the women's bikes, then at the men's bikes, and said firmly, "Let's get a men's bike." "Why?" Xiao Chenjin looked at Su Softy, puzzled. "The women's bikes look so much better." The men's 28-inch bikes with the big crossbar looked bulky, no matter how you saw it. But Su Softa said, "You can carry people on both the front and back of the men's bike. And you can haul stuff, too. The price is about the same, so why not get a men's bike?" After she finished, Xiao Dashan didn't say anything, but the look he gave Su Softy was even more approving. What a sensible girl. She didn't just care about looks, but thought about practicality. Not bad. Really not bad. Since Softa says so, let's get the men's bike. Next time, if we buy another, we'll get a women's one, Xiao Dashan said. Grandma Chen had no objections either. Men's, women's, either way, it's just a bike. Why fuss over the details? Since everyone agreed, Xiao Chenjin pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. But he made a mental note of it. When he earned his own money, the first thing he'd do is buy Su Softy a light, nimble women's bike. Once they'd made up their minds, Xiao Dashan went to call over the sales clerk. When the clerk saw they actually had a bicycle coupon and the money, a big smile appeared on his face. "Which one would you like? What brand? Take your pick." In the end, they chose a red flag 28-inch men's bike. It looked sturdy. After paying and handing over the coupon, the bike was theirs. As they wheeled the bike out of the department store, countless envious glances followed them. These days, anyone who could afford a bike was no ordinary person. After leaving the department store, they didn't plan to go straight back to the production brigade. Since they'd come all this way, of course they had to visit Xiao Xiulan and her family. So they headed first to the textile factory where Xiao Xiulan worked. It was work hours, so they waited outside for a long time before Xiao Xiulan came running out. When she saw Su Softy and the others, Xiao Xiulan was overjoyed. "Grandpa, Granny Chen, what brings you here?" "Chenjin, Softy." "Oh, you bought a bike. It's beautiful." Xiao Chenjin lifted his chin proudly. "Nice, right?" Softy picked it out. Xiao Xiulan looked at Xiao Chenjin with a complicated expression. "So, what if it's what Ruanruan chose?" As she spoke, Xiao Chenjin walked straight over to Ruanruan, grabbing her arm with one hand and wrapping the other around her waist. If Ruanruan picked it, that just means she's got good taste. "What's it got to do with you?" Xiao Xiulan finished, tilting her chin up at Xiao Chenjin in a smug little gesture. "Huh, think I can't handle you? So, what if she's your fiancé? She's not married to you yet, is she? You can't hug her, but I can." Su Ruanruan watched the whole exchange between Xiao Xiulan and Xiao Chenjin, lips pressed together in a smile, not saying a word. She had siblings herself, but honestly, it was like having none at all. Seeing the way Xiao Xiulan and Xiao Chenjin got along, there was no way she wasn't a little envious. Their sibling bond was just too good. Xiao Xiulan pulled Su Ruanruan over to Xiao Dashan. "Grandpa, I've taken the day off. Why don't we go visit my parents together? We can have lunch as a family." That was exactly what Xiao Dashan had in mind. Since Xiulan had already taken time off, they might as well all go together. The group left the textile factory and headed toward the food factory. All the factories in the county were nearby. They walked along the wide road for nearly half an hour before reaching the food factory. Xiao Xiulan and Xiao Chenjin used to come here often. Lately, Chenjin hadn't visited as much, but Xiulan still came by regularly, so the gatekeeper recognized them right away. "Xiulan, here to see your parents? Isn't that Chenjin? Haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah, my grandpa and the others came to town for some errands, so we thought we'd stop by and see my parents." "All right, go on in. The shift just ended, so your parents have probably already gone home." The food factory had employee housing. After entering the main gate, you turned left and walked for about 10 minutes to reach the residential compound, a few apartment buildings that served as the staff dorms. There were single rooms and family suites. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had been assigned a one-bedroom apartment, a small living room, a tiny bedroom, and a kitchen just big enough for one person to turn around in. Even so, everyone scrambled to get a place like this. If there had been enough space, Xiao Xiaolan and Xiao Chenjin wouldn't have grown up in the production brigade. Most people lived like this. Whole families sharing a bed was nothing unusual. But as Xiao Dashan said, since they had a place to stay back home, there was no need to squeeze in here. Besides, Xiao Aigua had grown up in the production brigade too, and he still managed to get into junior high and become a worker. Xiaolan and Chenjin living in the brigade wouldn't hurt their futures either. Time had proven Xiao Dashan right. The five of them soon arrived at the building where the Xiao family lived. There was no way to carry the bicycle upstairs, so they locked it up in a spot where it could be easily seen from the building. Besides, this was the food factory's residential compound. No one would steal anything here. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju's apartment was on the second floor. As they reached the landing and before they could even knock, the door opened from the inside. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju stood at the doorway, faces full of surprise and delight as they looked at Ruanruan and the others. "We just saw you from the window and thought our eyes were playing tricks on us. We didn't expect it to really be you. Come in, come in. What brings you here at this hour?" "Mom, Dad, we just went to the department store to buy a bicycle. It's parked downstairs." Xiao Chenjin explained. "Really?" Qian Aiju said as she turned to walk over to the window. She leaned out to look down and, sure enough, saw a brand new bicycle parked below. "Aigua, come over and take a look. Doesn't this bike look just like ours?" "Oh, it's really nice." Hearing this, Xiao Aigua also walked over to take a look. After he did, he nodded in satisfaction. "It's the same. This one's even better. Whether you're carrying people or things, it's convenient." "Did Chenjin pick it out?" "No," Xiao Chenjin replied with a big smile. "It was Ruanruan who chose it. She said this kind is more practical." Not bad." Xiao Aigua didn't say much, but it was clear he was very pleased. Ruanruan hadn't chosen this type of bicycle to please Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju. She genuinely thought it was more convenient. Still, she couldn't deny that her choice made the parents even happier. This one-bedroom apartment was really quite small. It was just about enough for Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju to live in by themselves. But now, with 5 more people suddenly showing up, it felt pretty crowded. Originally, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had planned to just whip up something simple at home, but that clearly wouldn't work now. Not only would cooking for so many people be a hassle, but there wasn't even enough space for everyone to sit and eat comfortably. Given that, they might as well go eat at the cafeteria. The food at the factory cafeteria was actually quite good. There were meat and vegetarian dishes, steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, whatever you wanted, it was all convenient. "Come on, let's go eat at the cafeteria." "I heard there's braised pork today," Qian Aiju said, calling everyone to get ready. A big group of them made their way to the cafeteria. The place was bustling, every table full of people eating. When everyone saw Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju leading a group over, they all greeted them warmly. After Qian Aiju got everyone seated, she and Xiao Aigua went to get the food. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaolan stood up as well. "I'll go help. Chenjin, you come too." "Okay." Xiao Chenjin agreed and stood up. Before leaving, he turned to Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, what do you want to eat?" Ruanruan wasn't sure what food they had here, but she wasn't picky. "Anything is fine." Xiao Chenjin smiled and walked off. Ruanruan sat at the table, but couldn't help glancing around at the environment and the workers eating nearby. In all her lives, past and present, this was the first time she'd eaten in such a big cafeteria. The people sitting around her were all factory workers with iron rice bowls. They wore work uniforms, smiles on their faces, and their bowls were filled with all kinds of hearty lunches. Regardless of age or gender, they all radiated a vibrant energy, a feeling she'd never seen among the production team members in the countryside. Ruanruan pursed her lips. Now she finally understood why Wang Aijuan was so determined to get a job at the textile factory. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of life, she liked it too. She let out a soft breath and suppressed that budding fondness. Even if she liked it, she didn't want to work in a factory right now. Just as Ruanruan was about to look away, she suddenly spotted Xiao Chenjin talking to a girl. The girl was wearing a food factory uniform, her hair in two shiny black braids, petite and delicate, looking up at Xiao Chenjin. From Su Ruanruan's angle, she could just see the girl's pretty profile. Unlike most of the girls in the production brigade, who had tanned or sallow skin, this girl had fair, delicate skin and a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. Even from the side, you could see her large eyes, the corners slightly upturned, giving her a look as if she were always smiling, even when she wasn't. A girl this pretty couldn't hide her beauty, even dressed in work clothes. Su Ruanruan only glanced at her a few times before looking away. The girl was nice, pretty, and with good taste too. As Su Ruanruan kept glancing in that direction, Granny Chen noticed something was off and followed her gaze. When Granny Chen frowned and looked back, she saw Su Ruanruan playing with her fingers, her expression perfectly normal. After thinking for a moment, Granny Chen leaned over and whispered in Su Ruanruan's ear, "Ruanruan, what's wrong? Are you upset?" Granny Chen had been young once herself, a teenage girl just like Su Ruanruan. She could more or less guess what was on the girl's mind. Upset? Not at all. But hearing Su Ruanruan say that only made Granny Chen more certain of her suspicions. This girl, still so stubborn. Ruanruan, if you're upset, just say so. There's nothing wrong with that. You can talk to Chengjin later, tell him to be more mindful in the future. It's no big deal. With someone as outstanding as Xiao Chengjin, he'd stand out in any crowd. It was only natural that he'd catch the attention of the girls. Seeing Granny Chen looking at her with concern, Su Ruanruan smiled helplessly. "Grandma, I'm really not upset. They were just talking. What's there to be upset about? Besides, we're not even married yet. Even if we were, would I stop him from talking to other people? Am I supposed to tie him to my side all day so he can only talk to me? That's just not realistic." "What's not realistic?" Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen turned at the sound and saw Xiao Chengjin walking over with a tray in his hands. Clearly, he'd caught Su Ruanruan's last sentence. As he set the tray down on the table, he repeated his question, "What's not realistic?" "Ruanruan, Granny Chen, what are you two talking about?" "Nothing. We were just saying it's not realistic to stop you from talking to other people." Su Ruanruan blurted it out so quickly that Granny Chen didn't have time to stop her and could only stare helplessly. By the time Granny Chen remembered to check Xiao Chengjin's reaction, he was already smiling. "Why not? If you don't want me talking to anyone else, Ruanruan, I won't say a word to them from now on." Su Ruanruan shook her head. "That's not right. If you don't talk to anyone else, how are you supposed to live? That's what you're for, isn't it? If I need to say something to someone, I'll just have you pass on the message." At that, even Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh. Before, Granny Chen had only thought Xiao Chengjin was outstanding, and Su Ruanruan was too. They were a good match. But now, Granny Chen truly realized just how well-suited they were. It wasn't just their looks, abilities, or family backgrounds. Most importantly, their personalities fit, their tempers matched. One never asked for too much, and the other was willing to do anything for her. There really couldn't be a better match. As for other girls, there's no such thing as another girl. With these two, no one could ever come between them. "What dishes do we have?" As Su Ruanruan spoke, she glanced at the food Xiao Chengjin had placed on the table. Braised pork with potatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, spicy and sour diced radish, scrambled eggs with scallions, and a bowl of braised fish. What a feast! No wonder everyone wants to work at the factory. Not only is the food plentiful, but the workplace is clean, and every day there are so many dishes to choose from. Just then, Xiao Xiaolan and the other two returned, carrying soup, steamed buns, and rice. The rice was a mixed grain variety, but it still looked appetizing. A spread like this, back in the production brigade, you'd only see it during the New Year's celebration. Some families, if they were struggling, might not even eat this well for the new year. But Su Ruanruan knew that for Xiao Aigua, Qian Aijiu, and even Xiao Xiaolan, there was no way they could eat like this every day. They worked in the county, and their monthly grain rations were limited. If they wanted to eat meat or good dishes, they needed ration tickets. Just this one meal might cost half of someone's monthly meat ration. As Su Ruanruan thought about this, she glanced at Granny Chen. Granny Chen comfortingly patted her hand and whispered in her ear, "There's meat in the basket I'm carrying. Before we leave, we'll leave it for them." Su Ruanruan's eyes widened slightly. There was no meat in Granny Chen's basket. But soon, she realized what Granny Chen meant. Feeling reassured, Su Ruanruan finally had the mind to enjoy the food. She took a bite. The flavors were salty, savory, and delicious. The canteen chef really knew what he was doing. "Uncle Xiao, Aunt Qian, you're having lunch. Are these Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao?" Hearing the voice, Su Ruanruan looked up and saw a young girl standing by the table, the same girl who had just spoken to Xiao Chenjin. Qian Aiju smiled and put down her chopsticks. "Mimi, this is your Grandpa Xiao." "But this isn't your Grandma Xiao, you should call her Granny Chen. And this is Granny Chen's granddaughter, Ruanruan. She's a year younger than you." Qian Aiju then turned to introduce them to Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan. "This is Zhang Mimi. Both her parents work at the food factory, and she's currently a temporary worker here too." Zhang Mimi's gaze drifted past everyone and landed on Su Ruanruan. After a moment, she reached out her hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Mimi." Su Ruanruan put down her spoon and lightly shook Zhang Mimi's hand. "Hello, I'm Su Ruanruan." Zhang Mimi seemed surprised that Su Ruanruan handled herself so calmly. She froze for a split second before hurriedly withdrawing her hand. "Ruanruan doesn't look like someone who grew up in the countryside at all," Zhang Mimi said with a smile. Su Ruanruan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then what do you think a girl who grew up in the countryside should look like?" Xiao Xiulan looked at Zhang Mimi too. "I grew up in the countryside as well, Mimi. Do I look like it?" Xiao Chenjin chimed in, full of curiosity. "Me too. Do I look like I grew up in the countryside?" Three faces, all full of question marks, stared at Zhang Mimi, making her blush instantly. "Uncle Xiao, Aunt Qian, I have to go, I have something to do." Zhang Mimi hurried off, nearly bumping into someone coming the other way. It wasn't until she left the canteen that Xiao Xiulan pursed her lips and said, "Silly girl. What does she know about what it's like to grow up in the countryside? You little girl, why are you being so sharp-tongued?" Qian Aiju said with a laugh. "Did I say anything wrong?" Xiao Xiulan retorted, unconvinced. "Did you hear what she just said? She clearly looks down on Ruanruan for growing up in the countryside. So, what if she grew up in the countryside? How does that affect her?" As she spoke, Xiao Xiulan's gaze fell on Xiao Chenjin. She suddenly came over and said all that, "Don't tell me it's because of you? How could that be?" Xiao Chenjin protested loudly. Noticing everyone looking at him, he quickly lowered his voice. "When I went to get food just now, she almost bumped into me and apologized. If she hadn't come over to say hi, I would have forgotten all about her." "Really? Of course it's true." Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Chenjin's eyes, Xiao Xiulan finally, though reluctantly, believed him. But as she lowered her head, she still muttered, "You might have forgotten her, but she might not have forgotten you." Her voice wasn't loud, but since they were all sitting at the same table, everyone heard her. Xiao Chenjin felt wronged. Whether someone else remembers him or not, how is that something he can control? "Ruanruan, you believe me, don't you?" Xiao Chenjin scooted over to Su Ruanruan, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Su Ruanruan nodded. "Of course I believe you." Xiao Chenjin was a straightforward person. He always said what was on his mind and never beat around the bush. Even if he was embarrassed to say something, his expressions and actions would give him away. That's why Su Ruanruan was sure that, up until just now, Xiao Chenjin had no impression of that Zhang Mimi girl at all. A girl who popped up out of nowhere, exchanged a couple of words with Xiao Chenjin, and then came over to show hostility toward her. If she really took it to heart and started a fight with Xiao Chenjin over it, wouldn't that be exactly what that girl wanted? Qian Aiju took in all of Su Ruanruan's reactions, and it made her even more satisfied with the girl. Don't be fooled by Su Ruanruan's young age, she's actually very sensible. Unlike some girls, who start making a fuss over nothing. If something really did happen, wouldn't it just turn into a huge mess in the end? Xian Aiju herself grew up in the countryside. The job she is now is all thanks to her own hard work, so she doesn't care whether her second daughter-in-law is from the city or not. As long as she's motivated and has good character, everything else can be worked out in time. Xiao Xiulan was right about one thing: Zhang Mimi is a bit narrow-minded. After they finished eating, the group headed back to their place together. In the afternoon, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had to go back to work, so Su Ruanruan and the others didn't stay much longer. After chatting for a while, they all stood up to leave. Just before they left, Granny Chen finally pulled out the pork belly she had prepared in advance from her basket. It was a long strip, at least 2 jin, about 1 kilo. We ate up most of your meat ration for this meal. Take this with you. Make sure to cook more meat for Xiulan next time. With that, Granny Chen put the meat on the table. Seeing this, Qian Aiju immediately got anxious and hurried over. Auntie, what are you doing? We have plenty of meat. Take this back with you. You and Ruanruan should eat it slowly. If you give it all to us, what will you have? That's right, Granny Chen. You've seen the food in the cafeteria. My parents and I aren't short on meat at all. Granny Chen's face hardened. Do you really think I don't know anything? You think my monthly trips to the county are for nothing. You just take what I'm giving you, or else I won't dare eat anything from you again. Granny Chen was firm, leaving Aiju no room to refuse the money. Xiao Dashan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Aiju, just accept what your auntie is giving you. Dad. Qian Aiju looked at Xiao Dashan, then at Xiao Aigua. Seeing Xiao Aigua also nodding at her, she finally withdrew her hand. Well, since that's how it is, I'll keep it. But auntie, this is the last time. If there's a next time, I really can't accept it, no matter what you say. Granny Chen grinned. All right. Whatever you say. On their way back, they weren't lucky enough to catch a ride on an ox cart this time. But even under the blazing sun, walking along the road didn't feel especially cold. Everyone was bundled up in thick clothes, and after walking for a while, they even started to sweat a little. Breaking a sweat in the middle of winter, now that's no small feat. By the time they returned to the 3rd Production Brigade, it was already late afternoon. Xiao Dashan went straight home, while Xiao Chengjin pushed his bicycle and escorted Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen back to the Su family's house. With the freezing weather outside, riding the bicycle wasn't an option. Granny Chen didn't feel comfortable leaving it in the yard, so in the end, the bicycle was stored in Su Ruanruan's room. Luckily, her room was big enough, and putting the bike against the wall didn't take up much space. Granny Chen started a fire in the kitchen, preparing some brown sugar ginger tea to warm everyone up. Xiao Chengjin was invited to stay for tea, and now he was sitting on the kang in Su Ruanruan's room, facing her. Ruanruan, you're not mad about what happened today, are you? On the way back, Xiao Chengjin had replayed what happened in the canteen over and over in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Su Ruanruan must be upset. He wasn't the type to bottle things up or try to guess what others were thinking. If something was on his mind, he'd just ask directly, no need to tiptoe around and make things awkward. Su Ruanruan hadn't expected Xiao Chengjin to still be thinking about it, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not mad. How could she possibly be angry? With all her past and present lives combined, she was already several decades old. Even if she'd never been in a relationship, she understood how young girls thought. That Zhang Mimi was just a jealous little girl, so she deliberately said what she did. If she let something like that get to her, all these years would have been for nothing. Seeing Xiao Chengjin's worried face, Su Ruanruan felt she really needed to explain things clearly. Chengjin, I'm really not mad. It was just a girl I met for the first time. Why would I care? Even if it was one of the girls you know from our brigade, I still wouldn't mind. Because I know you wouldn't like any of them. You only like me. When Su Ruanruan said this, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. She and Xiao Chengjin were already engaged. What was there to be shy about? If she was still embarrassed to say she liked him after getting engaged, then something would really be wrong. Outside the door, Granny Chen stood with 2 bowls of brown sugar ginger tea in her hands, unsure whether to go in or back out. This girl. How can she just say anything that comes to mind? Even if you're engaged, a young lady should still be a little reserved. Just then, Granny Chen heard Xiao Qingjin's voice coming from inside the house. Yes, you're the only one I like. Granny Chen blinked and let out a heavy sigh in her heart. These two really are a pair. After waiting a little while longer, Granny Chen lifted her foot and tapped the door. Ruanruan, open the door for me. Okay. Ruanruan responded and was about to get up to open the door, but Xiao Qingjin was a step faster and stood up first. I'll do it. I'll do it. The brown sugar ginger tea was both sweet and spicy, making beads of sweat appear on their noses as they drank it. After finishing a bowl of ginger tea, both Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin felt incredibly warm. Granny Chen took the bowls and said to Xiao Qingjin, "Qingjin, don't rush off just yet. Wait until you've cooled down a bit. If you go out now and catch a chill, the tea will have been for nothing." Xiao Qingjin nodded repeatedly. I'll listen to you, Granny. He wasn't in a hurry to leave at all. Once Granny Chen had left with the bowls, Xiao Qingjin turned to Ruanruan. Ruanruan, I'm going to stay at my grandma's place for a couple of days during the new year. Do you want to come with me? No. Xiao Qingjin hadn't expected Ruanruan to refuse so quickly. Why not? My grandma's place is really fun. Ruanruan didn't reply this time, but in her heart, she was thinking, what could be so fun about it? Xiao Qingjin's grandma's house was in the 7th production team, which was still part of the Hongqi commune. In terms of scenery and environment, there really wasn't much difference. Xiao Qingjin racked his brains, trying to think of something fun to tell Ruanruan, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything particularly interesting. If there was anything fun, it was probably just the cousins at his grandma's house. Invite Ruanruan to go play with his cousins? He didn't even need to ask her opinion. Xiao Qingjin dismissed the idea himself. In winter, it got dark quickly. Seeing that it was getting darker outside, Ruanruan urged Xiao Qingjin to go home. The roads were covered in snow, and once night fell, the ground would freeze again, making it slippery and unsafe. It was better to head home while it was still light out. Xiao Qingjin understood this, and although he was reluctant, he left anyway. Ruanruan stood at the gate, watching Xiao Qingjin walk farther and farther away before finally closing the courtyard door. After November, snowstorms big and small came one after another. Every household had to sweep snow every day, and the rest of the time, people basically stayed holed up inside. After all, the wind outside was bone-chilling, and even the air you breathed in felt cold in your stomach. But even though most people didn't go out, there was someone who ran outside all day long. That person was none other than Xiao Qingjin. Xiao Qingjin found himself a great excuse. He dug out all his textbooks from his 3 years of junior high, brought them all over to the Su family, and claimed he was reviewing lessons with Ruanruan. Not only that, when Xiao Aigua came home, Xiao Qingjin even asked him to help find some high school textbooks so he could start studying ahead with Ruanruan. Seeing how motivated Xiao Qingjin was, Xiao Aigua, as his father, naturally wouldn't hold him back. A few days later, Xiao Aigua came back again. This time, he brought a big bundle, filled entirely with books. Not only were there the high school textbooks Xiao Qingjin wanted, but also some literature, humanities and geography, and books on farming and tools. All sorts of books were packed in the bundle. It weighed dozens of jin, tens of kilograms. Xiao Qingjin only glanced at the books for a moment before slinging the bundle over his shoulder and heading straight to the Su family's house. When Ruanruan opened the door and saw Xiao Qingjin standing outside with such a huge bundle on his back, she was a little surprised. What are you carrying? Even as she asked, Ruanruan stepped aside to let Xiao Qingjin in first. Once inside, Xiao Qingjin set the bundle down on the king bed and let out a heavy breath. My dad heard we were reviewing our schoolwork, so he found these books for us. I just took a look. There are high school textbooks, a bunch of literature, and even books on astronomy and geography. As soon as Ruanruan heard this, she hurried over. The two of them opened the bundle, and the books tumbled out onto the king, covering nearly half of it. Just a quick glance was enough to make Ruanruan overjoyed. Although she had finished high school in her previous life, she hadn't read many extracurricular books. There were so many here she'd never seen before. Qingjin, thank you. You're amazing. Ruanruan almost wanted to give Xiaochunjin a hug, but managed to restrain herself in the end. No, Grandma said she had to be reserved. Being stared at by Ruanruan's sparkling eyes, Xiaochunjin couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Come on, we're so close, there's no need to thank me. Ruanruan thought he made a good point. You're right. Saying thank you would just make things feel distant, even a bit perfunctory. She decided she'd think of something nice to make for Xiaochunjin instead. If nothing else, her needlework was pretty good. Ruanruan mulled this over but didn't let it show on her face. Against the wall in Ruanruan's room was a cabinet, filled with her books. The cabinet was one Granny Chin had picked up from the county town, a bookshelf originally used in a bookstore. But Ruanruan didn't have many books, so most of the shelves were empty. Now, with all the books Xiaochunjin had brought, they could finally fill it up. After sorting and arranging the books, the once empty bookshelf was now more than half full. Looking at all those books, both Ruanruan and Xiaochunjin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was the same feeling as having just eaten a hearty meal. Ruanruan sighed, no wonder people say knowledge is food for the soul. Xiaochunjin nodded in wholehearted agreement. You're right, Ruanruan. It really is food for the soul. Just then, Granny Chin finished making lunch and came to call them to eat, overhearing their conversation. Food for the soul, huh? Are you two planning to skip lunch then? Today's wild vegetable noodles, if you don't eat, We'll eat. We'll eat. Ruanruan and Xiaochunjin answered in unison, then exchanged glances and burst out laughing. The three of them sat around the table, each with a steaming bowl of wild vegetable noodles. In the middle of the table were bowls of pickled vegetables and homemade soybean paste. Every autumn, every household here would pickle vegetables, make sauces, and preserve radishes. In winter, when there were no fresh greens, these were all they had to eat. Even though they ate them every year, Ruanruan still found them delicious, especially with a bowl of steaming wild vegetable noodles. Of course, they were just as tasty with steamed buns, porridge, or rice. After finishing their meal, Ruanruan and Xiaochunjin helped Granny Chin wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen before finally returning to savor their food for the soul. Although Granny Chin could read, at her age she wasn't much interested in books anymore. Instead, she sat on the kang with her sewing basket, mending clothes. Although they now had the 100 treasures space and more fabric than they could ever use, Granny Chen's frugal nature hadn't changed in the slightest. If clothes got torn, she would patch them up and keep wearing them. If they were really too shabby to be salvaged, she'd simply cut them up to make shoe soles or insoles. In the past, Granny Chen only made things for herself and Ruanruan, but now she'd also make them for Xiaochunjin. After all, he was a young man, always walking around in the snow. He needed warm shoes. Xiaochunjin did go through shoes quickly, too. He was always full of energy, and his feet tended to sweat easily. Every winter, the thing Luo Yufeng made the most was insoles and shoe soles, not just for Xiaochunjin, but also for Xiao Dashan, and sometimes even for Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju. After all, Qian Aiju was busy with work and didn't have much time for needlework. Now that Granny Chin was helping make things for Xiaochunjin, Luo Yufeng could finally breathe a big sigh of relief. But Luo Yufeng wasn't the type to only take and never give. She made a little jacket for Ruanruan, delicately embroidered with plum blossoms. It was absolutely beautiful. This kind of little jacket could be worn under a thicker coat, or just by itself indoors. After all, with the heated brick bed keeping the house warm, wearing too much would just make you sweat. Wearing a little jacket indoors was both light and cozy. Time always seemed to fly by when reading. Ruanruan was still absorbed in her books when the room had already grown dim. Granny Chin got up and took the books from both of their hands, saying helplessly, "Were you two so engrossed you didn't hear me calling? I've called you several times. You've been reading for so long, don't your eyes hurt? Get up and move around a bit." With the book gone from her hands, Ruanruan finally noticed her eyes were a bit sore. She rubbed them and glanced at Xiao Chenjin, only to see his eyes were red too. Before Ruanruan could say anything, Xiao Chenjin spoke up. This won't do, really. From now on, I'm going to keep an eye on you every hour of reading. We have to get up and move around. Look at your eyes, they're all red. Hearing this, Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He was lecturing her, but wasn't he the same? All right then, from now on, we'll keep an eye on each other. While it was still light outside, Xiao Chenjin headed back to the Xiao family home. Walking home in the evening breeze, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. If only he could live with Ruanruan, he thought, then he wouldn't have to leave early and come back late every day. Looking up at the sky, Xiao Chenjin felt even more conflicted. On one hand, he wished time would pass faster. He hoped he and Ruanruan could graduate from high school soon, so they could get married. On the other hand, he wished time would slow down, so he could savor every moment he spent with her. Ruanruan had no idea what Xiao Chenjin was thinking. She was already in the 100 treasures space, picking out a gift for him. There were all sorts of food and useful things in the space, any of which could be given as a present. But Ruanruan felt that none of them could truly express how she felt about Xiao Chenjin. After searching for a long time, she finally came out with some fabric, deciding to sew a set of clothes for him herself. After all, the new year was coming up. She could make it his New Year's gift. Ruanruan wasn't a professional seamstress, but she'd been doing needlework for decades, all told. Plus, spending every day with Xiao Chenjin, she knew exactly what size clothes he wore. There was no need to take his measurements again. Winter clothes are actually not that easy to make, since you have to stuff them with cotton. On top of that, Xiao Chenjin would come by every day during the day, and Ruanruan didn't want to make clothes for him right in front of him. She could only sneak in a few stitches at night after he left, or early in the morning before he arrived. Luckily, she had a flashlight and plenty of batteries. Otherwise, if she had to burn oil lamps late into the night to work on clothes, Granny Chen would never allow it. In Granny Chen's words, "You're still young. What if you ruin your eyes staying up so late?" In the blink of an eye, it was already December. Once December arrived, the new year drew closer and closer. The weather was still freezing, but that didn't dampen everyone's anticipation for the new year. The production team was getting lively as well. On the morning of the Laba festival, after breakfast, Granny Chen started making laba porridge. All the beans, peanuts, red dates, and rice needed for the porridge had already been soaked the night before. Now everything was poured into the pot, water was added, and it was brought to a boil over high heat before being simmered slowly over a low flame. Since there was rock sugar in it too, it didn't take long after the pot started boiling for Ruanruan to catch a whiff of the sweet, fragrant aroma. "Grandma, when will it be ready?" Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen with eager eyes that no one could bear to disappoint. But Granny Chen had no choice. "If you don't cook it long enough, it won't taste good." "At least 2 hours," she replied. Even though Ruanruan had already guessed that would be the answer, she still looked disappointed when she heard it. Seeing this, Granny Chen chuckled and tapped Ruanruan. "You're not hungry, you're just greedy." Just as she said that, there was a sudden knock at the door. Granny Chen smiled. That must be Chenjin. Ruanruan didn't say anything, but she smiled too and ran out to open the door. When she opened the gate, there was a middle-aged man standing outside, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. He wore glasses, had a square face, his hair was neatly combed, and he was holding a black briefcase. Ruanruan was stunned for a moment. Her first thought was that this man wasn't from their production team. But then she realized how silly that thought was. Of course he wasn't from their production team. Just from his clothes and bearing, it was obvious this man was someone important. "And you are?" The man smiled slightly, skillfully hiding the surprise and confusion in his eyes. "Excuse me, does Granny Chen live here? Here to see Grandma? Could he be from the county town?" A flurry of thoughts flashed through Ruanruan's mind, but she didn't forget to say, "You're looking for my grandma? Come on in." She stepped aside, opening the gate wider to let the man into the yard. At the same time, she called toward the kitchen, "Grandma, someone's here to see you." Granny Chin was sitting by the stove, tending the fire. She hadn't thought much of it when Ruanruan didn't come back in. Maybe she was outside playing in the snow with Xiaoqiangjin. But just as she was thinking that, she heard Ruanruan call out. Someone looking for her? It definitely wasn't someone from the production team. If it were, Ruanruan would have just brought them straight inside. Granny Chin stood up and walked to the kitchen door in a few steps. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the man already standing in the middle of the yard. Granny Chin blurted out, but quickly shook her head in denial. It can't be. Granny Chin muttered a few words, her eyes suddenly turning sharp as she stared straight at the man. Who are you? The man raised his hand to adjust his glasses, then spoke in a clear, firm voice. Hello, Aunt Chin. My name is Su Jiafeng. Granny Chen's eyes widened in shock. You said your name is Su Jiafeng. Su Jiafeng nodded. Yes, Aunt Chin. I'm sure you've already guessed who I am, but I still want to formally introduce myself. My name is Su Jiafeng, and my father is Su Aimin. Before Su Jiafeng could finish, Granny Chin staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ruanruan, who had been standing at the doorway, had already sensed something was wrong. She hurried over and caught Granny Chin just as she was about to fall. Ruanruan's face turned pale with fright, her voice trembling as she spoke. Grandma, are you all right? What's wrong? Granny Chin gripped Ruanruan's hand tightly and steadied herself. Don't be afraid, Ruanruan. I'm fine. With that, Granny Chin turned to Su Jiafeng again. You're Su Aimin's son? Su Jiafeng nodded, his attitude calm and respectful. Yes, I'm Su Aimin's son, but I'm adopted. During the war, I lost my family, and he took me in. Hearing this, Granny Chin visibly relaxed, her expression softening. And what about Su Aimin? My father was badly injured back then. When he was on the brink of death, he told us that if he didn't make it, we should tell you he died, so you could move on, remarry, and live a good life. After his surgery, he fell into a coma. He's been recovering for years, and only recently regained his ability to speak. The first thing he did after waking up was ask me to find you, Aunt Chin, to see how you've been. If you're willing, you can come with me to Beijing. My father is there, waiting for you. After Su Jiafeng finished speaking, he waited quietly for Granny Chen's response. In his mind, who wouldn't want to go live in Beijing? Just looking at his clothes and demeanor, it was obvious that Su Aimin was now living a comfortable life. If Granny Chin went to Beijing, she'd never have to work again, never have to worry about earning work points. She could eat well, live well, and give her granddaughter a better education and life. Of course Granny Chin would want that. Before coming, Su Jiafeng had already inquired about Granny Chen's situation over the years. He knew she hadn't remarried, had always lived alone, and her only granddaughter was adopted. Even though she'd been receiving Su Aimin's pension all these years, she still had to work to earn work points while raising a granddaughter. Life hadn't been easy. Ruanruan had even stopped going to school after graduating junior high. If there was even a sliver of hope to escape such a life, who wouldn't seize it? Su Jiafeng was full of confidence, but after waiting a long while, he heard Granny Chin say, "You should go." "I'm not going anywhere." As she spoke, Granny Chin turned and went back inside, refusing Ruanruan's help. "Ruanruan, see him out and close the door." Ruanruan looked at Granny Chin with worry, but in the end, she did as she was told. She turned to Su Jiafeng and said, "Please leave." "So, what if you're from Beijing? Acting all high and mighty, who are you here to show charity to?" Su Jiafeng looked at Granny Chin in shock, then at Ruanruan, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Aunt Chin, please listen to me." Ruanruan looked coldly at Su Jiafeng. "Enough. My grandma already told you to leave." She had already made up her mind. If Su Jiafeng kept pestering them and refused to go, she'd just throw him out herself. All these years, she had never seen Granny Chin so heartbroken because of anyone. If she hadn't just overheard their conversation and learned who this man was, she would have tossed him out already. Seeing Su Ruanruan's frosty expression, Su Jiafeng started to get angry too. He had only explained why he'd come. Why was everyone looking at him like this? Little girl, your name is Ruanruan, right? You really should talk this over properly with your grandma. Going to the capital is much better than staying in a place like this. Look at where you live, what you eat, what you wear, what you use, none of it can compare to life in the capital. If you go to the capital, you can attend the best high school and later get assigned a good job. When you're older, we'll find you a good family to marry into. Your whole life will be safe and secure. What's wrong with that? Su Jiafeng was speaking cheerfully, not noticing that Su Ruanruan's face was growing darker and darker. Just as Su Ruanruan was about to explode, someone suddenly rushed in through the front gate. She looked up and saw that it was Xiao Chenjin. After entering the yard, Xiao Chenjin walked straight up to Su Jiafeng. Before Su Jiafeng could react, Xiao Chenjin grabbed him by the collar and started dragging him outside. Su Jiafeng had always been polite and well-mannered, and people had always treated him with courtesy in return. When had he ever experienced something like this? It wasn't until Xiao Chenjin had dragged him outside the gate that Su Jiafeng, now furious, demanded, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Xiao Chenjin was a bit taller than Su Jiafeng. At this moment, he lowered his eyes and stared at Su Jiafeng with a chilling gaze. "I should be asking you that. Who are you? Where did you come from? What nonsense are you spouting here?" He'd only arrived a little later than usual, and suddenly this guy had shown up. Not only did he want to take Su Ruanruan to the capital, but he even talked about finding her a good family to marry into. What good family? Any family better than him? If Su Ruanruan weren't standing right there in the yard, Xiao Chenjin would have loved to punch this guy in the face. With a mouth that foul, he should go eat dog shit. Or pig manure would do. Standing in the yard, Su Ruanruan could only see Xiao Chenjin blocking the gate, completely shielding Su Jiafeng, who was now outside and out of sight. Xiao Chenjin was only a year older than her. He was tall, but still a bit thin. But in this moment, Su Ruanruan suddenly realized how tall and imposing Xiao Chenjin seemed. He could protect her. He could shield her behind him. Looking at Xiao Chenjin's back, Su Ruanruan felt that, even if the sky were to fall, she wouldn't be afraid. Because this person in front of her, still just a boy, could use his young shoulders to hold up her whole world. Su Ruanruan took a deep breath, her voice much lighter than before. "Chenjin, close the door and come back." "Okay." Xiao Chenjin shot Su Jiafeng one last glare before shutting the door. Su Jiafeng stared at the tightly closed gate, feeling stifled and frustrated. He'd thought this would be a simple matter, so why had things turned out like this? Why was it nothing like he'd imagined? In the courtyard, Xiao Chenjin strode over to Su Ruanruan, looking at her with concern. "Ruanruan, who was that just now? Why did he say those things?" Su Ruanruan pressed her lips together, took Xiao Chenjin by the sleeve, and led him inside. As they entered the kitchen, they saw that the door to Granny Chen's room was tightly shut. Su Ruanruan hesitated for a moment but decided not to go knock. Granny Chen must be feeling very complicated right now. It's better to let her have some quiet time. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Ruanruan caught sight of the pot still steaming on the stove. Only then did she remember that she was still cooking laba porridge. She hurried over to the stove. Peering into the firebox, she saw that the firewood had almost burned out. She quickly grabbed some branches from the side and fed them into the fire. Once the flames were burning steadily again, Su Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Chenjin brought over a small stool and sat down beside her, his eyes fixed on Su Ruanruan, waiting for her to answer his earlier question. Su Ruanruan thought for a moment, then explained everything that had just happened to Xiao Chenjin. She and Xiao Chenjin were already engaged, practically family now, so he deserved to know about this. After listening, Xiao Chenjin was so shocked he didn't even know what to say. After a long while, he finally managed, "Grandpa Su is alive? All these years, Everyone had believed that Su Aimin had died. Who would have thought he was still alive, living in the capital? And even more surprising, he had adopted a son. Once the shock wore off, Xiao Chenjin quickly realized another issue. Then, just now, shouldn't that person have called her Grandma? Don't call her anything. Su Ruanruan cut him off. He has nothing to do with my grandma. Even if he was Su Aimin's adopted son, he had no connection to Granny Chin. Just based on his attitude earlier, Su Ruanruan didn't want anything to do with him either. Xiao Chenjin didn't have any good feelings towards Su Jiafeng either. Hearing Su Ruanruan say this, he nodded in agreement. You're right, Ruanruan. He really has nothing to do with us. After saying this, Xiao Chenjin paused for a long time. Finally, summoning his courage, he asked cautiously, So, Ruanruan, you're not going to the capital with him, are you? Of course not. She would go to the capital eventually, but not now and certainly not with Su Jiafeng. When the time came, Xiao Chenjin would go with her. Hearing Su Ruanruan's firm and decisive answer, Xiao Chenjin immediately felt relieved. As they were talking, the door creaked open and Granny Chin came out of her room. Grandma! Granny Chin! Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin both stood up at once, looking at her with concern. Granny Chin smiled at them, though her smile looked a bit weary. I'm fine, you two sit down. With that, she walked out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin hurriedly stood up and followed her outside. Even if Granny Chin told them not to follow, it wasn't like they would really just stay put. Of course, Granny Chin noticed what they were doing, but she didn't say anything more. Once out of the kitchen, Granny Chin headed for the main gate and opened it. Outside the gate, Su Jiafeng stood there hugging his briefcase, looking pitiful. His clothes, rumpled from Xiao Chenjin's earlier tugging, were now wrinkled and messy. Combined with his dejected expression, he looked like a completely different person from when he first arrived. As soon as Su Jiafeng saw Granny Chin come out, his eyes lit up. Auntie Chin, did I say something wrong? Su Jiafeng looked at Granny Chin cautiously, looking so pitiful that anyone might feel sorry for him. But no one's heart softened. Granny Chen's face was expressionless, her voice flat and even. How is Su Aimin now? My dad. He's still lying in bed, can't get up yet, still in the hospital. The doctor said he needs time to recover. If he's lucky, he might be able to walk in about a year, but if not, who knows? Granny Chin nodded. That's fine. Go back and tell him to focus on getting better and not to worry about me. I've lived here for half my life. Things were good before, and I plan to keep living like this. That's enough, you don't need to stand around here anymore. You don't like our little place anyway, so I won't keep you for a meal. Hurry up and go. Go back to wherever you came from. Granny Chen's words were clear and calm, not at all like she was just saying them out of anger. And it was exactly because of this that Su Jiafeng didn't dare just turn around and leave. He'd already come all this way, and before coming, he'd made all sorts of promises. If he hadn't found her, that would be one thing. If Granny Chin had really remarried, that would be another. But now he'd found her, and she hadn't remarried. If he didn't bring her back, how was he supposed to explain himself when he got home? Auntie Chin, why don't you think it over again? I know it's hard to leave your hometown. You must have lots of friends and family here, and it's hard to leave all of a sudden. How about this? I'll stay for a few days and give you some time. Once you've packed up and are ready, we can go together. How does that sound? Auntie Chin, look at your little granddaughter. Her name's Ruanruan, right? She's such a lovely girl. Don't you want my dad to meet her? Granny Chin lifted her eyelids and glanced at Su Jiafeng. Don't you have kids? He's not lacking for grandkids to see. All right, just go. As she spoke, Granny Chin moved to close the door. Just before she shut it, she added, You'd better leave now. Even if you don't, I won't open the door again. With that, the door closed firmly. Only after seeing Granny Chin turn away did Xiao Chenjin finally unclench his tightly held fists. He'd really been scared. If Granny Chin had agreed to go to Beijing, what would he have done? Thank goodness. Thank goodness Granny Chin didn't agree. He felt relieved inside, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on Xiao Qingjin's face. After all, the man waiting for Granny Chen in Beijing was her husband. All these years, they'd thought he was dead, and now suddenly it turned out he was alive. Did Granny Chen really not want to go see him? The three of them went back inside. This time, Granny Chen was the first to sit down by the stove, slowly adding sticks of firewood one by one. Ruanruan walked over and sat beside her, looking up at her. "Grandma." Granny Chen's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Ruanruan's face. "Ruanruan, it's all right. Grandma's fine. It's just that her feelings were complicated." Ruanruan thought for a moment, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. "Grandma, do you really not want to go see Grandpa? You don't have to worry about me." I'm not going." Granny Chen cut her off. "Grandma doesn't want to go. Beijing is such a big place, and I don't know anyone there. I don't want to go. I just want to stay here in our production brigade. It's good here. Next year, when you go to high school, I'll move to the county town with you." As Granny Chen spoke, her words gradually trailed off and she fell silent. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything more, Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin didn't dare to speak either. After a little while, Xiao Qingjin was the first to leave. After all, he and Ruanruan weren't married yet. With something like this happening, Granny Chen probably wanted to have a private chat with Ruanruan, so it was better for him to excuse himself. Once he stepped out of the Su family's gate, Xiao Qingjin glanced around to check the situation outside. Su Jiafeng was already gone. "Ruanruan, I'm heading off. Keep Granny Chen company." Xiao Qingjin turned around and said to Ruanruan. "I know. You should hurry home. Today was the Laba Festival, a day when families should sit together and celebrate." It was one thing that Xiao Aigua and the others couldn't come home, but with Xiao Qingjin still at home, if he didn't spend the holiday with Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng, that really wouldn't be right. After seeing Xiao Qingjin off, Ruanruan returned to the kitchen and sat down beside Granny Chen again. Granny Chen didn't speak, and Ruanruan didn't disturb her either. She just wanted to sit quietly by Granny Chen's side. It wasn't until the laba porridge in the pot was fully cooked that Granny Chen finally managed to compose herself. Grandmother and granddaughter sat face to face, drinking laba porridge in silence. From that moment on, and for the next few days, Granny Chen acted as if nothing had happened, going about her daily routines as usual. But seeing her like this only made Ruanruan more worried. Time flew by, and soon it was the 12th day of the 12th lunar month. Early that morning, snowflakes began to fall from the sky again. The swirling, drifting snow made the cold feel even more biting. By noon, as the snow continued to fall, Ruanruan brought out a ladder, planning to climb up to the roof to sweep off the snow. Xiao Qingjin wouldn't let her go up. He only allowed her to hold the ladder steady for him while he climbed up with a shovel. The houses in the production brigade mostly had thatched roofs, which needed to be rehatched every year. Otherwise, they'd leak when it rained. These roofs couldn't bear much weight. If the snow piled up too much, someone had to climb up and sweep it off, even in the middle of the night. Otherwise, if you fell asleep at night, the roof could collapse on you. Even the laziest men in the production team wouldn't dare be careless about this. It was a matter of life and death. Xiao Qingjin quickly climbed to the top and began gently shoveling the snow off the roof. Once he'd cleared all the snow within reach, he planned to come down and move the ladder to another spot. But just as he turned his head, he froze. Standing up high, he could see far. Out on the road, a car was slowly making its way toward them. It wasn't an ox cart, nor a mule cart, not even a tractor. It was a black sedan, moving smoothly and swiftly. The car soon pulled up outside the gate and came to a stop. When Xiao Qingjin saw the person getting out, his pupils instantly contracted. It was Su Jiafeng. Xiao Qingjin hurried down the ladder and said to Ruanruan, "Ruanruan, that person is here again." The moment she heard this, Ruanruan immediately knew who he meant. Because Granny Chen refused to acknowledge him, Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin simply referred to Su Jiafeng as that person. Though they never said it outright, both knew exactly who the other meant. It had already been several days. Why was Su Jiafeng back again? Shouldn't he have returned to the capital by now? No matter what Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were thinking, the front gate was already being knocked on. Not opening the door simply wasn't an option. Right now, every household was outside shoveling snow. Standing up so high, everyone could clearly see those two black cars and Su Jiafeng getting out of them. If she really didn't open the door, who knew what kind of rumors would start spreading in the production team? Granny Chen had also heard the commotion outside and came out. She glanced at Su Jiafeng standing at the door, then at the team members who had gathered to watch the excitement, and decisively called Su Jiafeng inside. As soon as he stepped into the house, Su Jiafeng felt a wave of emotion and his nose tingled. This was his second visit, and finally, he was allowed inside. It was still snowing heavily outside. If she hadn't let him in, he really might have frozen to death out there. Granny Chen shot Su Jiafeng a look, half annoyed, half amused. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to go back? Su Jiafeng grinned at her, trying to curry favor. Aunt Chen, I didn't actually leave last time. I went to the county town. I called my dad and told him everything that's been happening here. My dad said, since you don't want to go over there, then you don't have to. Once he's better, he'll come back to see you himself. He also said it's almost New Year, so he asked me to bring you some New Year's goods. I've been busy with that these past few days. The stuff's all in the car. I brought everything. As long as you let me drop these things off, I promise I won't bother you again this year. I'll drive straight back to Beijing. Xiao Chenjin glanced at Su Jiafeng, thinking to herself, this guy really knows how to talk. He says he won't bother her again this year, but what about next year? In just another 10 or 20 days, it'll be next year. Granny Chen naturally thought of this too, but she didn't take it to heart. At Su Jiafeng's age, he surely had a job, a wife, kids, and an old father, Su Aimin, lying in the hospital needing care. Could he really keep running over here all the time? As for the New Year's goods he'd brought, since he wanted to leave them, so be it. What was there to be afraid of accepting them? She'd spent half her life as a living widow for Su Aimin, guarding the Su family for decades. Whatever Su Aimin sent, she dared to accept. All right, then bring the stuff in. Huh? Su Jiafeng was caught off guard. He'd thought it would be just like last time, where he'd have to plead and persuade her for ages. Who would have thought Granny Chen would agree so easily? But this was a good thing. Su Jiafeng quickly stood up and headed outside. At the door, he turned back to Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin. Can you two give me a hand? There's quite a lot of stuff. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin both looked at Granny Chen. Seeing her nod, they followed Su Jiafeng outside. When they got to the car and saw Su Jiafeng open the door, Su Ruanruan realized quite a lot was an understatement. There was a ton. The front passenger seat, the back seats, and the trunk were all packed to the brim. Food, drinks, clothes, daily necessities. Everything you could think of. But what really caught everyone's eye was the half a pig and a whole leg of lamb. This year, the entire third production team only had 2 pigs to share. Each family only got a few gene of pork. And now, Su Jiafeng had brought over half a pig. Isn't this a bit too much? Not at all. Most of this was shipped from Beijing over the past few days. You can't really buy the stuff around here. As he spoke, Su Jiafeng hauled out a box of malted milk from the car. The box was still sealed, with the words 6 cans written in the lower right corner. A whole box of malted milk, half a pig, a big leg of lamb, plus all those bags of grain and bolts of fabric inside. The sheer amount of stuff was dazzling, making everyone's hearts race. If Su Ruanruan hadn't already experienced the world thanks to her treasure space, she'd probably be standing here with her jaw on the floor at the sight of all this stuff. As for Xiao Chenjin, his face remained as expressionless as ever, not betraying a hint of emotion. Su Ruanruan felt a little embarrassed. When it came to vision and composure, she really couldn't compare to Xiao Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin, inwardly, oh my god, so much stuff. Stay calm. Can't lose face in front of Ruanruan. The 3 of them, each with their own thoughts, busied themselves moving things, while the people watching from afar nearly popped their eyes out in shock. Did they just move the whole supply and marketing cooperative over here? When they finally finished, Su Jiafeng let out a long sigh of relief. Aunt Chin, everything's here. Granny Chin nodded slightly. All right, you can go now. Huh? Oh, okay. I'll be off then. Su Jiafeng was about to leave, but just as he reached the door, Granny Chin called out, "You really do look a lot like your father." Su Jiafeng stopped and turned back to her with a grin. Of course. My biological dad and my other dad are cousins. Granny Chen's eyes widened in surprise. You're Aijuan's child. Before Su Jiafeng could answer, Granny Chen stood up and hurried over to him, taking his hand and looking him over carefully. She hadn't noticed before, but now that she looked closely, while Su Jiafeng and Su Aimin did resemble each other, there were still some differences. Especially those eyes, they were exactly like Su Aijuan's back in the day. Aijuan. Aijuan had a child. That's wonderful. Really wonderful. Wait, you said earlier your parents are gone? What happened? Granny Chin was just now hearing this, and she was clearly emotional. Su Jiafeng, on the other hand, was much calmer. It was the war, what else? His light, offhand reply conjured up countless tragic scenes. Now, Granny Chin no longer rushed to send Su Jiafeng away. She had him sit down, poured him some tea, and started asking about the old days. Back then, Su Aimin and Su Aijuan had joined the army together. Su Aimin had come back twice, but Su Aijuan never returned, not even once. When Su Aijuan left, he hadn't married yet, and later, there was no more news of him. No one expected he'd been gone for so long. At least, he'd left behind a child. Both Su Aimin and Su Aijuan's parents had died young. Though the two were cousins, their bond was closer than real brothers. Since Su Jiafeng was Su Aijuan's son, he should by rights call Granny Chin auntie. But now, Su Jiafeng called Su Aimin dad and called her Aunt Chin. The generations were all mixed up. Granny Chin sighed inwardly. All right, you should go. Take care of yourself and don't keep running over here all the time. Don't worry, Aunt Chin. Once my dad's better and can get out in the fields, he'll definitely come back. Su Jiafeng promised earnestly. Granny Chin waved him off. Just let him rest. He hasn't come back in all these years, no need to come back now. Hearing this, Su Jiafeng understood that Granny Chin was still holding a grudge. After these past few days, he'd figured it out too. If it were him, he'd be angry as well. As the younger generation, he couldn't say much right now. All he could do was remember everything that happened here and report back properly. Su Jiafeng drove off, the car's exhaust filling the air and making people wrinkle their noses. Once the car was out of sight, the villagers who'd been watching from afar swarmed over. Sister-in-law Chin, who was that? Why'd he bring so much stuff? Aunt Chin, is that a relative from your side of the family? What does he do? Why did he bring so many gifts? Is he married? A barrage of questions came from all directions, making Su Ruanruan break out in a cold sweat. Although Su Jiafeng looked refined and well-mannered, his face clearly showed he was in his 30s. It's not like their family was so poor they couldn't afford to eat. How could he possibly not be married? Even though she was shocked that someone would ask such a question, Su Ruanruan could still understand why. A man this generous, even if he'd been married twice or 3 times. There would still be plenty of women willing to marry him. Old Lady Chen hadn't been in a good mood these days and didn't have the patience to deal with all these questions. She just replied dryly, he's a relative, then said she needed to head home. Once the main gate was closed, no matter how curious the people outside were, it wasn't like they could really break in. The crowd stood around in the freezing snow for a while longer, chatting, before finally heading back to their own homes. As they walked away, someone sighed. Back when Ruanruan got engaged to Xiao Chenjin, everyone was saying she was marrying up. But now, look, turns out the Su family has such wealthy relatives. Who's marrying up now, huh? TSK. If only we'd known earlier. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. If they'd known the Su family had such a rich relative, Even if Su Ruanruan wasn't old lady Chen's biological granddaughter, even with all those troublesome relatives from the Wang family, she'd still be a good catch for a daughter-in-law. With so many gifts in front of them, nothing else really mattered. The crowd gradually dispersed, each person heading home. When everything was finally quiet, someone stepped out from a corner. Snow had piled up on his shoulders, and his face was blue from the cold, but he didn't seem to notice. He just stared fixedly at the Su family's tightly shut gate, his gaze so intense it was as if he could burn a hole right through it. Su Ruanruan, he would never give up on her. Old Lady Chen led Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin into her house. Looking at the mountain of gifts piled high on the Kong bed, she didn't even know where to start sorting them. The packaged items were easy enough. She could just put them away in the cupboard later. But that half a pig and the big leg of lamb, she'd have to figure out how to deal with those. The gifts were already here, and there was no way to return them. Not one to be stingy, old Lady Chen turned and went to the kitchen. When she came back, she was holding a big kitchen knife. The half-pig was laid out on the table under the kang. Old Lady Chen measured and gestured with the knife for a long time, but still couldn't decide where to cut. In the end, she simply handed the knife to Xiao Chenjin. "Chenjin, take whichever piece you like, cut some to take home with you." Xiao Chenjin looked at the knife being handed to him, unsure whether he should take it or not. Su Ruanruan glanced at old Lady Chen, then at Xiao Chenjin, and stepped forward to take the knife herself. With a few swift chops, she divided the half-pig into several large pieces. Front leg, ribs, hind leg, and beautifully layered pork belly. Each piece weighed 10 or 20 jin. Su Ruanruan thought that if Xiao Chenjin took too much home, Deshan and Luo Yufeng would probably send it right back. So she just cut 2 jin of pork belly and 2 jin of ribs for him. "It's cold today, so take these home, Cheng Jin. Ask Granny Luo to make dumplings or stew some ribs. It'll warm everyone up." Xiao Chenjin. Why did he suddenly feel like he was living off a woman? But since this soft meal was given by Su Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin was more than happy to accept it in the end. Before leaving, Xiao Chenjin said to Su Ruanruan, "Ruanruan, I won't be coming over tomorrow." "You're not coming? All right, I got it." With the New Year fast approaching, every household was getting busy. With Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju not at home, only the 2 elders and Xiao Chenjin were left in the Xiao family. Most of the chores fell on Xiao Chenjin's shoulders, so he couldn't spend all day at the Su family's place. Xiao Chenjin thought Su Ruanruan would be reluctant or sad, but to his surprise, she agreed so readily. Of course, he was disappointed. But maybe it was for the best. On his way home, Xiao Chenjin clearly noticed many people staring at him, their gazes as complicated as could be. He pretended not to notice and returned to the Xiao house with an unruffled expression. Once home, Xiao Chenjin carried the meat straight to Luo Yufeng. It was freezing outside, so Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan hadn't gone out. The 2 of them were sitting on the heated brick bed, Luo Yufeng doing needlework, Xiao Dashan reading a book. When they heard the door open, both looked up. Seeing the meat in Xiao Chenjin's hand, they were both startled. "What's going on? Where did you get so much meat?" Xiao Dashan said, about to put on his shoes and get off the bed. Luo Yufeng was anxious too. "Hurry up and tell us." Seeing Xiao Dashan already putting on his shoes and about to rush over, Xiao Chenjin quickly said, "I just got back from Ruanruan's house. Granny Chen and Ruanruan asked me to bring this back." Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were both stunned. Where did they get so much meat? They knew the pork distributed earlier couldn't all have been eaten, but there shouldn't be this much left. Besides, Xiao Chenjin wasn't a fool. He wouldn't just bring all the Su family's meat back here. Xiao Dashan sat back down, staring intently at Xiao Chenjin. "What's going on? Tell us." Before coming home, Xiao Chenjin had secretly asked Su Ruanruan if he could tell his family about this. Su Ruanruan agreed, saying Granny Chen was fine with it too. So now, Xiao Chenjin explained everything to Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan without any pressure. After hearing Xiao Chenjin's explanation, the 2 of them felt as if they'd just watched a grand drama unfold. No, it was even more exciting than any drama. Back in the day, Xiao Dashan and Su Aimin had been close friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked after Granny Chen for so many years. Now, knowing that Su Aimin wasn't dead, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. But thinking about the kind of life Granny Chen had led all these years, Xiao Dashan also felt a bit resentful towards Su Aimin. Su Aimin thought he was doing right by Granny Chen, but reality proved otherwise. You could only say fate had played a cruel trick. Su Aimin probably never imagined that, even after news of his death spread, Granny Chen wouldn't remarry and would continue to guard the old Su house alone. People always said a widow's doorstep was full of trouble. Especially in those first few years after news of Su Aimin's death came back. Even with his help, Granny Chen's days were tough. Back then, they were all still young. Even if he just got a little closer to Granny Chen, all sorts of rumors would start flying. It wasn't until Granny Chen made a big scene, grew older, and later adopted Su Ruanruan that things gradually settled down. It sounded simple, but actually living through those days, how could it have been easy? Xiao Dashan took out his old tobacco pipe, packed it with a pouch of tobacco, but didn't light it. He just gently tapped it against the edge of the Kang table. Don't be fooled by how capable Su Aimin is now, how he's made something of himself. If he still wants to live with Sister Chen, it won't be easy. Luo Yufeng didn't even lift her head when she heard this, just raised her eyebrows slightly. He brought that on himself. After Xiao Chenjin left, Granny Chen told Su Ruanruan to put all that meat into the Baibo space first. Actually, with how cold it was outside, if they just tossed the meat into a snow pit, it would freeze solid and last the whole winter without spoiling. That's what every household in the production brigade did. But now that they had the Baibo space, why bother? However the meat went in, that's exactly how it would come out. If you can eat fresh, who'd want to eat frozen? Granny Chen even managed a rare smile. So much meat and so many people saw it. We don't need to hide it. Tomorrow, I'll make you some sausages and smoked pork. Granny Chen's smoked pork and sausages were especially delicious, but Su Ruanruan hadn't tasted them in years. Just in this lifetime, the last time she had smoked pork and sausages was when she was a little girl. It wasn't that Granny Chen was unwilling to make them for her, but she was always using their grain to help out the Wang family. Granny Chen had to make sure she was fed first. Where would she find the energy to make sausages and smoked pork? Now things were different. Not only did they have meat, but it was all meat that had been given openly. Su Ruanruan had already made up her mind. When the time came, she'd take out more meat from the Baibo space and make extra sausages. Once they were ready, she'd store them in the Baibo space. They'd last a long, long time. After all, chances to make sausages so openly didn't come often. If she missed this year, who knew when the next chance would come? Especially since making these things required both smoking and air drying, you couldn't do it in secret, otherwise they wouldn't have waited until now. Besides half a side of pork and a big leg of lamb, the rest of the things were a real assortment. There was a box with 6 cans of malted milk, 2 cans of walnut powder, 2 cans of rice cereal, and 2 cans of milk powder. There were also 5 big tins of biscuits, each one heavy and full. Then there were hawthorn slices, canned fruit, fruit candies, milk candies, all individually packaged, with several packs of each. And then there was grain. A sack of rice and a sack of white flour, each weighing 50 jin, enough to feed Su Ruanruan and Granny Chan for months. There were also 2 bags of red dates, 2 bags of dried longan, 10 jin of peanuts, 10 jin of sesame oil, and a big jug of rapeseed oil. That was all the food. For daily use, there were enamel mugs, enamel basins, army canteens, thermos flasks, and aluminum lunchboxes. For clothing, there was a big bundle of cotton, all kinds of colored cotton fabrics, and several thick pieces of woolen cloth. And on top of all that, there were even 2 army coats, 2 pairs of army boots, and 2 leifeng hats. The coats were thick, with a soft, fluffy lining. Even the boots had a layer of soft fur inside. You had to admit, Su Aimin really put a lot of thought into what he had Su Jiafeng prepare. He'd thought of everything: food, drink, daily necessities, just short of bringing over a house. Even someone with nothing at all could live worry-free for a long time with all this. But when Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen's face, she found it hadn't softened much. The ancients used to say, a small gift carries deep affection. But now, with such a heavy gift, does it mean the feelings are heavy too? These things weren't perishable, so Granny Chen didn't let Ruanruan put them into the treasure space. After all, so many people saw them being carried in. If someone came over to visit and asked to take a look, but she couldn't produce the items, wouldn't that be suspicious? Ruanruan helped Granny Chen put everything into the Kang cabinet, which was quickly stuffed full. Looking at the cabinet, Granny Chen suddenly chuckled. Ruanruan, if anyone from the production team comes by later, don't stop them, just let them come find me directly. If anyone wants to trade money for something, we'll agree. We'll sell all this stuff. With the money we get, we should be able to buy a courtyard house in the county. Last time I went to see your Uncle Lee, I asked him about houses. He said there are people selling, but you have to get lucky to find one. If we want a house with a yard, it'll cost at least 1,000 yuan. You said before you wanted a bigger place, so that'll probably cost even more. It's better to be well prepared. Buying a house was definitely something they needed to do. Saving up money was a must, too. But selling all the things Suimin had sent. Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, Grandma, if we want to sell something, can't we just take it from the treasure space? Where would we put it all? Granny Chen waved her hand dismissively, not caring at all. We'll just sell these things. It's all the same anyway. The stuff sent from Beijing doesn't taste any better, does it? Does it fill you up more? This time, Ruanruan couldn't find anything to argue with. She was right, it really was all the same. Granny Chen had clearly made up her mind and wasn't going to change it easily, so Ruanruan didn't try to persuade her anymore. After all, she knew the real problem wasn't with the things themselves. Even if they kept everything, it wouldn't really solve anything. So if they sold them, so be it. Although Granny Chen had said people from the production team would come by soon, Ruanruan hadn't expected them to show up so quickly. When she opened the door and saw Su Xiaoying standing outside, Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief. Granny Su, you're here to see my grandma? She's inside. Su Xiaoying beamed. Yes, I'm here to see your grandma. Let's go, let's get inside. Even as she spoke, Su Xiaoying was already hurrying into the house. Ruanruan followed, closing the door behind her before heading inside. As soon as she stepped into the kitchen, she heard Su Xiaoying's voice. Sister Chen, who is that just now? Why did they bring so much stuff? Did they empty out the whole supply co-op for you? How should I know? I just take whatever they bring. So, what brings you here at this hour? What's our relationship? If you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush with me. I knew it. No need for small talk with you. My youngest daughter-in-law is pregnant, you know? But she's having a rough time, just over a month along, can't keep anything down, can't even stand the smell of food. She's lost a lot of weight already. If it was just her, fine, but won't the baby suffer too? So I wanted to ask if you have any nutritious food. Don't worry, I brought money. Let's be straightforward, no need for favors. Standing outside the door, Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Truly, the youngest son and the eldest grandson are the apple of the elder's eye. There's not a word of exaggeration in that old saying. Ruanruan was still lost in her thoughts when Granny Chen said briskly from inside the house, You've come at just the right time. I really do have quite a few nutritional supplements here. As soon as she finished speaking, there was the sound of a cabinet being opened. Then came the thud of cans being set down on the Kong table. Milk powder, malted milk, walnut powder, rice cereal. Take a look and see which one you want. They're all good stuff. Old folks, kids, pregnant women, they can all have it. Ruanruan almost burst out laughing at that. If someone who didn't know the situation overheard, they'd think this was a shop assistant making a sales pitch. Inside the house, Su Xiaoying was so excited she was speechless. She'd guessed from the scene earlier, when things were being moved, that Granny Chen must have some nutritional supplements here, but she never expected there would be so many. For tin cans, all the same size and shape, were lined up. Su Xiaoying couldn't read the words on them, but she recognized the pictures. She ran her hands over the 4 cans again and finally, gritting her teeth, chose a can of malted milk and a can of milk powder. They were all good things, but who knew which one would actually taste good? Besides, she had a bunch of grandkids at home. She had to bring back something sweet for them, or else the whole family would be restless. Su Xiaoying came and went in a hurry. She'd arrived with her pockets stuffed and left with her arms full. After seeing Su Xiaoying off, Granny Chen handed the money to Su Ruanruan. Put it away, Ruanruan. After the new year, we'll go to the county town and buy a house. Su Ruanruan took the money and laughed. Grandma, you're even more eager than I am now. Granny Chen just smiled and said nothing. How could she not be eager? Su Aimin now had a son, a daughter-in-law, grandsons and granddaughters, and the whole family was living the good life in the capital. She couldn't let Su Ruanruan be shortchanged. They couldn't go to the capital, but buying a house in the county town was a must. She couldn't let Ruanruan live in the production brigade forever, toiling away in the fields. Even if it wasn't just about pride, she couldn't bear to see Su Ruanruan live such a hard life. After lunch, 2 or 3 more people came looking for Granny Chen. They were all on good terms with her, but not everyone left with something in hand. After all, not every family had that kind of money. Even if they coveted these good things, if they couldn't pay, it was pointless. Granny Chen wasn't some god of wealth. If people couldn't afford it, she couldn't just give things away for free. It wasn't until nightfall that the Su family finally quieted down. That night, lying on the kang, Granny Chen stared at the pitch-black ceiling for a long time before slowly closing her eyes. Su Aimin, what a blockhead. No one knew when the snow had stopped, but early the next morning, the sun was already up. The sunlight on the snow was so bright it was almost blinding. They'd said yesterday that today they'd make sausages, so after breakfast, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen got to work. Su Ruanruan, being strong, stood by the chopping board mincing meat, while Granny Chen prepared all kinds of seasonings. All morning, the Su house echoed with the steady thud-thud-thud of chopping meat. Luckily, there weren't many neighbors nearby, or else the noise would have driven people crazy. Even with Su Ruanruan's strength, after a whole morning of chopping, both her wrists were sore. But looking at the 2 big basins of minced meat, Su Ruanruan felt it was worth it. With so much meat made into sausages, they'd be able to eat well for a long, long time. The 2 of them had a simple lunch, then started stuffing the sausages. Once most of the sausages were done, Su Ruanruan slung on her basket, grabbed a hatchet, and headed out. She needed to go cut some pine branches. There were pine trees at the foot of the mountain, but the current regulations forbade cutting trees on the outskirts. Su Ruanruan didn't want to invite trouble, so she headed straight up the mountain. With the recent heavy snowfall in winter, hardly anyone ventured deep into the mountains, so the snow there was much thicker than in the production brigade. Usually, with one step, most of your calf would sink into the snow. Su Ruanruan was wearing the boots Su Jiafeng had given her. The boots were thick, warm, and waterproof, perfect for this kind of terrain. Although they were a bit heavy, that was a minor issue. After walking into the mountains for a while, Su Ruanruan stopped. She was already near the deep woods. Cutting some firewood here wouldn't be a problem. Especially in this remote, snowy forest, there was no one around, so there was even less to worry about. Her hatchet was sharpened to a razor edge. With a few swift chops, she cut off a section of pine branch. Only when her basket was full did Su Ruanruan stop, hoisting it onto her back and preparing to head down the mountain. But just as she turned around, she saw someone standing not far away. When he saw her looking over, he broke into a wide, beaming smile. It was Li Weigua. Su Ruanruan felt a surge of annoyance. Why was he everywhere? But she also understood, this was the mountains, not her private property. The path wasn't hers either, she couldn't stop Li Weigua from coming here. Since that was the case, Su Ruanruan simply pretended not to see him, changed direction, and prepared to walk around him. When Li Weigua noticed her change course, his smile froze on his face. Ruanruan, He called out loudly, running over and managing to block her path before she could get around him. Su Ruanruan's gaze was icy. Li Weigua, haven't you ever heard the saying, a good dog doesn't block the way? Her attitude was bad, and her words were harsh, but Li Weigua didn't seem to mind at all. He just kept beaming at her. Ruanruan, you came up the mountain too? Are you gathering firewood? That stuff won't burn well. How about I help you find some better firewood? Hearing this, Su Ruanruan almost burst out laughing. Li Weigua had only been here for half a year, while she'd lived here for decades. Even if you didn't count her previous life, it had still been over 10 years. Did she really need Li Weigua to teach her what kind of wood would burn? But Su Ruanruan quickly realized that Li Weigua knew perfectly well. He was just making conversation for the sake of it. Not wanting to waste words with him, Su Ruanruan turned to leave. But today, Li Weigua seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. He jogged ahead and blocked her path again. After being blocked by Li Weigua repeatedly, Su Ruanruan's already thin patience was completely gone. If you block my way again, I'll beat you up. She wasn't just saying that. Li Weigua's face turned a little pale when he heard this. He'd seen with his own eyes how Su Ruanruan had killed a wild boar. Wild boars were tough as nails, and even they couldn't withstand a blow from her. How could his scrawny self compare to a wild boar? But chances to be alone with Su Ruanruan were few and far between, and Li Weigua was reluctant to let her go just like that. His mind raced with thoughts, but he still trailed after Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, I've been helping Grandpa Chi and the others chop wood and carry water lately. How come I never run into you? Don't worry, Ruanruan, I'm always careful when I go. No one's ever seen me, so I won't cause any trouble for Grandpa Chi and the others. Ruanruan, aren't you tired carrying so much stuff? How about I help you with it? Ruanruan, do you still need pine branches tomorrow? If you do, I can chop them for you. Even though Su Ruanruan just kept her head down and walked ahead in silence, Li Weigua didn't mind at all. He followed behind her like a tail, chattering nonstop, making Su Ruanruan's head throb with annoyance. She put up with it for a long time, but finally, Su Ruanruan didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Since Li Weigua insisted on disgusting her, she'd just have to find her own way to shut him up. Whether she'd have to treat his injuries or pay for his medical bills, she wouldn't even bat an eye. Having made up her mind, Su Ruanruan suddenly stopped in her tracks. The moment she turned around, she lifted her foot and kicked Li Weigua square in the chest, sending him flying 2 meters away before he landed hard in a snowdrift. Su Ruanruan hadn't intended to seriously hurt him. She'd controlled her strength, and with all the thick winter clothing, Li Weigua's bones were fine. He just felt a bit breathless and tight in the chest, and every breath made his chest ache. Lying in the snow, Li Weigua looked up at Su Ruanruan with an expression full of innocence and hurt. Ruanruan, why did you kick me? His tone and expression were just like someone looking at a heartless lover. Seeing him like this, Su Ruanruan nearly fainted from anger. How could she have forgotten? In her previous life, Li Weigua had always been this annoyingly persistent. Back then, whenever Wang Aijuan came home, he'd hover around her, fussing and helping with everything. No matter if Wang Aijuan gave him the cold shoulder, scolded him, or just ignored him altogether, he never budged. It wasn't until Wang Aijuan got married and moved to the county, barely coming home once a year, that Li Weigua finally stopped hanging around her. But that was only because of outside circumstances. Even after that, whenever Wang Aijuan came back to visit relatives during the new year, Li Weigua would still go to her family's house to give her things he'd written himself. Su Ruanruan had once admired that persistence. But now, with that persistence aimed at her, all Su Ruanruan felt was a headache. She wasn't Wang Aijuan. She didn't enjoy being pursued, nor did she think it made her seem more attractive. All she wanted was to live her own quiet life, but Li Weigua just wouldn't let her. What should she do? Su Ruanruan rubbed her chin, her expression growing darker. Li Weigua, look at this deserted, freezing wilderness. If I dug a pit and buried you here, I bet no one would ever find out. Don't you think so? Ruanruan, why you're joking, right? Even as he said that, Li Weigua's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan gave him a cold, mocking smile. Do you really think I'm joking? I've told you so many times I'm not interested in you. I told you to stay away from me. Why do you always act like you can't hear me? This is your last warning, Li Weigua. If you dare come near me again, I'll dig a pit and bury you. By the time the snow melts in spring, your corpse will have rotted away. By the end, the smile had completely vanished from Su Ruanruan's face, leaving only a chilling coldness. Li Weigua was so frightened by this side of Su Ruanruan that he couldn't say a word. He just nodded repeatedly to show he understood. Seeing that he agreed, Su Ruanruan didn't say another word and turned to leave. Su Ruanruan slung her basket over her back and headed straight down the mountain toward home, feeling much better than before. Judging by how Li Weigua had looked just now, it was clear she'd given him quite a scare. He probably wouldn't dare come near her again. When she got home, Granny Chin had already finished stuffing the sausages, tying them off into sections with string and hanging them on a bamboo pole. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan hurried over, lit a fire with some dry grass, and then threw a pile of pine branches on top. The damp pine branches, of course, wouldn't catch fire, but that was exactly the point. The smoke from the pine branches would cure the sausages, making them taste better than anything else. Back in the mountains, Li Weigua watched Su Ruanruan's figure gradually disappear into the distance before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Should he keep pestering Su Ruanruan in the future? That was the question. He didn't really believe Su Ruanruan would actually dig a hole and bury him, but he was still afraid she might beat him up. She was definitely not as soft and gentle as she looked. Li Weigua was still deep in thought when, all of a sudden, he felt his body being lifted off the ground. Startled, he looked up to see Xiao Chengjin glaring fiercely at him, his face cold and menacing. Seeing Li Weigua looking at him, Xiao Chengjin snapped viciously, "What are you looking at? Your eyes are darting all over the place. You look like trouble. Today, I'll let you see what it feels like to be buried. Let's see if you dare pester my wife again." Xiao Chengjin was a man of action. Who knew where he pulled a length of hemp rope from, but he quickly tied Li Weigua up tight and tossed him aside. Li Weigua lay on the ground, his mouth stuffed with a rag so he couldn't speak, only able to let out muffled whimpers. By now, Xiao Chengjin was already digging a hole. Watching him grunt and dig away, Li Weigua was so scared he started to cry. What on earth had this man come to the mountains for? Why did he have rope, a shovel, and rags with him? Did he overhear what Su Ruanruan had just said and go back to fetch these things on purpose? But he came back way too fast. Before Li Weigua could figure it out, Xiao Chengjin had already finished digging the hole. He tossed the shovel aside, strode over to Li Weigua in a few quick steps, grabbed him with one hand, and carried him toward the pit. Li Weigua struggled desperately, but with his hands and feet tied together, it was useless. In the end, Xiao Chengjin simply tossed him into the hole. Landing hard in the pit, Li Weigua's whole body ached as if he'd fallen apart. Before he could recover, he felt a sudden chill. Looking up, he saw Xiao Chengjin at the edge of the pit, shoveling snow down onto him. Chunk after chunk of snow slammed into him, painful and freezing cold. But for Li Weigua, that wasn't the worst part. What mattered was that now Li Weigua was utterly terrified. Was Xiao Chengjin really planning to bury him here? He must be. They were deep in the mountains, in the freezing cold. Hardly anyone ever came out this far. If Xiao Chengjin really buried him here, his fate would be just like what Su Ruanruan had said earlier. His corpse might rot away before anyone ever found it. Li Weigua wanted to beg for mercy, but with his mouth gagged, he couldn't say a word. He could only cry silently, shaking his head desperately, eyes full of pleading as he looked at Xiao Chengjin, hoping he'd have a change of heart and let him go. But Xiao Chengjin ignored him completely, continuing to shovel snow into the pit. Only when the snow was about to cover Li Weigua's neck did Xiao Chengjin finally stop. Li Weigua had almost cried himself dry, convinced he was going to die for sure today. But at the very last moment, things took an unexpected turn. The snow stopped falling. He took several deep breaths before he cautiously, carefully, cracked his eyes open just a sliver. At the edge of the pit, Xiao Chengjin was leaning on his shovel, chin resting on the back of his hands, his back bent in a posture as relaxed as could be. It was as if he wasn't looking at a man buried in a pit, but rather admiring a flower blooming in winter, watching with great interest. Li Weigua had no idea what Xiao Chengjin was thinking, and he didn't dare make a single move that might anger him. After all, he was already as close to death as one could get. Li Weigua stared at Xiao Chengjin, not even daring to breathe too hard, terrified that any little thing might set him off. He didn't know how long he waited. By the time he felt completely numb from the cold, Xiao Chengjin finally squatted down. With a hint of amusement, Xiao Chengjin looked at him and asked, "So, tell me, are you still going to pester Ruanruan from now on?" Li Weigua shook his head frantically. No, never again. He really wouldn't dare. He couldn't speak, but the expression on his face said more than 1,000 words. Xiao Chengjin seemed satisfied with his reaction. He brushed away some snow, exposing Li Weigua's shoulders. Before pulling Li Weigua out, Xiao Chengjin gave him a final warning. "Li Weigua, remember how you feel right now. If there's a next time, I promise I'll bury you up to the top of your head." Li Weigua shuddered, then nodded like crazy. Xiao Chengjin smiled in satisfaction, then hauled Li Weigua out of the pit. He tossed Li Weigua onto the ground, untied the rope around him, and squatted nearby, waiting for him to regain feeling so he could follow him down the mountain. Only after personally watching Li Weigua walk through the gate of the educated youth compound and head straight for the kitchen did Xiao Chengjin finally turn and leave. See? He'd returned the man safe and sound, able to run and jump, and the first thing he did was rush to the kitchen, either to eat or drink. If he could eat and drink just fine, then if anything happened to him after this, it had nothing to do with Xiao Chengjin. Carrying the shovel and rope, Xiao Chengjin headed home, just in time to run into Xiao Dashan coming back as well. When he saw what Xiao Chengjin was carrying, Xiao Dashan's eyebrows twitched. "What are you doing with all that?" Xiao Chengjin blinked innocently. "I'm not going anywhere. I just got back." "Then what were you just doing?" "I went into the mountains. Dug a few traps. Maybe I'll catch something." Hearing that Xiao Chengjin had just been digging traps, Xiao Dashan finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Well, you never know." With that, Xiao Dashan stopped questioning him and went straight inside. Xiao Chengjin put his things away and went inside as well. After being out in the mountains for so long, he was feeling pretty cold himself. Educated youth compound. Li Weigua rushed into the kitchen and made a beeline for the stove, staring fixedly at the dancing flames inside. In the firelight, his face looked bruised and ghastly, almost like a ghost. Qing Yanhong was tending the fire in front of the stove. When she saw Li Weigua in that state, she didn't ask a single question. Seeing him come back looking like that, she didn't need to ask. Obviously, he'd messed with the wrong person and gotten himself into trouble. Ever since coming down to the countryside, Li Weigua had suffered so many setbacks, but he still hadn't learned his lesson. Qing Yanhong had no desire to get involved with him any more than necessary. Since she didn't ask, Li Weigua naturally didn't say anything either. The two of them just stared at the flames in the stove, the atmosphere between them icy cold. It was a long while before Li Weigua finally felt warmth returning to his body. The bluish tint faded from his face, though he still looked deathly pale. Slowly, Li Weigua stood up, walked to the side, and poured himself a bowl of hot tea. He cradled it in his hands, sipping it slowly. From now on, should he avoid Ruanruan whenever he saw her, or should he grit his teeth and give it his all, taking a desperate gamble? Once the sausages had been smoked, all that was left was to hang them somewhere cool and well-ventilated. Whenever you wanted to eat them, you could just take a few down. They could be boiled and sliced to eat directly, or stir-fried with other dishes. Steaming them was also a real treat. About half of the sausages were hanging under the eaves, while the rest had been stashed away by Ruanruan in her treasure space, to be enjoyed slowly over time. Even so, there were still quite a few hanging outside. Su Ruanruan stared at them for a while, then took down a dozen or so and put them in a basket. Grandma, I'm going to take some over to Grandpa Xiao and his family. Hearing this, Granny Chin came out of the kitchen, smiling at Su Ruanruan. Go on, go on. Qingjin hadn't come by for 2 days now. Was her granddaughter really just delivering sausages, or was she going to see someone? Granny Chin knew better than to say what she saw through. She watched Su Ruanruan leave, then went back into the kitchen. In this harsh winter, it was most comfortable to stay on the heated brick bed. Only a teenage girl like Ruanruan would brave the cold wind to go out for someone else. There was no snow today, and the sun was out, but its rays gave no warmth. Every now and then, a gust of wind would sweep up countless snowflakes, swirling them through the air before they drifted back down. If you weren't bundled up tightly, snowflakes could slip down your collar, sending a chill through your whole body. But that was never going to happen to Su Ruanruan. She wore a leifeng hat, a military greatcoat, and sturdy leather boots, bundled up from head to toe. Neither the biting wind nor the swirling snowflakes could get close to her. In this weather, adults were reluctant to go out, but children seemed immune to the cold, rolling snowballs and having snowball fights outside, shrieking with laughter. As Su Ruanruan walked along, she could hear the kids' laughter and shouts from time to time. Hearing those sounds, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. But before long, her smile faded. Another gust of wind blew by. It didn't bother her, but it did lift the corner of the floral cloth covering her basket, revealing the sausages inside. Children who barely got to eat meat all year round were especially sensitive to the smell of it. Like cats catching a whiff of fish, they instantly swarmed towards Su Ruanruan. Teacher Su, what are you carrying? Teacher Su, is that meat? Why haven't I seen meat like that before? Teacher Su, where are you taking the meat? The children chirped excitedly, their loud voices quickly drawing the attention of nearby adults. Su Ruanruan helplessly covered the basket again. I'm going to see your teacher, Xiao. You kids go play. There were only 2 teachers at the literacy class. Su Ruanruan was gentle and always smiling, speaking softly, while Xiao Chunjin was stern and strict with the students, his face always serious. The kids were a little afraid of him. Now, hearing that Su Ruanruan was going to see Xiao Chunjin, they didn't dare crowd around her anymore and quickly scattered. After Su Ruanruan had walked a little further, she could still faintly hear voices behind her. The Xiao family found themselves a good daughter-in-law. Look at that basket. Must be several jean of sausage in there. Before she even arrived, Su Ruanruan could see the wide-open gates of the Xiao family home from afar. There were a few people standing at the entrance, huddled together and talking about something she couldn't quite hear. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan hurried her steps and walked over. As she got closer, Su Ruanruan realized that among the people chatting at the door, there was someone she was familiar with and had spoken to before, Li Hongxia. Li Hongxia happened to turn her head just then and spotted Su Ruanruan. Seeing Su Ruanruan dressed in new clothes and carrying a basket in her hand, Li Hongxia couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. These past 2 days, the production team had been buzzing with gossip about someone driving a car to the Su family and delivering all sorts of good things. Li Hongxia hadn't seen it with her own eyes and had scoffed at the rumors. But now, seeing how Su Ruanruan was dressed, she had to admit there might be some truth to the talk. Li Hongxia was already more than 8 months pregnant, and even though she was bundled up in thick winter clothes, her big belly was impossible to hide. Su Ruanruan found it odd, at such a late stage in her pregnancy, with the weather so cold and the roads so slippery, why was Li Hongxia still wandering around outside? Before Su Ruanruan could say anything, Li Hongxia spoke up first. Ruanruan, did you come over because you heard the news? As she said this, Li Hongxia had already convinced herself it was true. Su Ruanruan must have heard the news and come running. Just look, she even brought a basket. Isn't she just waiting to get her share of the meat? Su Ruanruan was baffled by Li Hongxia's question. What news? Now it was Li Hongxia's turn to be confused. You're here with a basket, aren't you waiting for your share of the meat? Meat? My grandma made some sausages, so I'm bringing some over for Grandpa Xiao and the others. Sausages. Li Hongxia's voice shot up several decibels. She'd already forgotten what sausages even tasted like, and yet Su Ruanruan could actually bring sausages out as gifts. Looks like those rumors about someone delivering half a pig to the Su family were true after all. How could there be such a difference between people? Li Hongxia stared at Su Ruanruan, her eyes full of envy and jealousy, unable to say a word for a moment. Su Ruanruan was already used to looks like that and didn't take it to heart. Instead, she asked curiously, so, what happened? Hearing Su Ruanruan's question, Li Hongxia finally remembered why she'd come over in the first place. Oh, it's Chengjin. Yesterday, he went up the mountain and dug a trap, and he actually managed to catch 2 silly roe deer, each one weighs over 100 jin. Everyone's here waiting for their share of the meat. As she spoke, Li Hongxia jerked her chin toward the people coming up behind Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan turned to look and, sure enough, saw quite a few people heading their way. Su Ruanruan wasn't particularly concerned about getting any meat. She had roe deer meat in her treasure space anyway. If anything, she actually preferred pork. Just one bite, and your mouth would be full of juicy, delicious fat. What Su Ruanruan was really thinking about now was that, so that's why Xiao Chengjin hadn't come to the Su house these past 2 days. He'd gone into the mountains. To catch roe deer with a trap, you'd have to set it deep in the mountains. Even though everyone called them silly roe deer, they weren't that dumb. They wouldn't just wander down the mountain for no reason. So if Xiao Chengjin wanted to catch one with a trap, he'd have to set it in some remote, unfrequented part of the mountains. But in the winter, the deep mountains were covered in snow that wouldn't melt for months. It was easy to get lost or step into a hidden pit. Why would Xiao Chengjin risk going so deep into the mountains? Does he think there's not enough meat to eat? In the courtyard, Xiao Chengjin leaned lazily against the doorframe, staring absent-mindedly at the 2 silly roe deer lying on the ground. Xiao Dashan had already called over the village's butcher, and they were discussing where to slaughter the deer and divide up the meat on such a cold day. As they talked, everyone couldn't help but praise Xiao Chengjin. After all, without him, there wouldn't be these 2 silly deer. Even if, after butchering and cleaning, there'd only be about 200 jin of meat, and each family would get just a single jin, no one would complain. Every extra bite was a blessing. Who would ever think it was too little? Despite all the compliments, Xiao Chengjin's face didn't show even the slightest hint of a smile. He'd spent nearly the whole day in the mountains yesterday, digging a dozen or so traps, not to catch some silly roe deer, but to catch wild rabbits. He didn't care much about the meat. What he really wanted was the fur, so he could make a coat for Su Ruanruan. Everyone said rabbit fur made for warm clothing, and a white rabbit fur coat would look beautiful on Su Ruanruan. He'd planned everything out perfectly, except for one thing. He hadn't expected to catch no rabbits at all. What a waste of that big cabbage he'd secretly taken from the cellar. Xiao Chengjin glanced at the silly deer again, then decided to head inside and calm down. Why hadn't he caught any rabbits? That was the real question. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a figure in green walk through the gate. Who else could it be but Su Ruanruan? How did she get here so fast? Who told her? A flurry of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chengjin's mind, but his feet had already carried him over to her side. Ruanruan, what brings you here? Su Ruanruan lifted the basket in her hand for him to see. Grandma made some sausages and asked me to bring some over. The 2 of them stood in the courtyard, speaking in normal voices, so of course everyone else heard their conversation. Xiao Chengjin took the basket and lifted the cloth covering it halfway. Sure enough, inside were neatly arranged sausages. At that moment, Luo Yufeng came over. When she saw the sausages, she snatched the basket from Xiao Chengjin, covered it back up, and handed it to Su Ruanruan. Why are you bringing these over? Keep them for you and your grandma. Chengjin just caught 2 silly deer today. Once we divide up the meat, you can take some home too. Don't always think about sending things over here. We don't lack for anything. As long as you and your grandma are well, that's all that matters. Su Ruanruan took 2 steps behind Xiao Chengjin, refusing to take the basket back. Smiling, she said to Luo Yufeng, "My grandma said, what's yours is yours, but what she asked me to bring is hers. It's not the same. Now that I've delivered it, I definitely can't take it back, or else my grandma will scold me." "Scold you for what?" "She'll say I'm stupid. Can't even handle such a small thing." Luo Yufeng couldn't help but laugh at Su Wanwan's words. "You silly girl, what am I going to do with you? Come on, let's go inside, it's freezing out here." Luo Yufeng took Su Ruanruan by the hand with one hand and carried the basket with the other as they headed inside, with Xiao Chunjin following closely behind. Everyone standing in the courtyard and at the gate looked at Luo Yufeng with envy. The granddaughter-in-law hadn't even officially joined the family yet, and she was already bringing over a basket of sausages. Once she did marry in, just imagine how many good things she'd bring. The three of them quickly went inside, out of sight, so everyone turned to look at Xiao Dashan instead. As the leader of the production brigade, Xiao Dashan commanded a great deal of respect. People watched, but no one dared to make any teasing remarks. Xiao Dashan didn't want people lingering in his yard to watch the spectacle, so he called a few men to help carry the two silly road deer outside. With snow everywhere and the roads in poor condition, they didn't bother taking the deer all the way to the threshing ground. Instead, they decided to butcher them just a short distance outside the gate. There was no need to build a separate fire to boil water either. They simply asked the nearby households to heat up some water, then brought it over by the bucketful, much easier and more convenient. At this time, everything belonged to the state, everything was collective property. Even if you cut a single branch from the mountain and someone saw you and reported it, that was considered undermining socialism. If someone insisted on making a fuss, you'd be criticized for it. All the more so for something as big as a roe deer. If you caught one and nobody saw, you could secretly eat it and destroy the evidence. But if someone saw you, you had to hand it over to the brigade, and the brigade leader would distribute it to everyone. Of course, it wasn't distributed for free. Each household could decide how much meat they wanted, but the more they took, the more work points would be deducted. Work points were used to exchange for grain. Some families would rather not eat meat and save their work points. Those with more laborers in the family didn't mind losing a few points, so they'd exchange for more meat to enjoy at home. Xiao Dashan didn't concern himself with these details. He was only responsible for recording the work points. He didn't care how much each family took. When everyone had collected their share and gone home, only a few large bones were left on the table. Any meat that could be scraped off the bones had already been taken. The bits of meat left were too meager for anyone to bother with. But the bones couldn't just be thrown away, that would be too wasteful. Xiao Dashan had already set aside a few pounds of meat for himself. Now, looking at the bones, he thought that if nobody wanted them, he'd exchange a few work points and take them home to make soup. Once the broth was ready, he could add some radish and vermicelli, delicious. As he was thinking this, he saw someone walking over. Looking closely, he saw it was Zhu Xiaojuan, one of the female educated youths. Among the three female educated youths, Zhu Xiaojuan was considered quite good. She wasn't delicate or fussy, nor did she like to stir up trouble. She worked diligently every day. Although she wasn't very efficient and didn't get much done, her attitude was excellent. Xiao Dashan had a pretty good impression of her, so when he saw her approach, he asked, "What can I do for you?" Zhu Xiaojuan smiled. "Brigade leader, I'd like to exchange some work points for these bones. Would that be all right?" So that's what she was here for. The bones weren't worth much anyway, so Xiao Dashan agreed, deducted a symbolic amount of work points, and let Zhu Xiaojuan take the bones. Once all the meat was distributed, Xiao Dashan and his men returned the tables and chairs to the storage shed and locked up. Then he picked up his few pounds of meat and headed home. As soon as he reached his doorstep, Xiao Dashan caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. He thought for a while before realizing. It was the smell of steamed sausages. With that thought, Xiao Dashan quickened his pace toward the kitchen. The moment he entered, the rich aroma of sausages hit him even stronger. Xiao Dashan swallowed and called out loudly to Luo Yufeng, "Do we still have any liquor?" Bring it out, I want a couple of drinks. Steamed sausages with a little wine. TSK, just thinking about it was wonderful. As it turned out, he really was just daydreaming. Standing by the stove, Luo Yufeng didn't even bother to look up when she heard him. What wine? You finished your wine ages ago. If you want more, ask Aigua next time and have him buy you some. All gone. In an instant, the smile on Xiao Dashan's face collapsed and his mouth felt parched. How could it all be gone? Forget it. No need to buy more. It's not easy for Aigua and the others to earn money at work. Wine isn't like food. Missing a drink or two won't hurt. As he spoke, Xiao Dashan walked into the inner room. After sitting down on the kang, he added, Aigua is always telling me that drinking is bad for my health and I should cut back. I think he's right. People should take care of themselves. Why bother drinking? Sitting in front of the stove feeding the fire, Ruanruan heard this and slipped her hand into her pocket. When she pulled it out again, there was a bottle of liquor in her hand. The bottle wasn't big, just a bit larger than Ruanruan's palm, and there was no label on it. Ruanruan handed the bottle to Xiao Chenjin beside her. Someone gave us this. No one at my place drinks, so when I came over just now, I brought a bottle with me. Take it to Grandpa. I got so caught up in talking that I completely forgot about it. She smiled sheepishly as she spoke. There was quite a bit of tobacco and liquor in her treasure space, but neither she nor Granny Chen had any use for them, so she rarely paid attention to those things. It wasn't until she heard Xiao Dashan's words just now that she remembered they might actually come in handy. Xiao Chenjin took the bottle and headed into the house. Xiao Dashan was still muttering on the kang. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chenjin coming in, he asked, What are you doing in here? Xiao Chenjin held up the bottle. Grandpa, Ruanruan brought this over. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Dashan's eyes widened, lighting up as he stared at the bottle in Xiao Chenjin's hand. Ruanruan brought it? Where did she get it? It was given to her along with some other things before. Oh, right. But Ruanruan and your Granny Chen don't drink. Why would anyone give them wine? Isn't that just silly? Must be all those years lying around, his brain's gone dull. Xiao Dashan didn't name names, but Xiao Chenjin knew exactly who he meant. He was talking about I mean. Xiao Chenjin felt his face flush. Was Grandpa so desperate for a drink he was talking nonsense? Ruanruan was still outside, and here he was rambling on. Grandpa, Ruanruan's still here. Xiao Chenjin reminded him quietly. Oh. Well, I was just saying. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Dashan's face. Give it here, let me see what kind of wine it is. In the kitchen, when Ruanruan heard Xiao Dashan's words, her expression changed a little too. If, a year from now, I mean really did come back, and Xiao Dashan mentioned this to him, what would she do then? Ruanruan's head started to ache at the thought, so she decided not to dwell on it. She'd talk to Granny Chen when she got home. Granny Chen would know what to do. Xiao Dashan twisted open the bottle and took a sniff. Good. He slapped his thigh in delight, his joy written all over his face. Good stuff. He still didn't know what brand it was, but just from the smell, he could tell it was quality, much better than what Xiao Aigua had bought before. Xiao Dashan raised the bottle to his lips, but just as it was about to touch his mouth, he stopped. Chenjin, get me a cup. Such good wine deserves to be savored. Chenjin, go ask your grandma, when will the sausages be ready to steam? In the kitchen, Luo Yufeng had already lifted the lid off the pot and was using a cloth to carefully take out the plate inside. On the plate were neatly sliced sausages, each piece cut to the same thickness, glistening red and shiny. Just looking at them made your mouth water. With this plate of sausages, Xiao Dashan happily sipped a cup or two of wine. The cups were those tiny wine glasses. If you really drank freely, each cup would only be a single mouthful. But Xiao Dashan couldn't bear to drink it all at once. He took tiny sips, nursing 2 cups of wine for a full half-hour. Xiao Dashan could really hold his liquor. These 2 cups weren't even enough to wet his throat. But what could he do? There just wasn't much to go around. He had to make do. Did he really expect to get drunk? After finishing lunch at the Xiao house, Su Swan stayed to chat for a while before finally getting up to go home. Xiao Chenjin was already dressed and ready, carrying a basket in his hand. Inside was some venison for Su Swanswan to take home. The Su family didn't lack for meat these days, but venison and pork tasted different. This was just for a change of flavor. The two had just stepped out the front gate when someone called out to them. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Li Hongxia standing at the doorway of a nearby house, smiling at them. Swanswan, heading home? Chenjin, are you walking her back? What's in the basket? As Li Hongxia spoke, she started to walk toward them. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin quickly pulled Su Swanswan along, speeding up their steps. Cousin-in-law, you should go home and rest. He really couldn't understand her. Her belly was already so big, yet she refused to stay home and rest, always wandering around outside. She watched their house like a hawk, as if she wished she could glue her eyes to their gate to see what they were carrying in and out. Now that the two families were just relatives, why did Li Hongxia always act like they were one big family? What was she after? Su Swanswan and Xiao Chenjin walked quickly and soon left her far behind. Li Hongxia, with her big belly, really didn't dare to chase after them, so she could only stand there, watching resentfully as Su Swanswan and Xiao Chenjin walked farther and farther away. Why were they in such a hurry? There must be something in that basket. She just knew it. Why would Su Swanswan be so generous as to bring sausages over? Wasn't she just waiting for Luo Yufeng to give her something in return? So scheming at such a young age. Once she married in, wouldn't she end up taking everything from the Xiao family back to the Su family? She really didn't understand Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan. The two of them were usually so shrewd, but they never showed her, their pregnant granddaughter-in-law, a kind face, yet they treated Su Swanswan so well. Xiao Chenjin walked Su Swanswan all the way to the Su family's gate before handing her the basket. Hurry on inside. Tomorrow I'll come early so we can study together. From what Xiao Chenjin said, it was clear he wasn't planning to go in and sit for a while. This reminded Su Swanswan of the question she'd had earlier. Are you just craving meat? If he really was, there was no need to run off to the mountains all the time. That was so dangerous. Xiao Chenjin realized Su Swanswan had misunderstood and quickly explained, I'm not craving meat. I just wanted to catch some rabbits so I can make you a coat from their skins. Xiao Chenjin didn't want to lie to Su Swanswan. If she hadn't asked, he wouldn't have said anything. He didn't consider that lying. But since Su Swanswan had asked, he had to tell her. Even if it meant there was no surprise, he still had to say it. Su Ruanruan never expected that the reason Xiao Chenjin hadn't come by for 2 days in a row was because he'd been busy with something like this. She didn't say anything, but a smile was already spreading across her face. So, are you heading back into the mountains in a bit? Xiao Chenjin nodded. I want to see why the cabbages I put out didn't attract any rabbits. Instead, they'd attracted 2 silly roe deer. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan grew curious as well. Wait for me, let me tell Grandma and I'll go with you. Without waiting for Xiao Chenjin's reply, Su Ruanruan dashed into the kitchen. Not long after, she came running back out. Let's go, I've already told Grandma. All right, let's go. Xiao Chenjin was delighted. Even if they didn't figure out why they hadn't caught any rabbits, it was still worth it. After all, he'd get to spend time alone with Su Ruanruan. That was a rare opportunity. For the past while, he'd been going to the Su family's house every day, but never managed to spend any time alone with Su Ruanruan. If Granny Chen wasn't cooking in the kitchen just a wall away, she'd be sitting on the kang in Su Ruanruan's room doing needlework. With Granny Chen watching nearby, even sitting face-to-face with Su Ruanruan reading or chatting felt a little awkward. Now, finally, he could be alone with Su Ruanruan. Even if it was in the freezing snow, Xiao Chenjin was happy. The two of them walked into the mountains side by side, not bringing much with them. They were just going to take a look, after all. Once they entered the mountains, Su Ruanruan started to feel that the path seemed familiar. When Xiao Chenjin finally stopped, Su Ruanruan was stunned. No wonder it felt familiar. Wasn't this the place where she'd dealt with Li Weigua before? Back then, there definitely hadn't been such a big pit here. Chenjin, when did you dig this pit? It was so big and so deep, no wonder it had managed to catch 2 silly roe deer. Xiao Qingjin stared at the pit, his expression a little complicated. This wasn't a trap he dug for animals, but rather the one meant for Li Weigua. Who would have thought? The traps he'd carefully prepared hadn't caught any rabbits, but this pit he dug without much thought had caught roe deer instead. Was this what people meant by unintentionally planting willows and they grow into shade? Of course, Xiao Qingjin couldn't tell Ruanruan the truth. How could he tell her something so damaging to his image? This wasn't lying, it was a white lie. Xiao Qingjin composed himself and said seriously, I dug this the day before yesterday. I thought if I made it a bit bigger, maybe I could catch several rabbits at once. Looking at the enormous pit, Ruanruan doubted the truth of his words. A bit bigger? This hole was dug without any real intention, so there was nothing unusual to see. Xiao Qingjin led Ruanruan to check the other traps. After making a round of all the traps, when they stopped at the last one, Ruanruan finally understood why Xiao Qingjin hadn't caught any rabbits. The pits were well dug, and Xiao Qingjin had even covered the openings with dry grass, placing fresh cabbage leaves on top. If a rabbit came to eat, it would definitely fall in. But the pits were completely empty. With such a short drop, a rabbit wouldn't die from the fall. Besides, rabbits know how to dig. Every trap had a hole inside, clearly, the rabbits had dug their way out. Ruanruan could see this, and of course, so could Xiao Qingjin. It was precisely because he saw it that Xiao Qingjin pressed his lips together and said nothing. He actually did something so foolish. And Ruanruan saw the whole thing. Xiao Qingjin opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. How was he supposed to explain this? Ruanruan didn't notice anything odd about Xiao Qingjin. She just smiled and said, good thing you didn't stick any sharp branches inside, or the rabbit really would have been killed. There'd be holes all over it. How would we make clothes out of that? Hearing this, Xiao Qingjin was stunned for a moment, but then realized that Ruanruan actually made a good point. So what should I do then? The words slipped out before Xiao Qingjin could stop himself, and he instantly regretted it. But since he'd already said it, he could only act as if nothing had happened and look calmly at Ruanruan. Ruanruan didn't know either. Even after living 2 lifetimes, she'd never actually hunted before. She had plenty of furs in her treasure space, but she was afraid people would ask questions if they saw them, so she hadn't made them into clothes. Now, seeing Xiao Qingjin going to such lengths just to make her a fur coat, she almost wanted to take out all the furs from her treasure space and let him pick whichever he liked. The two of them were staring at each other when they suddenly heard a faint sound. They looked in the direction of the noise and saw a rabbit hopping around in the snow not far away. It was a gray rabbit, and it looked quite plump. Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin exchanged a glance, then both turned and tiptoed toward the rabbit. But no matter how careful they were, their shoes still made crunching sounds on the snow. The rabbit was extremely alert. Its long ears weren't just for show. The moment it heard the sound, it instantly changed direction and bounded away. Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin refused to give up. At this point, they didn't care about being quiet anymore. They lifted their feet and chased after it with all their might, running as fast as they could. Even so, they still couldn't catch up. Wild rabbits that lived in the mountains were nothing like domesticated ones. They were much more agile and quick, and ran like the wind. After chasing for a long time, Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin could only watch helplessly as the rabbit got farther and farther away, eventually disappearing into the depths of the forest. After running so far, both of them were exhausted and could only stand there, panting heavily. Before they could catch their breath, they heard another rustling sound. Another rabbit. This time, it was a white one. Xiao Qingjin's eyebrows lifted slightly, and in the next second, he lunged at the rabbit. This rabbit was chubby too, but still agile and nimble. It easily slipped away. Xiao Qingjin chased after it for a while, but still lost track of it. There was nothing he could do. A white rabbit in the snow had a natural camouflage. Its fur blended perfectly with the snow, and with its quick movements, there was no way to catch it barehanded. Xiao Qingjin walked back slowly, looking a little dejected. Getting outsmarted by rabbits twice in a row was honestly a bit embarrassing. Su Ruanruan patted Xiao Qingjin's arm, just about to comfort him, when she caught sight of yet another rabbit out of the corner of her eye. Now, Su Ruanruan understood. Had they stumbled into a rabbit den? Otherwise, why would there be one rabbit after another? This time, neither Su Ruanruan nor Xiao Qingjin moved. They just stood quietly in place, even slowing their breathing, blending into the forest like a pair of trees. Sure enough, since they didn't move, the rabbit didn't notice them and kept hopping around in the snow. Xiao Qingjin fixed his gaze on the rabbit and quietly undid the buttons on his outer coat. When the rabbit hopped close to him, he lunged at it with the fastest speed of his life. Seeing what was happening, Su Ruanruan hurried over. "Why did you take off your clothes? Aren't you cold? Hurry and put them back on." Xiao Qingjin didn't rush to get up. After a while, he carefully lifted himself just enough to slip his hand inside. Su Ruanruan watched as Xiao Qingjin's tense face suddenly broke into a smile. Then he sat up, tightly clutching a rabbit by its ears. "Ruanruan, look. I caught it." Su Ruanruan looked at the rabbit, its eyes tightly shut and completely still, and her eyes turned red with emotion. Seeing her like this, Xiao Qingjin was startled. "Ruanruan, what's wrong? Don't cry. Is it because you think the rabbit is too cute?" Su Ruanruan nodded, took a deep breath and said, "The rabbit is cute, but you're even cuter." Xiao Qingjin, huh? Su Ruanruan went on, "You're so cute, and you caught this rabbit for me. Of course I have to skin it and make clothes out of its fur." Xiao Qingjin blinked. But one rabbit skin isn't enough to make clothes. The same trick might catch one silly rabbit, but there's no way to catch 10. Making clothes was out of the question. If we can't make clothes, we can make gloves. Su Ruanruan was still delighted. Rabbit fur gloves were great too, light and warm. Seeing Su Ruanruan's genuine smile, Xiao Qingjin grinned as well. As long as Ruanruan was happy, that was all that mattered. Su Ruanruan took the rabbit and urged Xiao Qingjin, "Hurry up and get up. Button your clothes." "Aren't you cold?" "Not cold." Xiao Qingjin really wasn't cold. When he saw Su Ruanruan's eyes turn red just now, he'd broken out in a cold sweat from worry. How could he feel cold? They'd spent the whole afternoon up on the mountain, and bringing back a rabbit was quite a haul. By the time they headed down the mountain, dusk was falling. It was already very cold, and every household was making dinner. There wasn't a soul on the road. Which was perfect, no one would see their big rabbit. Xiao Qingjin walked Su Ruanruan home, handed her the rabbit, but she didn't take it. "How much meat can Grandma and I eat? We already have plenty at home. You take it back. Just tan the hide for me later, that's all I want." Tanning hides was a skill, and Su Ruanruan didn't know how. Xiao Qingjin didn't know either, but Grandpa Xiao Dashan did. So Xiao Qingjin took the rabbit home, and the first thing he did was go find Xiao Dashan. "Grandpa, teach me how to tan rabbit hide." Xiao Dashan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time when he heard this. This grandson was great in every way, except he was always so impulsive. "I'd love to teach you, but where's the hide for me to teach with?" Xiao Qingjin pulled out the fat rabbit from behind his back. "Isn't this a hide? It's still warm." "Xiao Dashan, we have so much meat at home already, isn't that enough for you? Why are you always trying to dig up the corner of socialism?" Xiao Qingjin replied calmly, "I don't need the meat, but I have to have the hide. I promised Ruanruan I'd tan it and make her a pair of gloves. So it's for Ruanruan." Xiao Dashan's tone softened immediately. "All right, I'll teach you." It wasn't until the day before the Lunar New Year that Su Ruanruan saw that rabbit hide again. The fur was snowy white and soft, without the slightest odor, and felt wonderful to the touch. Granny Chen took it and examined it for a while, then said with certainty, "It's enough for 2 pairs. Make one for Qingjin too." When Su Ruanruan got the leather, she also thought there would be enough for 2 pairs. But, "Granny, how about I make a pair for you? Or maybe I'll just make you some knee pads." Granny Chen chuckled at Su Ruanruan. "Knee pads are worn inside your clothes. Do you really need to use this nice piece of leather for that?" Su Ruanruan was stunned for a moment before she realized. That's right. There was plenty of leather in her baibao space. Whether it was for making knee pads or a vest for Granny Chen, they'd be worn inside. Who would even see them? How silly of her. Once she figured it out, Ruanruan started thinking about how to make gloves for Xiao Chunjin. Leather gloves needed to be measured first, otherwise, what if they didn't fit? She put the leather away, deciding to measure Xiao Chunjin's hands the next time he came by. Little New Year wasn't the same as the main New Year. According to old customs, people would offer sacrifices to the kitchen god and eat malt candy on this day. But now, superstitious practices weren't allowed, and neither was worshipping. It definitely wasn't allowed in public, but at home, Granny Chen still secretly made an offering to the kitchen god, using malt candy she'd taken from the Baibo's face. If the candy is sweet, the kitchen god will speak well of us. On Little New Year, we sent him off and welcomed the first day of the new year. After the offering, Granny Chen and Ruanruan started making dumplings together. They made two kinds of filling, one with mushrooms and pork, the other with cabbage and pork. The dumpling wrappers were made from pure white flour. Both Ruanruan and Granny Chen were quick with their hands, and before long, they'd filled a whole tray with dumplings. They took the finished dumplings outside and set them in the courtyard. It wouldn't be long before they were frozen solid. That way, the dumplings would keep better. On days when they didn't feel like cooking, they could just boil some dumplings, easy and delicious. It wasn't until almost lunchtime that Ruanruan and Granny Chen finished using up all the wrappers and filling. Once the dumplings were cooked, Granny Chen served 2 bowls and asked Ruanruan to take them to Qianfu and Suinghua. The two of them couldn't make dumplings themselves. But how could you not eat dumplings on a day like this? Ruanruan picked up the basket and was just about to head out when she saw Xiao Chunjin walking over, also carrying a basket. Xiao Chunjin flashed Ruanruan a bright smile. "Ruanruan, are you bringing dumplings to my house?" "No need, my granny asked me to bring some over to you." Ruanruan smiled too, and waited until Xiao Chunjin got closer before saying, "I'm actually heading to the cowshed to bring some dumplings to Grandpa Qi and the others." Xiao Chunjin was surprised that Ruanruan was bringing dumplings to Qianfu. His eyes widened slightly. But he quickly recovered, grabbed Ruanruan's basket, and handed her his own. "You stay home and wait. I'll go. I'll be right back." With that, Xiao Chunjin hurried off with the basket. Watching his retreating figure, Ruanruan wasn't worried at all. She knew Xiao Chunjin, and she knew what kind of person he was. Back when Li Weigua tried to threaten her with this matter, she hadn't taken it to heart. Because she knew that even if Xiao Chunjin found out, he would firmly stand by her side. Not only would he not blame her, he'd shield her behind him. The reason she hadn't told Xiao Chunjin before was simply because she didn't want to drag him into it. If someone with bad intentions ever found out and reported it, at least Xiao Chunjin wouldn't be implicated. But now that Xiao Chunjin had stumbled upon it, she didn't plan to hide it anymore. At most, she'd just be even more careful in the future, making sure no outsiders found out. Xiao Chunjin came back quickly. As soon as he returned, he gave Ruanruan a wry smile and said, "At first, the two of them didn't believe I was delivering something for you. I had to explain for quite a while before they finally believed me." Ruanruan wasn't surprised at all. Qianfu was a very cautious person. Back when Li Weigua used to go over every day to help fetch water and collect firewood, he still couldn't get a single word out of Qianfu about her. Even today, the reason Qianfu trusted Xiao Chunjin probably wasn't because of his explanation. It was more likely because Qianfu already knew she was engaged to Xiao Chunjin. Asking those questions was probably just his way of testing Xiao Chunjin. Ruanruan didn't voice her suspicions. Instead, she got up and served Xiao Chunjin a bowl of dumplings. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. As soon as the dumplings were ready, I brought them straight over." Seeing Xiao Chunjin's slightly goofy smile, Ruanruan couldn't help but want to laugh too. "If you haven't eaten, then hurry up and eat. Grandma and I made 2 kinds of filling, one with cabbage and pork, and one with mushroom and pork." No sooner had Ruanruan finished speaking than Xiao Chunjin had already picked up a dumpling and popped it into his mouth. The dumplings had just come out of the pot and were still piping hot. Xiao Chengjin put one straight into his mouth and immediately started grimacing from the heat. Seeing him like that, Su Ruanruan was both exasperated and amused. Why are you eating so fast? Spit it out if it's too hot. But Xiao Chengjin didn't spit it out. He swallowed the dumpling and then quickly drank a big cup of herbal tea. After the meal, Su Ruanruan pulled Xiao Chengjin into her room and carefully measured his hand. Xiao Chengjin sat on the heated Kong bed, his elbows propped on the small table, letting Su Ruanruan fuss with his fingers over and over from across the table. He wore a faint smile on his face, but inside, he was so happy he could burst. We're holding hands. We're really holding hands. No gloves, no cotton. He could feel the warmth of Su Ruanruan's hands. Xiao Chengjin was lost in his excitement for a while, until suddenly he felt his hands empty. When he looked up, he saw Su Ruanruan was already busying herself with a piece of rabbit fur. Her slender, fair hands kneaded the soft white fur, making for a lovely sight. But Xiao Chengjin wasn't happy. Were his hands not as interesting as rabbit fur? That whole afternoon, Xiao Chengjin sat across from Su Ruanruan, watching as she carefully cut out 2 pairs of gloves, stitch by stitch. Once the pieces were cut, Su Ruanruan lined the leather with some fabric from an old dress, sewed them together with white thread, and finished the gloves. The finished gloves had white rabbit fur inside, and the outsides were green and pink. Su Ruanruan's pair was pink, Xiao Chengjin's was green. Su Ruanruan even embroidered a simple sun on Xiao Chengjin's gloves and a little flower fluttering in the wind on her own. Look, don't they look like you and me? Su Ruanruan said, pushing both pairs of gloves in front of Xiao Chengjin. Xiao Chengjin broke into a smile. They do. I'm the sun, I'll always keep you warm. But Su Ruanruan shook her head. No, it's you who lights up my life. If it weren't for Xiao Chengjin, after being reborn, she'd probably be living every day consumed by hatred. She wouldn't be as happy as she was now, thinking about what to eat, what to drink, what to wear, how to study, how to buy a house, and how to keep living happily with Xiao Chengjin. Xiao Chengjin's smile faded, and he said earnestly, Ruanruan, you're the one who lights up my life. If it weren't for Su Softy, what would he be doing every day? Probably still hanging around the production team with Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang, idling away with nothing to do, getting scolded by Xiao Dashan wielding his tobacco pipe. It was only because Su Softy had come into his life that he'd become who he was now. The two of them were staring at each other, lost in thought, when Granny Chen suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. I heard you two talking about lighting things up or not from outside. It's already dark, why haven't you turned on the light? Look how pitch black it is in here. What's supposed to be lighting up? Su Softy and Xiao Chengjin exchanged a glance and both burst out laughing. He'd spent the whole afternoon delivering dumplings. Xiao Chengjin stood up. I should get going. If he didn't head home soon, his grandpa would start scolding again. Chengjin, wait a second. As Su Softy spoke, she turned and knelt over to the Kang cabinet, opened it up, and pulled out a big bundle. Take this home with you. Xiao Chengjin looked over curiously. What's this? He spoke as he reached out to open it. Seeing this, Su Softy quickly stopped him. Open it when you get home. Seeing how insistent she was, Xiao Chengjin could only agree. Carrying a basket in one hand and the bundle in the other, Xiao Chengjin soon arrived back at the Xiao family home. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he heard Xiao Dashan's voice, Chengjin's back. In the past, before this summer, if he ever came home late, Xiao Dashan would always scold him for ages with his tobacco pipe in hand. Now, no matter how late he came back, Xiao Dashan never said a word. These days, he even greeted him with a big smile. Xiao Chengjin knew exactly why, but he didn't say anything. After dropping the basket off in the kitchen, Xiao Chengjin was about to take the bundle to his room to see what was inside. Luo Yufeng saw him carrying the big bundle and immediately got interested. What's in there? I don't know either. Come on, let's open it and have a look. Since Luo Yufeng wanted to see, Xiao Chengjin couldn't refuse, so he followed her into the room. They opened the bundle to find a set of clothes inside. A green jacket and pants, both padded with cotton. But at first glance, it was obvious they were different from the ones Luo Yufeng had made before. First, the fabric was different. These weren't made from pure cotton cloth, the material was stiffer, so the clothes held their shape better and looked more stylish. The fabric was also thicker and more durable. Second, the design was different. This set looked much nicer, with several pockets of various sizes on both the jacket and the pants. Next to the clothes was a hat. The brim of the hat was straight and firm. Luo Yufeng felt it carefully and declared, "There's a layer of board inside." Whether it was cardboard or wood, she couldn't tell. But it definitely looked much better than those floppy hats that just hugged your head. Luo Yufeng kept touching and examining the clothes and hat, and after a long while, she sighed, "Softy's skills are even better than a tailor's. These clothes are really well made. How could they not be?" Sue Softy had racked her brains and used up who knows how many brain cells to recall this new style of military uniform from her previous life. Of course, she'd made a few small changes. Otherwise, when this style of uniform came out in a few years, if someone saw it and got suspicious, what would she do? Sue Softy always liked to plan ahead. Xiao Dashan hadn't said a word the whole time, but his eyes never left the clothes. After Luo Yufeng had finally finished looking her fill, Xiao Chenjin hurriedly folded up his clothes. Just as he was about to wrap them up, he heard Xiao Dashan say, "Chenjin, about those clothes of yours." "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm heading back to my room." Xiao Chenjin blurted out, then turned and ran. Too scary. His grandpa actually wanted to wear the clothes Su Ruanruan had made for him. Once Xiao Chenjin had dashed out, Luo Yufeng shot Xiao Dashan an annoyed glare. "What? My sewing isn't good enough for you anymore? How could that be? No one's clothes are as comfortable as the ones you make." Xiao Dashan quickly grinned. "I was just teasing him. That kid really can't take a joke." Back in his room, Xiao Chenjin's heart was still pounding as he sat on the king. It took quite a while before he finally calmed down. This set of clothes was clearly not something that could be made in just a day or two. Plus, he'd been spending almost every day at the Su family's place lately, and he'd never seen Su Ruanruan working with needle and thread, so she must have stayed up late at night to make these clothes for him. He had no idea how many nights Su Ruanruan had burned the midnight oil to finish them. Ruanruan was just too good to him. He'd thought about making clothes for her too, but in the end, he'd only sent her a piece of leather, and all he got back was a pair of gloves. But Su Ruanruan, without a word, had made him such a wonderful set of clothes. Xiao Chenjin thought, if he were a girl, he'd probably be crying by now. Even as a boy, his eyes were starting to feel hot. He slowly picked up the clothes and hugged them to his chest. Ruanruan. The next day, Su Ruanruan saw Xiao Chenjin arrive wearing his new clothes. Seeing how perfectly they fit him, she finally felt completely at ease. She was confident she'd gotten the measurements right, but until she saw him actually wearing them, she couldn't help but worry. Now that she'd seen the result with her own eyes, she could finally relax. "Ruanruan, you. What is it?" "It's nothing." Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin in confusion, not understanding why he'd stopped mid-sentence. But seeing that he clearly wasn't planning to say anything more, she didn't press him. Xiao Chenjin breathed a sigh of relief, while secretly scolding himself for being so stupid. How could he just straight up ask Su Ruanruan what she wanted? Girls are always shy about these things. He'd better think carefully about what he could give her in return. After the little new year, the spring festival drew ever closer. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Xiao Aigua, Qian Aiju, and Xiao Xiulan, who all worked in the county town, came home. The factory always gave time off for the new year, so they could come back and spend the holiday together. Of course, the three of them didn't come back empty-handed. They brought back loads of things, big and small. Everyone in the production brigade saw them returning with their arms full, and couldn't help but feel a wave of envy. Some people, unable to hold their tongues, even started making snide remarks right to their faces. "Aiju, you two are really lucky. Both of you are workers now, and even Xiulan is a worker too. You found a daughter-in-law with capable relatives, and now you've got all sorts of good things being brought home by the cartload. We're all the same people, so how come your family's life is so prosperous? Qianaiju thought about it seriously and replied, I guess it's because we just focus on working hard and living well, and never bother to look at how others are doing. The person who'd spoken was left speechless by her answer, only able to glare at her. Qianaiju didn't mind. By then, they'd already reached the Xiao family's gate. She smiled at everyone, said a few words, and went into the yard. Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan heard the commotion outside and both came out to see what was going on. Not seeing Xiao Chunjin, Xiao Xiaolan asked, Grandpa, Grandma, where's Chunjin? He went to look for Ruanruan. Luo Yufeng replied, Don't worry about him. As soon as he hears the news, he'll be back in no time. Almost as soon as Luo Yufeng finished speaking, Xiao Qingjin's voice rang out. I'm back. I'm back. Everyone turned toward the door and saw Xiao Chunjin and Su Ruanruan walking in, one after the other. Seeing Xiao Chunjin, Xiao Xiaolan exclaimed, Wow, your clothes look great. Where did you get them? Xiao Chunjin straightened his back and lifted his chin. Ruanruan made them. Oh. Xiao Xiaolan stopped looking at Xiao Chunjin and instead smiled at Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, you'll have to teach me how to make clothes like that sometime. Su Ruanruan readily agreed, sure. Completely ignored, Xiao Chunjin seized on the main point in Xiao Xiaolan's words. You want to make clothes too? Who are you making them for? Sis, don't tell me you're seeing someone? Who is it? Who let you start dating? What are you shouting for? Qianaiju quickly cut him off. Can't you talk inside? Why are you standing out here making a fuss? Xiao Chunjin realized this wasn't something to discuss in the yard, so he hurried Xiao Xiaolan inside. As soon as they entered, before anyone could even sit down, Xiao Chunjin started firing off questions again. Sis, are you really seeing someone? Who is it? What's his name? Where's he from? Where does he work? Xiao Xiaolan blushed at his barrage of questions, but she refused to back down. She lifted her chin and said, So what? You've been engaged for how long now? I'm still your big sister. Are you saying I'm not allowed to find someone? If I don't, are you planning to take care of me for the rest of my life? You. Su Ruanruan glanced at Xiao Chunjin, then at Xiao Xiaolan, and said with a laugh, Xiaolanjia, if Qingjin won't take care of you, I will. Xiao Xiaolan burst out laughing. You silly girl. Like I'd let you take care of me. Just then, Qianaiju came out after putting things away and overheard their conversation. Ruanruan is the most sensible one here. Not like you two, always bickering as soon as you see each other. Qingjin, you're always pestering your sister with questions. Who asks a girl about these things like that? Your sister's match was arranged through someone I trust. She's old enough now, if they get along after a year, they can get married. Of course, Xiao Qingjin understood this, but he was still worried. Mom, who did you find to introduce my sister? Is he reliable? This is a lifelong matter. She's your sister, but she's also my own daughter. Would I do anything to harm her? Xiao Chunjin fell silent. After all, what Qianaiju said was true. All right, you just want to meet him, right? He's coming over tomorrow to formally introduce himself. You can take a good look then. This made Xiao Chunjin smile. All right, I'll have a good look at him tomorrow. Su Ruanruan was moved when she heard this. Can I come over tomorrow too? Ruanruan, you want to help check him out too, right? Of course. We'll all help her vet him, so she doesn't get tricked and not even know it. Xiao Xiaolan jumped up. Xiao Chunjin, what's that supposed to mean? Like I'd get tricked by someone? I don't need you to check for me. Are you even good at judging people? Xiao Chunjin stood up too, towering a head above Xiao Xiaolan, and looked down at her. Of course I'm good at judging people. If I didn't have a good eye, how could I have found such a wonderful wife like Ruanruan? Ruanruan has good taste too, otherwise how could she have found me? Don't you think so, Ruanruan? Su Ruanruan's face turned red all the way to her ears. I think you're absolutely right. Xiao Xiaolan looked at Su Ruanruan in shock. Ruanruan, you. Su Ruanruan walked over to Xiao Xiaolan and hugged her arm. Sister Xiaolan, Qingjin and I are just worried about you. If we help you take a look, you'll feel more at ease too, don't you think? Xiao Xiaolan looked at Su Ruanruan, both amused and exasperated. Ruanruan, it hasn't even been that long. You've already been led astray by that rascal Xiao Chengjin. Fine, fine. Whatever you two say goes. After all, the person was coming tomorrow anyway, and it's not like she could cover anyone's eyes and stop them from looking. Qian Aiju watched the three of them with a smile, thinking that there could be no days more comforting than this. Su Ruanruan also loved this kind of atmosphere. In her previous life, as she got older, all her peers around her got married and had children. The topics she heard were no longer about clothes, hair ties, or face cream, but instead about troublesome mothers-in-law, difficult sisters-in-law, and so on. Now, getting along so easily with Xiao Xiaolan made Su Ruanruan feel greatly relieved. She didn't know if all sisters-in-law were like Xiao Xiaolan, but she still felt incredibly lucky and grateful. She was determined to cherish such a sister-in-law and would never let her go down the same path of no return as in her previous life. This time, when Qian Aiju came back, she brought some things for Su Ruanruan. They weren't expensive, but they were very thoughtful. Little snacks that girls like: face cream, lanolin hand cream, and since Su Ruanruan had short hair and didn't tie it up, she bought her some hair clips and headbands. None of these things cost much, but what mattered was the thought behind them. Qian Aiju truly cared about Su Ruanruan, which was why she prepared everything so considerately. Not only did she prepare things for Su Ruanruan, she didn't forget about Granny Chen either. A pair of cotton boots. Unlike handmade cotton shoes, these had plastic soles, so you didn't have to worry about stepping in the snow. Su Ruanruan refused to accept them. Let Grandma Luo wear these. My grandma already has a pair of boots. Qian Aiju had already anticipated that Su Ruanruan wouldn't accept them easily. These are bought according to your grandma's size. Your grandma Luo has a pair too. As she spoke, Qian Aiju took out 2 more pairs. Just by looking at the styles, you could tell one was for women and one for men, probably for Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan had no choice but to accept them. That evening, Granny Chen held the cotton boots for a long time. Qingjin's mother is such a thoughtful person. You won't have to suffer in the future. As she spoke, Granny Chen put the boots on and walked around. So comfortable. So warm. Even better than those other boots. She'd never gotten used to the military issue leather cotton boots, always saying they were stiff and uncomfortable. Su Ruanruan's feet were 2 sizes smaller than Granny Chen's, so she couldn't wear those boots either. That pair was still sitting in the cupboard, brand new. After thinking for a moment, Granny Chen suddenly said, I remember Xiaolan's feet are about the same size as mine. Why don't you bring those boots to her tomorrow? They're meant for young girls like you, not for an old lady like me. Those lined cotton boots really were good things, but no matter how good something is, if you have no use for it, it doesn't really count as a good thing after all. If they're just going to sit in the cupboard at home, it's better to listen to Granny Chen and give them to Xiao Xiaolan. The next day, after breakfast, Su Ruanruan took the boots and headed to the Xiao family's house. Granny Chen didn't go along. If Su Ruanruan went by herself, it could still be seen as a young girl joining in the fun, but if she, as an elder, went running over there, what would that look like? When Su Ruanruan arrived at the Xiao family's house, it was still early, but everyone was already up and busy. Xiao Chengjin and Xiao Aigua were shoveling snow in the yard with iron shovels, while Qian Aiju was using a long bamboo pole tied to a small broom to sweep dust from the eaves and corners of the walls. Even Xiao Xiaolan was wiping down the doors and windows with a cloth. Seeing this scene, Su Ruanruan was genuinely startled. Even if it were the future son-in-law's first visit, wasn't this a bit too much? She remembered when the Xiao family visited the Su family, she and Granny Chen had only tidied up a little. Thinking of this, Su Ruanruan started to regret it. Had she underestimated the importance of this kind of thing? When Xiao Chengjin saw Su Ruanruan standing there silently after coming in, he thought she'd been scared by all the fuss. He quickly put down his shovel and walked over to her. Ruanruan, come inside. It's a mess out here. Su Ruanruan snapped out of it and shook her head at Xiao Chenjin. Why don't I help shovel snow too? The three of us together would be faster. No need. No need. Xiao Chenjin and Qian Aiju replied in unison, both refusing her offer. Qian Aiju added, the yard's not that big, won't take long to clean up. Xiaolan, you stop wiping too. Go inside with Ruanruan. Xiao Chenjin nodded in agreement. That's right, Mom's right. Ruanruan, you and my sister go inside. We don't need your help out here. Su Ruanruan didn't insist. She took off her basket and walked over to Xiao Xiaolan. Besides the boots, there was also a big winter melon in the basket. These days, the Xiao family wasn't short of meat or grain. But something like winter melon was much rarer. In winter, apart from stored radishes, cabbage, and potatoes, the only other thing to eat was pickled vegetables made in the fall. So when they suddenly saw a big winter melon weighing over 10 jin, Qian Aiju and the others all broke into smiles. Luo Yufeng said, I couldn't find any winter melon seeds this year, so I didn't plant any. Without winter melon in the winter, it feels like something's missing from my mouth. Good thing you brought one, Ruanruan. Xiao Chenjin stared at the cotton boots for a while. Ruanruan, these are just like the ones you wear. Are they from that delivery? That's right. There were only 2 pairs in total. I kept the pair that fit me best, and this pair is my grandma's size, but she says they're too stiff and uncomfortable, so she asked me to bring them over and see if Xiaolan wants them. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaolan was so happy she didn't even know what to say. Who wouldn't want such nice boots? If you asked around the whole production brigade, there'd be a crowd fighting tooth and nail for a pair like these. Even Qian Aiju was stunned for a moment. These were much better than the pair she'd bought. One look, and you could tell they were expensive. You should take them back for Granny Chen to wear. Xiao Xiaolan said. They're such good boots. If I take them back, they'll just sit in the cupboard. If you don't believe me, ask Chenjin. He's at my house all the time. Has he ever seen my grandma wear these boots? Xiao Xiaolan went to ask Xiao Chenjin, who nodded and said, Grandma Chen really has never worn these before. Xiaolan still felt embarrassed to accept the shoes, so Su Ruanruan simply stuffed them into her hands. If you really don't want them, then you can give them back to my grandma yourself. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan even winked at Xiaolan. In the end, Xiaolan accepted the shoes and pulled Su Ruanruan inside to try them on right away. The shoes were lined with thick fur and had a black leather exterior, definitely warm. The heels were higher than usual, so once she put them on, she felt like her whole stature had changed, making her look even more imposing. Xiaolan paced back and forth in the shoes, head down, eyes glued to her feet. What young girl doesn't like to look pretty? It's just a matter of whether her circumstances allow it. To match the shoes, Xiaolan rummaged through her trunk to find some clothes to change into. Xiaolan and Xiao Chenjin were siblings. If Chenjin was so good-looking, Xiaolan naturally wasn't lacking either. After dressing up, Xiaolan looked even more dashing and striking. Su Ruanruan and Xiaolan were completely different types. Su Ruanruan had a sweet, gentle look, the kind that seemed easy to bully. With her hairstyle and perpetually chubby cheeks, she always looked like a little kid who hadn't grown up yet. Xiaolan was 17 this year, 3 years older than Su Ruanruan, and already a full-fledged young woman. Her features were bright and striking. When she didn't dress up, she just looked above average, but with a little effort, she was impossible to look away from. Standing next to Xiaolan, Su Ruanruan had to tilt her head up to look at her, her face full of envy. Xiaolanjia, how did you get so tall? Xiaolan was already about 1.67 meters tall, and with these shoes, she was nearly 1.7 meters. She had a great figure too, even thick winter clothes couldn't hide her slender waist. Xiaolan laughed and patted Su Ruanruan. You're a few years younger than me. Just wait a few more years, and you'll be as tall as I am. Really? That would be amazing. An hour later, the whole Xiao family home looked completely refreshed. The house itself was old and couldn't be changed, but anyone who came by would have to praise how clean it was. Once the cleaning was done, Luo Yufeng and Qian Aiju went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. It was their guest's first visit, so of course they had to treat them well. Ruanruan and Xiaolan were still sitting together chatting. Two young girls, there was no end to the topics they could discuss. After they'd talked about all sorts of random things, Ruanruan finally asked the question she'd been most curious about. Xiaolanjia, have you met him yet? Xiaolan blushed, but nodded. I met him once, but we didn't really talk. That meeting had been at Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju's house, with the boy's parents and the matchmaker present. A whole group of people squeezed into the small living room, and Xiaolan only said 2 sentences the entire time. One was, hello. The other was, my name is Xiaolan. Seeing Xiaolan's shy and bashful expression, Ruanruan knew she must be satisfied with the boy. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju must be satisfied too, otherwise they wouldn't have invited people over. After all, as long as both sides were happy today, the matter would basically be settled. Ruanruan pressed her lips together and didn't say anything else, she just waited quietly. At 10 a.m., they finally arrived. 4 people came, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men and both women were older, likely elders of the family. The remaining man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had fair skin, and was rather slim. Despite the cold weather, he was dressed impeccably in formal attire, with only a black overcoat draped over his suit, and he hadn't even bothered to button it up. He was undeniably good-looking, but clearly cared more about style than comfort. Ruanruan stood beside Xiaolan. She leaned in and whispered, Xiaolanjia, what's his name? Liang Jiaming. Xiaolan's reply was barely audible, but the moment Ruanruan heard those 3 words, she froze on the spot. In that instant, only one thought echoed in Ruanruan's mind. It's that scumbag. It's that scumbag. She truly hadn't expected this. In this life, Xiaolan had gone to the textile factory instead of the food factory, yet her blind date still ended up being Liang Jiaming. Don't be fooled by his pleasant name and gentle, refined appearance. Liang Jiaming was a beast in human clothing. Before marrying Xiaolan, he put on a perfect act. But on their wedding night, after all the guests had left, he beat Xiaolan in their bridal chamber. And that wasn't all. The very next day, he forced her to quit her job, demanding she stay home to cook, clean, and serve him tea. If anything displeased him, even slightly, he would beat and kick her. Xiaolan had thought about divorce. She wasn't the type to just accept her fate. But Liang Jiaming, that monster in disguise, tied her up on their wedding night after beating her and took photos with a borrowed camera. He hid the negatives and threatened her. If she ever dared mention divorce, he'd have the photos developed and send a copy to everyone they knew. In her previous life, the last time Ruanruan saw Xiaolan was when Xiaolan and Xiao Chunjin were arguing in the woods at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chunjin urged Xiaolan to get a divorce, but Xiaolan refused, finally breaking down in tears and telling Chunjin everything. It was nearly dark then, and Ruanruan was standing some distance away, but she could clearly see the look in Chunjin's eyes, an anger so intense it seemed it could set Liang Jiaming ablaze. That day, Xiaolan left in tears, hurrying back to the county. If she got home late, who knew what Liang Jiaming might do to her? After Xiaolan left, Chunjin pounded his fists against a tree until his hands were a bloody mess. Ruanruan rushed over and found some herbs nearby to stop the bleeding and bandaged Chunjin's hands. Even after a lifetime, she still remembered their conversation that day, word for word. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, I just happened to be passing by. It's fine. You won't tell anyone. How do you know I won't? Would you dare? And no. Xiaolanjia, is it really impossible to get a divorce? One day I will. If he makes my sister suffer like this, he won't have it easy either. After saying this, Chunjin left, his back straight and determined, as if he'd made up his mind about something. Less than a year later, Liang Jiaming and Xiaolan divorced. Not long after, on a business trip, Liang Jiaming was injured. He broke his leg and ruined his face. After the divorce, Xiaolan didn't return to the 3rd Production Brigade. Ruanruan had no idea where Xiaolan ended up, nor did she know how her life was going. Even Xiao Chenjin later went off to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university and only came home for a few days during the new year. She would sometimes see him from afar, only able to catch a glimpse of his increasingly upright figure and resolute stride, moving forward step by step, never looking back. She only dared to watch him leave from a distance, not daring to approach or speak, not even knowing how to start a conversation. Ruanruan, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Xiao Qingjin's voice sounded in her ear, pulling Ruanruan out of her memories. She turned her head and saw Xiao Qingjin's smiling face. Though his features were the same, his face now hadn't yet hardened with the perennial frostiness it would one day bear. At this moment, Xiao Qingjin still had a touch of youthful innocence, a heart full of passion, and the impulsiveness and quick temper of a young man. But Ruanruan liked him just as he was. He would grow up eventually, but she didn't want him to be forced to mature because of the things that happened in their previous life. Ruanruan, what are you looking at? Ruanruan smiled, lips pressed together. Looking at you, because you're good-looking. Xiao Qingjin raised an eyebrow. I think so too. Xiao Xiaolan was on Ruanruan's other side, overhearing their conversation. You too. She didn't finish, but her gaze at them was full of amusement. While the three of them chatted, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aijiu had finished exchanging pleasantries with the other four people and were leading them over to sit down. After entering the house, Liang Jiaming took off his heavy coat. Dressed in a smart suit, he looked out of place in this humble home. He didn't seem to notice, keeping a gentle smile on his face. Xiaolan, we meet again. This must be your younger brother, Chenjin. As Liang Jiaming spoke, he stared unblinkingly at Xiao Xiaolan, as if trying to see right into her heart. Xiaolan's face flushed even redder than before. Yes, this is my brother Chenjin, and this is Ruanruan. Following her introduction, Liang Jiaming's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Xiao Chenjin and Ruanruan. His expression didn't change when he looked at Xiao Chenjin. But when his eyes fell on Ruanruan, something in his gaze shifted. There was a deep, unsettling glint in his eyes that made Ruanruan's skin crawl, a wave of disgust washing over her. How dare this disgusting man look at her like that? A surge of anger rose in Ruanruan's heart. Not even when she looked at Wang Aijuan did she feel this way. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to gouge out Liang Jiaming's eyes. Ruanruan blinked, hiding her true emotions, and edged behind Xiao Chenjin. Seeing this, Liang Jiaming's smile deepened. Xiaolan, Ruanruan is quite shy. Xiao Xiaolan didn't notice anything wrong with his words. Ruanruan's still young. Come, have a seat. Ruanruan quietly tugged Xiao Chenjin back, retreating until they were far away. Only then did she whisper to him, I don't like him. Xiao Chenjin's brows furrowed slightly. I don't like him either. He wasn't just agreeing with Ruanruan because she said she didn't like Liang Jiaming. He genuinely disliked the man. He didn't know why, but from the moment he saw Liang Jiaming, he wanted to punch him in the face, hard enough to knock out his teeth, just to see if he'd dare keep smiling that disgusting smile. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin's retreat into the corner didn't go unnoticed. Qian Aijiu and the others who were chatting nearby all saw it. Li Chunfang, Liang Jiaming's mother, stared at Ruanruan for quite a while before finally looking away. She turned to Qian Aijiu and asked, How come I never heard you had another little girl? Oh no, she's not my daughter. Then is she a relative's child? She's Chenjin's fiancée. The two of them got engaged this autumn. Why didn't you find a match for Chenjin in the county town? At those words, Qian Aijiu's smile faltered for a moment. What's with this Li Chunfang? Is she just blunt, or does she not think before she speaks? How could she ask something like that? Although Qian Aijiu felt a bit displeased, her smile faded only slightly. She still explained, we're all from the same production brigade. I've watched Ruanruan grow up, she's a good girl, and we know her well. What's wrong with that? Why insist on finding someone from the city? Whether you're looking for a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law, the most important thing is that they're a good match. A family living well together is better than anything else. Li Chunfang realized she'd misspoken and now looked embarrassed. Look at me, I just don't know how to talk. You're right, the most important thing is that the kids get along and live a good life together. What's the difference if it's the city or not? It's all just living, isn't it? Qian Aiju's expression softened a bit at that. It seemed Li Chunfang wasn't the type to cling to her pride. She knew how to admit her mistakes and make up for them. She might actually be a decent mother-in-law. If Xiaolan really married into their family, she probably wouldn't suffer too much. Thinking this, Qian Aiju smiled sincerely again. In this kind of gathering, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin really didn't have much to do. After exchanging a glance, the two simply slipped out. Once inside Xiao Chunjin's room, Su Ruanruan sat on the kang, frowning in deep thought. How exactly could she mess up this marriage? Seeing Su Ruanruan go quiet after entering the room, Xiao Chunjin asked, Ruanruan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to ruin this engagement. The words slipped out before Su Ruanruan realized it. She quickly looked at Xiao Chunjin, only to see him looking at her with approval. Ruanruan, you're actually thinking the same thing as me. It took Su Ruanruan a moment to calm down. Thinking it over, it wasn't really that surprising. After all, Xiao Chunjin would become such an outstanding person in the future. Having sharp judgment was only natural. But still, she couldn't figure out why, in her previous life, Xiao Xiaolan still ended up marrying Liang Jiaming. Maybe, just maybe, Xiao Chunjin hadn't succeeded. When both families agree to a marriage and both parties involved agree, one person objecting, no matter how loudly, probably wouldn't make much difference. Even though Xiao Chunjin and Xiao Xiaolan bickered whenever they met, their relationship was actually very close. If Xiao Chunjin didn't want Xiao Xiaolan to get married, others would probably just think he couldn't bear to see her go and wouldn't suspect anything else. Liang Jiaming also put on a good act, never giving anyone any real reason to object, so the marriage naturally went ahead. But now things were different. Now, she was here to support Xiao Chunjin. Su Ruanruan believed that as long as she and Xiao Chunjin put their heads together, they'd definitely come up with a good way to ruin this engagement. But they still had to be careful not to let Xiao Xiaolan's reputation get damaged. After thinking it over for a while, Su Ruanruan asked, Did you prepare the wine for today? Xiao Chunjin shook his head. I didn't prepare any alcohol. Mom said the marriage isn't settled yet, so how could we get him drunk? That wouldn't look good. What's so bad about that? Su Ruanruan said as she got up from the Kong bed. A person's drinking habits are the most important thing. Don't be fooled by how decent someone looks. What if he goes crazy after drinking? Just wait here, I'll go home and get some liquor. When we eat later, your job is to get him drunk. Xiao Chunjin stared at Su Ruanruan in shock, finally realizing that her feelings toward Liang Jiaming weren't just dislike, they were outright disgust. Su Ruanruan was such a kind person, always gentle and unable to be harsh with anyone, yet she actually loathed someone she'd only just met. That could only mean Liang Jiaming really wasn't a good person. All right, leave it to me, Ruanruan. Don't worry. Xiao Chunjin wanted to go with Su Ruanruan to her house, but she refused. You go inside and sit next to Sister Xiaolan. Don't let her get taken advantage of. Xiao Chunjin couldn't help but find it funny. All the adults were sitting in that room. What could possibly happen to Xiao Xiaolan in front of everyone? But he still did as she said. Su Ruanruan hurried back to the Su house, bursting in so quickly she didn't even explain to Granny Chen before heading straight into her treasure space. She went to the shelf where she kept the liquor and carefully made her selection. It didn't matter if the liquor was good or expensive, the most important thing was that it had to be strong. After looking through her options, she chose Jingji Baigon. It wasn't expensive, she'd seen it at the supply and marketing cooperative for 1 yuan a bottle. But it was strong. For someone who couldn't hold their liquor, just 2 glasses would leave them dizzy. Just to be safe, Su Ruanruan took out 6 bottles. With that much, there was no way Liang Jiaming wouldn't end up under the table. Granny Chen had been waiting for Su Ruanruan to come out, but when she saw her carrying a basket with 6 bottles of liquor, she was startled. Ruanruan, what are you doing with so much liquor? Granny Chen wasn't worried about wasting things, she just thought it wasn't the right occasion for drinking. If they really wanted to get the new son-in-law drunk, that should wait until after the engagement was official. This was just his first visit, and they'd prepared so much liquor. What would people think? Grandma, you can tell just by looking that guy's no good. Qingjin and I already discussed it. We're going to get him drunk and see what he's really like when he's had a few. If he goes crazy, then Sister Xiaolan absolutely can't marry him, or she'll suffer for it later. Granny Chen nodded instinctively, but then hesitated. But what if he doesn't go crazy? Ruanruan answered quickly, then that's even better. At least we'll know he's safe. Granny Chen was left speechless. Since when did her granddaughter get so bold after getting engaged? Was this really an idea a young unmarried girl should come up with? While Granny Chen was still pondering, Ruanruan was already at the door. Grandma, I'm heading out. By the time Granny Chen looked up, Ruanruan was already gone. She could only shake her head helplessly. This girl. Ruanruan dashed all the way back to the Xiao house, carrying 6 bottles of liquor. The food was already ready. Qian Aiju and Luo Yufeng were serving rice, and when they saw Ruanruan come back sweating, they teased her, Ruanruan, where did you run off to? Nowhere, nowhere, Ruanruan replied. The Xiao family had a big main room with a large table, just big enough for everyone to sit around. Do you want to be our Xiao family's son-in-law? Grandma Xiao asked, her eyes twinkling slyly as she sipped her tea. The living room was full of sunlight and the scent of osmanthus drifted in from the courtyard. Xiao Lian's face flushed crimson as she glanced at me, then quickly looked away. I nearly choked on my own tea. I don't think I stammered, unsure where to look. My mind was a jumble of shock, hope, and embarrassment. Grandpa Xiao chuckled deep in his throat. Look at the boy panic. Lianer, what do you think? His bushy eyebrows rose in amusement as he gazed at his granddaughter. Lian fidgeted with her hands, her voice as soft as the autumn wind. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll support whatever decision you make. The old couple shared an amused glance, but I could see the warmth in their smiles. The light in the room felt warmer too, and for the first time, I truly felt like I belonged here. While Xiao Xiaolan was both embarrassed and angry, she couldn't help but feel a faint sense of anticipation. How would Liang Jiaming answer? Everyone at the table fell silent, all smiling as they looked at Liang Jiaming, waiting for his response. Both families were already very satisfied. The next step was just to formalize the engagement. Now that Xiao Chenjin had asked this question, as long as Liang Jiaming said he was willing, everything would fall perfectly into place. After a long wait, everyone saw Liang Jiaming suddenly lift his head and let out a laugh. Son-in-law of the Xiao family? I couldn't care less. As soon as Liang Jiaming said this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Xiaolan's previously flushed face turned as pale as paper, and the smile on Qian Aiju's face vanished without a trace. Even Xiao Aigua frowned as he looked at Liang Jiaming. Xiao Dashan was so furious, he forgot all about his precious liquor, his face twisted in rage, ready to explode at any moment. Li Chuanfa hadn't expected Liang Jiaming to say something like that either. Shocked and embarrassed, she hurried to explain, Jiaming's just drunk, that's all. Just drunk talk, that's all. But no one paid her any attention. Everyone's eyes remained fixed on Liang Jiaming. Liang Jiaming seemed completely oblivious to the tension in the room. After taking a few deep breaths, he continued, if it weren't for Mimi, would I be going on a blind date with Xiao Xiaolan, that slut who'll sleep with anyone? Would I be interested in her? Puh. Always dressing up so provocatively, who is she trying to seduce? You think I'd like someone so shameless? But I want to marry her. I want to humiliate her. Beat her every day. Only then will Mimi be happy. Only then will she agree to marry me. Mimi. Ruanruan bit down hard on the tip of her tongue to keep her expression under control. So that's what was going on. It really was like this. Xiao Chenjin glared at Liang Jiaming, his eyes dark. He grabbed Liang Jiaming by the collar with one hand, his other hand clenched into a fist, ready to smash it into Liang Jiaming's face. But at the last moment, Xiao Xiulan stopped him. Xiao Xiulan pulled Xiao Chunjin away, her eyes fixed intently on Liang Jiaming. Who is Mimi? Hearing this, Ruanruan also quickly looked over at Liang Jiaming. You can hit someone anytime, but this Mimi, she had to get to the bottom of who she was. Liang Jiaming was clearly drunk, his glasses askew on his face. His eyes narrowed to slits as he stared at Xiao Xiulan for a long time. Mimi is Mimi. Mimi is 10,000 times better than you. You're not even worthy to carry her shoes. Xiao Xiulan was so furious she actually laughed. If she's so great, why don't you dare say her name? Why wouldn't I dare? Mimi is Wan Mimi, the daughter of the textile factory director. She's a real lady from a respectable family. And you? You're just some country bumpkin who grew up in a village. How could you possibly compare? All you've got is a halfway decent face, and you spend all day flirting at the factory. Who knows how many men you've seduced? Still pretending to be pure with me, God knows how many men you've already. Bang! Before Liang Jiaming could finish, Xiao Chunjin kicked him to the ground. Xiao Chunjin straddled Liang Jiaming, punching him in the face and body, making Liang Jiaming howl in pain. Li Chunfang and Liang Jiaming's father, Liang Yue, panicked and rushed to stop the fight, only to be blocked by Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua, who stepped in front of them. Qian Aiju was so angry she was panting. You shameless bastards. Today, I'm not letting this go. Qian Aiju was from the countryside. She'd never been afraid of a fight. Pulling hair, scratching faces, and slapping, those are the favorite moves when women fight. But Qian Aiju was different. She kicked Li Chunfang to the ground in one swift motion, then straddled her back and started pummeling her. The way she fought was exactly like how Xiao Chunjin beat people up. No one knew whether Xiao Chunjin inherited this from Qian Aiju, or if Qian Aiju had just picked it up recently. The matchmaker for today's meeting between the two families was Jia Hohat, who also worked at the food factory. She loved matchmaking more than anything. But after all the matches Jia Hohat had arranged, this was the first time she'd ever encountered something like this. She was so stunned she just sat there, dumbfounded. Su Swanswan glanced at her, thinking she wasn't really shocked, she was just pretending. What else could she do? How could anyone try to break up a fight at a time like this? The room was in chaos, but the Xiao family had the absolute upper hand. As angry as they were, they couldn't actually beat someone to death here. Once the fight had mostly run its course, Xiao Dashan called everyone off. All right, throw them out, Xiao Dashan said coldly, glaring at the three bruised and battered people on the floor, wishing he could stomp on them a few more times himself. He'd never seen such despicable people. Liang Yue and Li Chunfang, having taken a beating, knew full well they were in the wrong. They didn't dare say a word, hurriedly scrambling up from the floor and dragging Liang Yue out. Qian Aiju snorted coldly and turned to look at Jia Hohat. The moment Jia Hohat met Qian Aiju's gaze, she jumped up from her stool. I'll be going now. I'm leaving too. Jia Hohat knew that the only reason she hadn't been beaten up today was because Qian Aiju still had some sense and knew she wasn't actually involved. If Qian Aiju had really lost her temper and decided to hit her too, she wouldn't have had any right to complain. After all, she was the one who introduced this match to the Xiao family. Back then, it was the Liang family who approached her, saying they had their eye on Xiao Xiulan, so she went to the Xiao family to propose the match. She'd thought, since everyone worked at the same factory and had known each other for over a decade, they were all familiar and trustworthy. Wouldn't a marriage between them be perfect? Who could have guessed? That Liang boy turned out to be such a piece of work. How did he end up getting involved with Wan Mimi from the textile factory? She'd met that girl before, seemed like such a quiet, well-behaved kid. Who knew she was like this in private? Jia Hohat left the Xiao family's house without even glancing at the three from the Liang family, hurrying her steps. The weather was getting chilly, and she was getting older. Maybe it was time to give up matchmaking. If she ever got herself dragged into something like this, what would she do? In the Xiao family's main room, Xiao Xiulan looked around at everyone and was the first to sit down. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Chungjin, Suan, come sit and eat. Luckily, with all this delicious food, those people didn't get a bite. Otherwise, all this good stuff would have been wasted. Actually, today was a good thing. Better to see what kind of person he is early on. Saves trouble in the future. Chungjin, I really have to thank you for this. As she spoke, Xiao Xiaolan flashed a big smile at Xiao Chungjin. Xiao Chungjin rolled her eyes. What are you smiling for? Next time, keep your eyes open. Yeah. You think I don't know what to do? Everyone sat back down and started eating the now cold food, but none of it tasted like anything. Qian Aijiu, meanwhile, was thinking even further ahead. Today, they'd vented their anger by beating up the Liang family, but things wouldn't end so easily. Who knew what the Liang family would say once they got home? Especially that Liang Ming boy. He had a really good reputation and lots of friends at the food factory. And then there was that Wan Mimi, the daughter of the textile factory director. If she found out her scheme had failed, would she try some other way to go after Xiao Xiaolan? The more Qian Aiju thought about it, the more her brows furrowed. Xiaolan, do you have some kind of grudge with that Wan Mimi? Xiao Xiaolan shook her head. No grudge, really. It's just that every time she sees me, she gives me this fake smile. I have no idea what I did to offend her. We don't even work in the same department, and the only time we ever run into each other is in the cafeteria. We've barely even spoken. Hearing Xiaolan's explanation, Qian Aiju found it even stranger. They hardly ever interacted, so why did Wan Mimi hate Xiaolan so much? She even went so far as to try to ruin her like this. Su Wannan sneaked a glance at Xiao Xiaolan and more or less understood what was going on. Sometimes, just being yourself is enough to make you a target. Jealousy and resentment between women often don't need a reason. Wan Mimi hated Xiao Xiaolan either because Xiaolan was prettier than her, or because the person Wan Mimi liked happened to like Xiaolan. Su Wannan didn't voice her guess, after all, saying it wouldn't help. It's not like she could tell Xiaolan to make herself look uglier on purpose, or make that mysterious someone stop liking her. Since neither was possible, there was no point in bringing it up. Right now, the most important thing wasn't figuring out the reason, but finding a solution. Qian Aiju was thinking the same thing. Xiaolan, what are you going to do about this? You're still planning to work at the textile factory, aren't you? She said it that way, but everyone could hear the unspoken meaning. Maybe it'd be better to just quit the factory. But Xiao Xiaolan didn't hesitate at all and refused outright. Mom, I can't just stop going to work because she's targeting me. It's not easy to get a job these days. How can I give it up over something like this? Besides, so what if Wan Mimi is the director's daughter? Times have changed. The factory director can't do whatever he wants anymore. Su Wannan agreed. Sister Xiaolan is right. If we back down, people will only bully us more. Qian Aiju just wanted to avoid trouble and keep the peace, thinking that taking a step back would make things easier in the long run. But now that Xiaolan herself wasn't willing, and the rest of the family clearly felt the same way, they might as well stand their ground. It's just the factory director's daughter, so what? Even if she were the county magistrate's daughter, she couldn't have everything her way. Things aren't like they used to be. All right, since you're not willing to quit, then we'll keep going to work. After all, we're in the right here. Wan Mimi doesn't have the nerve to go around making a fuss about this. Once they'd finished discussing things, Su Wannan realized she hadn't heard a peep from Xiao Chungjin for a while. She turned to look and saw that Xiao Chungjin was slumped over the table, clearly fast asleep. He must have had too much to drink. Su Wannan stood up and walked over to gently nudge him. Chungjin? Chungjin? Go sleep in your room. Sleeping here at the table wasn't comfortable, and what if he caught a cold? Xiao Chungjin opened his eyes groggily. When he saw Su Wannan, he broke into a goofy grin. Wannan. Hee. Wannan, help me back to my room. He still knew to ask her for help clearly, he wasn't totally out of it. Su Wannan didn't refuse. She helped Xiao Chungjin to his feet. You all keep eating. I'll take him to his room to rest. The others watched Su Wannan and Xiao Chungjin with smiles on their faces. Those two really were a good match. Su Ruanruan helped Xiao Chunjin back into the house and carefully eased him onto the bed before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Earlier, when Xiao Chunjin was drinking against Liang Jiaming, she'd been scared out of her wits. She'd told Xiao Chunjin to get Liang Jiaming drunk, but she hadn't meant for Xiao Chunjin to drink like it was water himself. He hadn't eaten a single bite at lunch, and now his stomach was full of nothing but alcohol. He must be feeling awful. "Chunjin, is there anything you want to eat?" she asked. Xiao Chunjin was still grinning foolishly at her. At her words, he stared at her for a while and said, "I want to eat. Want to eat the noodles you make." He paused 3 times as he spoke, making Su Ruanruan's heart leap into her throat. "All right, just wait a bit. I'll go make you some noodles." At lunch, Granny Luo had steamed rice, so if Xiao Chunjin wanted noodles, they'd have to be made fresh. Luckily, Su Ruanruan wasn't some pampered girl who didn't know her way around the kitchen. A bowl of noodles was nothing she couldn't handle. Xiao Chunjin nodded obediently. I'll wait. Su Ruanruan got up and went to the main room. "Granny Luo, where do we keep the flour? Chunjin wants some noodles, so I'll make him some." As soon as Granny Luo heard that Xiao Chunjin wanted noodles, she hurried to stand up. "Ruanruan, you sit and eat. I'll go make them for him." "Granny, you sit down." "I'll do it. It won't take long." At that moment, Granny Luo understood. Xiao Chunjin wanted to eat the noodles Su Ruanruan made. Once she realized, she didn't insist on making them herself. She took out the flour and handed it to Su Ruanruan, then helped by peeling a couple of scallions and marinating them with salt and sesame oil. When Su Ruanruan mixed the dough, she added an egg so the noodles would be chewier and wouldn't stick together. It didn't take much flour for a bowl of noodles, so rolling them out was quick. In no time, Su Ruanruan had the noodles ready and Granny Luo had the water boiling. When the water began to bubble, Su Ruanruan put the noodles in and stirred them gently with chopsticks. Once the noodles were almost done, she added the marinated scallions and cracked in a poached egg. The noodles were ready. She ladled the noodles into a big bowl, just enough for one hearty serving. Granny Luo smiled and urged her, "Go on, take it to him. Let that rascal eat up, and then you come back and have your meal too." Even as she said this, Granny Luo was already planning to reheat the food for Su Ruanruan later. Su Ruanruan carried the noodles to Xiao Chunjin, wondering if he'd already fallen asleep. But as soon as she stepped into the room, Xiao Chunjin looked over at her. His face was still flushed, but his eyes were bright, not at all like someone who was drunk. Su Ruanruan set the noodles on the king table and helped Xiao Chunjin sit up. "Eat while it's hot." Xiao Chunjin stared at the noodles for a while, then looked at Su Ruanruan. "Eat with me." "You go ahead. Granny saved me some food. I'll eat in a bit." "No. If you don't eat, I won't eat either." Xiao Chunjin pouted. Su Ruanruan looked at him in surprise, but soon burst out laughing. "He's so cute. I really want to pinch his cheeks." Thinking this, Su Ruanruan actually reached out and did just that. Xiao Chunjin's skin was so smooth and warm. His cheeks were soft and felt wonderful to pinch. Su Ruanruan was happily pinching his face when Xiao Chunjin, lips pursed, protested, "You're pinching my cheeks." Looking at Xiao Chunjin's pitiful, aggrieved expression, Su Ruanruan couldn't bear it, but in the end, she still withdrew her hand. What a pity. Xiao Chunjin's face was so nice to pinch. All right, eat your noodles like a good boy. Let's eat together." Xiao Chunjin insisted again and again, so Su Ruanruan had no choice but to share the bowl of noodles with him. Fortunately, the bowl was big enough. Su Ruanruan only ate a small portion, but she was already full. As for Xiao Chunjin, who knew if he was full or not, he finished eating and immediately lay down on the kang to sleep. Seeing his breathing gradually become steady, Su Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He must be drunk. Normally, he wasn't this clingy. Luo Yufeng had been waiting to heat up some food for Su Ruanruan, but everyone else had already finished eating. Finally, when she saw Su Ruanruan come back with an empty bowl, Luo Yufeng said, "Ruanruan, Which dish do you want to eat? I'll heat it up for you. Grandma, I'm good. Chungjin couldn't finish his noodles, so I ate some too. I'm already full. Luo Yufeng didn't quite believe her. How much could you have eaten? You're full already? Don't be shy, it's no trouble at all. Everything's ready, the fire and the pot. Heating up a dish is nothing. Ruanruan was touched, but also found it a bit funny. Grandma, I'm really not embarrassed. I truly am full. How was she supposed to prove she was full? She couldn't just lift her shirt and show her belly, could she? Luckily, Luo Yufeng wasn't a stubborn old lady. Seeing Ruanruan insist, she finally gave up on heating up more food for her. Ruanruan figured the Xiao family would be discussing Liang Jiaming's situation that afternoon, so she didn't plan to stay any longer. Grandma, I'm going home now. My own grandma is waiting for me, and if I'm late, she'll worry. Luo Yufeng nodded repeatedly. You're right. You've had a long day, go on home. Oh, and take those bottles of liquor with you. Chungjin brought them for you, didn't he? You silly child, why'd you bring so many? One bottle would have been enough. Ruanruan thought to herself, wasn't that because I was worried Liang Jiaming could really hold his liquor? Who knew he'd be such a lightweight? Half a bottle and he spilled everything. Just leave the liquor here for Grandpa Xiao. No one at my place drinks it anyway, it'd just sit there. Grandma, I'm heading out. I won't go inside, please let Sister Xiaolan and the others know for me. Ruanruan actually didn't like all the back and forth of polite refusals, so after saying this, she ran off right away. She moved so fast that Luo Yufeng could only stand there, staring after her. Once Ruanruan's figure had completely disappeared, Luo Yufeng finally went into the main room. Ruanruan's gone home. I told her to take the liquor, but she wouldn't. As she spoke, Luo Yufeng glanced at Xiao Dashan, and sure enough, he grinned. That Ruanruan is such a thoughtful girl. Xian Aiju sighed. In the future, Xiaolan, if you can find someone with a temperament like Ruanruan's, I'll be at ease. Xiao Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Mom, you're right. I want to find someone as good-tempered as Ruanruan too. Best if he listens to everything I say. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. If I tell him to catch a duck, he wouldn't dare catch a chicken. Xian Aiju rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. What man would be like that? Why not? Dad always listens to you, doesn't he? Xiao Aigua shook his head. You two still have the mood to joke around. The Liang family's gone home, who knows what they'll tell people. Almost everyone in the building knew that the Liang family had gone to the Xiao family today. Now that Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju weren't at the factory, who knew what the Liang family might say? Especially since all three of them were covered in bruises and black eyes. If they started talking, people just might believe them. Qian Aiju, however, wasn't as worried as Xiao Aigua. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't Jia Hohat still around? It's not like she's mute. Just as Qian Aiju expected, after Jia Hohat got back, she ran into quite a few people. Everyone who saw her would ask how things went. Of course, what they were asking about was the marriage proposal between the Liang and Xiao families. Did it work out or not? Jia Hohat put on a show of regret and sighed. It didn't work out. The two of them just aren't meant to be. At times like this, the more you say, the more likely you are to slip up. It was better to just state the result plainly. After all, there were plenty of failed matchmaking attempts these days. No one would think much of it. Sure enough, when people heard Jia Hohat's words, they just sighed casually. If it didn't work out, then it just wasn't meant to be. It's no big deal. They're both still young. Their fates are still ahead of them. Jia Hohat laughed too. Isn't that the truth? But if you ask me, that Liang boy just isn't suited for matchmaking this year. You wouldn't believe it, but the whole family of three came back with black eyes and bruises. I mean, we all take the same road. How come only they're so unlucky? Did they fall? That's really bad luck. Maybe they've got a run of bad luck? Should they go make an offering at the temple? What nonsense are you spouting? If someone hears you, how are you going to live it down? I'm just making conversation, just talking. All right, let's all go home.